lot. The great shipping routes and roads will be blocked, and the residents of the island will slowly fall into the shadow of death. What do you need me to do? Help me build Sky Island. Build Sky Island into 3 islands and connect them by means of transportation. I believe in your whimsical ideas and your ability. Shiraha stared at Tom, the perfect tool man. Sky Island actually exists. So Shiraha, the reason why you disappeared into the sea during this period of time is this. Tom went crazy with excitement. What a genius idea! If he could accomplish these 2 things in his lifetime, he would die without regret. Not only the City of Water, I will let you residents of Murloc Island live upright on the sea. Shiraha will become the Demon King and destroy the world, and then rebuild a world, just like a rotting tree should be planted with another tree. Tom was shocked, and even Roger was far less shocked than this man. As a Murloc, Tom has been discriminated against in other places in the sea. If it weren't for his ugly appearance and a place like the City of Water that could take him in, he wouldn't be able to live in the sea. You are the greatest boatman in the world, and your level of genius is unmatched. Don't you want to do something for the Fisherman Island and the people on this island? I need you to be my partner and follow the true dream in your heart. Tom's heart seemed to have been hit with a hammer many times, and a long-lost feeling came to his heart. He couldn't help but shouted, "Captain, please allow me to follow you. I want to pursue the dream of my life. Let me build Sky Island and the City of Water. I want to let everyone on Fishman Island live upright on the sea in the future, and let them know how big and beautiful this world is." With tears in his eyes, Tom yelled from his heart, "Captain, please let me make a boat for you for free, as if I joined you and prepared a gift for you." "Okay, you are interested." Shiraha patted the future crew with great style. Tom touched his tears, feeling extremely excited and grateful, and immediately turned his head full of enthusiasm to build a ship for the captain. Shiraha glanced at Yang Liu Oki and Robin with a triumphant look at Tom, who was going to build a ship with great enthusiasm. Yang Liu Oki, "My husband is awesome." Robin, "Like 7. We are going to have a boat. We will put up our pirate flag when we are done." Shiraha took out a new pirate flag from the storage space. The 2 of them looked at the pirate flag with a shot, a sword, and the sandstorm, and smiled knowingly. Back then, only 3 of them were drifting at sea. There was no fixed site, not many crews, or even a good boat. But that period was very fulfilling. Shiraha's berry ability was trained during that period. Robin looked at the looks and smiles in their eyes, and wondered what the captain and deputy captain had gone through back then. The pirate banner is very well preserved. It would be great if Rockdal was also with him. Like 7, although the sea is very big, we will find him sooner or later. Shiraha waved his hand and let the pirate flag fly in the air. One day we all will gather, and our pirates, the regiment, will become a legend in this world. When Yang Liu Oki, Robin looked at the pirate flag that represented dreams and pursuits. He smiled. End of this chapter. 250 Hang the Shanghai Pirate Flag. Yang Fan. Set sail. Chapter 250 Hang the Shanghai Thieves Flag. Yang Fan. Set sail. The most famous shipyard in the water capital is doing great things in full swing, and Tom is determined to build a better ship than the Golden Jackson. He was moved by a pirate and wanted to pursue the pursuit of a lifetime. Shiraha took Yang Liu Oki and Robin to play on this island. They sat on the water channel with a creature called Snubbull, and shuttled through the intricate water channel. This creature can be regarded as a unique means of transportation in the water city, and it took some money to rent it. Big Brother Newgate doesn't have a phone worm. It would be nice to have one. The Babao Suicune led by Green Zhao doesn't know where it is on the sea, Shiraha said while eating the special product of Water City. The Land of Flowers is a very good country. My goal is to open the door of the Land of Flowers through the Babao Suicune and make the Land of Flowers a simplified version of Sky Island. After Yang Liu Oki listened, he nodded and said, "The La, who has communicated with us, has now become King Jiao's deputy. I believe that as long as we meet, this kind of cooperation can be well established." Captain Shiraha, shouldn't we relax these days? If you use your brain so much, your mental state will become very tense. In this world, Robin doesn't have to worry that the world government and Marine will arrest her, nor that the whole world can't accommodate her. She became Shiraha's crew. It was the first time she breathed a sigh of relief in many years and no longer had to run away. Can live freely in this world. What you said makes sense. When we finish building the ship, we will go to find the treasure of the big pirates in Anan. Shiraha took out a treasure map and said excitedly, "Ah, Captain Shiraha, Anan lost to you, so the treasure map is here. Have you never looked for it?" Robin questioned. When Shiraha and Yang Liuoqi saw Robin's doubts, they explained the reason for her. Before entering the dungeon, they had considered allowing others to carry the gold in one, and what the pirates pursue is the process of adventure, not the result. We want to find the treasure on the treasure map by ourselves. The two had a tacit understanding. Robin smiled slightly. She understood. Captain Shiraha, let's eat first. The meat of water buffalo is so delicious. The taste is fresh and delicious. I must introduce this kind of food to Sky Island. Husband, the best seasoning in the city of water is sea salt. The gods of the water will bring a lot of delicious sea salt once a year. We can use salt to communicate and establish a cargo system with the city of water. As Sky Island develops as a base in the future, it is definitely necessary to communicate with countries and islands. The paradise on Earth cannot lack food. The unique sea salt and water and meat of the city of water can be used to trade with Sky Island every year. The three chatted casually, watching the scenery from the waterways extending in all directions in the water capital. After eating and drinking, Shiraha lay on Snubbull, looking up at Aria's sky. He had to count every step he took. The shady scenes of the black boxing match in the previous life made him a cautious character. Whether he took the crew or what he did was for certain reasons. There is no return. Where's the pay? The strongest CP0 shield in Wald's naval battle has already seen that he is a selfish person who will be involved in emotions. But he can immediately cut off emotions in critical moments. Yang Liuoqi is an exception. She is a girl who really walked into Shiraha's heart and changed his mind that life is a game and sentient beings are tools. Getting Robin on board was Shiraha's most irrational thought, because of his emotions in the previous life, plus his changes. In the end, Robin was accepted as a crew member. He had no other thoughts about this mature beauty. Speaking for the poor girl who was regarded as the son of devil. Ohara scholars are not a group of devil, but the pioneers of the times. If it were before, Shiraha would probably treat all the beautiful girls in Pirate World as toilets, the kind that can be easily left by lifting their pants. Since life is just a game, why not make yourself happier? But now he is not interested. Otherwise, according to his previous thoughts, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Tushan Rong, Tushan Yaya, Charlotte Linlin, and even Yim would not let him go. Sleeping together, a man's dream. In terms of pure appearance, Yim is the most beautiful creature Shiraha has ever seen. It would be better if he could hack to death with a sword. What is a person? Has a strong retsu emotion that other creatures cannot understand. What is life? The one that comes to the end of your own path is your life. At this moment, Shiraha let go of his thoughts, and a sea of flowers appeared in his mind. There was a person dancing in the sea of flowers, and the sky full of flowers became the foil for that person. He couldn't see what the person looked like, and the person was getting closer and closer, and he unconsciously opened his hands to embrace. Wake up! Shiraha was frightened in a cold sweat, and looked up at Yang Liuoqi. In Yang Liuoqi's worried eyes, he let go of the worry in his heart and said, "I'm fine." At this time, Charon's design drawings are not in Tom's hands. Even if they are not, Shiraha can get everything he wants by Noland Futru. A few days later, the boat was built with Tom's ingenious craftsmanship. The three came to the destination and saw the ship. It was a very large and magnificent ship, exhausted the work of the craftsman. This boat, cow. Shiraha could not find an adjective. Captain Shiraha, the seventh captain, this ship looks very safe. But it looks a little big. Bigger is good. After walking around the boat, Shiraha said with satisfaction. There are still some members of our pirate group who are not in place. It's time to pick them up. Robin couldn't help asking, Captain Shiraha, does our pirate group have a name? Hearing these words, Yang Liu Oki and Tom, who had just walked over, looked at Shiraha. The status of the captain on the ship is very important, and the name of the pirate group should be taken by the captain. They all think so. Just call the Embers Pirates. Shiraha decided on the name on the spot. What does this name mean? Robin is a little surprised why Shiraha doesn't use his own title to take the name of the pirates. Isn't the general pirates used their titles or their own names? Shiraha complained to Robin. Why do you have so many questions? Captain Shiraha, you should know what my occupation is. Historians. A group of scholars who strive for facts and ask questions through the casserole. We are the remnants of the Rocks pirate era. We have not burnt the afterglow. In the new era, we will ignite the whole world and let the sparks burn all over the sea. Shiraha said, stunned, with a big hand waved. I can't say clearly. That's what it means anyway. Hang the Shanghai pirate flag. Yang Fan. Set sail. End of this chapter. Chapter 251 of the main text. I met Zephyr as soon as I went to sea. Chapter 251 I met Zephyr as soon as I went to sea. Hearing the captain's words, young Tom excitedly hung the pirate flag on the pirate ship. The four of them looked at the pirate flag that was fluttering in the wind, and they were more or less excited. They were ready to go to sea. After purchasing a large amount of salt and water and meat, everything is ready to be dragged. Shiraha stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the sea, and asked, Tom, has the tsunami of this year passed? Captain, this year's water gods have passed, and the next water gods won't be there until next year. Tom talked about the harm and benefits of the gods of water. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages, and if the disadvantages can be solved, the gods of water will no longer be a catastrophe. Shiraha decided to solve this disaster by helping hand Water City and divide the island under its own territory. The construction of sea trains is not a one-year project, and may not be officially started until the overthrow of the world government. In the original work, Tom built the sea train with the financial support of the world government. The world government made up its mind to let Tom build it out of greater interest. After it was built, it belonged to the world government, and civilians were not allowed to ride. Fortunately, the convenient sea train allowed the water capital to start trading. It is connected with the surrounding islands. Trade has developed rapidly, and the condition of the water capital has been flourishing ever since. The world government can also collect more taxes and get more benefits through the rich water capital. Tom also knows that this kind of thing can't be rushed for a while. He decided to sail on the sea with the captain, and then went to Sky Island to build up the infrastructure of Sky Island. The gold of the big pirate in Anan is very important, and risk and money are both right. Liuoki, Robin, Tom, let's go to Ohara first, then look for the treasure map, and finally see the 8 treasure Suicune. Shiraha yelled at them, I am the captain, listen to me. The 3 crew members agreed to this path, and Robin also wanted to go to Ohara. Shiraha was very interested in the truth recorded by Ohara, and by the way packed the historians away. These talents can't be. The government has been destroyed. How good it is to stay on Sky Island. It is not only safe, but also has sufficient funds. Occasionally, I help to be a sensei in school and work as a professor. The teacher resources on Sky Island are too short. Such a good idea is happy for both parties. Without knowing the group of Ohara scholars, their lives had been arranged by Shiraha. Husband, shall we go to the Whitebeard pirate group? Yang Liu Oki asked curiously. What? Robin stared at Shiraha with a surprised look. Captain, did you forget? How can it be? I can't forget. Big brother Newgate was born and died with me. Can I forget him? Shiraha's tone became much higher than usual, and he looked like Shiki. Robin detected everything. and Tom looked around. Yang Liuoki took his hand and smiled and said, "The sea is very big. We will meet them sooner or later. Let's get ready to set off." Shiraha touched the back of his head. "First finish our own business. I will host an unprecedented banquet on Sky Island to redefine the pattern of the sea." Shiraha handed over the next thing to the new crew member. "Captain, this boat doesn't need to be tried. The boat I made can go directly to the sea." Tom was very confident in his ship and began to prepare to get the big ship into the sea. During the action, Tom laughed and said, "Captain, you can give him a name for this ship." Shira's head hurts a bit, and naming is more difficult than making choices, and his face is tangled for a while. Under the expectant gazes of the 3 crew members, he shouted, "Just call the dawn. The future of our pirates will be the stars and the sea. I will cut through this old era with a sword. Let us become the eternal legend of this sea." "Captain, good name." Tom was the first to speak out. Yang Liuoki was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the new crew member with a clear gaze. "Captain Shiraha, the name is very nice." In Robin's heart, both the Dawn of Dawn and the Dawn of Redemption are very good. She was saved. Shira's speech for the Ohara scholar, she will never forget this kindness. She will spend her life following it, even if she fails in the process. It doesn't matter. It's just taking his own life. Under Tom's command and control, the ship entered the waterway smoothly in the helping hand of the big machine, and the 4 people boarded the ship to perform their duties, and jointly drove the big ship to the sea. "Zephyr Admiral, are we really going to contain Shiraha here?" Zephyr's deputy looked at the water city not far away worriedly. "They wanted to take down the blood sword and the silver spear. Sure they weren't here to deliver food?" "Of course, I promised to play at Marine headquarters. The bastard Garp is chasing the South Blue thieves. If I don't come, is it possible that you want Marshal Kong to come over?" "Deputy, Marine is seriously understaffed. Garp is chasing the big pirates in Anan. This is a task assigned to him by Marine headquarters and the world government for the gold that Anan has seized. Sengoku is still staying at the world government headquarters, and the other 2 alternate admiral are guarding the Holy Land Marie Joys. If they don't come, there is really no Marine to come over." Marshal Marine must not leave Marine easily. This was bestowed by the Chief Marshal Marine in vain. Although the army is powerful, but the army guards the Red Soil continent. It is impossible to send troops for some trivial things, and need to guard the 19th king family of the year. Tenryubito is aloft, living on the Red Earth continent high into the clouds. Those who don't write about the bottom. Even those army forces are tainted with a superior attitude and look down on the Marine. To be honest, their Marine still doesn't look down on the army. They are a bunch of stuff. At least the Marine is still doing real things. That group of army is a shit. Zephyr drank the only remaining white wine and exclaimed, "Enjoy." "It's a pity that it's almost gone." "Zephyr-sensei, can I go back to Marine headquarters? My stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Kizaru clutched his stomach, and her shrinking voice was not convincing. "Don't even think about it, hold it back." Puff. Shiyuan, who was still in his early 10 years old, looked at this scene and laughed. "It's terrible. Why should I come here with Zephyr-sensei? I want to go back to the Marine headquarters." Kizaru said irresponsibly, "Don't let me fight those 2 monsters. Very scary." Zephyr's eyes were unhappy, and he said, "The boring guy. We didn't come here to fight." "Zephyr-sensei, you said it earlier. It turned out to be here for a drink." Kizaru smiled shrinkingly. "This matter I promise I won't talk to Marine headquarters. He. End of this chapter. Chapter 252 of the main text. Let me get the boat over. Chapter 252. Get me the boat. Zephyr looked at Poru Salina with a look of hopelessness. He wanted to throw the bottle on his hand. "You bastard, don't want to be beaten. Just shut your mouth." Kizaru spread his hands. With a face of slutty love for freedom, he rolls up his sleeves and looks at the time from time to time. Marine ran 2 megarookies, and now only Pulu Salino is left. He doesn't know how to run. If he runs away, what kind of force can give him such a good time to clock in at work? The Momousagi prayer garden is too young, and it will take a long, long time before it really grows up. Zephyr has always been looking forward to these marine newcomers. He knows that during the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Shiraha cut off Sengoku's arm and didn't feel bad for the pirate. After all, the position was different at the time. In addition, although Zephyr and Garp and Sengoku were members of the same period, the relationship was not as good as expected, and it was limited to colleagues. Zephyr has only been in his early years, and his status has risen all at once, no different from opening up. Who dares to say that the relationship must be good for a period of time? But it all depends on your achievements, your own potential and status. When he was not in his early days, Sengoku had never looked down upon him. People who are not on the same level are very realistic, and people at higher levels are very much in the eyes of those under Rear Admiral. Zephyr knows this better than anyone else. Precisely because he has accumulated a lot of money and knows this aspect, only then did they do their best to train the new marine newcomers, and provide them with fair and impartial counseling, creating countless talents for marine. Compared to Sengoku's pedantic and stupid loyalty to the world government, Zephyr prefers Garp. Sengoku is too loyal to the world government. This loyalty was when he joined Marine in the first place. When the world government learned that Sengoku had broken his arm, he immediately took action. Zephyr is a sad character in the future. His family was killed by the pirate Revenge, but his home was near the Marine headquarters. I even got Akaina's order. Kizaru went to the funeral, and Kizan was the end of the grave. Zephyr-sensei, I'm hungry. We've been waiting here for so long, they wouldn't have left long ago. Kizaru's wretched voice made the marine on the boat difficult. We came here only after being notified. According to the accurate information from Marine headquarters, after Shiraha and Yang Liuoki entered the water city, they never came out. Kyuan pretended to be mature, and said solemnly, Marine's information will not go wrong. We will definitely be able to wait for them. Zephyr snorted in the direction of Kizaru. Polo Salino, you might as well pray for such a little girl in the garden. Zephyr-sensei, when I was training but there was no slack off, I can stand by for Admiral. Kizaru is telling the truth. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds after the Battle of the Valley of Gods. There is also a great improvement in physical skills, unlike the original book that relies too much on Berry's ability. At this stage, Kizaru has the ability to become a candidate for Admiral. Stop talking nonsense, take out the food first, and wait after we finish eating. Zephyr took the shortcut directly from the Marine headquarters, Rinvando, and quickly came here. The people on their warship really waited for a long time. Zephyr didn't believe that little bastard would die in the Battle of Wald. After hearing the news, he immediately asked Marshal Kong to accept this mission. The little girl prayed to the garden while eating her lunch, while thinking, sure enough, that big storm can't kill him. It's a pity that I didn't beat the old woman last time. I must beat her next time I meet. During the Battle of Wald, they confronted the Whitebeard pirates, and the final result was that she was pressed by Whitebeard on the boat board, and her ass hurt for a long time. This group of marine rookies on the Zephyr warship, Marine and the world government haven't brainwashed them deeply. Some ideas are not deeply ingrained. They didn't have any damn thoughts about the pirates. Of course, the evil pirate is damned, not to mention a pirate. Marine also deserves to die if he does evil. Captain Shiraha, it's good to have a boat. Robin lay on a chair, drinking a drink, with a book on his big white lap. She is very satisfied with this speed, which is much better than flying into the sky. It's okay, but it's not as fast as I can take you to fly. Shiraha lay on the bow, looking up at the blue sky, but with a boat, we can get all the scattered crew members back. The newly joined Tom controlled the direction of the ship and asked curiously, Captain, do we still have many crew members? Isn't there only one Rockdale? Crocodile is still quite famous in the sea as a rookie. In addition to the light of Shiraha and Yang Liuoki, his own strength is also very good. It's not surprising that Tom knows Rockdale. I put some crew members on the new Gates boat. Now that there is a boat, I must go to pick them up. Shiraha kind of wants small planes. Putting small planes on board has many uses. Rescue people, sail, inquire about news, detect enemy situation. These small planes. It can be done. Husband, there is a marine warship ahead, which seems to be coming for us. There was a sweet voice from the observation deck. Yuochi, I know. Shiraha stretched. Akap looked far away and found a Kuro spot. It seems that the Kuro point is the marine warship. It's nice to have a capable wife. Yang Liuoki worked as a navigator, watchman, chef, combat member, painter, etc. on the ship. It can be said that Shiraha basically fished in this ship except for the status of captain and combatant. In addition to his pirate ship, there are few people, the 5 internal organs are complete, and the major lack of occupation is the doctor. If possible, Shiraha would like to dig up Narkin from world. The 2 ships are getting closer. Tom looked nervous. He was a pirate for the first time. It was really exciting to meet Marine with this identity. Mr. Tom, you don't need to be too nervous. Our small captain is very powerful. Even if the person is Marine Admiral, it is impossible to stop us. Robin comforted the nervous new crew member. Tom's face looked much better. Since he was out to sea, he should bet on everything. Shiraha looked at the marine warship getting clearer and clearer, his eyes a little unhappy. These marines didn't take him seriously, right? It didn't take long for him to disappear in the sea. Knowing the news that he was staying in the water city, he sent a marine warship to catch him. Who is this looking down on? Marine sent one. It seems we are lucky. Robin saw a warship ahead and smiled. When Tom heard it, most of the nervousness in his heart disappeared. Get the boat past me, Shiraha yelled. End of this chapter. 253 Robin, Captain Shiraha, why are you so familiar with Marine Admiral? Chapter 253 Robin, Captain Shiraha, why are you so familiar with Marine Admiral? Facing the marine warship ahead, Shiraha drew his sword and pointed at the warship and shouted, little ones, take that warship with me. Robin, Tom. Yang Liuoki, come on. Our deputy captain really supports our captain all the time. Robin looked at Shiraha with strange eyes. Such an excellent deputy captain. Where did Captain Shiraha trick him? When Tom heard that the captain and deputy captain said so, as the best candidate for the helmsman position on the ship, he controlled the dawn and rushed towards the warship. There are 2 great gods on the boat, and Tom is not worried about being caught by Marine. Zephyr Sensei, what a big pirate ship. This is the first time I've seen the pirate flag of that pirate ship. Chi-Yuan was holding a sword and was very interested in the pirate ship that rushed towards the marine warship. Zephyr recognized the ship's identity through the pirate flag logo. How that little bastard didn't die in that big storm. It seems that the world government is going to have a headache. Zephyr Sensei, my stomach hurts suddenly, I'll go to the toilet first. Kizaru looked at the 2 figures from a distance, still very far away, and jumped directly into the air, so scared that they disappeared. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the 2 landed and shouted at the ship full of marine at the same time, robbery. Give us all the valuable things. Are you still going to let us squat in the corner with our hands holding our heads? Shiraha, who was posing handsomely with Yang Liuoki and looking up at Arya sky, was suddenly taken aback. This sound is a bit familiar. You marine is quite enlightened. I appreciate it. Shiraha continued to look up at Arya sky, pointed at them, and said indifferently, I will leave you a little surplus. At this moment, someone nearby poked him a few times. Husband, there are acquaintances on this warship. Luochi, don't we have any acquaintances in marine? The atmosphere on the entire warship is a bit awkward. Feeling the unusual atmosphere, Shira's eyes moved down, his face twitched, and he was shocked. Zephyr, how could it be you? Shouldn't you be chasing Newgate? Can I come over and see you? Zephyr smiled from the bottom of his heart when he saw the bastard who was still alive. Then did you bring a gift? Shiraha talked to death with a single sentence, and Zephyr's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This bastard pirate kid still wants to ask him for a gift. If you don't have a gift, hand over the treasure. Shiraha scanned the entire warship, but didn't see Kizaru, but saw a little girl with no hair. It just happens that I am short of money now, So please hand over all the valuable things on your ship, such as heavenly gold. Zephyr looked at him blankly and pointed to the door. Go and find yourself. If you can find a little gold, I will give you the entire warship. Shiraha immediately took a piece of gold from his pocket and threw it on the board, pointing to the piece of gold and saying, "Are you going to give me this warship?" This bastard played his cards out of common sense. Zephyr's mentality collapsed. Puffahaha, brother Zephyr, I lied to you. Do we need to talk about our relationship? Shiraha picked up the gold with lightning speed, and threw a bottle of white wine to Zephyr. Zephyr took the liquor with a smile and said, "Just one bottle, can't you give me more bottles?" "A few more bottles are fine." Shiraha asked casually, "Brother Zephyr, do you want to think about doing it with me?" Zephyr almost got choked as soon as he took a sip. "Don't mess around. It's not easy for me to maintain this relationship with you. I don't want to drag down these marine chutes." Marshal Marine understands the communication and relationship between Zephyr and Shiraha. Kong is very interested in Shiraha's thoughts. Kong, who is very righteous, has long been unable to tolerate the various evils of the world government. Especially after careful investigation, he has a deeper understanding than before, and is even more angry. But he dare not really lead Marine to the world government. Not to mention the economic aspect, in terms of strength, Marine has not necessarily been able to beat a large-scale army, let alone an unfathomable world government. The army that has lived on the Red Soil continent for many years is too loyal to the world government. Really want to fight, without foreign aid ahead of time. Their Marine's top combat power will definitely be wiped out all at once. A bit unable to bear the darkness, and unable to find a way out, Kong thought of Shiraha, a very special existence in the Rocks Pirates. Kong was afraid to lead wolves into the room, but Kong was even more afraid that the justice they guarded was not justice at all. This time Zephyr came with a special mission. Many of their Marines are the work of the world government. Once there is something wrong with Marine, the world government will immediately take action. The only chance is with Zephyr. "Robinson, it's okay for our captain to be there for so long, right?" "Mr. Tom, don't worry too much. Our captain and deputy captain should have taken the group of Marines very easily. You have to trust them." Robin has seen Shira as domineering, facing two admiral and Marine heroes, threatening to sink Marine headquarters. At that time, she was a little obsessed with the captain. The dawn approached the warship, and Robin and Tom jumped on it. When he saw Marine on the board, Robin was about to activate Berry's ability. He heard Marine in front of him say, "Please come in. Zephyr Admiral is waiting for you inside." Robin is dumbfounded. What is the cause? Why do you want to say please? They are pirates. The captain cannot lose to one Marine Admiral, and there are 3 Marine Admiral besides the deputy captain who can win too. Robin and Tom were full of caution, and followed the Marine in with doubts. After the Marine brought them there, he left. As soon as I entered the door, I found that the 4 people inside were holding a banquet around the table. Shiraha saw the 2 crew members before coming in, and hurriedly said, "Why are you so slow? Come here and sit down." Shiraha pointed to the upright Marine, and introduced, "This is Zephyr, brother and Marine Admiral of this world. He will become a hero of this era." After listening, Robin nodded in a daze. "I know this is Marine Admiral. But Captain Shiraha, why are you so familiar with Marine Admiral?" Shiraha proudly said, "This is the treatment you captain I will have." "Oh, you bastard, have a new crew again?" Zephyr blatantly reminded, "You must be careful of the world government. They are preparing to do it against you." Shiraha looked shocked and asked, "Brother Zephyr, are you planning to defect to me?" End of this chapter. 254 Zephyr, I who bear justice, I am willing to bear everything. Chapter 254 Zephyr, I who bear justice, I am willing to bear everything. Zephyr turned dark and drawled, "Do you see me like someone who will betray Marine? Don't nod." Zephyr seems to have detected Shira's thoughts one step in advance. Brother Zephyr joked, "How could you be like a person who betrayed Marine?" Listen to this. After Zephyr heard it, he drank the pure white wine with satisfaction. "You are," Shiraha said with an affirmative look, An adjective like this is an insult to brother Zephyr. Puff. All the wine Zephyr had just drunk was sprayed on Kizaru's face. Kizaru? Ahaha. Shirua's expression suddenly became serious before Zephyr went mad. Brother Zephyr, don't tell me anymore. What's the matter with me? Don't tell me that you came here to catch me. It wasn't me who played. The group of people under you really can't deal with Luo Chi. It is basically impossible to get us into Impel Down with this little force. Zephyr snorted and was all guessed by the kid. Of course I didn't come here to catch you. In addition to coming here to see if you are dead, I also came with Marshal Kong's orders. Kizaru, who was sitting aside eating peanuts, was confused. He seems to be involved in something terrible. Why did Zephyr-sensei call him in alone? Why don't you call in that little kid in Kyuan? That's the younger sister recognized by Vice Admiral. Kizaru glanced at Zephyr with a complicated expression, and then sat aside quietly. Very different from usual. Yang Luoki still understands this kind of thing. Robin and Tom are both smart people knowing that the next thing matters. The position of the pirate and marine is completely different. Zephyr can say this and can come to the pirate Shiraha, which shows that Marshal Marine has made a lot of determination. There are only 6 people on the court. 4 of them are pirates, and Zephyr must have bet everything. Shiraha had such an expression. He noticed it when Zephyr invited him into the room. Brother Zephyr, is your marine intending to betray the world government? Is this the idea of your marine marshal, or the idea of marine headquarters? Shiraha went straight to the subject and asked 3 questions. Zephyr's eyes were unwavering, and he roared with full anger. Marine never wanted to betray the world government. But Marine's most basic bottom line and principle is to maintain the justice of the civilians. As Marine Admiral, I must uphold justice. We Marine must stand on the side of civilians. If we want Marine to take action, at least we have to produce evidence so that Marine can take evidence and basis. What we know cannot be convinced by the common people. We must bring out the real thing. Otherwise, you, or Marine, will become a scorpion. This has not changed the current situation in the slightest. Look for the truth and evidence to get everyone on the sea to stand up. This is not only Marshal Kong's idea, but also the idea of all Marine who really bears the name of justice behind him. When the most basic bottom line and principles conflict with the justice maintained, their Marine will make a choice that will never disappoint the justice behind it. Marine has never betrayed the idea of the world government. But if the world government is rotten, they Marine is willing to stand up for the civilians to overthrow it. The precedent for Marine's cooperation with the pirates has already been given a good start by Garp in the Valley of Gods. This made Kong, who gave the order, and Zephyr who came to find Shiraha, didn't have much burden in their hearts. Who said that Marine and the pirate could not cooperate? Shirua's face turned gloomy, and his expression was cold. Brother Zephyr, who made you come here? Kong's order is pushing Zephyr into the abyss. No matter what the result is, Zephyr will inevitably bear the infamy, or the infamy of the whole ocean. Even if the world government is really overthrown in the future, the stain on Zephyr can't be washed away. How painful this is for Zephyr, a Marine who regards honor and justice as one. In the name of not killing, with the heroic fire in his heart, Zephyr is the person Shiraha admires most among Marines. The hero of the Dark Ages, the eternal fire of hope is the best evaluation of Zephyr. It's normal for Marine to have an ambiguous relationship with the pirate, and Garp is, but Kong's order is very dangerous. The entire sea is under the watch of the world government. Who dares to say that there is no world government? Eyes and ears on this warship. Once introduced into the world government, the relationship between Marine headquarters and the world government will stimulate Retsu. Zephyr will become a victim of Marine at any time in danger. It can be said that Zephyr came to Shiraha with the determination to abandon his honor and fame and his life. What does Kong mean? If you don't let Garp or Crane come over, bullying Zephyr as an honest person? Or is it because their deception has only been rapidly promoted in the past few years, and the status is unstable? Shiraha became a little angry. He is this kind of person. What others treat him, he will treat others just as well. Zephyr did not answer directly, but drank his favorite white wine, and exclaimed, Enjoy. Haha, your kid also knows how irritating you are usually. Zephyr's mouth twitched and he smiled contentedly. No one forced me to come over, and you kid, can't you think of Marine so dirty? Shiraha asked back, isn't it dirty enough? From the very beginning, Marine was built and supported with the lives of civilians. Neither pirates nor Marine should exist. It is the best result for civilians. At least Marshal Kong would never be like that. Thanks to you, my family is fine. If I alone can make the world better, then sacrifice me. The heavy topic made the atmosphere in the room dignified. At this moment, Zephyr said freely and easily, I have said everything that should be said, you can go now. Shiraha got up, Brother Zephyr, if you really don't have a place to go to Sky Island. That place will definitely accept you. Zephyr. Shiraha brought the 3 crew members to end the banquet early and walked to the door. I will definitely find the evidence. I will reach the last island and make everything public. In the future, I hope I can fight side by side with Zephyr brother, but don't die too early. Love Drew. He will find it. Open the door. The sea breeze blew in. Zephyr's coat of justice fluttered with the wind and whispered, Brother Shiraha, I won't die. Bang! Before Shiraha took the crew to leave, he cut the marine warship with one sword. A marine admiral, who are you marine looking down on? The sound spread throughout the warship, and the dawn gradually moved away under Tom's pilot. Facing the warship that was about to sink into the sea, Zephyr cursed, Buddy, I won't die so easily. End of this chapter. 255 Ohara. Chapter 255 Ohara. Zephyr Sensei, Pelusalino. What the hell is going on? How did the pirates chop off our ship? Chi-Yuan looked at the pirate ship going away with a dazed expression. What happened while she was away? Isn't it normal for Marine's ship to be chopped off by pirates? Kizaru was a little more serious than usual. Zephyr Sensei, we just encountered a vicious big pirate who ran away after some fierce fighting. What should we do now? Hearing Kizaru's words, Zephyr smiled. Marine's future still depends on them. Zephyr, who was at the peak, waved his hand and commanded, let's go to the water capital to stay for a while, and wait until the warship is repaired before returning to Marine headquarters. Kizaru carried a small box in his hand, and followed Zephyr in command of the many Marines on the ship, calming these panicked Marines. The little box caught the attention of a little girl who hadn't all grown hair. Polo Salino, what's in the box you are holding? Pretending to be the man's favorite thing to watch. Do you want to see it too? Roll. After Chi-Yuan exploded directly, he turned away from the abnormal guy. Does she really know nothing when she is young? Girls in pirate world are more precocious. Seeing that the little troublemaker was gone, Kizaru followed Zephyr Sensei with the suitcase. This box was left by Shiraha for them to repair the warship. Of course he could not tell the truth. If the whole ship heard this, the world government would act in advance. Zephyr Sensei has made the world government very upset, second only to Garp in the eyes of the world government. Kizaru is not interested in these things. He doesn't even want to participate in this kind of things. Some things are really unreasonable. His thoughts are walking back to the Valley of the Gods after the end of the war. The first day he officially met Zephyr Sensei. Fate. It's really unpredictable. Kizaru and Zephyr have become the best teachers and students on different lines of fate. Their destined fate with Marine will be called the opening of a new era in the future. The dawn sailed towards Ohara under Tom's control. Shiraha, Liu Ochi. What are you doing? Robin asked. She had been on the boat for less than a day, and she understood that the days of escape had already passed. The two people who were pressing their legs in the same posture on the ship's rails turned their heads to look at Robin, who was lying on the chair in the same way. Exercise. Yes. The two replied and made a tie, and they cooperated in a tacit understanding. Robin put away his sunglasses, and under their influence, he was ready to start his own training, and took out a small book from his chest. There are golden light spells and training methods for seeing, hearing, and seeing, as well as a set of body techniques provided by Yang Liu Oki. You are not useful at all. You who are useless are of no use to me. You are a sin to live. This child is the son of devil who can't let her live. Today, I will put the words here, I am a pirate. If you marine wants to take her away, I dare to sink your marine headquarters so that you also know what pain is! Exclamation mark. Shiraha, you are really a good man. Robin smiled, thinking of scenes from the 20 years of fleeing, which were broken by that sentence. My husband, it's very good. Do you want to marry? Yang Luoqi asked with his little ears pricked up when he heard Robin's words. Sister Luoqi, you can make me feel that there is an opportunity. Robin knew he was 28, but he didn't plan to grab it with the little girl. Don't make fun of me. Train me well. When Robin heard this, he smiled and said, Shiraha, let me join you. The only person Shiraha loved was Yang Luoqi, and the others basically slandered their bodies. No one can make it clear about feelings. Perhaps Shiraha was in the Valley of Gods and fell in love with Yang Luoqi even before. But the moment he actually knew was during the Battle of Walled. Beautiful girls. Normal men are not too many. He is a very normal man. 3 people exercise. Robin quickly couldn't hold it anymore. His face was flushed, and he gasped and said, it's really tired. I'm going to die. Your physical skills need to be improved, Shiraha said with a look of disgust. Shiraha, what Zephyr Admiral said is not wrong at all. Sometimes you speak really badly to each other. Robin with a black belly, Shiraha with a poisonous tongue. The two competed with each other. Shiraha, what do you think of Kizaru? Robin, who could not take advantage, asked. Shiraha showed a playful look and smiled. So you want to know why I am not against this Kizaru opponent? The current Kizaru is different from the future Kizaru. I will not kill the current Kizaru just because the future Kizaru killed Crocodile's partner. Give it back. Shiraha has his own code of conduct. He looked at Robin with a smile on his face. I believe in my crew, I believe in Crocodile, and I also believe in you. The last sentence made Robin's face slightly red. Captain, you are so sultry. It's no wonder that you can get the 7th sister Luo? Shiraha was puzzled. At that time, shouldn't Luoqi be attracted to him only when he saw his handsome and shiny points? Robin inexplicably felt that the captain was a little swollen and confident. Although the captain is indeed attractive, he is really silly sometimes. Luoqi, where did you look at me at the time? Shiraha asked quietly. Isn't it just me cutting your hair? This is my secret. Yang Luoqi showed a smile that only she understood. Well, now you are mine anyway. I will definitely know this secret in the future. Shiraha smiled confidently. Tom set up the boat and after confirming that the position would not shift, he followed them to exercise. The 4 people ushered in dinner during training. During the voyage, I encountered many unopened sea kings, and all the good tastes entered the stomachs of the 4. The 4 reached Ohara. Tom guards the boat and trains his body and haki. Murlocs are exceptionally talented, born with 10 times the strength of half of human beings. Tom is an extraordinary mermaid, and his qualifications are not bad, and he can become a good combat power in the future. Robin led Shiraha and Yang Luo into the island in a familiar way. Seeing the huge tree in the center of the island, Robin was nervous. She was not worried that Marine would come here with a partner. She was no longer afraid of Buster Call. She was worried about going to see her current mother. Don't think too much. There is nothing to worry about, let's go see it together. Sometimes the little captain is really heartwarming. End of this chapter. 256 Mother and daughter meet. The truth about 100 years of blankness. 4,000 words. Chapter 256 Meeting of mother and daughter. The truth about 100 years of blankness. 4,000 words. The huge omniscient tree in the middle of the island is more than 5,000 years old. And it is true living history. Shiraha knows that this tree contains important documents from scholars all over the world, and he plans to bring all these documents to Sky Island. In his eyes, West Blue among the 4 seas is second only to the weakest sea East Blue. The country of flowers and Ohara are all in West Blue. The young Gecko Moria came from West Blue. At present, he is a bit famous in the sea. From the memory of his previous life, Shiraha has a little impression of Moria, who has not become a fat house. Passing by the familiar residential area, there are laughter everywhere. Compared to the lifeless city of water, the people of Ohara are obviously happier. When these people learned of their coming, they led them to the tree of all-knowing. Shiraha observed that these civilians didn't seem to recognize him. The greatest possibility is that this group of civilians are isolated from the world and don't care about the outside of the sea. This may be the reason why civilians live better. Thinking of the experience in Water City, I always feel that the gap is really big. When Shiraha was in the Water City, he encountered waves of robberies, and many others who stole things, especially the killing of Matt wandering the streets and untreated garbage dumps. The Water City a few decades ago was really a microcosm of the world. Tom himself lived near the garbage dump, but his status was very high. Robin smiled. Shiraha didn't ask much. He knew that Robin was regarded as a monster by his peers, and was rejected by relatives and neighbors. He had a bad time when he was sent under the fence. That's it. The villager pointed to a door at the root of the tree of all-knowing in front of him, and left after speaking. The world's largest library. If such precious resources are destroyed, the whole world will delay its development for hundreds of years. 5,000 years of knowledge accumulation was destroyed by Buster Call in an instant. This should be the greatest evil in human history. Shiraha, who has received modern education, can naturally understand that the biggest evil caused by Buster Call is to destroy the knowledge civilization of the Tree of Alknowledge. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? Shiraha asked, knocking on the closed door. The door opened. A young girl showed her head, curiously surveying the people who came outside. Most people are not interested in their place. Why is he still a handsome guy? It's okay to run to this place. I'm afraid it's not that my brain is not bright. Are all of your Ohara scholars in it? The handsome guy didn't notice her beauty, but asked a strange question. Why are you asking this? Shiraha looked at the white-haired girl in front of him, sensing that Robin's body was trembling behind him, and asked helplessly, where is the most prestigious scholar here? I want to get to know. The eyes are facing each other, and the scene is extremely quiet. Shiraha was taken aback for a moment, and waved his hand in front of the girl. Don't be in a daze. I have something serious to ask. The white-haired girl patted her chest and said seriously, didn't you mean to find the most prestigious scholar? I'm not here. Shiraha glanced back and saw Robin stick out his tongue helplessly. These girls were the same when they were young. I'm looking for the most prestigious scholar. You have no beard and no age. Can you be famous? The white-haired girl was satisfied and said, I will definitely become the most prestigious scholar here in the future. Shiraha didn't intend to dawdle with this girl, but directly dragged her away and entered the Tree of All-Knowing. Why are you so rude? You can't go in. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the white-haired girl rushed in behind him. Yang Liu Oki comforted, go in, there is no need to recognize each other. Robin smiled and nodded. I am already very happy to have the opportunity to see one side with my own eyes. A group of scholars immediately became nervous when they saw someone breaking in. Looking at the stranger who came in, the leading scholar stood up and came to Nicole Orbia. Professor, he broke in. I can't stop him. It's okay. Come here quickly. A group of scholars are very nervous. Kuroba Professor, what should I do now? Marine is here. The running dogs of the world government. Do they know what kind of order they are maintaining? Looking at this group of uproar scholars, Shiraha knew who the most prestigious scholar was, and leaned slightly and said, Kuroba, I am sorry for not asking myself. I am here to help you. Who are you? Shiraha answered flatly. Pirate. It turned out to be a pirate. Kuroba Professor breathed a sigh of relief. Shiraha was preparing to persuade this group of scholars next, but he didn't expect this group of scholars to go away immediately. He is a pirate. Why don't these scholars play their cards according to their routines? Kuroba Professor saw Shiraha with a puzzled look and explained, you don't need to be surprised. When you say the identity of the pirate, I can confirm who you are. We also watched the live broadcast of the world at that time. Shiraha suddenly realized, and invited. Sky Island is my territory at the moment. I want to invite you to come together and become scholars of Sky Island. We are used to living in Ohara, and it is not appropriate to change to another place. Kuroba Professor tactfully refused. I know that you are studying ancient characters. This kind of research is not permitted by the world government. Once discovered, you will all die. I can help you complete your research. Shiraha said, the bargaining chip of interest to this group of scholars. I am responsible for protecting you. You help me find out the truth hidden by the world government. The more the better. My education on Sky Island has already developed, and there is a shortage of scholars like you. You can not only continue to study, but also teach and educate others to pass on your life skills to the next generation. This is a matter of killing two birds with one stone. I hope you can think about it. Kuroba Professor understands that the secret research of their group of scholars has been known, and he did not expect that this day will come so soon. The future world government destroys Ohara after finding the evidence and directly issuing Buster Call to erase the Ohara from the map, including the group of scholars who have made a lot of contributions to the world are also slaughtered. This kind of thing is also common in history, and every decadent dynasty is like this. Killing scholars, not studying, killing loyal officials, not standing up, being ruled by the ruler, honestly kneeling down as a dog, not allowed to do unnecessary things. This is probably what every decadent dynasty will do. I have heard your speech. To be honest, I have a good impression of you, but you are not qualified enough. The blank 100-year history is of great importance. Then all the members of the Rocks Pirates, plus Marine, are they qualified? Kuroba Professor seemed to understand something inside. The truth of the year was that there was once a huge kingdom, a kingdom much larger than the current world government, and that huge kingdom was wiped out by the 20 kings who made up the world government. Family. NS. Regarding the events of the past, there are deeper secrets. Don't take a shot at the world government lightly. Once you lose, all your sacrifices will be wasted. Shiraha smiled. One of Dee's family is of the same blood. It seems that the huge kingdom back then is related to Dee's family. The Kuroba Professor was a little worried. He directly launched a revolution and war. Once it started, it would really be irreversible. The truth has not been fully discovered. The people's mind has not yet been controlled, and the time is not ripe. So you found through clues that a huge kingdom existed in the blank for 100 years, but you don't know how that kingdom was destroyed, am I right? Shiraha pressed harder step by step and asked, Professor, you admit that you are studying historical texts, and everyone I brought can hear them. Yang Liu Oki and Robin witnessed all the process behind them. Although Kuroba Professor did not admit to studying historical texts and being able to understand ancient texts, they no longer need to admit it. The young man in front of him is a clever man. The Kuroba Professor could not hide all this, so he had to explain. This matter really cannot be spread out. If the world government knows about it, we will die small. Once this knowledge is destroyed, it will be a loss for the whole world. Shiraha smiled and said, the world government doesn't care about any losses. They only care about their own rule, which is stable and unstable. This truth stimulated this group of scholars. They have ideals and ambitions and want to contribute to the world. This group of scholars devoted their entire lives to research. They spread knowledge and indirectly created the world. After catching the pigtails of these scholars, Shiraha informed the real purpose and everything. The scholars of Helping Hand analyzed the pros and cons, talked about the development of Sky Island, and drew a big pie. We need to think about it. After all, we have been in Ohara for so long and want to move out. At least give us some time. Respond to me the next day. After that, Shiraha walked out of the Tree of Alk Knowledge without any muddle, and returned to the boat with Yang Liu Oki and Robin. It was the first time that Kuroba Professor saw such a neat and tidy person, and he hurriedly gathered all the scholars to prepare to stay up all night until dawn. This discussion is likely to be related to their future and life, and more likely to be related to the future of this world. The world government has ruled the sea for too long, and they know what the conditions of the people outside are. Some scholars who are often abroad have seen too many tragic things. The country has not broken up and the town has been destroyed under the pressure of your family. There are too many such things. Luo's country, the town of Sub, hometown of Whitebeard. These people have no choice. Tom saw that the man came back and asked, "Captain, how is it going?" "It's going well. They understand that they will make a choice." Shiraha informed Tom of what had just happened. The group of scholars Shiraha is bound to win. Tom thought for a while and said, "Captain, will those scholars really go with us?" "Of course." Shiraha smiled confidently. "If they don't want it, it's their loss. Don't treat those scholars as fools. If they really don't want to, we will tie them all to me like a pirate." Tom was taken aback, and quickly gave a thumbs up. "The captain is brilliant." Shiraha nodded in satisfaction. "Tom is good at speaking, and he is indeed the one he brought back." Yang Luoki entered the kitchen. After Tom finished repairing and inspecting the boat, he started training. Robin was practicing physical skills and Berry's ability. Shiraha sat on the bow and activated Berry's ability day after day. Ability training. As the sun sets, dusk has arrived. The scent of the food came out of the kitchen, arousing the gluttons in the stomachs of the other 3 people on the boat. "It's dinner!" Yang Luoki shouted at them. The 3 people on the boat arrived at the dinner table as quickly as possible, waiting for dinner. Shiraha's pirate group is so harmonious. When the members arrive in the future, the whole ship will become lively. At this moment, a small greedy cat who was seduced by the fragrance sniffed under the boat secretly. 3 people on the boat found the little greedy cat. Robin opened his mouth and said, "Captain, someone seems to have found it." With such a weak breath, 80% of them are that confident girl. Shiraha gave Robin a deep look. The girl had a close relationship with Robin. In different timelines, parallel world theory, he only knows Akatsuki roughly 1 or 2. Not as good as those who specialize in research. Shiraha can be sure that his world is different from the pirate world he knows. The line of fate has changed greatly. He doesn't know whether there will be Robin in the future, but he knows that Robin in front of him is a living place. Exist. Who will go down and see? After Shiraha spoke, Robin struggled and didn't move. Tom knew that the person below should be the captain who wanted to invite. So just don't go down to scare the girl just like him. Yang Luoki just raised his hand. "Luoki, you have a good meal. I'll go down." Shiraha was all smiles. After walking out of the kitchen, his face broke down immediately, and he walked towards the girl's hiding place with an unhappy expression. And the girl below clutched her belly, smelling the scent from the boat. The more she thought about it, the more hungry she got. Her legs walked up consciously. The 2 met. Shiraha grinned open and asked, "Why are you here?" "I want to eat." "No, I meant to say I'll come over and see what you are doing," Nicole Lorby explained in a panic. "Come up with me." Shiraha pointed to the boat and said, "Eat." Then he touched his stomach and said, "I'm hungry too." Puff. After eating, Nicole Lorby said seriously, "I can go to Sky Island with you. That is the place I dream of." The beauty of Sky Island touched the adolescent girl, "But other scholars may not agree to you, and I don't know their thoughts, otherwise you just take me away." Haha, teacher resources on Sky Island are scarce, so I took one home. Shiraha might as well just come here. He is going to bring all the scholars back. "What's the use of taking you? Can I have a baby if I keep it?" Shiraha said frankly, "Don't even want to run. Wait until tomorrow, and leave with the group of scholars." The Tree of Omniscience. What do you want to do? All the knowledge is packaged and taken away. End of this chapter. 257. I want it all. Disaster. Die. 4,000 words. Chapter 257. I want it all. Disaster. Die. 4,000 words. Nicole Orbia blinked, thinking that this man was too domineering and did not respect the opinions of their scholars at all. Shiraha seemed to detect the girl's mind, and said, "The weak are not qualified to reason with the strong, and I am already a very reasonable pirate. If you don't leave, it will be too late. The world government seems to have been eyeing you." When Yang Luoki came, He could detect the atmosphere of the members of the CP0 organization by seeing and hearing. Shiraha returned to the sea. Not only did Marine get the news, as the ruler of the pirate world, the world government knew about it earlier than Marine, and sent someone to follow. In the eyes of the world government, he is the biggest thorn in the eye. However, Yang Liuqi's experience discovered that CP0, who had followed them all the way, had gathered with several other people after reaching Ohara. Ohara was targeted at the beginning. It can be said that the CP0 institutions of the world government are pervasive, and it is impossible to do nothing for such an important place as Ohara. The words of the two made Olbia suddenly nervous, and she also understood that what she and the group of historians were studying was explicitly forbidden by the world government. "Do you have any scholars living outside?" Shiraha asked casually. He didn't want to spend time looking for other scholars, it was too troublesome. "No, most of the scholars have returned during this period, and some of the remaining scholars have given up their research and left." After Orbia's explanation, Shiraha knew that those scholars who left might be scared. With the ability of scholars in this low-eq world, it is easy to get mixed up. So why bother to gamble their lives for the truth? Those scholars who chose to leave are very real. The scholars who can stay are for their ideals and goals, even though they die without regrets. "Wait until tomorrow and go with us." Shiraha was drinking milk, thinking about his future plans. How the world government should overthrow this is a big question. What's inside Lovedra? Why is the whole group laughing after the Roger pirates arrive? Go to Sky Island? The girl's heart flooded by Orbia is already dreaming about the beauty of Sky Island. "We will not go to Sky Island, and then we will go to the country of flowers." "Huh?" Shiraha pointed to Orbia and said, "Robin, this woman is left to you." "I'm going to sleep." After Shiraha and Yang Liuqi packed up everything, they went to bed. The helmsman Tom reminded, "Ladies, don't sleep too late. It's bad for your skin." The lights in the two rooms on the ship dimmed, leaving Nicole Robin and Nicole Orbia looking at each other, both of them a little embarrassed. Orbia had noticed this woman who looked very similar to her early on. Except for the color of her hair, this woman named Robin was exactly the same as her. The two communicated in embarrassment, and Orbia found that he had an accidental affinity with this big sister Robin. They were both very interested in ancient characters and were geniuses. "Sister Robin, you are really more talented than me. Can I sleep with you tonight?" 16-year-old Orbia asked excitedly. Robin's expression was stiff. It was the first time that she had this experience. She was called her sister by someone almost exactly the same as her mother. "Can you, Sister Robin?" Okay, can you not call me Sister Robin?" "Why?" 16-year-old Orbia looked at Robin, 28, and shouted, "We look like twin sisters. If our father and mother died early, maybe we would be true blood related." "Sister Robin, I just met you right away." "Robin." Early the next morning, the scholars who had lived in Ohara for a long time began to clean up Lee, their eyes full of anticipation for the future. They were all moved by the persuasion of Shira as Sky Island Paradise and Kuroba Professor. These scholars themselves decided to study ancient characters with the idea of changing the world. There are 5,000 years of knowledge accumulated by the scholars of Pirate World on Ohara Island. These scholars have always stood on the side of humans. Ohara has made countless contributions to the world for 5,000 years. And even the world government dare not easily move these scholars. It needs to find a reason. Compared with the development of Ohara, the time when the world government was established is only Yaoya year. The so-called reason is actually an excuse. After all, this is a world where the weak and the strong eat the strong. After discovering the truth, Roger felt that he was not strong enough, and how much a group of scholars could do. From different angles, there are different opinions. These scholars can be said that they are not afraid of sacrifice, or they are dying. People without power cannot do what they want to do. "Tom, I worked hard for you." "It's no hard work, Captain. I can probably finish carrying a dozen tons of books." Tom carefully placed the books that he had brought over on the boat, and then moved the books again. These were all the captain wanted. Seeing batch after batch of scholars moving over, Shira's eyes showed a hint of shock. This book is too much, and the free space on the dawn is nearly half full. Understand that this dawn is bigger than Whitebeard's mobile. The more the better. These books are useful. Shira decided to bring these books and scholars back to Sky Island to make the construction of Sky Island more perfect. Such educational resources are simply terrifying in the pirate world. Under the system of this world, except for a small number of expensive families that can receive education, most people are not systematically educated. It is no wonder that people in pirate world are generally low in IQ. Kuroba Professor stood on the dawn, looked at the all-knowing tree in the middle of the island, sighed, and said, in general, after so many years, I still have to leave here. Our group of scholars knows history better than anyone else. Except for 100 years of blank space, this world has 5,000 years of accumulated knowledge. His Lord Shira, the root of evil is actually our human beings. Shira looked at somewhere, smiled and nodded. It's hard for people to resist captivate standing at the highest point. When they reach the highest point, they will have the idea of replacing it, and the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. This is what you worry about, right? Kuroba agreed with a complicated expression. Those who can tolerate loneliness are qualified to be strong, and those who can reject captivate are strong in themselves. Shira has no interest in ruling the world. He prefers to decide the fate of the world with one word. Garasai 5 elders, no matter how strong they are just 5 dogs under Yim. After hundreds of years, a pig can become extraordinary. But it was the surrender of Garasai 5 elders to Yim that made them immortal and powerful. But they did not have the heart of a real strong man. Soon everyone who should be brought on board was taken, and Shira's purpose of coming to Ohara was completed. The knowledge about King Hai and the scholars who represent King Hai knowledge will go to Sky Island, which is very important to perfect the development of Sky Island. In the future, the background of Sky Island will be greatly increased. There is a saying that knowledge is power. These scholars have a high level of knowledge, but they have not considered weapons. Otherwise, the development of high-tech weapons must be much stronger than the Vinsmoke family. Captain, all the books and scholars are on the ship. Are we going to the country of flowers? During this time, Tom, who was thinner, asked eagerly. Well, on the way to the country of flowers, we need to clear some dogs in the way. After Tom heard it, he looked at the sea solemnly, picked up his weapon harpoon, and prepared to fight. The other 2 people on the boat were already preparing. Robin's anti-reconnaissance consciousness was very strong, and Yang Liuqi's knowledge was very strong. Both of them noticed that someone was ambushing nearby. Take out the Sea King meat and welcome the new members. Shira commanded, you guys start the banquet for me first, and leave the rest to me. The Kuroba Professor, the leader of the scholars, heard from Orbi that they will not be able to go to Sky Island until the end of the short trip to Shira. The next stop is the country of flowers, and the world government is eyeing them. The atmosphere on the boat was very full, and the crowds gave people a lively feeling. A banquet was held in a strange atmosphere, and laughter continued to be heard from the boat. Little ones, let's go. Binks whine. Sing for me. Shira realized that those scholars couldn't do it, so he named Orbia directly. Just you little girl, give me a song. Orbia murmured, you look younger than me, right? I'm 17. Shira's face kept twitching. He was actually smaller than this girl. Don't be fussy, I am the biggest on this ship. Give me one first. I can't sing. The Dawn left Ohara and sailed on the sea. Several pirate ships formed an angle not far away to surround them. The scholars who boarded the ship from also saw the menacing pirate ship ahead, and they were a little worried. Papa, it's really a big fat fish. Those scholars from Ohara are really rich. The 5-pointed starhead captain on a pirate ship said with a weird smile. Yeah, yo, it seems that I am not the only one who is watching them. The captain of the other pirate ship looked at the other pirate ships with cold and harsh eyes. These pirate boats are all good things done by members of the CP0 organization, and they have caused disasters, and let these pirate boats go to explore. If these pirate ships are destroyed in an instant, they will run away and confirm the authenticity of Shiraha's return to King Hai, and then rush back to the world government in time. Shiraha didn't seem to see the pirate ship getting closer, and looked at Orbiya with a smile. Then let me start first. Sing along with the tune, Orbiya, and the clever girl can sing just once, and she will sing with the scholars. Shiraha smiled satisfied. This is like a pirate ship. Bink's wine was spread out, and accompanied by singing, several flying slashes crossed the distance of space. In the horrified eyes of those pirates, they smashed their pirate ship. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion of several drummers resounded at sea, and ember burned on the sea to see off the dawn. In the singing and the banquet, they drove all the way through the sea of fire to their next destination, the country of flowers. Escape. There was no sound, not even eye contact. All the CP0 in ambush nearby frantically escaped. This was the action they took immediately after seeing the result. It's not that easy to run, at least you have to keep a few. Shiraha smiled playfully. Lake 7, do it. A silver light pierced under the sea with a line of lethality, piercing a submarine, and most of the CP0 hidden in it was killed. With a few more silver lights, that long spear turned into a fishing artifact in Yang Liuqi's hands, hunting fishes desperately fleeing under the surface of the sea, and soon a piece of the sea was dyed red. When the red water rushed out of the sea, Shiraha sighed, "It's so beautiful." "Captain, you are so amazing. I haven't had a chance to take action." The sight of ember just now stunned Tom. "It's too powerful." Several pirate ships are gone. Among them, he still knows one of the pirate ships. The pirate flag still has a certain reputation in West Blue. It is second only to the great in West Blue. Moria on the fairway. There will be a chance next time. Don't let some small, eye-opening characters bother us on such a good day. Shiraha encouraged Tom, feeling deeply for the pirate ships that sank into the sea. The ship sank before it had time to search. Is this the end of pretense? Fortunately, the music on the dawn reminded Shiraha of the night before the attack on the Valley of the Gods, and Bink's wine was a long time ago that he could not forget. There are many guys, everyone has their own ambitions. I can understand you, but you shouldn't be. You should fall into the stone when you go. Shiraha and Guy Duo had a very poor relationship on the ship, but Rox has always been very good to Guy Duo, but he didn't expect that it was not only a betrayal in return. Guy worried that Rox, the former captain, had not died completely enough, and even helped a bit. It is a pity that Shiraha is the variable in that battle of fate. Shiraha, Guy used to be your partner? Robin asked curiously. Shiraha nodded. It used to be. But the next time we meet, it will be his death date. Guy and Charlotte Linlin often, Shiraha had planned to let them go after a lesson, and it would not be too late to kill if he blocked his way in the future. Now Charlotte Linlin is obviously still a partner. It's just that Guy fucks, and damn it. There are many guys. Isn't that one of Shikaibukai? I heard that he joined the world government and is a very powerful pirate. Orbius said in surprise. Joining the world government ... It's just that Revenge, who is afraid of encountering the naive captain, has sought a shelter. Robin was a little shocked. She came from another pirate world. She knew that Guy was mostly the Four Emperors, but she didn't know that there was a pirate group like Rox. The Rox Pirates was wiped out in the original work. Liu Qi, this time we failed to keep all CP0. Probably the world government will soon know that we have taken away a group of scholars. Husband, they won't use real combat power to deal with us. I know that Garasai 5 elders are aloof and won't go down to deal with us in person until we reach that level. Their arrogance will ruin them. End of this chapter. Chapter 258 of the main text. Not a single one can fight. The Country of Flowers. 4,000 words. Chapter 258. There is not a single one who can fight. The Country of Flowers. 4,000 words. Ignorance is not an obstacle to survival. Arrogance is. Garasai 5 Elders has been at ease for too long and too long. Living on such a high red earth continent, the arrogant nature has long been developed. With it is impossible for Garasai 5 Elders to think they will lose. In the eyes of the 5 old dogs, is God, and God is omnipotent. Captain, should we relax? Tom pointed to Olbia, who was singing and dancing, and smiled like a man. The banquet has already begun, and you are the protagonist. Shiraha looked at Tom's eyes. This one definitely wants to be crooked, right? He has no interest in mother and daughter bowling. Orbia is white-haired, and he is not white-haired. Robin's dark-bellied personality does not match his temperament. Since you are on my boat, that's my people. If you don't get drunk or return to the banquet today, please cheer me up. Shiraha rushed up excitedly, enjoying the atmosphere of the banquet. This ship was so tossed by Shiraha, it suddenly became lively. Robin drank a cocktail from another world, showing an expression of enjoyment on his face. This one is better than cola. This is called a pirate ship. It's not very lively. Yang Liu Oki thought of the regular banquets she would never forget when she was on the rocks. Pirates. No banquet, no pirates. Pirates should be romantic and pure, but human nature has a vicious side. Becoming a pirate will unknowingly magnify that side. Pirates like the red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard Newgate are the real ones. Pirates. A hero like Blackbeard can be regarded as a real pirate, and only those low-end pirates will do low-end things. These pirates are really extraordinary. I think Kuroba Professor is right. Maybe we can really achieve our ambitions through them. Now, neither the world government nor Marine will let us go. This is our last chance. There are very few forces that can keep this group of scholars on the sea. Apart from Shiraha, who is in the King High Sea, the pirates who can keep this group of scholars are the Whitebeard pirates. Nicole, what do you think of the Lord Shiraha? Kuroba Professor asked like an old father. The captain's atmosphere infected the scholar. He raised Orbia as a daughter, and he must help find a good family. Professor, what are you talking about? Orbia stopped dancing and explained in a panic. I have no interest in that rude guy at all. Really not interested at all? Kuroba Professor didn't give up. He already has two by his side. According to what I heard from Sister Robin, he has more. Since ancient times, heroes have been saddened by beauty, but beauty also admired the great hero in his heart. Orbia was really interested in Shiraha from the beginning. The side where he met Camus. Really handsome. What? I understand. Kuroba Professor understands that Orbia, who has a strong self-esteem, finds it difficult to accept sharing the same man with others. Looking at Shiraha in Sing at the banquet center, Kuroba Professor seemed to have seen his own year. He was so dazzling and handsome. Everywhere he went was the center of the audience's attention. It's a pity that the years are not forgiving. He has just turned 30 and has become a programmer. It is normal for a powerful man on the sea to have many women. It is normal for a powerful woman to have a lot of men. It is inevitable that a young, promising, powerful, and occupying a place like Sky Island, like Lord Shiraha, is around him, will attract many women. Wait a minute, isn't the Robin you mentioned the one? Kuroba Professor looks like a hell. How can anyone look like Orbia? Yes, Professor, does Robin look like me? Orbia happily explained, if my parents hadn't told me before they gave birth to me, I would have suspected that Robin was me. The separated sister Robin is really super educated. Very good and kind. Orbia thought that a good woman like Sister Robin was not the woman next to Shiraha, and she was very annoying. Kuroba Professor also remembered now that the woman named Robin was following Shiraha at the time, and he didn't pay much attention. With the holding of the banquet on the ship, the dawn driving on the sea, like a beacon to guide the way. After a banquet, the scholars were all put on the ground by Shiraha. Tom is responsible for dragging these drunk male scholars into the room, and Yang Liu Oki, Orbia, and Robin are responsible for dragging the female scholars back to the room. Shiraha stood on the bow and smiled slightly. There is no one who can hit Shiraha. Aren't you drinking milk? Robin's sudden words made Shiraha nervous. Cough cough. What milk? What I drink is obviously wine. Robin's eyes suddenly turned dark, exuding a dangerous light, and the little friend who hurriedly called, Orbia, come here. Sister Robin, what's the matter? Orbia ran over cheerfully. Our dear captain wants to give you the wine from last resort. Shiraha, Orbia's heart, I don't drink. He gave me wine. Is he trying to get me drunk? Then he thought ... Orbia's little face turned red, as if he was thinking about it. Robin came to Shiraha and stretched out his hand. Captain Shiraha, can you show me the wine behind you? Of course. Shiraha slowly handed Robin the flask behind him. The wine inside has been taken away by him. It's really wine. Robin opened it and sniffed, and immediately leaned forward and took a sip in Shiraha's ear. Good milk smell, Captain. Shiraha obviously hasn't recovered. Is he taken advantage of? Wrong. His love for milk drink was exposed! Exclamation mark. The deputy captain must know this. He'll keep it secret for you. Robin blinked witly, and said with a dark belly, the smell is very fragrant and attractive. Shiraha said in a wicked way, do you want milk drink? Robin asked, is it yours? Of course it is my milk. I can buy you a drink. Do you drink it? I drink. Orbia heard the strange exchange between the two and curiously asked, is Shiraha's milk delicious? I want to drink it too. I will invite you to drink together in the future. Okay. Orbia shouted excitedly. The Holy Land Mary Joys. Garasai 5 Elders Council. The news from West Blue and the Water City proved that Shiraha was not dead, and brought back the silver spear, and his power has grown. Garasai 5 Elders with a knife grinned and said, the latest CP0 is really a waste, just like the CP9 group of people. Bold Garasai 5 Elders explained. CP0's failure is excusable. Shiraha's strength is not under the other big pirates in the sea. Our main task now is to find Rox and Patrick. These two guys are likely to achieve that strength. Curly Garasai 5 Elders shook his head and said, CP9 and CP0 are not at the same level. You can't say that they are waste. Now except for Rox and Patrick, we may need to target Shiraha. Golden Retriever Garasai 5 Elders. We have not caught Shiraha's crew. When Vegapunk has finished researching, we will use that pirate as a trap. Long-haired Garasai 5 Elders. Shiraha took away the group of scholars from Ohara. I suspect that he is trying to find out the truth about 100 years of blankness. The knife Garasai 5 Elders said excitedly. Then let me kill that kid. The other Garasai 5 Elders stopped the knife-wielding Garasai 5 Elders. They have two more important people who have not been found yet and cannot easily leave the Holy Land Mary Joys. They did not allow Rox and Patrick to exist in the sea, imprisoned or become corpses. At this meeting, Garasai 5 Elders had a big action, ready to ask Yaminpangu City to make a place in the Red Soil continent a place of execution. Both the army and marine will deploy to fight to catch it all and make the sea calm. For decades, when necessary, the Garasai 5 Elders will go off in person. This plan will take time to complete. The existence they want to kill is far more terrifying than the Rox pirates. Two powerful men who may be of the same level as them, plus a dangerous combination of Bloodsword and Silver Spear. The Roger pirates and the Flying Pirates are hidden dangers. Garasai 5 Elders decided not to move Shiraha for the time being, and focused on completing the plan and finding the whereabouts of the two big Rox and Patrick. Shortly after, West Blue, the dawn arrived in the Land of Flowers. Disembarking, we have reached our destination. Shiraha took a deep breath. There are a lot of treasures buried in the precious Jade Iceberg. We are here to discuss business this time. The so-called businessmen are profit-oriented, and they must learn to be greedy. Tom and a group of scholars stayed behind. Babao Suikun is very powerful. I heard about it when I was in Ohara. Olbia has always been very excited when he left Ohara, and she has beautiful thoughts about Sky Island in her heart. Where shall we go next? Next stop. Let's find the treasure map of Wanan. After finding the treasure map, shall we go back to Sky Island? After searching for the treasure, we have to go to the Whitebeard pirates. That, with enthusiasm, Orbia buzzed around Shiraha like a bee, Luochi, let's go to see the king of the country of flowers. Sister Robin, is he annoying me? It might be a little bit. Captain Shiraha has something to do right now. We shouldn't bother him. The four people came to the land of the flower country and were immediately welcomed. Shiraha's identity was recognized. To be precise, it was the order of the king of the flower country. After learning the news, the king of the country of flowers came to greet him personally, making a big welcome. The king of the flower kingdom looked at the four people in front of him, three of whom were superb women, and noticed the iconic spears and swords, which are indeed monsters that can declare war with the world government. Your Excellency Shiraha, your coming to my country of flowers really made me shine. Green Pepper is still dealing with things on the ocean, and I have sent him back. The country of flowers is definitely a powerful country in West Blue, and there is more than Green Pepper in the country. There are a total of 8 powerful beings, all of which are pillars, and green peppers are the strongest among them. Although those pillars are not as good as green peppers, they are definitely powerful men at the level of big pirates when placed on the sea. There are many big pirates in this country with bounties of over 100 million. To be honest, Shiraha is very surprised that Viviskau Untrewi is Arabastan so weak. Those guards are really delicious. It is estimated that a single pillar in the country of flowers can defeat Arabastan, except Crocodile, all the guards. The strength of the guard around you is okay. Hearing Shiraha's faint praise, the king was very happy, and Kiane Hollow said, these guards are still a lot worse than the green peppers and other pillars. This king is not a stupid person. If he dares to use a pirate group like the Babao Ikun, it shows that there are enough means. The big pirate like Shiraha is exactly the existence he wants to get closer to. If it weren't for seeing that Shiraha had 3 beauties by his side, he would have to find 10 beauties from all over the country and give them to the big pirate. Please come to my palace as a guest first, and I will entertain you all with the grandest banquet. Shiraha took the 3 of them in, not eating for nothing. Just a little sorry for Tom who was guarding on the boat. While everyone was eating, Green Pepper returned to the country of flowers and hurriedly entered the palace. Your Majesty, I heard that the blood swords are coming. Have we bought food seeds? A young bearded man rushed in and asked grimly. Green Pepper, whose spirit is still in its heyday, is very powerful, close to the level of world. Shiraha is not to belittle the Green Pepper, but the world is really strong. World has always had the upper hand in the battle against Bullet. Compared to the Inetun loss of Green Pepper to Garp, World was defeated in the siege of Sengoku and Garp. As soon as the two sides met, the Green Pepper radiated Conqueror's haki. The strong like to speak with strength. Not bad. Shiraha smiled, and also released Conqueror's haki. When the two conquerors collided, he gradually suppressed the Green Pepper. The king of the flower country and Shiraha have always avoided talking about food seeds. Just for the sake of this moment, both sides show their strength. Whoever is the bigger fist can make more profits. If Shiraha wins, he can get huge benefits, and if Green Pepper wins the country of flowers, he can buy food seeds at a lower price. Even if Green Pepper wins, the Kingdom of Flowers does not dare to make a profit. They are not stupid people. They know the relationship between Whitebeard and Shiraha, not to mention that there is a silver gun that may be more powerful. Even if they win, at best they can spend less. The King of the Flower Kingdom watched this scene nervously. He hoped that his future partner Shiraha would be stronger, and he did not want Green Pepper to lose. They are the member countries of the world government. Once a relationship with Shiraha is established, the member countries must retire. Let's go out to fight. Green Pepper, you don't want to break the palace? It's as powerful as Ra said. Green Zhao felt a powerful threat on Shiraha. Shiraha hit hash, walked out of the palace slowly, and stretched out 3 fingers to the sky. We have 3 tricks to determine the outcome. End of this chapter. 259 3 ways to win green peppers. Bayo Iceberg. 4,000 words. Chapter 259 3 strokes to win green peppers. Bayo Iceberg. 4,000 words. 3 tricks. Question mark. Arrogant. The green pepper beard flew. The cone-shaped head was covered with a layer of armament, and it was extremely sharp. In the New World, he was beaten up by Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. It doesn't mean that he is weak. Even if Shiraha is stronger than Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, it is absolutely impossible to defeat him with 3 strokes. His green peppers are not a cat or a dog. They are definitely the top pirates in the sea. Angry. Shiraha felt the angry green pepper behind him, and smiled at the corner of her mouth. It can be irritated so easily, and the mentality is not good. Impulsiveness in battle is a big taboo. Just rushing to this point, green pepper will lose. In a rage state, he is more aggressive than usual, but he has more flaws than usual. The two walked out of the palace and came to an empty place, preparing to fight in front of everyone. Shiraha grinned, as if something had been released, and the terrifying aura and maddening aura rolled over the green pepper, and a real monster was awakened in the battle. Young Xiao, let him see how powerful we are. Young Xiao's sword responded with a soft cry in response to the master's response, and Shiraha stepped in the direction of green pepper. Do not let me down. Green Zhao had an inexplicable feeling of invincibility in his heart. He immediately wanted to throw this feeling out, but the feeling lingered. This big pirate, who had already been famous in the sea, gave a cold snort, and his expression suddenly became grim. Hit it. Green Zhao doesn't believe that he will lose to this kid in 3 moves. Shiraha is too young, and it's hard to notice his horror at first. You are too mad. Blood sword. Green Zhao stepped on the ground, with a shocking momentum, and revolved on the spot with the help of fierce impact, like an unparalleled momentum that turned his head to penetrate everything and killed it. With a terrifying momentum, the green pepper armament and seeing and hearing color in the peak period are very powerful, but at this moment, the green pepper seeing and hearing color is not known. How much function is left under rage. As a Garp who can play against Garp, it is naturally not bad for Garp who is young and powerful to practice boxing with a mountain. Before the green pepper was destroyed, there were several battles with Garp. Not only Garp, but the big pirate led the Babao Suicune with the Whitebeard pirates, Roger pirates, and Admiral Zephyr. Such characters cannot be weak. Shiraha faced the furious green pepper, holding a sword in one hand, blocking the blow in front of his chest. The fierce force passed through the clouds, and when it was about to be transmitted to the body, Shiraha took the opportunity to step back a few steps, easily dissolving the force. Not bad. This is the first move. The cone of the green pepper couldn't break the sword, and after Shiraha relieved his strength, he couldn't move forward. This well-versed great pirate instantly knew that the weapons in the hands of Akatsuki's opponents were extraordinary, and they were definitely not inferior to the weapons in the hands of Whitebeard who had been fighting before. Your conqueror's haki can only be said to be average. At this moment, an unstoppable and powerful conqueror's haki burst out from Shiraha. This is another conqueror's haki fully opened after the battle against time. Green Pepper's spirit was severely suppressed, and his figure began to be unstable. If you only have this level, I am afraid you will lose without 3 strokes. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Green Zhao yelled, the powerful armament haki covering his head, and Conqueror's haki radiating arrogantly near his body, with extraordinary momentum. 8-punch boxing. Profound truth. Cone Dragon Cone Nail. The sharp head of the green pepper turned into a sharp weapon, and while attacking Shiraha, it released an extremely powerful shock wave. Bang! The sword fought against the fist. A muffled thunder-like sound resounded throughout the audience. Except for Yang Liu Oki among the spectators, all their hearts throbbed and throbbed nervously. The shock wave formed by the 8 punches spread outwards in a wave-like fashion, and part of it penetrated Shira's body, and was absorbed by Berry's ability, without causing a trace of destructive power. The second trick is over. It seems it's time for me to perform. Under the anger, Green Pepper's not very bright mind became confused, and his moves and steps were all confused. With anger attacking his heart, he stepped indiscriminately and punched him in the face. Shiraha saw the time to retract the sword, stepped in with his left foot and blocked the opponent's attack with his arm, and then clasped the green pepper shoulder tightly with his claws, and plunged his fingers into the bones and deep into the flesh. Immediately afterwards, Under the impulse, the unstable green pepper lost its center of gravity. With the help of the opportunity, Shiraha restrained the green pepper and threw the big pirate heavily to the ground. Not everyone's physique was as special as Guy Duo and Charlotte Linlin. Even Charlotte Linlin and Guy are not indestructible and uninjured. In the pain, King Geo's eyes became clear, and he could see Arya Sky when he opened his eyes. How can he see Arya Sky? Boom! Exclamation mark. The whole country of flowers shook. Shiraha shook his hand and looked at the green pepper, thinking about life in the big pit. Cough. A mouthful of blood coughed up, and Green Zhao asked in shock, "What's this trick?" Shiraha hit hash and said, "Basically fall back." This kind of back fall is only available to him, and most people can't withstand the impact of the 8 punches. While resisting hard, the internal organs will be shattered. Of course, Yang Liu Oki wouldn't use this method, and just stabbed to death with a spear. The third trick, Shiraha said lightly. The green pepper lying in the big pit erased the blood from the corners of his mouth, and laughed. "Ha ha, I am willing to bet and lose. Great." The two of them had 3 strokes in front of everyone to determine the outcome. Obviously Shiraha won. Yang Liu Oki was the first to cheer, and Orbaya also cheered, except for Robin, who clapped. Watching this simple contest, the king of the flower country looked shocked. He knew how strong the green pepper was. It was a big pirate who could cross the side in the new world. It was that simple and defeated. In the eyes of this king, Shiraha defeated the green pepper in 3 ways. His strength was unfathomable. This made him more confident about withdrawing from the world government. But the next negotiation was a little worried. "I don't know how much it will cost to buy the grain seeds. And how to plant food seeds. Can it be cultivated?" All these questions made the king of Flower Kingdom understand that he must choose between the world government and Shiraha. Anyway, his country itself has many pirates, and joining the world government is just for convenience. Since there are greater benefits, even if Shiraha asks him to declare the country of flowers to leave the country in front of the world, he is still willing. "Liuoki, I won." Shiraha walked to Yang Liuoki and faced her with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. "Does it hurt?" Yang Liuoki wiped it away distressedly with his hand. Shiraha secretly activated Berry's abilities and used Life Return to heal the minor injuries suffered in the body, and smiled. "It doesn't hurt at all." "Don't lie to me." Yang Liuoki narrowed his eyes slightly, with a scrutinizing gaze. "I don't know anything about it." "Mega hurts. I want to hug." Shiraha was too lazy to pretend for an instant, and opened his hands. Puff. Under everyone's gaze, the two embraced like no one. Shiraha lay in Yang Liuoki's arms and did not want to get up. He triumphed against Green Pepper with 3 tricks. If he was formally fighting, he would naturally not be able to win or lose in a short time. Even if he was already one of the best in this sea, he would not be able to make a spike against his weaker existence. Shiraha can make this big pirate suffer a big loss in 3 moves, relying on combat strategy. Under the premise of extreme rage, people will lose their senses, which will lead to excessive force, resulting in many flaws. Only a very small number of people can maintain their senses in rage's ecstasy. The pirate world is basically a group of people with relatively low IQs. Referred to as a group of raw-headed guys. They are easily irritated when they find an entry point. For someone who can enter a state of combat with absolute saneness under extreme circumstances, Shiraha has discovered Yang Liuoki alone, and he still felt it during the Battle of the Valley of Gods. At least he can't do this kind of state. It stands to reason that if he is the protagonist, shouldn't this kind of situation be his treatment? Shiraha recalled that in the previous life, he was just a black boxer. There was no special place. It was not easy to achieve this kind of achievement. Currently a near-known, Shiraha really can't beat Yang Liuoki in that state without relying on immortality. Fortunately, she is her own wife, so don't worry about facing that state. Shiraha can still be protected, and he is very stylish when going out. This is what he should be forced to do. "I was beaten by Whitebeard and that woman not long ago, and now am I lost to you. There are so many strong men in the sea, and that bastard Garp. This simple test made King Zhao understand that even if encore, he would definitely lose. Have you played against Garp? Shiraha was a little curious. He didn't understand how the green pepper's head was knocked out. A cone of that level is very difficult to cut even if he uses Yunxiao to chop it. Humphrey. When he heard Garp, King Zhao's face was gloomy, and he shouted, "That bastard wanted to knock me off the head, but his fists weren't hard enough." The green peppers that have not been scrapped by Garp are still a little swollen, unless someone beats him in the head. After discussing with Green Pepper, the king of the Flower Kingdom decided to use half of Bay or Iceberg's wealth as a transaction. The Flower Council paid manpower and financial resources in exchange for food seeds and Shira's cooperation. The Flower Country itself is a large food country with a large population and a shortage of food. This is how the Babao Suicune was established. The purpose is to fill the country's shortfalls. A group of people came to Bay or Iceberg, and the green pepper pointed to Bay or Iceberg and said, "Iceberg of this level is comparable to diamonds. The place where the treasure is buried is harder than the diamond. If you can open it with bare hands, I will represent the remaining half of the treasure." Suicune gives it to you. At this time, the reputation of green pepper in Babao Suicune is in its heyday, and no Babao Suicune will object. Green pepper, you. The king of the kingdom of flowers opened his eyes wide, and his men changed their minds temporarily. This was originally an opinion made by the king of the flower country, whose IQ is not low. They cannot stop these characters from the flower country. If Shiraha insists on it, the marine headquarters will not be able to keep their wealth. Instead of leaving half of it, simply give it to Shiraha as a gift to strengthen the cooperative relationship. When they become the first person to establish a relationship with the Rocks Pirates, are they afraid that there will be no benefits? They can take back all the wealth they have invested in from other countries. Your Majesty, this is the wealth that my 8 treasure Suicune has accumulated over many generations. Green Pepper's words made the king of the flower country stunned and said, "The flower country will never treat the Babao Suicune. This promise has been valid until I die. Please." Green Zhao showed a satisfied smile, pointed at the ice layer, and asked with a smile, "Do you need me to break it away for you?" Shiraha shook his head, "No need." Facing the huge treasures under Bay or Iceberg, he had already moved his heart, but because of the reasons he couldn't grab it. After all, the country of flowers was the first country to take the initiative to cooperate. If the reputation is bad, the next countries will definitely not. Don't worry, it will be difficult to find people to cooperate. This small request made by Green Pepper and the king is not a request at all. Sky Island needs a lot of wealth. Regardless of the so many jewels and gold under Bay or Iceberg, it is actually nothing compared to a big country. Except Tarabastan, a big country that is too poor. Shiraha wants to build a mega air power. If you don't have money, you need to spend money on the military, people's livelihood, and infrastructure, not to mention equipment, ships, and air fleets. It's like wanting to raise an organization like Marine. There is no world government that squeezes civilians around the world and has many franchise powers. Who can afford it? Space sword skill middle dot broken. Shiraha uses the finger as a sword and uses a new trick. It is definitely incomparable to the power of Renyi middle dot hollow in the space, but it is more than enough to open this gem iceberg. The skillful sword skill is specifically aimed at this kind of dead object. Even if the hardness is high, it will not fight back. Open, click, crack, crack. Iceberg, which is harder than diamonds, shattered like a mirror, revealing countless gold and silver jewelry under iceberg. At the moment the ice broke, Green Zhao led the king to safety with a shocked look on his face. Don't worry. This method of mine is specially used to break ice and will not cause too much damage to the geographical environment. Shiraha looked at the huge amount of gold and silver jewelry exposed. Shave. He disappeared in place for an instant, and reached out to touch it. Shiraha breathed a sigh of relief the moment he touched it. Orbia will call me back and ask Tom to bring scholars to move me gold bricks. Orbia looked speechless. They were scholars, How did they suddenly change their profession after getting on the pirate ship? Robin learned that there was no historical text in the Flower Country, and was not interested in the shining treasures below, so he went back with Orbia to call for people. The king of the Flower Country kindly said, "I will give you some boats. I'll take a part of it, and someone will come and carry it later." Looking at the anxious king, Shiraha said with a smile, "The grain seeds will be given to you. Regarding planting techniques, you can send someone to Sky Island to learn. I hope able to establish a good partnership with the country of flowers." Your Excellency Shiraha, it is an honor. End of this chapter. 261 and Treasure. Moria. The second one, 4,000 words. Chapter 261 and Treasure. Moria. The second one, 4,000 words. Shiraha established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Flowers on behalf of Sky Island, and the King of the Kingdom of Flowers announced his withdrawal from the world government through the live broadcast channel. Since then, the country of flowers is no longer one of the franchise countries. A large amount of food seeds were given to the country of flowers. I believe that one day in the future, people in Pirate World will not be starved to death. This can be regarded as Shira's contribution to the suffering civilians of this world. The withdrawal of the country of flower from the franchise country means that Marine can unscrupulously attack the Babao-Suicune. Shiraha will take care of this. Before leaving the franchise country, Green Pepper was at odds with Marine. During the time in the Kingdom of Flowers, Green Pepper developed an inexplicable sense of worship for Shiraha, just like the look in Wang Luffy's eyes after the Great Pirate in the original book read-through. He is not the 5 emperors who can be solved by one stick. After traveling for so long, I don't know if Wang Luffy in the comics was given a second by Guy again. Shiraha still failed to see the finale. Before leaving the Land of Flowers, Shiraha informed the King of the Land of Flowers that Shiki of the Flying Pirates would come and take things away. This made the king even more convinced of Shira's strength and power. The War of Wald Shiki's Kamuicide has spread throughout the world. Green Zhao was even more admired. It seemed that Shiki was Shira's younger brother. Even such a powerful pirate became a younger brother. It doesn't matter if their Babao-Suicune follows him as a younger brother. The king of the Flower Country knows that Akatsuki Babao-Suicune will not betray, and he agrees with the idea of Green Pepper, so that he can get closer with Rock's member of Sky Island. Shiraha is known as the successor of Roxwell in this sea. Under inexplicable circumstances, Shiraha happily agreed to Babao-Suicune's request to become a subordinate force. The Nation of Flowers is taking action, and I believe that in the near future, this country will become one of the best agricultural countries. During this period, there are countries in West Blue who continue to ignore the world government and go to the country of flowers. Interests are moving. In an independent venue in the Land of Flowers, a group of kings from West Blue are waiting for someone to arrive here. While many kings waited anxiously, Shiraha slowly entered the arena and saw these distinguished people. It can't be said that 100%, at least 90% came here with a profit. Sometimes people dress like people, not necessarily people. I know what you want here. Since we know that we haven't taken it out yet. Do you know how long we have been waiting? It's just a pirate. Click. The Talking King's head fell off because of the Green Pepper's hands. The corpse that fell on the ground was quickly dragged away. I believe that the king of that country will soon be picked up. This little episode did not affect the next thing. At the end of the speech, Shiraha chuckled. Some things are impatient. I will notify you to come to my meeting at the right time. I will not set such a high threshold like the world government. But when you are invited to participate, please don't loudly. The group of kings who wanted to take advantage were sent away. Shiraha was going to deal with the matter at hand, and then to do something in front of the whole world, and by the way, to slap the world government in the face. After greeted everyone in the Flower Country, the Shugwang went to sea. According to Anan's treasure map, everyone in the Ash Pirates group experienced a thrilling adventure that belonged to the pirates. Yijin cut open the door, and the room was shining with golden light. Looking at the blinding gold in front of them, Shiraha and Yang Liuoki put on their sunglasses calmly. Orbia. I see. I will tell them to come over and move the gold bricks. Orbia replied quickly and reflexively. With a group of scholars coming to move the gold bricks, Shiraha took out a few chairs and worked as a supervisor on the field. The tens of thousands of cubic meters of storage room that came with the chat group has just been filled by him. There is probably more than half of the gold stored in one and that has not been filled. It shouldn't be a problem to fill the remaining space with the dawn. Hey, who called me? My uncle. Asshole Shiki. Send me someone to the country of flowers to transport our things to Sky Island. Shiraha notified Shiki on Sky Island through the latest phone model. It is difficult for the phone worm to survive at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He used a phone made by a special shell on Sky Island. I fuck. When it heard it was Shiraha, Shiki said in a tugging tone, "Why are you little bastard? You haven't been caught by the world government to impel down yet. I'm ready to save you. Can't you bastard like me to order something good? Who are you as the uncle?" Shiraha said with an unhappy expression. "But you said you would save me, is it true?" On the other end of the phone, Shiki was taken aback, and Shiki suddenly laughed and said, "Jai ha ha, I knew that the trash running dogs couldn't catch you. Let's say, you let me go to the country of flowers, it must be with a purpose. You kid is a thief." Shiraha said straightforwardly, "The flower country promised to give us all the treasures in the iceberg gems. Of course, the accumulation of the 8 treasures Suicune is definitely not as great as a big country, but it is a considerable wealth for us pirates. I am going to use this money to build Sky Island. Come here and use your ability to transfer the treasure." Shiki laughed strangely. "Gee ha ha ha, you little bastard. You can grab the treasure of Suicune. You wait for me to get it for you." "I didn't grab it." "Jai ha ha ha, don't be clumsy. I know your skills. How can a small green pepper be your opponent?" There was no voice on the other end of the phone. Shiki thought he had guessed it, and shouted, "You snatched it. I won't take anything, I will give it all to Rovko. Please, Shiki." "You little bastard, why are you polite to me? This uncle will help you handle this soon." On Sky Island. After Shiki agreed to Shiraha, he led all members of the flying pirates to West Blue, which was enough to make the show. The fanfare of the flying pirates made the whole world understand that Shiki was not dead, and the group of people who knew the news in West Blue had a clearer understanding of Shirua's energy. The kings of the parliament behind have all gone. On Shirua's side, the scholars have finished moving the gold bricks, and the gold left by one and is completely gone. Now there is no shortage of funds for the development of Sky Island. It seems that we can use the people in the group to speed up the pace of development. Shiraha showed a relaxed expression and said with a smile, like 7. Things are over, we next send the scholars and gold back to Sky Island first. Those scholars were so excited when they heard this, they finally didn't have to move gold bricks! Husband, we don't seem to look for the beards yet. Captain Shiraha, didn't you forget about this again? Robin asked darkly from the side. Of course I haven't forgotten, how could I forget the second time? Shiraha took a deep breath, calmed down, and tried to pump Robin's peach buttocks, and explained, "Big brother Newgate, we are here, I will see it on the way back." Shiraha, who went to see, finished some of the things that should be done, and led 3 or 2 big cats Konko, mostly rocky pirates, rushing to the Great Route, and quickly entered the new world from the Great Route. Wandering in the familiar waters, Shiraha couldn't help but said, "Tom, the speed of this ship is good." If Wang Luffy had this kind of speed back then, he would have waited for more than 10 years and he hadn't even seen the finale. He didn't know if Wang Luffy became One Piece or whether the Blackbeard pirates were beaten to the ground by the Straw Hats. Seeing this situation, he still went to Lavdru to see by himself. Wang Luffy couldn't rely on it. The captain is faster. Murloc Tom is already proficient in various flattering skills of master. Hoo-ah-ha-ha, don't praise me, I will be proud. Now that we have entered the waters of the new world, we will go to the place where the Whitebeard pirates are stationed. I believe they will all be there. On the way, They gave a friendly greeting to a marine warship and inquired about the permanent location of the Whitebeard pirates. Most of the land in the New World waters was occupied by Whitebeard with great strength and influence. At this stage, Roger and Shiki are not there. Guy has mostly followed the world government, and Charlotte Linlin is on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Whitebeard is the well-deserved boss of the New World. The only big pirate, Green Pepper, who can compete for 1 or 2 battles, has also been educated. Carey returned to West Blue from the New World. It can be said that Whitebeard is the king of the New World, and the territory that belongs to Whitebeard will be taken care of by the Whitebeard pirates. Now the people of the New World are living better than the people in the Four Seas and the Great Sea Route, under the call of Whitebeard and the Helping Hand, and many people in the New World have watched the live broadcast of the Battle of Wald. They have a good impression of Shiraha and have not been greatly affected by the world government. Brother Newgate manages the New World well. It seems that we are also lucky. Shiraha pointed to the distant Red Earth continent. One day I will strike down the Holy Land Mary Joys. I believe that with the assistance of Big Brother Newgate, the New World can be easily developed. The world will be developed with West Blue as the center, and Shiraha will receive support from more and more countries and forces. When the truth is revealed one day, the power of the entire sea will condense into a sword, pointing to the Red Earth continent, destroying everything that is now rotten. Shiraha has the confidence to kill him, provided that they can win the overall battle. Boom. 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 There was a naval battle ahead, which aroused the idea of a group of people on the Dawn, and rushed to the bow of the ship to watch. I don't want to die. Let me enter the ship if I don't have any combat power, otherwise I won't be responsible for the problem. Hearing the captain's order, most scholars went back obediently, except for Orbaya staring at Shiraha with tears. I want to stay here. Sister Robin will protect me. Okay. Then you just hide behind Robin. Have you heard? You. Robin is not bad. Berry is good. And the training during this period of time has been fruitful. At least most people can't beat her husband. The previous battle is about to end. The gap between the two pirate groups is quite big. They glanced at the battle over the, and as a dark physical spear penetrated the captain of the pirate ship on the other side, the victory of the battle was determined. The pirate group that lost the captain had no resistance and was quickly slaughtered. For some reason Shiraha felt that this ability was a bit familiar. Bring the ship over to me and let me see who the captain of the pirate group is. The Dawn rushed towards the victorious pirate group that was sweeping the battlefield. He really overweight. Young ones, clean the battlefield. We are going to continue to look for Lord Shiki. The tall, strong Moria with 8 packups said with a weird smile. No way. No way. Captain Moria, a pirate ship approached us. Kingsley, a pirate ship. Don't you believe in the strength of our captain? Everyone is a companion, and the strong governance is also worried about you. At this time, Moria, who cared about his companions being called the big hero, said boldly, let me solve them. Captain Moria, we are not tired at all. We will fight the enemy together with you. Let's have a big fight together. Dozens of shadows emerging from Moria's feet turned into sharp blades and spears, and pointed at the rushing Dawn. I want to be a pirate like Lord Shiki. Imlahira Gecko Moria. Moria, who watched the Battle of Wald, became Shiki's fanboy, and the purpose of going out to sea was to chase stars. Kill. Dozens of shadows rushed out in the blink of an eye. One shadow was enough to destroy a warship, and ordinary characters couldn't catch it. Moria noticed that the pirate group was unusual, and just by looking at the ship, he knew that it was not a simple character. One shot is a very aggressive tactic. This is Paramecia Berry, who has the ability to manipulate shadows and can use shadows as a very aggressive means. This is Gecko Moria's method. It turned out to have gone out to the New World. Shiraha saw dozens of shadow attacks and the tall, strong figure not far away, and recognized the identity of the pirate. Feelings this great pirate has not yet become a fat man. His courage is not weak and he can afford the title of Great Pirate. If he is given a chance to grow, he will be strong enough to rival the current guy. Seeing that the attack was about to fall on the Dawn, Robin looked even more like an enemy. At this moment, dozens of silver flowers bloomed in midair. Husband, this pirate is pretty good. Yes, Luochi, I thought he would only release bats, but I didn't expect to be able to release quite powerful tricks. With just the means just now, Gecko Moria can be separated from Vice Admiral in Marine Headquarters. Thinking of Moria, the fat man in the future, Shiraha feels a little sympathetic to Moria, who cares so much about his companions. It is really a monster. The moment I perceive them by my sight, it makes me have the urge to run. Moria faced the coming formidable enemy and stepped off her ship. You hurry up, I'll stop here. This ship will be handed over to you in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 261 Whitebeard Pirates. The first historical text, 4,000 words. Chapter 261 The Whitebeard Pirate Group. The first historical text, 4,000 words. Moria stood on the other defeated pirate ship, smiling wildly to face the coming powerful enemy. Captain, let us stay with you. We won't run away. Even if Moria learns that his opponent is unusual, these pirates who follow Moria are still reluctant to run away. Shiraha asked, did you mention that bastard Shiki just now? The little Moria stopped laughing and furiously said, are you insulting Lord Shiki? Lord Shiki. But the pirate I admire the most, Shiki, who challenged his destiny that day, had already conquered Moria. Our captain followed Master Shiki out to sea. We are going to follow Master Shiki with the captain. The Moria Pirates group treat Shiki just like Luffy's little fan. A big pirate who is as attractive as Shiki should be followed by a big pirate who is no worse than Moria in the original work. Shiraha stood at the bow of the ship, facing the group of pirates. Couldn't help but smile. It's really a group of naive people. You can avoid the death penalty, and the Livingston can't escape. So he attacked them at Moria, and to prevent this kid from having any memory, he changed his name to Yang Liu. This name seemed pretty good. Shiraha shook his head and rubbed his hands to get back the feel of Rockdale back then. In Moria's excited expression, he and Yang Liuoki walked over. Come on. After half an hour. With 8-pack abdominal muscles, Moria was so strong that he was beaten to look a bit like Moria, the fat house in the future. His eyes were swollen and he couldn't see. You two hit one, it's not fair. After a Tokyomi, Master Shiraha, why didn't you reveal your identity early? Can you stop fighting? I'm wrong. Moria changed her previous mistakes under the friendly education, and she burst into tears. Shiraha retracted Berry's ability and the armament covering his fist, and patted Moria's trembling body. You're lucky this time. You met a pirate who is very reasonable like me. This is reasonable? Everyone in the Moria Pirates group looked at Moria, who was inhuman, and Cage collectively complained. I know Shiki very well. The big pirate is now on Sky Island. If you really follow him, I can recommend it for you. Really? Thank you so much, Lord Shiraha. Moria's body has returned to an 8-pack abs, with a fanatical face, a proper Shiki fan. Shiki is going to the country of flowers later. I'll let him take you away. Shiraha took out the phone and called Shiki again in Moria's expectant eyes. Shiraha, are you looking for something to do with this uncle? Shiki, you haven't set off yet. Shiki looked at the flying pirates flying in the air behind him, and replied, I believe that I will reach the country of flowers soon at the speed of this uncle. You won't really be in trouble, right? Shiraha said helplessly, I met one of your little fans, who is quite resistant. Are you interested in accepting him? His name is Moria. Moria? Shiki thought for a while, and was a little impressed with the name. He seemed to have read it in the newspaper. My uncle remembered it, and it was written in the newspaper that came from King Hai. Shiraha arranged Moria, who was capable of fighting, and let the Aurora continue sailing. Captain, we are about to enter the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Tom shouted. Go straight in. Shiraha felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The world was about to change, and the unpleasant feeling lingered. Call out. Tweet. A black shadow crossed the dawn from the sky and attracted the attention of the crew. When Shiraha heard the sound, He forgot his troubles and raised his head to look at the black shadow. Uncle Marcos' surprised voice came from the black shadow. I'll just say why the little plane suddenly refused to let it be called today. It turns out that you are here. Marco, in the form of a phoenix, descended on the dawn. I know you can't be okay, Uncle. This is a boat made by Adam Treasure Tree. I heard Tom say. Did you guys get this tree? That's right. Marco scratched his head when he heard Shira's question. You get the tree over to leave a name anyway. Fortunately, Shiraha still thinks it is a boat for nothing. Shiraha touched the small plane. It looks good. It seems that I have not eaten well during this time. Tweet the pterosaur graciously nudged the master. Marco took them to see Whitebeard and was greeted warmly, while a group of crew members on the Whitebeard pirate group looked at Shiraha and Yang Liuoki curiously. With the help of Whitebeard, Tanayushi and Yang Liuoki met. Nothing happened. The two seemed to have known each other for a long time. As for Charlotte Linlin, who was not present, I heard Whitebeard said that he was guarding his own baby. Brother Newgate, this sea is almost owned by you. I want to do something. Shiraha picked up the hip flask and said while drinking, Kihahaha, there are no competitors in the second half of the sea. Green Pepper has returned to West Blue 1 and is now being chased by the bastard Garp. If I want to, the entire second half of the sea can be mine. Whitebeard said boldly, the sea is now quieter than it used to be. I really don't want to break such a peaceful day. Shiraha, what do you want to do? I will do it with you. Yes, the place where we are ruled by pirates is better than other places. This world is really ironic, but sooner or later the world government will take action. They will not sit back and watch us grow. They are afraid that someone will take them from us. The cloud is pulled down, even if we don't do it. They think we will do it. There are some things that don't get okay if you don't do it. If you don't do it, you are waiting for death. Shira's words are very realistic. The world government is probably too busy for the time being, otherwise they will not let their group of pirates grow. It is estimated that the most important thing will be solved, and they will take out their hands to solve them. I believe that the Garasai 5 elders and others in the world government are like ants on a hot pot, rushing around. In fact, Shiraha guessed it correctly. The main target of the world government is Rox and Patrick, and the second target is him. The Whitebeard pirates' occupation of the second half of the sea has to be released later. My lord, Shiraha lord. A big human-shaped bird flopped and ran wildly while shouting, Goolalala, just tell me what you want to do. Whitebeard drank the liquor and laughed. I want to use the sight above you, brother Newgate. Shiraha pointed to the top of his head, and then shouted to the big bird, Morgans, I have prepared big news for you. 2 heavyweight news, Master Shiraha. Please give me first-hand news. Shiraha smiled. In a few days, I will hold a grand meeting on the air island in this place, inviting important people from all over the world to participate, including the Fisherman Island, and the representative of the Fisherman Island will personally pick it up. Invite countries all over the world? Master Shiraha, are you going to rebel? When are you going to attack the world government? Morgans asked professionally, taking out a notebook and a pen from his pocket. Shiraha raised an eyebrow and denied, I don't intend to act on the world government immediately. It will pay a high price. Then Lord Shiraha, do you want to develop a good power in a few decades, and then take action against the world government? Morgans didn't blink at all, for fear of missing important information. The world government will not give us so long to prepare. They are not stupid people. Shiraha has turned the sea upside down, and the plot of the original story has long been broken. This situation is out of the control of the world government, and Garasai 5 elders will not let them develop. Shiraha guessed that it won't be long before the world government will take action. I will take the initiative at the right time and try my best to use as much power as possible to overthrow the world government in one go. So that's it. Morgans shook his head. Is it the power of the countries of the world? Most of those kings are not good. They are all dirty expensive families. The country is based on the people, and what I want is the general trend. Shira's decision is naturally purposeful and well-founded, but sometimes there are unexpected events. This sentence is not false at all. Morgans mobilized the power of the economic news service, and soon an invitation letter was completed. These invitations will be sent to important figures in various countries in the near future. Even if the king does not come, that country's prestigious and well-known people will do. Morgans has enough sources of information about things in various countries, including the king of a certain country who likes to wear women's clothing, and a certain king who likes to have a wife. The thing that Morgans was told to do was over. Shiraha and Whitebeard discussed for a while and decided to use the sky above this place as the venue. People like them would definitely need to be extravagant to invite others. The world government's world conference is held in the Red Earth continent high above the clouds, so Shiraha at least put the venue on Sky Island. Gecko Moria was taken away by Shiki in the middle of the road, and the flying pirates went to the West Blue Flower Country. When they return, the venue will be quickly completed. Shiki's ability has to be said to be very practical and powerful. Marco, the territory you protect should be what the people want. Marco doesn't understand Shiraha's words, but the meaning is roughly understood. Uncle, there is no bullying on our site. Fathers are very cautious in accepting sons and daughters. They are usually orphans who are not adopted. Except for those people who insist on paying taxes to our pirate group. They seem to be quite happy, saying that our pirate group is more expensive than the local family and the king, which is great. This compliment has always made me uncomfortable. We are pirates. Marco was a bit annoyed. Some civilians who knew their pirate group were not afraid of them at all. Not long ago, Auntie had to introduce his daughter to him. The auntie's daughter was quite beautiful, which made the thin-skinned Marco even more embarrassed. After Shiraha listened, she looked at her idiot nephew, lost in thought. No wonder Marco has been single for so long. As long as he gets a little better, his son can play soy sauce. Uncle, now our pirate group has accumulated a lot of wealth. Whitebeard understands the truth. It does not send a large amount of wealth to his hometown, so that the people in his hometown can feed and wear. If it is too much, it will lead to bad problems. There are a lot of territory, and no pirate group can compete with them. This has led to the Whitebeard pirates is now very rich, not ordinary rich. Whitebeard is not interested in treasures, and now these treasures are handed over to Whitebeard to manage. It turns out that the housekeeper of your pirate group is Whitebeard. Shiraha smiled. He hasn't seen them for a long time. Big nephew, you take me to find them. This day will come sooner or later. Shiraha came to their place. I saw Marco turned into a phoenix and ran away. He learned to be smart, and the small plane ran away with him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shiraha counted a total of 6. Ayu, husband. Ashi hasn't seen each other for a long time. Liuochi seems to be getting along well with Ashi. Shiraha hugged the two of them, feeling what it's like to hug the left and the right. Coming into this world, he felt like a protagonist for the first time. This is the real protagonist treatment. Robin, Orbia, why are you here? Shiraha questioned while holding one in one hand and looking at the two long-legged scholars. Robin and Orbia had Govard's expression on their faces and pointed their fingers in the direction of Charlotte Linlin. We want to see the historical texts, but she doesn't want to, saying that they would only show them to us unless we get on her ship. Shira's eyes lit up, and that piece of historical text finally fell into Charlotte Linlin's hands. At that time, in the comic, Roger said that he had snatched a piece of historical text from the young Charlotte Linlin, and that should be it. Shiraha is not interested in other historical texts, but he is very interested in the 4 historical landmark texts pointing to Lavdru. The truth about 100 years of blankness, ancient weapons, one of D family, and what Roger and the others saw in Lavdru. This is what Shiraha wants to know. Even if the truth is funny, it can fulfill his dream for many years. For Shiraha now, Karen and the truth of the world are particularly important. It would be more perfect if he could reach Lavdru faster than Wang Lufei on the way to realize these two roads. Before Oda finished the painting, Shiraha went by himself. Under the circumstances, Charlotte Linlin agreed to show them the historical texts, and gave her at least one historian in advance. Shiraha did not hesitate to sell Orbia. Charlotte Linlin, who had obtained Orbia, looked happy and gave Shiraha the piece of historical text. 4 pieces of historical text are so easy to get one piece, really great. Shiraha said excitedly, Liu Ochi, Ashi, we go to Murloc Island. Yuzo, Wanokuni can take the remaining 3 pieces of history the text was found. Now that the historical road sign text on Murloc Island has not been obtained by Roger, it is gone. This shows that the 4 pieces of historical road sign text are easier to collect than the other pirate world. After all, in the other one pirate world, the whereabouts of the last piece of historical road sign text is unknown. End of this chapter. 262 Yazang. Do you want to try the maid costume? 4,000 words. Chapter 262 Izang. Do you want to try the maid pretend? 4,000 words. Tanayushi had a shocked expression. Ayu, how can you know so clearly? Shiraha coughed a few times, his face slightly embarrassed. Don't pay attention to details. I will take you to Fisherman Island later. Mumman Island? That kind of place actually exists. Tanayushi's eyes were full of expectation. If Sky Island is the romance of men, then Fisherman Island is the romance of girls and the pursuit of men. Where's my crew? Shiraha looked around, wondering, where are Izang and Adan? Upon seeing this, Whitebeard twisted her waist and walked over in a small step. I want to go to the Fisherman Island too. Why don't you take my sister and me? Before Shiraha had time to speak, he was taken a step ahead. Robin rushed over, looked at the captain in front of him, and asked nervously, Shiraha, do you know where the 3 pieces of historical text are? I want to go with you. It's a bit troublesome. You can go to Fisherman Island, don't damage it. Shiraha agreed to their request, otherwise a woman would be chatting next to you and would never stop. And you would know what the real horror is, especially when shopping. After receiving a satisfactory answer, both Whitby and Robin smiled satisfied. Whitby cast a wink, turned and left. My dear uncle, come with me, and I will take you to find them. Lost 7, Ashi, Robin, let's pick up our crew back. Robin smiled slightly, full of curiosity. Shiraha, it seems we still have quite a few crew members. Of course, Izo and Adan were not in this place. The 2 of them belonged to Shira's crew, determined to become stronger the next time they met with the captain, and both were training on a nearby desert island. This time Shiraha came very suddenly. Some of the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group were not there. Izo and Adan had not returned yet, and the day's training was not over. Charlotte Linlin is stupid in most respects, but only the historical texts are not stupid. As soon as she heard the location of the historical text, Shiraha made it clear, and she immediately felt that the treasure in her hand was not fragrant. Mama, you go. Orbia was surprised. Can I really go? You are useless. Charlotte Linlin has never given up on becoming the king of the sea. Linlin, who is more powerful than the future, has the idea of conquering Shiraha. Joining the Whitebeard pirate group also considered the idea of long bread. As soon as Orbia heard it, he ran away and chased Shira's direction. Like his possession, it's like the desert I like can't be taken away by others. Charlotte Linlin is very troubled. Her love is to strengthen Retsu's desire to control. She wants Shiraha to plant seeds for her and let her have a bunch of children. Then, after giving birth, men are useless. Isn't the role of men limited to this? What do I think about Shiraha? It burns my brain. Charlotte Linlin's brain with a below average IQ was obviously not enough, and she fell asleep while leaning on the stone tablet and thinking about it. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin, who had fallen asleep, woke up with a weird smile. On the way to find the crew, Robin asked curiously, Shiraha, I think that Miss Linlin seems to be interesting to you. Shiraha nodded. That person may be a little different from what you think. I will deal with it in the future. Back then, on the rocks, pirates, Shiraha was a little interested in Charlotte Linlin, and wanted to try that woman's bed skills. It's just that Charlotte Linlin used him as a reproductive tool. If he really wanted to have a few happy times before, he wouldn't be in that mood now, especially since Shiraha had already noticed something wrong with Charlotte Linlin. Sometimes innocence can arouse a man's protective desire, and sometimes it is extremely charming, full of feminine charm. Just like two people. It's just that now is not the time to think about such small things. Shiraha has more important things to do. West Blue's affairs can be handled quickly with Shiki's ability. It will take at least a few days for Shiki to return. Just a few days later, Shiraha is going to visit Fishman Island. The news from Sky Island indicates that the Roger pirates have gone to sea, and I believe they will meet on Murloc Island in the near future. The guy Roger is very interested in Joey Nami from Yaoyorozu years ago, and wants to go to Fishman Island to see what the great man from Yaoyorozu left behind. This is consistent with Shira's purpose. Ravdru's goal is not far away, and the truth about Yaoyorozu's year will soon be solved. Mummon Island, Fishman Island. Historical text. On the way, Shiraha looked at Tanayushi and Robin, who were thinking of shattered thoughts, and said in their hearts, these two people will not be devilish, right? At this moment, Whitebeard stopped in front of him and pointed to the three figures in front of him and shouted, they are all back. It seems that we don't need to go to the desert island to find them. How come there are three people? Yang Luoki asked, tilting his head. Husband, are the three of us in front of us all our crew members? Shiraha shook his head and said with a smile, one of the little boys who looks like a girl is not our crew member. Yang Luoki, Robin and Orbia looked at the two beautiful and lovely little sisters flying over, and they were all stunned. What are these two genders? Orbia, you stay here, and soon Sky Island will send someone over to pick up your group of scholars. Orbia was a little disappointed. She still wanted to continue her travels and adventures. She wanted to see the Fisherman Island, and there were so many things she wanted to do. Shiraha saw that Orbia was unwilling and raised his eyebrows and said, Sky Island needs you scholars. The suffering civilians in this world need you. When a new era ushers in a brand new world, where do you want to go? No. We'll take you there. As soon as the voice fell, Orbia jumped up excitedly. This is what you said. I will work hard. Forbidden to speak is not counted. How about we pull the hook? You don't need the hook. It's not a kid. Orbia will go to Sky Island with a group of scholars, and believe that the future Sky Island will be the best paradise in the world. Captain, Big Brother. Faced with Eden and Izang, Shiraha kicked Eden away without stopping Izang, who was hanging around his neck. Calm down, Izang, I am not a kid anymore. Izang looked like a little crying face. It's been a long time since I saw the captain. I thought the captain didn't want me anymore. Ooh. Shira's clothes were all wet, so he comforted the little crying bag, and pushed Yang Luoki out. This is the deputy captain and my wife. Sister Luoki is good pretty. Yi Zhang was planning to say hello, but when he saw the brave Yang Luoki, he couldn't help saying, hi sister-in-law, my name is Kozuki Eden, I am the younger brother of brother Shiraha. Eden introduced himself immediately. They quickly became acquainted in the exchanges, and the atmosphere on the court was very good. Yang Luoki took out the thunderberry that had been prepared a long time ago. Yizang, this is my gift to you, accept it. Logia berry. Yizang is no longer a baby who has just gone to sea, and he can recognize Logia devilberry, who is very distinguishable. Sister Luochi, this is too expensive, I can't ask for it. It's all a family on the boat, this berry is my heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhang immediately accepted it and introduced his younger brother Rao to Yang Luoki. After a lot of lively getting along, Whitebeard said sensibly, when I first saw you, I didn't even have a boat, let alone a person. Now I look like a big pirate again. The older Whitebeard spoke in her sister's tone unconsciously. You should call my uncle. Shiraha wanted to remain dignified. I want to call your brother even more. Whitebeard is very interested in Shiraha. He is a lot handsome, but few are strong. He is handsome and strong. He is also very interesting. Really few. It would be nice if he could go further. But the wise Whitby saw that Shiraha was troubled now, and knew that the man in front of her wanted to do something big, and she didn't want to get in the way at such a moment. When all the dust settled, she went to dig a corner to satisfy herself. Tanayu had known Akatsuki a long time ago, but this kind of thing shouldn't be left to her. There is another one ahead of her. Yang Liuoki looked at Huadibai, and her mood suddenly became a little uncomfortable. She stepped forward and pulled Tanayushi and Huadibai to leave, and informed Shiraha of the number of women that Shiraha had, and they might not be human. Shiraha didn't want to think too much about this kind of thing. Now two are enough, and things to do are very difficult. Before accomplishing the goal, thinking of a woman is not that her brain is broken, it is that she has no brain at all. After looking for the crew, Shiki was rushing to West Blue, so there were a few Aria sky blocks, and he stayed in the territory of the Whitebeard pirate group today. Gulala little ones, have a banquet tonight, not drunk or go home. Whitebeard asked Whitebeard to put out his savings, including a little tax robbed from other pirate groups and paid by various countries, and invited residents of nearby islands to hold a grand dance. Tom, the Murloc, met the earlier crew members. Izang and Eden participated in the dance party at the time of Danayu. There is no distinction between high and low in this dance. Everyone is here to participate in the dance, just have a good time. The Murlocs will also not be discriminated against. Orpeo invited Robin to dance, and at Tanayu, he invited Wadib. Yang Liuoki can't dance. Shiraha can't dance either. Captain, Sister Liuochi, why don't you go dancing? Izang asked curiously. This. Shiraha asked awkwardly. Izang, why don't you dance? Izo pointed to the scene where the One-Okuni warriors such as Eden, Denjiro, and Koku were dancing, referred to as Kuman Ranbu, with spicy eyes. Shiraha hopes to change his eyes for those who haven't seen One-Okuni dance. What is this jumping? I knew I would hold a simple banquet. Xiu was also very excited to participate in it. Yi Zhang had a headache, and told the truth. My brother can't dance, I dance in One-Okuni, and he accompanies him. Izang, you have a high level of dancing, why not drive the audience? Shiraha patted Izang and exclaimed enthusiastically, youth is about taking out 200% of what you want to do. Your enthusiasm. This venue needs you. Izang is very confused. He could not understand. But it seems quite passionate. Captain, what should I do? Go jump and let them see how good you are. Yizang took a deep breath and yelled earnestly, Captain, I will come on. Wait a minute. Just when Yizang was about to go up, Shiraha stopped him and took out a strange costume from somewhere. Izang, do you want to try this costume? I think it is very suitable. Izang was taken aback for a moment, and pointed to the suit. This is the first time I saw this kind of clothes. It looks a little too precious. This set of made outfits can be regarded as the kind with high craftsmanship in the world of pirates. Even if it is modern, it is made by one of the best handmade masters. If this suit is auctioned off, it should be able to auction a sky-high price in your family. As the saying goes, good things are rare and expensive. Under the premise that similar styles do not appear, this maid outfit is the only one. Even if similar styles appear in the future, this maid outfit has a high collection value. In fact, Shiraha wanted Yang Liuoki to wear this dress to dance. In addition to this one with a lot of fabric, he also prepared a lot of fabric-saving clothes for wearing in the room, but it has not been formally proposed. He was afraid of being rejected. This dress suits you well. Trust me, you will be the focus of the audience. Izang took the maid outfit and compared it with his figure, and found that it fits well. Then Captain, I'll go dancing in this suit. Just as Shiraha was expecting to dance in a Tibetan-made costume, a clear voice rang from the side, it's all from the west. Yang Liuoki's eyes were indifferent, and he was not interested in this dance party. Captain, I've passed. Izang carefully took the maid's outfit, and when he was about to change in small steps, the outfit was grabbed by someone. Shiraha took the maid costume back from Yizang, squinted and smiled. This suit is not suitable for you. I have more suitable clothes. With that said, he took out a new set of clothes from somewhere and handed it to the crewman. When Izang first saw it, his eyes lit up and he took the new suit. The maid pretends to be Shira's evil taste, but this suit is very serious. Izang, show me 200% of your enthusiasm. Don't let this costume be ashamed. I will work hard. Yang Liuqi's eyes lit up when he saw the costume, and Shiraha drew a code on her waist with his finger. After you go back, you also wear a suit to show me. Yang Liuqi nodded in Shira's surprised gaze. After Izang changed his clothes, the eyes of a large number of people on the court had long been attracted by Izang. The children grew fast, and the young Izang was about 1.7 meters. The outfit was beautiful. Dressed up in front of Shiraha and Yang Liuqi, they asked nervously, "Captain, this suit is so beautiful. Does it have its own name?" "It has a collective name, Kapow." End of this chapter. Chapter 263 The niece who entered Shira's room by mistake. 4,000 words. Chapter 263 The niece who entered Shira's room by mistake. 4,000 words. King Pao. Yizang read it again and smiled. This name sounds good. The more Shiraha looked at his boatman Izang, the more satisfied. Everyone said that his daughter is a caring little padded jacket and his son is a thorn. He didn't feel this at first, but he had a real feeling after taking Rockdal and Izang. In the future, if he has a daughter, he hopes to have the same good character as Izang. Years ago, he was very sensible. In order to raise his younger brother, he worked hard to live his life. The talent is not bad. He is the intended sniper on the Shiraha pirate ship in the future. This position is none other than Tibet. "Captain, I'm going to play. What else do you have?" Izang gently stroked the Cheongsam on his body, and saluted Shiraha. You can tell, Izang is really careful. Shiraha picked up the flask and took a sip. It's nothing. Izang's sense of language and appearance was cultivated since he was a child, and he said with a smile, "Captain, drinking like this is bad for your health." Even if the captain wants to drink like this, he must pay attention to his body. Sister Liuqi will be very worried. Everyone cares about the captain's body. Shiraha grinned and handed the flask over. "Want to drink it?" Izang shook his head nervously. "No, Captain, I will go dancing later." "Go ahead." What I thought of earlier made Shiraha feel, if only I had a daughter like you. It's a man underneath. Yizang sensed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and smiled. The captain is actually very young. There will be many children in the future. If the captain is willing, consider me a daughter. Sister Liuqi, "Captain, am I a bit shameless like this?" Yang Liuqi stepped forward and touched Yizang's little head. "Several daughters are pretty good, and I envy the beards of a bunch of children." Shiraha encouraged, "Izang, go and dance according to the dance in that book." "Captain, I will come on." Izang took out a fan and walked towards the center with small steps. Fans and Cheongsam are a perfect match, and with the talent hidden in dancing, the focus of the audience is on him. Morjans saw this costume and dance, and photographed it out of professionalism. As a result, the news is selling well. This kind of dance and costume set off a trend in the pirate world. Shiraha and Yang Liuqi quietly, as the audience of this dance finished watching the dance. Liuqi, everyone is the protagonist. Shiraha looked graceful and dazzled Izo on the stage. His eyes were purified. Among the group of people other than Izang in Wonokuni, the best dancer turned out to be Aden. If you think about it, your eyes will bleed. I really shouldn't go to see it. After a dance party ended, Yizang, Aden, and Tanai officially returned and became crew members of the Dawn. During this period of time, I have been searching for Rockdal's whereabouts, and that kid will really hide. Whitebeard did not find Rockdal's whereabouts in the sea. Someone in the Whitebeard pirate group guessed that it was captured by Marine. Don't worry, since you said that kid is so good, I believe he will be fine. Shiraha was silent, worried about Rockdal's safety, He will be fine. I should have asked him the last time I met Zephyr. Shiraha has a life paper about Crocodile, which proves that his crew is still alive, but in the bad condition. Isn't it really caught by the world government? Ghoulal, are you coming to live on the boat? Whitebeard invited with a laugh. Shiraha refused. I already have a boat. The boat made by Adam Treasure Tree is very strong. After such a long separation, Shiraha wanted the crew to gather together, ready to take them all to the dawn. Kihahaha Shiraha, congratulations on becoming a true pirate captain. Whitebeard did not force it. The men at sea have their own pursuits. It was Marco's reluctant expression on his face. Big nephew, I am fostering a small plane with you. It likes to fly to the clouds. If you are fine, take it to fly with you. Hearing Shiraha's words, Marco shouted in surprise, Uncle, I will take care of the small plane very well. Don't worry. Shiraha patted the pterodactyl and showed reminiscences. We came out of Chinchut together, and we returned to the blue sky together. You like to run around in the clouds. Tweet. The toothless pterosaur didn't know why the master said so much, but it felt the master's mood and couldn't help but screamed and expressed its opinion. My nephew, the little plane agreed, but it will stay on the dawn for one night. Uncle, I'll go with the little plane. I'll live on your boat tonight. Marco looked at Whitebeard. Daddy, I'm passing. Kihahaha, go if you want. Marco climbed onto the back of the small plane and followed Shiraha to the dawn. As soon as he saw the dawn, Marco yelled, Uncle, this ship is a little too handsome. There are only a few boats made of Adam's treasure trees in the world. Of course, they are handsome and worth billions of Baileys. Although I heard a bad news, today is a good day. Most of the crew are here. The deputy captain Yang Liu Oki, Robin, Tanayushi, Yizang, Aden, and Tom are all on board the Dawn. Aden, who saw the Dawn for the first time, was very excited. In comparison, Yizang and Tanayu are much better. Brother, our pirate group must have a very handsome name, right? Father, what is our pirate group called? Au, I also want to know. Huh? Tanayushi's eyes widened, staring at Yizang beside him in surprise. Panicked, Au, this is a fall. Is the seventh sister's child? Shiraha said lightly, it's your child. What? Au, I don't have such a big child. Tanayu explained in a panic. When Shiraha saw Tanayu in a panic, she felt a little cute in her heart. She was really too stupid. He was obviously the crew member who took the boat together, but he completely forgot when he was panicked. He was about to tease her. But Yang Liu Oki on the side seemed to see it, and told Tanayushi everything. Husband, you can't tease girls with this kind of thing. Girls care about this kind of thing. I'm wrong. The conversation between the two made the surrounding crew members understand the position of the deputy captain on the ship in an instant, and that their captain seemed a bit nervous. Robin is really curious about how Shiraha chased Yang Liu Oki and Tanayushi. They didn't seem to be forced at all, and she suspected that the deputy captain might be better than the captain. Robin has heard a lot of things during this period, and he also knows that the deputy captain was much better than Shiraha, so there should be no such thing as the overlord's hard bow. At present, Shiraha's pirate group has not found Crocodile, and the rest are on board. The name of our ship is Shugwang, and Yizang is my daughter. Au, Yizang is a boy. Mother, I'm fine. Yizang's words made Tanayushi's mood a little fluttering. Why did this child suddenly speak so much? The people on the ship didn't feel surprised. After all, I saw a Whitebeard who likes to take in children. Their captain, as Whitebeard's partner, is not surprised to have this habit. Robin and Olbia went back to their room to sleep. After Izo greeted him, Shiraha arranged a special room. The little angel has exhausted a lot of physical energy today. It is better for children to go to bed earlier. He had prepared these crew's rooms a long time ago, including Crocodile's room. Except for the troubled Aden, the rest of the crew went to sleep one after another. The scholars on board will be able to arrange tomorrow. Sky Island will have someone go down to King Hai to pick up these scholars and Orbiya, and Ohara's 5,000 years of knowledge accumulation will also be brought to Sky Island. In the future, Sky Island will not lack sensei and knowledge. Shiraha settled everything and went back to her room with one in one hand. Soft and fragrant. Tonight is destined to be an unusual night. I seem to have forgotten something. Shiraha was still thinking. Luochi, prepare to open the protective cover to protect our privacy. Where did Yang Luoki and Tanayushi have experienced this kind of scene, let alone Tanayushi? Even Yang Luoki and other generals who were fighting on the battlefield were confused. Here. Yang Luoki poured cold water on Shiraha in one sentence. Me too, Tanayushi said immediately. Women know women best since ancient times. When the 2 basins of cold water came down, Shiraha felt so cold, and forced to suppress the sadness in his heart, and said faintly, "Sleep normally tonight." Holding 2 scented sleep aids, Shiraha quickly fell asleep, not knowing what he had done in the dream, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a figure was rushing towards the dawn, and quickly jumped onto the ship in Eden's shocked eyes. In turn, "I have to smoke you." Whitebeard was obviously blown up. "You didn't even ask me to come alone." "Marco, you are really getting bolder." Eden persuaded. "Sister, don't you sleep on your boat?" Whitebeard snorted. "I was invited by Shiraha." "Big brother is your uncle." "What are you talking about?" Whitebeard squinted at him, his tone raised several times. "Nothing, big sister. You are free." During this period of time, Eden and Marco were teased by Whitby and a group of people, causing the current Wonokuni man to be a little afraid of her. Whitby nodded in satisfaction. "Help me find a room, I'm going to sleep." "Okay." Eden obediently sent Whitby out of Shiraha's room, pointed and said, "This is the room." Seeing Whitby enters, Eden turned around and hurried back to his room, so as not to meet scary people again. In Eden's heart, they are Shiraha's harem. As the harem king, Eden, of course, wants to help his eldest brother. Early the next morning, after Shiraha woke up, he looked at Whitebeard, who was close in front of him with a shocked face, and subconsciously opened his mouth, and said in his heart, "What's the situation? Is it so exciting? I am very dedicated to Luochi and Tanayu. The bed in this room is very big. It can sleep about a dozen people without squeezing it. Shiraha made this kind of bed specially. I haven't been able to sleep in my previous life. I want to sleep on a big bed in this life, and feel the feeling that I can't fall off when I roll around. Isn't it okay?" Lifting his head slightly, the door of the room was closed and not locked. He never locks up, nor does his ship need to be locked. If you really want to do anything, just use a protective cover to isolate it. It is estimated that Kiki was next to him last night, and because he slept soundly, Whitebeard didn't have any malice, so he didn't notice it. This time there was a big oolong. Shiraha looked at a hand on her heart, and commented a little. "Plump, white, narrow, slender, and beautiful." He glanced at several large white legs on his lap again, a little dizzy. So long, so white. But Shiraha still recognized the seldom touched leg at a glance. Slender and round, smooth and delicate, good legs. At this moment, Yang Luoki woke up. Shiraha seemed to see the savior winking constantly. "Husband? What are you doing?" Yang Luoki smiled badly. She discovered that Whitby had come in last night, so she stopped the ice beauty. When she saw Yang Luoki, Whitby fell asleep on this big bed with peace of mind. "Luochi, you have gone bad." The voices of the two obviously awakened Whitby. The ice beauty was getting up, rolled over, and hugged Shiraha tighter. "Can you stop bothering me? Let me sleep for a while. This bed is so comfortable." This bed is specially prepared by Shiraha for herself and his wife, and of course it is very comfortable to sleep. "How hard?" "What is this?" "It's uncomfortable to hold it at all." "Did the little aunt sleep in armor?" Whitby opened his eyes sleepily, and when he saw the person in front of him clearly, the beauty stared. Shiraha smiled awkwardly. "Am I misunderstanding you?" The expression in Whitby's conveyed a message. "Do you think I will believe it?" The sound was too loud, and Tanayushi was also woken up, staring at the scene in front of him for a long time. 3 women in one play. After the 3 whispered conspiracies, they seemed to have reached a consensus. In front of Shiraha, Whitebeard didn't avoid putting on his coat. It turns out that it's such a thing. I thought this was my aunt's room. Shiraha, as a man, looked at Whitebeard's clothes honestly, and said, "Isn't the room where you are she is my room? How careless is this girl?" I asked him to find me a room, but he sent it directly to me. Whitebeard's tone of anger was a little disappointed, and he said in his heart, "Why hasn't anything happened? My body hasn't been broken yet." What is it? This young uncle is not bad, right? End of this chapter. 264 Training. Murloc Island. Smart Seeking Class. 4000 words. Chapter 264 Training. Murloc Island. Smart Seeking Class. 4000 words. Aden? It turned out to be Aden brother. Shiraha said coldly, "He is too courageous. You got into this room by Aden? He doesn't seem to be able to beat you." The ice beauty of Whitebeard panicked and covered her mouth, recalling whether she had said something that shouldn't be said in her heart, and he was relieved after thinking it through. I asked Aden to find me a room, and then he led me to the door of this room. From what Whitebeard said, Shiraha learned that the source of all misunderstandings was that Boyden was giving directions. Did he make a mistake? Guide this ice beauty to his room. Is he that kind of person? Whitebeard is his own niece, a niece who has no blood relationship. Can he start? Shiraha couldn't help but glanced at Whitebeard. He is 1.75 meters tall and has an extraordinary aura of self-confidence. Generally, men are very interested in conquering this kind of woman. His heart. Sister Whitebeard, let's go out together. Yang Liu Oki naturally took Whitebeard's hand. The 3 women went out from Shiraha's room together, and attracted the attention of member on the boat. This caused Shiraha to leave the house, and the eyes of the crew on the ship were placed on him. In particular, Robin and Orbia watched him communicate and laughed secretly. This time it was like jumping into the Yellow River and he couldn't clean it up. He didn't do anything last night. It was too bad. He had already touched it. I'm going to say hello to Brother Newgate, and we're going to Fishman Island later. After Shiraha finished speaking, he hurriedly left the boat. The atmosphere was too embarrassing. After greeting the Whitebeard pirates and others, a dedicated person was sent to Sky Island, and Rovko personally led the team to welcome the historians. Rovko, I didn't expect you to come down in person. Aren't you going to get flowers and plants? Shiraha stepped forward and embraced Rovko excitedly. As the only sensei in this world, Shiraha has the ability to live well, and it is Rovko that really laid the skills for him to survive through the teachings of that period. This gave the surviving Shiraha a chance to learn swordsmanship. In addition to swordsmanship, Shiraha's melee and killing skills were not weak, but handsome with a sword. Why use other methods for opponents who can generally be solved with swords? The epiphany is growing very well. I should be able to see it with my own eyes soon. It's great to live freely. Behind Rovko is a group of existences with similar unique auras. But I want to try and make a choice. Living for one person is not just living for others. Shiraha showed a surprised look and joked, "Hey, it's a pity that you are not a woman, otherwise I will harvest you as my harem." Orbia and Whitebeard laughed on the spot, and laughed with the others. Shiraha's pirates didn't have too much restraint. They were all partners in the same boat, so the little angel didn't smile, and there was Aden thinking with a serious expression on his face. This kind of joke is best not to play. I'm afraid we will die without a whole body. Rovko said calmly. Yang Liu Oki smiled faintly. If you are a female, I don't mind. Shiraha coughed a few times. Don't continue this kind of topic. First get rid of the scholars and troublesome spirits, and please be sure not to damage any books. Rovko nodded and took away all the scholars, including the troublesome Orbia and the Tree of All-Knowing, which had accumulated knowledge for 5,000 years. With him, there won't be any problems. Let's go. Marker has already returned to the Whitebeard pirates with the small plane. Murloc Island is 10,000 meters below the sea floor. which is also the only way to enter the new world. Normal ships definitely cannot enter Murloc Island. If you want to dive into the sea floor, you must find a coating worker at Sabadi Archipelago to coat the Dawn. Row. The Straw Hat Pirates in the original work rely on Rayleigh to coat. Shiraha is definitely not good. Now Rayleigh is still a handsome young guy, and 80% of them can't coat. This is very easy to solve. It is impossible for all the pirates who reach the Fisherman Island to be coated by Rayleigh. There must be other very good coaters, just with a small amount of money. The Dawn again sailed on the sea. This time it wasn't boring at all. The boat was so lively. Compared to the boring group of scholars, Aden was an expert at doing things. Yes, this is called a pirate ship. Shiraha asked, Tom, come over and have a drink. Can you make the boat drive itself? Captain, I'll come over later. Just give me a bottle of Ergutu. Okay. As a member of the Murloc family, Tom is born much stronger than the average person. In addition, the family is special, and he has a special preference for Ergutu who comes to another world. The scariest Auntie Silvergun didn't say anything last night. She gave it up. Uncle, don't drink. There are so many beauties here. You're not mistaken when you go to drink, right? Whitebeard twisted her waist, threw a wink at him. Whitebeard, you seem to have too much meat on your body. Do you want to work out together? Shiraha took Yang Liu Oki, Robin and the newly joined Danayushi to do leg press training together. After seeing this scene, Whitebeard looked at his figure again. Is she really fat? Shiraha saw that Whitebeard was wearing a blue blouse and followed them to press his leg. Suddenly a little blood boiled. These girls often don't know what they are wearing, so they dare to make big moves. Shiraha is an upright person and immediately reminded, would you like to change your clothes? I'm a little bit enthusiastic now. Whitebeard was dumbfounded at first, but later noticed that he could only cover the blouses of his thighs, and said with joy, it turns out that it's not impossible. It seems that my sister is still very attractive. In pain and happiness, Shiraha spent a long time in cultivation. Can only see but not touch. What is this called? Why did Liuochi and Aishi come with relatives at this time? The training is over and the destination is reached. Shiraha summarized the strength of the members on his ship. There is no doubt about Eden's strength. Yizeng has great potential and worked very hard. After taking the Thunder, Berry also possesses fierce marksmanship and swordsmanship, and ranks among the best on the ship. Tom's talent and family are good, and training is much better than the average pirate who has a reward. Needless to say, Whitebeard, the eldest sister of the Whitebeard pirates, will be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Alliance in the eyes of other unwitting people, who owns a unique icebreaker. The war on the top also led his subordinates to easily break through the encirclement of pacifists and solve a large number of pacifists. Tanayu's talent and potential are very high. Just eating Berry is not ordinary. Berry, who is related to Time, has now learned a few tricks in the 6 formulas, Moon Step, Rank Yaku Tempest Kick, Shave. Other than that, he also learned armament haki and has a good swordsmanship. Robin is the weakest on the Dawn, but Berry's unexpected ability is commendable. But she exposed the weakness of Berry's ability on Sky Island, and it was difficult to deal with opponents of Tom's size. When I came to the famous painter's house, I made my purpose clear. The Kota learned that he was related to the Whitebeard pirates, and immediately smiled Sage's face and asked Shiraha to take the initiative to prostitute him. After coating, the Dawn was covered with a translucent bubble film, and plunged into the seabed. Yang Liu Oki is very unfamiliar under the sea. Even with the help of pointers, it is difficult to find a specific location. There are too many undercurrents on the seabed. Fortunately, Tom is familiar with Murloc Island and is the helmsman on the ship. Going to Murloc Island is a breeze for Murloc. Tom steadily drove the Dawn. As he kept diving, the light was getting darker and darker, and he couldn't see his fingers around him. Deep sea phobia permeated everyone's heart. Snapped. The lights on the Dawn were turned on, and everyone was relieved. Darkness is the most uncomfortable environment, especially in the deep sea. Brother, why do you want to give him money? Aden didn't understand. The man clearly said to them for free, "Is it for loyalty?" Shiraha looked speechless. This is a normal transaction. He couldn't consume the goodwill of Brother Newgate on the group of civilians, and the money was to prove to the civilians who the pirates he knew with the Whitebeard pirates were. 1 passed to 10, 10 passed to 100, is still somewhat effective, especially if the other party is still a well-known quota. Robin, come and take a look. A lot of fish. Tanayu was attracted by the strange fish on the bottom of the sea. Robin lay on the chair and shook his head. I want to read more books. Reading in this environment is bad for your eyes. Auntie is right. Come here. Whitebeard picked up Robin involuntarily and came to the ship's rail. 4 women were lying on the ship rail. Among them, Yang Luoki and Tanayushi's expressions were very excited. This surprised Shiraha. It turned out that Luoki was interested in the seabed. However, the interest of Whitebeard on a trip to Fishman Island was not as great as the first time. Robin was gradually attracted to the bottom of the sea, and his eyes fluctuated. They didn't worry that the nearby fish would burst the bubbles, but from time to time they looked at Shiraha, who was sitting on the bow of the boat fishing. It's weird, why didn't a fish catch the bait? As the dawn dived deeper and deeper, the fishes became less and less. Seeing the silent fishing rod, Shiraha's mood was getting worse and worse. When diving quickly below 5 kilometers, even the lights on the Aurora could hardly illuminate the surroundings. The oddly shaped big fish that occasionally appeared after Eden's fuss often scared the other crew members. I wasn't scared to death by these strange fish. I was almost scared by the bastard Eden. Under the enthusiastic helping hand of the other ship members, Eden honestly lay on the bed, and Shiraha walked out of Eden's room. Lost husband, the fishing rod has moved. What? Luochi, help pull the fishing rod up. Here I am. The two quickly took the fishing line back. It was a big fish. In the surprised eyes of the crew, the fish was eaten by a bigger fish, and then the big fish ate the small fish. There appeared a Neptune that was hundreds of times larger than the Dawn. The length is at least tens of thousands of meters, which is far more shocking than the perspective in the comics. I'll take a fuck. Shiraha's eyes shrank, and suddenly the extremely powerful Conqueror was released, and pressed hard against the abnormal Sea King. As a result, this Neptune did not faint in an instant, but was even directly irritated, making a harsh roar on the bottom of the sea, and its huge boundless body slammed into the Shugwang. Your uncle. There is a kind of go to land and fight with that elephant. Shiraha rushed out of the bubble film and entered the bottom of the sea. The heavy air pressure squeezed his body, facing the giant Sea King. Shiraha's eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Dare to move my boat, I want your life. Tom, you take everyone to the Fisherman Island, we will come later. Yang Luoki ordered and jumped into the sea. Don't worry, Deputy Captain, everything is on my body. Tom controlled the Dawn away from the giant Sea Kings and rushed towards the Fisherman Island. None of the crew on the ship was too panicked. They knew the strength of the two, but they couldn't help but worry. Big sister, what should I do? Eden was eager to try, holding a pair of knives. Whitebeard poured cold water. Don't make trouble for them, just because of your strength. At most tickle the Sea King. We just trust them. Brother, return to Fishman Island. Eden gave up the idea of fighting, and the Dawn led everyone to dive. The battlefield started. Shiraha and Yang Luoki cooperated tacitly, and the two decided to kill this Sea King class. During the battle, a large area of the sea was stained blood red. It is reasonable to say that the smell of blood would attract other Sea Kings, but at this moment, no Sea Kings dare to come here. This giant Sea King is the strongest king in the sea. Compared to the few Sea Kings in the original book, it is huge, and will only take orders from the Sea Kings born in the future. Such a powerful human, why do you want to invade the territory of the Murloc? After hearing the sound, Shiraha grinned grimly and said, I didn't see you come out when the Murloc was caught by outsiders. Why do you come here pretendingly to stop us now? Shiraha's rhetorical question made this huge intelligent Sea King stunned. After thinking for a long time, it said, I have a very important task. The two kings will be born in the future. I can't let that king suffer any harm. I'm not interested in the kings born in the future. It is not their turn to appear in this world. I am the demon king. Jin will not let Shira's arrogant tone, but somehow convinced this sea king. Are you trying to destroy Murloc Island? I'm here to cover them. Any questions? Shiraha said in his heart. This sea king type skin is too thick, and the scales on his body are not inferior to the hardness of the sea floor stone. This sea king was puzzled. It came only after receiving a task. Didn't it say that the future king might be affected by a certain human being? Is it a prediction wrong? End of this chapter. Chapter 265 Yangshu Eve. Beheim. Shyly Little Lily. 4,000 words. Chapter 265 Suntree Eve. Beheim. Shyly Little Lily. 4,000 words. The giant sea king hesitantly said, "The devil will not destroy... Are you a serious devil?" I don't know how many years this sea king has lived, and I don't know the term demon king. In its heart, it is no different from the slave traders who like to hunt on the Fisherman Island. Hearing such contradictory words, this sea king made a speech that hit the soul directly. You sea king is also really funny. To be honest, mermaids and murlocs have a lot to do with humans, but they have absolutely nothing to do with monsters like you. Shiraha mocked slightly. I'm here for murlocs. The purpose of the island has already been told to you, but instead of dealing with the slave traders, you are instead protecting the Fisherman Island and let the Fisherman Island provoke enemies like me and Luo Chi. What kind of motives do you sea kings have? I'm afraid it's not an attempt at the Fisherman Island, right? Shira's words are justified, so that this sea king cannot refute. The two humans are very powerful, and even it is not sure to stay. If the two of them attack the Fisherman Island, it will be a devastating one. Disaster. I am loyal to the king who is about to be born on the Fisherman Island, and will never do anything to harm the Fisherman Island. What do you want, human beings? The king of the sea succumbed. Apologize. There are also compensation for mental damage and clothing. Shiraha pulled Yang Liu Oki, pointing to her small face and clothes. You see, it's all contaminated with blood. Do you know how badly this hurts the skin? Losing money. Shiraha successfully blackmailed a watermelon-sized night pearl from this sea king. Now that the times have changed, this thing is worthless. Do you have anything else? This sea king thought for a while, and spit out the exquisite Hisui coral group from his mouth. The strong man among humans. Is this all right? Everyone knows that this thing is very valuable. Shiraha hugged Yang Liuoki tightly, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and without hesitation, put it into the storage space. At present, there is only a huge night pearl and a set of huge Hisui coral colonies in the space. As for Anan's gold, all of it has been handed over to Rovko. It should now be shipped to Sky Island, plus the wealth of West Blue that is about to be brought back by Shiki. There is no shortage of funds needed for the development of Sky Island. Shirahan now wants to collect some unique and invaluable treasures. Who made him a celestial person in his previous life, with a bloodline that likes to collect things flowing in his bones? It's almost the same. I went to Fishman Island. Shiraha called up the replay of the World Live broadcast. After watching the Sea King, he was still a little worried. I will be guarding near the Fisherman Island. If something goes wrong, I won't let your entire boat go. People, your tone is too loud. The life level of other people is not as strong as yours. Your Neptune-type IQ is indeed not low, but I also want to tell you one thing. If you dare to move my crew, I will dare to kill all the Neptune-type in the sea. The king of the sea said in his heart. It's really a dangerous human being. I hope he really came to shelter the Murloc Island. Our king hasn't been born yet. Shiraha put forward some ideas. Soon the world will undergo a big change, and you will need your power soon. If you really only obey the orders of the future king to do it, then I dare to guarantee that the future situation facing the Fisherman Island is desperate. I will open a door of hope for Murlocs. In the future, Murloc trading and Murloc discrimination will be prohibited. Even if you live on land, even Sky Island and the Red Earth continent are all possible. It depends on your future choices. Shiraha swaggered away from the Sea King, and rushed towards the Fisherman Island with Yang Luoki Mitsurugi in one hand. The King of the Sea looked at the two humans who were gone. King, have the times really changed? It began to recall the Sea King more than 700 years ago. Husband, were you talking to that big guy just now? Shiraha blinked, wondering why Yang Luoki could speak in the sea, until he felt that unique spiritual power squeezed the surrounding sea water, and extracted a lot of oxygen from the sea water for the two of them to talk. Luochi, it turns out that spiritual power can still play like this. On the way, Shiraha informed of his exchange with the Sea King just now, Under the cries of my wise martial arts, the Sea King finally admitted his mistake. In fact, the fighting power of that Sea King in the sea is much stronger than Shiraha. If you want to kill it, it is unlikely that Garasai 5 elders will kill the Sea King just now in the sea. The sea is the world of Sea Kings. Even the Murlocs are inferior to the Shanghai Kings in this respect. You can always run if you can't beat it. But Yang Luoki still clapped his hands and stared at Shiraha with a cute expression and admiring eyes. One blows and the other believes. Soon the two came to the vicinity of the Fisherman Island and saw the huge sun tree, even the bright Fisherman Island. The growth of Yangtze weave is on the bottom of the sea, and it is the main source of sunlight on Murloc Island and the source of life for fish people. It is really a magical work of nature to have such a bright sea on the dark and gloomy seabed. After a long time sailing in the dark seabed, I suddenly saw such a sea area. It was like meeting Ohara in the desert. People couldn't help but get a little excited. Yang Luoki asked, husband, can your berry ability release such a big tree? Shiraha embarrassed, well, it's too big. I can try to feel the source of life of this tree. When I breathe a little bit into my body, I can make a smaller tree. Really? In this way, we can also build a Fisherman Island in the future. Yang Luoki's thoughts reminded Shiraha that he seemed to be able to create a private sunshine palace on the sea floor, dedicated to hiding the Crystal Palace. Just like a real boss, he has a variety of peculiar territories. Yang Luoki pointed to the film outside the Fisherman Island and asked, is that a bubble film? Shiraha explained patiently, the Fisherman Island has a double bubble structure with 2 layers of shields. There is an air layer between the 2 layers of bubbles. There is seawater in the 2 layers of shields. This structure is mainly used to prevent intrusion. If the ship does not follow the correct path to enter the Fisherman Island, the coating will automatically peel off and merge with the shield. Some ships will fall directly from the air layer in the middle to the ground. If you are lucky, you will be washed away by the seawater in the shield if you rush through the shield. But even so, there are still a large number of slave traders taking big risks to enter the Murloc Island to catch fishermen every year. The main reason is that the interests of the Murloc are too high, which is equivalent to some worthless things in previous lives being fired at sky-high prices. Murlocs were fired by the Damtenryu Bito and Gui family. The sky-high price of Murlocs made a large number of people take risks. Mumman Island is roughly divided into 2 types of Murlocs. One is mermaid and the other is Murloc. Mermaid and Murloc live separately. In the eyes of some mermaid, Murloc Street is a terrible place. Husband, how do you know so clearly? Luochi, your husband is omnipotent. Shiraha noticed Yang Luoki's puzzled look, and he urged, don't care about these details, let's go in. When the two entered the Murloc Island, they found that the people on the dawn were surrounded by a group of Murlocs. One of them was a wavy blonde woman standing between the 2 sides, still talking. What? Shiraha noticed the woman fish, and compared with the impression in her mind, she knew that the blonde woman fish was the future Princess Haim, and she had ideals and great ideas. It's a pity that that kind of concept is an ideal, not reality, and it was not realized in the end. However, the actions of Princess Haim were supported by the people of Murloc Island, which caused some changes. Your idea is too silly. Even if you can get the support of these mermaids, you can't imagine the darkness outside. You haven't even really been outside, let alone lived in the outside world. Your thoughts will make this group of mermaids accompany you to die. Don't you really think that the people outside are all good people? I advise you to wake up. Beheim, who had not yet become a princess, heard these words, looked at the speaker in surprise, and was surprised to find that it was a human being. She opened her mouth in surprise. My dream is to move the Fisherman Island to a land under the sun with you. I will not give up. At least there are good people like you in humans, right? Shiraha clutched his belly and laughed, pointing to her and said, how stupid are you? I am a pirate, the most vicious pirate in this sea. As soon as the voice fell, Shiraha and Yang Liuoqi came to Yeheim from a distance almost instantly. It's you? That's great. Beheim surprised the other Murlocs to introduce some things about Shiraha and Wald's naval battle. Many Murlocs on the court showed surprise eyes. Even if they have heard of big pirates like Shiraha and Yang Liuoqi, it is precisely because of the helping hand of these big pirates that their mermaids may really be able to live better. There are many mermaids on the court that are followed by Heim, which is mainly attributed to what Shiraha said for Murloc Island in the Battle of Wald. Do you say that it is true that we can protect our Fisherman Island from foreign members? Handsome human uncle, can I really live on land in the future? I want to see the real sun. Can our compatriots be saved? My daughter was caught by a group of beasts. I beg Master Shiraha, at least bring her body back. What exactly is going on? Why do these Murlocs seem to support him? How is this the same as the group of people on Sky Island? What the hell did this blonde Murloc girl do? Shiraha was confused, and he found that the difficulty of the dungeon had been reduced a lot without knowing it. I will save all of your compatriots. From now on, the Fisherman Island will hang my banner. Whoever dares to be tempted by the residents of the Fisherman Island is to be an enemy of me, and the entire Rocks pirate group as an enemy! Long live Lord Shiraha. With the help of a group of Murlocs and Yeheim, the crew of the Dawn came to Dragon Palace Castle. Nipton, I brought back the important member. If you don't see me again, I will let someone smash your door. Beheim shouted with a flushed face. Shiraha asked worriedly, say it down. It doesn't matter, my body has always been like this. Now the second Heim and Neptune dislike each other, especially Neptune hates the second Heim. Far from the strict control of his wife, there is a sea of people outside of Dragon Palace. All of them are Murlocs and mermaids who have heard of Heim. Most of the mermaids have repeatedly watched the videotape of Shiraha in the Battle of Wald. With eager anticipation, all the Murlocs were shouting, long live Lord Shiraha, long live the Embers Pirates. A group of beautiful Murlocs surrounded Azang. He shyly said, Sister Mermaid, you are fine, my father will definitely help you. Tom said strangely, our pirate group's name has just been picked up recently, so how come everyone knows it? Mr. Tom, you are going to ask that one about this. Robin pointed to Adon who was dancing not far away, and said with a gloomy face like the original, can you tell him not to dance? It's too ugly. Huidibai hugged her arms, twisted her waist, and smiled. It turns out that the idiot told other people his name. It is probably the first time I came to Fishman Island and I was so excited that I couldn't find north. When a group of civilians on Murloc Island welcomed them, an angry voice rang. I blame you. I saw a little mermaid with beautiful short black hair and glamorous blue eyes holding a divination ball, looking at Shiraha with a grieved expression. Second Heim was taken aback, and quickly explained. This kid 1010 said some strange things, please don't mind. I know. Shiraha was about to tease this little lalai. Don't look at me as handsome, you are going to bully me. Shyly little lalai. You look really handsome, but I will be born so early, this is all to blame you. Shyly grievedly hugged her divination ball, crying, I was born so many years in advance. You have to take full responsibility. I obviously shouldn't have been born so early. Shiraha looked at the little lalai, who was about 10 years old, and asked tentatively, Shyly, what are you asking others to do? Blame you. I was born so early, you have to be responsible to me. At 10 IU, waded by and Robin looked at Shiraha with shocked eyes, and their eyes revealed, why don't you let such a small child go? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, I'm not Lily control. Yang Liu Oki stood up and said, I believe what my husband said. I believe it too. Tanayushi followed closely behind. Shiraha thought of what the little Lily had just said, with a hint of shock in her eyes, and said in her heart, this Lily shouldn't have been born so early, and this little Lily will become very big in the future. Shiraha asked, can you calculate the date of your birth? Shyly shook her head and explained, no. But I can use the divination ball to confirm when I should be born. I was born so early because of you. End of this chapter. Chapter 266 Divination of the Fate of Shiraha and Others. 4,000 words. Chapter 266 Divining the Fate of Shiraha and Others. 4,000 words. I don't know anyone in Murloc Street. 1010 can't get enough to eat. I couldn't grab the group of Murlocs. I wanted to go outside the Murloc Island to find something to eat, but I was almost eaten by the Sea Kings. Woo. At this time, Shyly is not the future mermaid who often smokes with a pipe and has a calm and dignified personality. The little Lily, who was about 10 years old, talked about her miserable experience of tears when she heard it, and the emotion of the listener. This is too miserable. Is there no mermaid to take care of this little girl? How can this happen again? Beheim opened his mouth wide in disbelief. She has seen the little mermaid Shyly, and she has also heard other merfolk say that this little mermaid will say something utterly silly. Beheim noticed the rudeness, and quickly covered his mouth, crying, and shouted, it's all my fault, it's all my fault, let me raise you. Little Lily Shyly was unhappy and awkward, pouting her mouth and ignoring Heim. Since you can predict, you should understand that the man in front of you is a great mermaid in the future. Shiraha is very interested in Shyly, who was born so early. The accuracy of this little Murloc's divination prediction is as high as 100%, and it can be said that there is no miss. He was very curious about his future destiny. I guess no one would be curious about his future destiny. I know, she will be your woman in the future. Shyly lowered her head and pointed to Shiraha. The expression on Shiraha's face stiffened, and then gradually panicked. You can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense. How could Heim's body bones that could fall apart at the touch of a touch be able to hold him, not to mention that he has no need for Murlocs in that respect. Normal mermaid men want one, but it doesn't mean that all men want to do that kind of thing. Can't pure appreciation work? Isn't it fragrant to keep eye-catching? At this time, Heim B was also panicked. You can't joke about this kind of remarks. Please explain to His Excellency Shiraha quickly. Noting Shiraha's flustered expression, a sly flash in Shyly's eyes. And this scene happened to be seen by Whitby, the head of this imposing eldest sister on the Whitebeard pirates, touched Shyly's head and smiled and said, the deceptive child is very unpopular in the sea. I will give you another chance to reorganize the language. Shyly looked at the fierce big sister, and said nervously, I am not talking about the future princess. In fact, I was lying just now. My divination is very clever and cannot be wrong. I am. Whitby, Shiraha smiled, patted Shyly, and said softly, okay. There is no need to talk about this matter. You really shouldn't have been born so early. This matter may really have something to do with me, but it's not good to lie. Child, would you like to divination for me? The future era of great navigation has disappeared. To be precise, there is an almost thick line of fate in the original line of fate. These two lines of fate will determine the future. Shyly said seriously, I am not sure about divination. Is it necessarily correct? It may be unfortunate. This little Lily is very proud of her own divination, but at the same time she hates divination, because her divination almost always predicts that unfortunate things will happen. Perhaps you may not be able to accept what you want me to do, fortune telling. Beheim said worriedly, Your Excellency Shiraha, it's better not to do divination. Shiraha looked at Haim and asked with a smile, you are not listening to my inner voice, are you? I won't do it like this. I just use my own ability to feel the hearts of others, not eavesdropping on what they are thinking. Haim explained as he took out a tissue and wiped his nose. It looks like an idiot with a runny nose and one nostril. Don't your Shiraha think you are an idiot? Haim thought in his heart. A kind of natural seeing, hearing and sex is also an innate talent. Haim relies on this ability to hear the inner voice of others. By passing on his own true feelings, he has a large number of followers on Fishman Island. It's a pity that a mermaid with such a talent is a sick child. Just hitting someone with a slap will cause an open fracture, and even a kind-hearted person will shed tears because of hitting someone by himself. Shiraha thought, if this kind of talent is for an ordinary person, a strong person can be cultivated. My dear uncle, don't you mind letting my niece go for a divination first, do you? Whitebeard broke the calm, looking expectantly at shyly little Lily, with something he wanted to ask. Shyly saw such a scene, tilted her head for a moment, and said, I am really interested in you, so that I can be born in this world ahead of time. I will help you and the two most important people around you. Fortune telling. As soon as she heard Shira was most important too, Tanayu opened her eyes nervously and prayed in her heart, I hope one of them is me. Yang Luoki looked at Shyly indifferently, poked Shiraha next to him with his finger, and asked, isn't this something that swindlers and gods can do? Really accurate? Shiraha nodded, and replied, unlike gods and liars, this little mermaid's divination is almost 100% accurate. Hearing someone boasting about herself so much, the young Shyly stood up, and her eyes were open and frank, and nothing came out. A large group of Murlocs and mermaids surrounded the people on the dawn in front of Dragon Palace. They were very curious about what kind of divination Shyly would make. This was what made the Fisherman Island show off. There are not many powerful characters in the Fisherman Island. If there is a mermaid with strong divination ability, they will all feel honored. Shiraha pointed to Whitebeard. You come first. I won't jump in the queue. Just help me test what the future will be like. Okay. Shyly stroked the fortune-telling ball. After a while, he showed a strange look, and said, you are the queen of the ice field, lonely and arrogant, but because of destiny and love, you will fall into the abyss in the near future. Shinigami is beckoning to you. Arya Sky will become your hope. And in the distant future, you will achieve what you want. Whitebeard blinked and said in a daze, can't you make it simple? Shyly bulged into a bun's face and said, I have tried my best to tell you in words that are easy to understand. Next. Whitebeard stepped aside, thinking about what the little mermaid had just said to her, and fell into deep thought. Shiraha looked at the two people beside him, Luochi, Ashi, which one of you will come first? Tanayushi breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head, it's okay for me. Let me be behind. The future is something that hasn't happened yet. Shouldn't it be the master in his own hands? Yang Luoki subconsciously clenched the spear in his hand. I don't think the future is destined. Shyly sighed and showed maturity that does not match her age. The future can naturally be changed, but some things are destined. No one can change the destined future, and I count it as such a future. Shiraha and Yang Luoki looked at Shyly's serious expressions and didn't take it seriously. A strong man like them would not believe in Hollow's futile future. The future is in their own hands. Let me calculate the future for you first. Shyly's expression was utterly murmured, and she was muttering words. Suddenly, she opened her eyes suddenly. Her face looked incredible. The expression shocked Haim, for fear that Shyly would say something terrible, and the curiosity of the crowd on the court would be seduced, and even Yang Luoki himself had curiosity. Yang Luoki raised his brows slightly and asked calmly, I can tell you something about me. Shyly just shook her head constantly, with a tone of panic and vague admiration, and explained, I will help the remaining two to take a look. Yang Luoki didn't force it. She had no interest in this kind of divination itself. If Shiraha hadn't said that the success rate of divination was almost 100%, and she believed in her husband, she would reluctantly make the divination once. I hope the fewer people present, the better. Shyly asked. Beheim did so and dismissed the people on the Fisherman Island. In the end, Shiraha, Yang Luoki and Dan Ayushi, 3 humans, and a little mermaid were left on the court. It's almost done now. Shiraha stretched out and said to Yawn, ladies first, I am last. Hearing these words, Shyly took the crystal ball for divination and came to Dan Ayushi. After divination for a while, she spoke again. All the cherry blossoms in the whole country are in full bloom for you. At this moment, Shyly was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, you should have an answer in your heart. Tanayu, with a complicated complexion, showed the brightest smile after listening. Wanokyani's cherry blossoms are the most beautiful. It looks like it's me now. Shiraha will not believe or deny Shyly's divination too much. After all, there are people in this world who practice seeing, hearing, and appearance to the extent of future sight, and as Luochi said, the future is not unchanged. Shiraha will greatly increase their chances of winning. But some things really can only do their best and obey the fate. Shyly faced him with a crystal ball. Shiraha could see clearly. It was not much different from the magic stick on the street. The only difference was that he didn't wear sunglasses to pretend to be blind. Through the crystal ball in little Lolly's hand, Shiraha tried to see what was in the twinkling light, as if there were some flashing images. This time, this little Lolly was shaking very hard holding the crystal ball, almost worse than Yang Liuki's one. Shyly's body was trembling constantly, rolling over the dead fish eyes that had been played badly, and with an expression of horror, she threw the crystal ball in her hand, and then she couldn't recover for a long time. Shiraha felt like something was wrong, worried about the little girl, stretched out her hand, and was caught in the air by Shyly's trembling little hand. Little Lolly stared at Shiraha with horrified eyes, and said tremblingly, the road of the devil is accompanied by endless blood. This journey is destined to be lonely. The future world will be turned upside down. The more you do, the more you lose. Will the lost person who is willing to become a god, degenerate into a demon, and lose everything, can find the way he once was. You are the real monster. Shyly quickly shook off Shira's hand and rushed towards Yang Luoki. The young girl hugged Yang Luoki's thigh tightly and did not let go. No matter how he persuaded him, little Lolly just didn't let go. It seems that you are still quite capable. I really want to be a demon king. Thinking about what I said just now, Shiraha asked curiously, what did you see? You smashed the crystal ball. The ability to eat in the future is gone from now on. Shyly raised her head slightly to look at Shiraha while holding Yang Luoki's beautiful legs. She said in fear, I don't know what to do. It's okay. Yang Luoki's warm smile melted Shyly. Why don't you come to our boat, husband? What do you think? I can't eat much when I am so small. I have no problem with raising it. I don't need you to support. You can just give me money. I don't want to be too sad in the future. Shyly's face is complicated, as if she has experienced many hard struggles in her heart. She summoned her courage and said, even if you are the most terrifying existence, you will regret it in the future. You will die for all the people who are really alive. Are you talking about me? Shiraha pointed to himself. Of course it's you. Huahaha, your prediction is wrong. Even I don't know how to kill myself. Shiraha smiled indifferently. You said I would die. Your words are a little too funny. Shyly said angrily, I have one last sentence left. Immortality is not a beautiful thing, but a shackle. So I will really be killed by something? Yeah? Shyly said affirmatively. Hearing this, Shiraha asked what the chat group could do to kill him. Shiraha, the immortal state, the state composed of the two most basic forces of the original core and the erosion core, is both unique and eternal, and there is no way to kill it. Shiraha asked another question. Can you help all group members of Helping Hand change time and travel through the future and the past? Can, husband, is there a hidden danger in your immortality? I don't want you to have an accident. Shiraha hugged them and said with a smile, what do you think? I won't die. Even helping hand others can change the past and the future, and chat groups that travel through any timeline can kill him. There is a Nime, don't be kidding, it's just a god, not a big Luo Jinxian. There is another result of divination, you haven't said yet. Shiraha had great doubts about the results of Shiley's divination. Will he die? Isn't this funny? However, there is a problem with Shiley's fortune-telling results in the original book. Wang Lufei's fortune-telling to destroy the Murloc Island. Regarding Wang Lufei's brain and character, coupled with the relationship with Shirahoshi and Jinbai, it is impossible to destroy the Murloc Island even thinking about it. This shows that divination is not so-called 100% accurate. But Shiraha was still very interested in the results of the divination of Luochi. End of this chapter. Body notice. You are currently playing. Please wait a moment. After the content of the new pen at https www.speech.com is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. 267 Shiraha, Shiley, come and be my daughter. 4,000 words. Chapter 267 Shiraha, Shiley, come and be my daughter. 4,000 words. The result of that divination I will tell you later. Anyway, this sister is really amazing. Shiley's panicked expression turned into an admiring expression, holding on to Yang Liuqi's beautiful legs, still muttering in her mouth. Writing, this sister must be a great human in the future. Shiley saw some vague pictures and some mysterious words from the crystal ball. Others she could not foretell anything by herself. For example, she could not foretell the exact time of the event. However, the accuracy of Shiley's fortune-telling predictions was as high as 100%, and the only time that I didn't know whether it was a failure was the one that fortune-telling Luffy destroyed Murloc Island. Shiraha looked at Shiley, who was babbling. He hated to puff up people's appetites. People who only spoke halfway. Even the little Lily couldn't do it. Snapped. Ah, it hurts. Shiraha asked the Shiley kid to eat sweet fried chestnuts on the spot. He stared at the little friend with Heshan's eyes, squinted and smiled. Little Shiley, can you tell me the result of your divination? Shiley looked at Shiraha nervously, and kept nodding his head. I'll tell you what I've gotten fortune-telling, don't hit my forehead. Okay. Shiraha gave an okay gesture. Forget it if you don't give me the money, I'm still playing my forehead, really an excessive man. Shiley Dojuo said grimly. What did you say? No. Shiley immediately denied, telling the result of the divination at the time. Fate meets, love comes to you unconsciously, you are the result of fate. When the green leaves set against the red flowers, it is your love for him, even when the fireworks of the local hell are burning. Even if it is a god, it will also crawl under your feet. Love makes you strong. Love is your weakness. No matter how long the night is, dawn will always come to you. Shiraha can hear every word, and even translate every sentence into various meanings, but he can't figure it out at all. The most important thing is that he understands that Luochi loves himself very much. Shiraha thought, love is a weakness. Could it be? Thinking of this, his eyes became inexplicable. His expression was very complicated, and a determination was secretly made in his heart. Husband, you won't really pin my future on these words. Yang Luoqi said comfortably, I believe that the spear in my hand can determine my own future more than the so-called divination. I believe my future is here. When she said this, she touched Shira's heart with her hand and felt a heartbeat. Don't lie to me, husband. Shira's eyes flashed with pain, and he sighed. As long as it is what you said, I will try to work hard. I will not lie to you again. I have always believed in you, no matter what you say. Yang Luoqi closed his hand and pressed his ear to Shira's heart. Shiraha said seriously, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. There are some things you should see yourself. Your heart beats so fast. Some things are too troublesome. A stupid person like me doesn't want to think about it. Yang Luoqi, a rare girl with a big heart, spit out her tongue cutely. What you want to do, I will follow you forever. Not far away, Tanayu smiled knowingly when he watched the tacit understanding of the two. Aren't you jealous? Wade Ibe asked. Why should I be jealous? Tanayushi shook his head. I am not qualified to be jealous. I posted it. Yuochi, I am quite happy to be able to share it with me. Wade Ibe nodded and smiled. That's good. It seems I still have a chance. This divination ends here. The fate of the four of them was fortuned by a small crystal ball through shyly. Whether it is really their future fate, it takes time to witness. At a young age, Yang Liuoki, who has my invincible, endless will to fight, and Shiraha, who is constantly experiencing death and indestructible will in battle, will not fully believe in this divination unconditionally. Even if this divination is true, they will break fate in their own way. Brother, what did you fortune tell? Aden asked impatiently. The others looked at Shiraha and the others with curious eyes, and they were very curious about the results of the divination. Beheim asked anxiously, can you help divination the future fate of Fishman Island? I want to know if we will live with human beings under the blue sky and white clouds in the future. This future princess learned through unconscious observations. They seemed to have the answer, and they believed in Shily's 100% divination ability. Mumman Island needs you. Please help me fortune telling. Please. I can't help you. The crystal ball is broken. At this time, Haimbi saw the broken crystal ball on the ground, and almost cried out, and his heart collapsed. The hope for the future of Merlik Island. How did it break? I was so excited that I fell it. Haim fell into a state of doubting life, and shyly cried her nose and said sadly, the guy I could have eaten is gone. This time I'm really going to starve to death. At this time, a big hand was placed on Shily's small head. Don't cry, I'll raise you and be my daughter. Shiraha took the initiative to send out an invitation to this cute little mermaid, but Shyly was stunned for a few seconds, and then said, I don't have any abilities now. It's useless if you want me. Otherwise you can give me a sum of money. Puff Shiraha happily said, I am raising a daughter, not a tool. Shyly let go of Yang Liuki's beautiful legs, and suddenly raised her head to look at the man in front of her, her eyes glowing with desire and excitement. Come or not? Come. Shyly hugged Shira's thigh excitedly. Call Dad. Dad. These two are moms. Good morning, two mothers. Shiraha succeeded in accepting another daughter, and a new member was added to the ship. Beheim. His lord Shiraha, is there anything wrong? Your own destiny is your master, and the road is at your own feet. How to go is your own business. You are not against the divination devil, right? Shiraha awakened Haim with a word, and she returned to the deity. I will definitely change the future of Merlik Island. I will put my life's efforts to complete it. Your Excellency Aden, let's enter the Dragon Palace city. Seeing Beheim said this, Aden's eyes were excited, holding a pair of knives, and hitting the door in front of him with a blow of Aden's two swords, and then ... the door of Dragon Palace was gone. Shiraha, everyone. I can't stand it anymore. A grumpy voice rang in the Dragon Palace city. Father, if you dare not go, let me defend the Merlik Island. A coelacanth mermaid who was stronger than the average mermaid, with lush long orange hair and beard, and flame-like tattoos on his arms, swam over quickly with a trident in his hands. After seeing Haim, he shouted, Did you bring the pirate in? You annoying mermaid. Haim. Nipton, I brought it. Who told you not to open the door? Beheim did not give in at all. They are the hope of the future of Merlik Island, and they are not allowed to be rude to the guests and take your weapons. Stand up. When Shiraha heard Neptune, he knew that the Merlik in front of him was the future king of the Merlik Island, and he did not wear a crown on his head. Neptune will be a generous djinn and a little childish king in the future. There is nothing wrong with that. Shiraha watched the fight with Aden, but Neptune, who couldn't beat Aden, suddenly shouted, You nasty pirates, wait for me. My best friend Roger will be back soon. He will definitely be able to fight. It's yours. Did that fellow Roger come so early? Shiraha thought for a few seconds and then smiled. He should have gone to the sea forest on Merlik Island. After getting an explanation, The boyish Neptune took them to meet the king of Murloc Island. Knowing the causes and consequences, the current king of Murloc Island immediately made up his mind and hung the flag of the Embers Pirates on the Dragon Palace. As a member of the world government, they have not participated in the World Conference for more than 40 years. A grand long gongching banquet was held. Grand Knight Neptune, why didn't you call me at the party? A familiar voice came into the party. Roger came to the party sooner than his voice, and he saw Shiraha sitting in a chair eating something. Roger, are they your friends? Neptune asked anxiously in Beheim's unhappy eyes. Nipton, Lord Shiraha must know Roger the Great Pirate. Roger, Shiraha, Shiki, Newgate, Rocks and others are very famous, even the Fisherman Island far below the sea has heard of them. Shiraha, are you looking for historical texts? Roger came to Shiraha's table, touched the wine on the table, and while drinking, said, I saw 2 pieces of historical texts in the sea forest, but unfortunately we don't have any. People can understand the words above. Upon hearing about 2 pieces of historical text, Robin said excitedly, take me over, I can understand it. Well, ha, that's great. Roger laughed with a childlike surprise. Shiraha saw Roger and Bullet, who had not yet disembarked, as well as a large number of acquaintances. The strangest thing is arguing with each other who hangs the bigger Bucky Nodokas. At this time, Charlie pointed to Shanks in surprise and said, the famous guardian knight of the Fisherman Island in the future is the knight who will lead the Fisherman Island's reputation to the sea. Shiraha was taken aback. Shiley, is this Kobni Hair a knight? Shouldn't the redhead be the 4 emperors in the future? Well, father. Charlie nodded earnestly, he is still my future husband. This is what I saw in the early predictions. Although this incident shocked me, it is indeed a divination. The result of. Shiraha stared at Shanks with a bad look, and said with heartache, the daughter who just got her hands. I learned that the little bastard who gnawed her daughter's cabbage in the future. Should I cut the grass and root? The other crew members on the Shiraha ship also showed unhappy faces. Shanks felt terrible eyes staring at him, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Bucky, who was with Shanks, couldn't bear to stay away from his good friends. I don't know her, really. The young Shanks didn't understand why he encountered this kind of thing, and suddenly became confused. Then you will never like Shiley in the future? Shiraha asked with a smile. Shiley? Shanks looked at the cute little mermaid who was eating next to Shiraha, and thought, so her name is Shiley, she looks so cute when she eats, and she seems to go well with me. What are you looking at? Shiraha asked with a friendly look. No, I didn't watch anything, Shanks said nervously. If someone wants to marry my daughter, there is no problem, but at least they have to be equal to me in swordsmanship. Among the Roger pirates who were drinking and eating on the other side, Bucky comforted him out of sympathy. Shanks, just a mermaid. I will find you better in the future. It's impossible for you to be equal to that monster in swordsmanship, and Deputy Captain Rayleigh may not be equal to that monster in swordsmanship. Oh, I didn't plan to marry a wife. In the future, I will become a pirate like the captain and a Koku, and find a group of partners to take risks freely in this sea. Shanks said with a calm face, that Shiley is really cute, but she has nothing to do with me. She should be making fun of me. How can divination be reliable? A grand banquet came to an end soon. Roger and Neptune took Shiraha to the sea forest and saw 2 pieces of historical text. One of them is Joe Inamai's apology, and the other is the historical road sign text leading to the last island. Shiraha said to Neptune, I have read a historical text on Sky Island, and it says Sea King will be born on the Fisherman Island, your future daughter, the Mermaid Princess. My daughter. Neptune yelled in panic, I am not a king now, and I am not even married. Even if the future Sea King Shirahashi is born, it will take many years, and Shiraha can't wait that long. Robin translated a piece of historical text. A great man from Yaoyorozi had an agreement with the Mermaid Princess of Poseidon at that time, but he broke his promise because he couldn't fulfill it and left to acknowledgement. Another piece of historical text is a road sign, Shiraha got 2 road signs in total, and Rav drew is very close. Husband, it's another long agreement. I don't want this kind of long agreement to happen to me. Separation is annoying, right? At this moment, Yang Liu Oki smiled slightly and said, we have another mission when we come to Fishman Island. Will you forget it? Of course I didn't forget. Shiraha notified the king of Murloc Island and Neptune, and invited them to attend the next meeting in the Whitebeard realm. Second Heim was happy to agree. Before returning to the voyage, everyone on the Dawn went to take a look at the Oath boat. Shiraha has no interest in the huge nose boat. This strip has reached the end of this chapter. Chapter 268 of the main text is enough. Shiraha has once again become the protagonist of the news headlines. 4100. Chapter 268. Shiraha has once again become the protagonist of the news headlines. 4100. Murloc Street. Before the Boat of Oath. Why did I return to this terrible place again? I really don't want to come back. Charlie shook her head, seeming to think of something bad. This is No's boat built by the residents of Murloc Island hundreds of years ago. It is also known as the Boat of Oath and the Ship of Unfinished Mission. Charlie pointed to the size of half an island of Murloc. The ancient giant ship explained to the crew of the Dawn, in the prophecy, only the family of D can repair this ship, and it needs a lot of Sea Kings to pull it. Shiraha finished listening and touched Shiley's little head. Shiley, who was born early, has no relatives, which makes the Little Mermaid enjoy the feeling of intimacy very much. Shiraha smiled and said, this thing is so cool, I want to drive it out. Captain Shiraha, it's impossible to drive out. Father, didn't you say that one of D's family can repair this boat? Brother, let me come. I hacked it. Everyone. Growl's slaughter-like misery lasted for a while before it slowly stopped. Without Adan, a child with a pit of brains, everyone began to figure out a way to get this nose boat out, and they all ran to the top. Tom officially arrived on the top of Noah's boat for the first time. He was very excited. He was very interested in this boat when he was very young. Unfortunately, his ancestors' instructions were hard to violate. A ship with no damage. Captain, this ship really can't get out. I can't do anything. After Tom checked, he found that the ship was out of his ability. Call me Roger. Shiraha thought that only the family of D could repair this ship. This shows that Roger can. If it weren't for the story of the original story too early, Roger could become a better heir than Wang Lufei. In order to better repair the ship, Shiraha directly took Roger, who had rushed over, into the core of No's ship. The moment they reached the core, Roger didn't know what he had touched, and the power in his body was completely absorbed, and the huge ship had undergone an earth-shaking change in a few breaths. The entire ship exudes a bright light, illuminating the dim and gloomy environment of Murloc Street, attracting the attention of a large number of mermaids and mermaids. Look at it quickly, isn't that Noseboat? How come it lights up? The king didn't say that important guests were here. I know this, it's the adult who will save our fate on the Fisherman Island. Neptune looked at this scene in shock, and said to his heart, are these people really the saviors of Murloc Island? If that's the case, it would be great. This King Jin is not as prejudiced against humans as other Murlocs and Merfolk, but it is very rare that other Murloc Island residents have no prejudice against Shiraha. Shiraha commanded Bullet to take Roger down, and heard an inexplicable voice. Why are you human again? What do you want to do with the Boat of Oath? Its destiny should begin. I will take this ship to the surface to complete its mission. I said that the Sea King who will not have the future will appear. After thinking about it for a long time, the King of the Sea activated a special ability that caused a large number of Sea Kings and several giant Sea Kings that appeared in the original book to appear near the Fisherman Island and circle the Boat of Oath. Unexpectedly, this ship was really repaired. Countless Sea Kings pulled the huge chain of the hull, and this huge ship seemed to be activated and slowly moved upstream from the Murloc Street. Shiraha exclaimed, it really succeeded. Fate has long been different. And looking at the rising giant ship made him feel that the day of the big battle is about to come. This must be an illusion, right? The agreement between Joe Inami and you was not fulfilled. But now I will fulfill this agreement. Who wants to be outside with me, bathed in real sunshine? Go and declare to the world that your Murloc Island is also a part of the world. To live on land, I can guarantee your safety on a fixed site. If you want to go, swim on the boat of oath. I will complete the promise hundreds of years ago. Countless Murlocs swim out of the Murloc Street. These Murlocs living in the dirty and gloomy Murloc Street have long been fed up with that kind of life. If it weren't for the chance, they would love to live outside. As more and more Murlocs made choices, many mermaids also swam desperately, and the spectacular sight shocked the residents of the entire Murloc Island that hadn't moved yet. The king of Murloc Island smiled slightly and said, I hand it over to you, Lord Shiraha. I will once again believe in humans on behalf of them. Shiraha nodded and said, I won't let you down. Nipton, what are you doing in a daze? Swim up with me. Almost half of the Murlocs came to the boat of oath, and under the leadership of the king, the Murlocs quickly settled down. The young Neptune and Beheim are very excited. They are really going outside to get some sun. Countless huge sea kings led them to the top. The Dawn stayed on Noah's boat while Tom was driving, and Roger's Golden Jackson also stayed on it. Both ships were built by one person. Tom looked at Roger, who was pale and ran out, and asked, Roger, what are you doing here without taking a rest? Rayleigh carried the small hip flask and said helplessly, our captain has this kind of personality. Besides, it would be no good to miss such an interesting thing. Bullet is very excited. He is not a reckless man. He knows that going to the sea with so many Murlocs will definitely arouse the coveting of many forces, and there will be a big battle by then. Noah's Ark rose slowly, getting closer and closer to the sea, and the Murloc's mood became more and more excited. The king of Murloc Island asked again, Your Excellency Shiraha, you know the situation of our Murlocs on land. There is really no problem, right? Shiraha patted the huge Murloc. Of course there is no problem. I will take you to the territory of the Whitebeard pirate group. The king relaxed. Even if he had heard of the Whitebeard pirates, plus the two large pirates on Noah's Ark, it can be said that if someone dares to attack them, it is the real death. This trip to Murloc Island was very successful. It was even more successful than Shiraha had imagined. It was not only supported by historical texts and Murloc Island, but also a huge ship that pulled the wind. As for the huge Night Pearl, Shiraha had already smashed it into pieces. Professionals like Whitebeard made skin care products and stuffed them into the girls on the boat. Luoki, are you using it? I'm using it, and it feels similar to what Xiangongji gave me. Yang Luoki used it once and it was useless. LV Xiangong? Shiraha's mouth twitched constantly. That 1010 drag racing? A female driver who drives without a license. The point is that the woman drove much faster than him, and even Shiraha now has no certainty that it can be compared to Luke Xiangong in driving. Sister Xiangong, occasionally she is still very serious. You also said it was occasional. During this period, Shiraha saw the blue fatty who said the 4 emperors in the future, and he was amused without invitation. There is already a helmsman on the ship, and Jinbai is too young. Shiraha doesn't like to accept a son. If he is a daughter, he would definitely be willing, but the picture of the blue fat lady's dress is not too beautiful. I saw the great Murloc fisher tiger, and he climbed up to the Red Earth continent on his own and liberated many Murloc legends. Shiraha told the 2 Murlocs to Tekapo, the king of the Murloc Island, saying that the 2 Murlocs have great potential and they are good for training. The kingdom immediately appointed Fisher Tiger as the captain of his own guard and Fatty Blue as the captain of his son Neptune's future guard. Countless sea kings led them out of the sea, and Noah's boat was seen again. When seeing the real sun, the cheers of a large number of Murlocs spread throughout the sea, and their voices were loud and beautiful. This group of Murlocs who have lived under the sea for a long time are more excited than imagined. Accompanied by the excited roar of countless sea kings, Noah's Ark was driving smoothly on the sea. Shiraha felt that he could understand the feelings of these sea kings and had the ability to temporarily control the sea kings. Human, You don't have the ability to control the Sea Kings, it's just that they are following their own minds. Thank you, powerful human demon. We fulfilled the agreement that year and sailed the boat of Noah to the surface. In return, I will lead them to battle when you need it. Shiraha said with a calm expression, that day is not far away, and the Fisherman Island and this world need your strength. Unknowingly, you are getting closer and closer to the target. When you get Karen, will you really start a full-scale war? Shira's heart is a little bit bottomless. A full-scale battle, not a farce on a ghost island. The kind of petty troubles can't be compared to the top, let alone the battle he is going to start. Be sure to arrange everything before the battle and win all the power that can be won. It's best to make some unexpected plans and slay the world government fiercely once, so that the balance of victory in the battle will tilt its side even more. The huge ship sailed on the sea, heading for the territory of Whitebeard. The fish people sang and danced on the boat of Noah, and it was another banquet. This banquet was more cheerful than the one on the fish island, and all the fish people were joyful from the heart. On the road, people kept seeing this island-like ship, and also saw a large number of murlocs on Noah's Ark and saw soon one after another pirate boats, fishing boats, and even merchant ships hung the pirate flag towards Noah's Ark, rushing over with fanatic allies. The whole army was destroyed. One part was violently demolished by bullet, the other part was cut into several sections by Adon and sank into the sea. The rest was also destroyed by militants, and all those who wanted to escape entered the belly of the Sea Kings. Human beings are stupid creatures by nature, and huge benefits can make people go to their heads. None of the guys with bad ideas survived this battle, and those who didn't take the shot felt extremely grateful in their hearts. Morgans led the news agency to Noah's boat and began his professional ethics, spreading the news across the sea as quickly as possible. Noah's boat is restarted. The promise has been fulfilled. Half of the Murlocs on Murloc Island came to land under the protection of Lord Shiraha. The Murloc King and Lord Shiraha exchanged happily, like friends. This time there is no headline party and no flashy rhetoric. The news this time was originally news that could make a sensation in the ocean. The major forces and kings were all reading the newspaper and learned of this kind of news. Some stupid kings even came over to buy Murlocs, thinking that Shiraha is a pirate. Don't you dare not give them the face of these expensive families. It's just some Murlocs. The big deal is that they reward the pirate some money. But most kings understood that the sky was about to change and they needed to stand quickly. At least this time they would have to go there to see the situation clearly. Shiraha asked Morgans to build momentum, so that many people who don't want to come over. This photo was taken very well. I really have the potential to be the protagonist of the news. Shiraha was very satisfied with the photo of herself and Murloc Tekapo on the news. By the way, you mermaids don't eat fish, do you eat other meat? We can eat sea beasts and poultry on land. King Tekapo patted the back of his head. I have never been on land. I didn't expect the sun to be so comfortable, the air so sweet, and even the meat so fragrant. The king of Fishman Island looked like Grandma Liu entered the Grand View Garden. Shiraha smiled. There will be a bigger feast later. He made enough preparations for this feast, and Whitebeard asked the crew to prepare for this operation. Many civilians who were sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates took the initiative to help. Soon a feast that will be broadcast to the whole world will be held, or it will be held under the noses of audiences all over the world. All big coffee. The hosts of this banquet are Shiki and Morgans. After all, Shiki likes to be the limelight, especially in front of the world. Morgans announced to the world through news that this feast will be held in a month's time. This is news from all over the world. Those who have received the news can't believe that Shiraha will be so bold. Are you afraid that the world government and marine headquarters will do it in a month? When he reached Whitebeard's territory, Shiki had already drank heavily on the Moby Dick. Most of the treasure he got from West Blue was sent to Sky Island, and a small part was used to host this banquet. On a trip to West Blue, many kings gave a lot of treasures and wealth in order to curry favor with the prestigious Shiki. Shiki is not interested in this kind of stuff. but is very optimistic about the newly acquired younger brother. John is strong and capable, and world is not bad, but the two of them and Shiki are not brothers in the same boat. Not having a suitable brother is Shiki's biggest headache, and Shiraha did not expect this to be resolved. Husband, everyone on the sea thinks that the banquet will be held a month later, and even the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates think it will be held a month later. 1 month. How could it be a month? Shiraha smiled triumphantly. Liuochi, we will go to Shiki later, and then you will take the Dawn and Roger to Wanokuni. I will go to Marine secretly. Headquarters, we meet in Yuzo. I am waiting for you on the boat. End of this chapter. Chapter 269 of the main text to perform their respective tasks. Goodbye rocks. 4,000 words. Chapter 269 performing their tasks. Goodbye rocks. 4,000 words. The two big men excitedly gave each other a hug. Bastard boy. I haven't come to see Lozi for so long. Rox gave Shiraha a punch as soon as he finished speaking. Shiraha also gave Rox a punch. Han captain. Do you know how painful you hit someone? His grandma. Your kid has a lot of hardened fists. Rox touched the faintly aching body, happy for his partner who has become stronger, and hurriedly greeted the two of them to come in. Where is Liuochi, dear sister? You don't like the new and dislike the old, do you? Rox found that there was no Yang Liuki's breath nearby, and asked strangely, don't talk nonsense, Captain, I just haven't seen you for a while, why are you even more silly? Shiraha punched Rox again and explained, Liuchi, there is still a task on board Roger with Shiki. Rox didn't get annoyed when he heard the news, knowing that there must be a reason for it. Shiraha informed what was the situation, and briefly explained the external situation. This is what it is now. The world government seems to be crazy, looking for the whereabouts of you and Patrick. I am now looking for everything. The power used, Karen of Lavidra. I am bound to win. Count me. Rox laughed wildly. Ahaha, the last time I was in the Valley of Gods, you pulled me out of the Ghost Gate. The account with the world government has not yet been settled, so I regard Lozia's livestock is raising, so we just understand it together. Even so, it's really good. In Shirua's eyes, he didn't need to save those people's sufferings. Perhaps some people knelt for a long time and thought it was good to be a dog, so let them continue to be a dog. The two met Shiki. A banquet will be held in half a month. Does anyone else know about this? Shiki dang his cigar and looked at the two in shock. Shiraha explained, others don't know. Only 4 people know this. I, Liuochi, Morgans and you Golden Lion Shiki. I will be back from Lavdru in half a month and wait until the day I come back. It's the time for the banquet. Shiki was silent for a long time after listening, but he kept smoking, and the cigar soon disappeared. At this time, the lion who surpassed the peak laughed and said, Jihahaha, it seems that the day of the decisive battle is not far away. Just tell you, this little bastard, that you didn't tell Newgate and the others. My uncle can do anything to help. I don't know why. Shiki and Shiraha have a special relationship that no one else can compare. Follow Roger to find the remaining 2 pieces of historical text, which are related to the whereabouts of the world-destroying weapon Karen. Shiraha confessed Karen to Shiki, and let the lion stepping into the king's power to take care of everyone on the Dawn. Before leaving, Shiki temporarily unloaded the position of the leader of the flying pirate group, gave the position to John to manage, and borrowed Narkin, world's subordinate, by the way. Then, Shirahan, Yang Liuoki and other crew members of the Dawn and Golden Lion Shiki boarded Roger's Golden Jackson, and the Dawn temporarily remained in Whitebeard's territory. Shirahan nodded and said with a smile, I will be back from Marine headquarters as soon as possible. The tacit understanding between the two of them can be described in one sentence: everything is silent. I believe in you. Yang Liuoki took his hand and went to find Shiki together. Shiraha felt the warmth from his hands, and filled his empty heart with a lot of things. He was no longer alone. He had many things in this world. He is going to Lavdru to confirm a fact. If the fact is not what he imagined, he might make other choices and live in seclusion with Liu Chi. Even if the main task of the chat group could never be completed, he would not be able to go to other worlds. Library la 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 tailwind all the way. Whitebeard read Shira's message last night, and squeezed his fists to prepare to train the children under his hand. During the voyage, Roger and Shiraha made a big move, destroying the troops of a decaying country that was dedicated to guarding the King family and the Gui family. The news spread to the world government through some eyes and ears. Garasai 5 elders, who felt something wrong, held a meeting again and asked the CP0 organization to stay far behind and not act rashly. After the Garasai 5 elders meeting, 5 army generals and a field marshal from the Red Earth entered the headquarters of the world government and had a secret meeting. What is surprising is that this meeting did not invite Marine seniors, or even Marine Admiral Sengoku, who temporarily resides in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. The meeting successively invited people from the world government who had been hidden for a long time, and Yayoi Rosa's savings in the year were revealed. The 5 generals alone are comparable to the average 5 Marine Admiral, among which the top generals can compete desperately with the 4 emperors. The 5 generals are all incumbents and they are young and powerful. This is the background that the 20 kings of the family had beaten down that year. These strong men were cultivated with a special background. They are not wage-paying forces like the Marine. The army can be said to be absolutely loyal to the world government. After the meeting, the 2 army admirals will leave the Red Soil continent to carry out their missions. Several powerhouses in CP0 led a large number of CP0 to look for Rox and Patrick's whereabouts more frantically in the sea. Garasai 5 elders thinks that the person behind Shiraha is definitely Rox, and Rox and Patrick are very likely to reach the strength that surpasses the other powerful men in the sea, which is simply a major concern for the world government. Now what Bloodsword was doing was executed under Rox's orders. Thinking of this, Garasai 5 elders was on the hot pot with 5 ants, rushing around in a hurry. Rox is really terrifying. In the Valley of Gods, we should all be dispatched. Find Rox and Patrick, and busy them in pairs. I absolutely must get rid of these 2 major problems, otherwise Lord Yim will think we are all rubbish. The CP0 organization members went crazy under absolute order, searching the whereabouts of Rox and Patrick all over the world, using almost any means. Some CP0 slaughtered many towns and civilians because of their irritability. These lunatics killed almost everybody, unless they were behind the expensive family and the King family. In a hidden town, no news of Rox and Patrick can be found. In order to cover up wherever he went, the dogs and the chickens did not stay. The undercurrents of the world are surging and worship, and no one knows whether the dawn will appear under the boundless darkness. On the Golden Jackson, Shiraha accompanied Shiki for a big drink. As a result, the bastard Shiki got too close and discovered the facts of his milk drink. He said with an unhappy look, "My uncle won't say it. Next time I remember to accompany my uncle and have a drink like a man." Good. Immediately afterwards, the Golden Jackson stayed on a desert island for a short period of time. Shiraha, I'm waiting for you in Yuzo. Roger learned that Shiraha had something to do, so he prepared a boat to hide Shiraha's whereabouts, so that everyone in the world would not know that Shiraha had left Golden Jackson. Yang Liu Oki compared love at the bow of the ship, and when he saw it in Tanayu, he followed. Seeing his 2 daughters-in-law who were going away, an inexplicable sadness surged to his heart. Shiraha jumped while using his arms to compare a big love. Narkin looked a little envious of this scene. She was envious of both sides. Shiraha didn't enter the jungle to change his face until he could no longer see them. Through the ability of absorb Yangtri Eve from the Murloc Island, he was able to absorb the sun's light energy and store it in his body, further enhancing his strength. Shiraha didn't have the general weakness of Devilberry, and took Narkin directly into the sea, using flying swordsmanship on the bottom of the sea, and Yunxiao took them to the location of Rox. The system of Shikai Bukai, which was originally used to maintain surface order, was abolished. Shiraha understood that the world government was going to tear up its skin for a major cleansing. The three surviving kings Shikibukai either joined the world government or were wiped out by CP0. He guessed that the three kings, Shikibukai, would join after seeing the strength of the world government, so that he could personally slaughter Guiduo's damn traitor. Shiraha appreciates that Guiduo and Blackbeard are so patient. They can climb up to the heroes of different means, but if they really meet it would be better for these two heroes to die. The destination was reached very quickly. The flying sword could be much faster than the ship, and with the light energy replenishment, Shiraha consumed a little less than the original. Yangtze Eve is definitely not a simple tree, with such a strong and special vitality. I want to try another after I taste it. As his overall strength has risen, Shiraha expects that he may have the sound of listening to everything. Now he is only a line from the king level combat power, but even this line can't be crossed. It may be a chance. Shiraha got everything he should use from the chat group. The little chicken island god medicine recipe passed by Wooluki and a kilogram of Heian intermittent ointment. I learned from the chat group that the plot of the assassin Wooluki had changed drastically. Now Wooluki and King Feng have formed an alliance. During this time, Wooluki is about to prepare for the wedding of Moa 13. All the people in the group sent their blessings, and everyone else seemed to have a lot of unspeakable concealment and did not personally bless them. I heard Wooluki said that after the wedding, they will have a decisive battle with the assassin leader and the assassin organization. The red envelope sent by Mark in the world of Spirit Cage contained a complete set of equipment and medical operation technology and instructions. The spine was completely dead. Finally, the live spine was sent over through a special trading platform in the chat group. Mark is looking for medicine in the ground. When the medicine is finished, he will return to the lighthouse to kill the yellow hair. The duster who was doing the trouble has been slaughtered by Ranbing in secret. Mark could not make up his mind, so he told Ranbing, but the dust was gone. Xiang Kunlun and Cao Liuzhen formed an alliance with the three families of the Palace of the Heroes. The parties were clarifying their misunderstandings, ascertaining the affairs of the previous members of the Hall of Heroes, and deciding to kill the kingdom, Huang Fulongdu and the Spirit Domain together in the future, and then divide the victory and defeat. Shiraha closed the chat group so that this group chat would not bother him during this period of time. Everyone is the protagonist. Other people in the chat group are also busy with their own affairs. The two were heading to where Rox lived in seclusion. Marine headquarters had to stay behind, mainly to solve Akaka's problem first. And knowing that someone was looking for him, Rox had already changed places, and he was afraid that it would hurt the place where he once stayed. So he erased all traces of that place. Rox used some means to make those who met him do not remember seeing him. Shiraha also used the only life card to find the place where Rox lived in seclusion. If he hadn't got the chance of Yangtze Eve on Fishman Island, he might need to spend more time to find this place. Who could have imagined that there would be a hole under a reef in a fog that never dissipated all the year round? And after flying into that hole, you would arrive at a bright place. There are flowers and grasses, life is in motion. It can only be said that there are too many magical places in Pirate World. Narkin, I know the time is too short, I want to ask how sure you are. Shiraha looked slowly forward in his eyes. Nakin confidently said, I am definitely inferior to you monsters in other aspects. Only in terms of medical skills, I dare not say that I am the most talented doctor in the world, but I must be the most unique, at least in terms of medical skills. No one can compare to me in Chinese medicine. It's challenging to think about changing the spine, but this type of surgery is what I am best at. It's not my name, but I changed the mind for others. Shiraha gave a thumbs up. This was the first time he heard about this. Although Naikin's medical skills had long known that Mega was great, he still wanted to talk about it. Shiraha really admires things like daring to perform craniotomy without equipment. Naikin said, her face was a bit awkward. Shiraha asked nervously, Are there any questions? I will try to solve them for you. No, actually there is a problem. If this black jade intermittent ointment can leave a little, can you give it to me? Of course, no problem. Shiraha put on Narkin's shoulder and shouted loudly, if you save a Koku brother completely, you can ask for anything, and I can satisfy you within my ability. Nakin took a deep breath and nodded. I have finished reading that book of medical skills. I have to say that it is indeed very clever, allowing my medical skills to grow to a certain extent. I need you to help me with that set of equipment, and I will definitely do it. Successfully cured him. The two strode towards a woman not far away and learned that she was Zephyr's wife, and now Zephyr's parents and children are all here. Rocks, you can say he is a monster, devil, bastard, but he is a real man. All of Zephyr's family live here peacefully. And these people don't feel bad about Rocks. There are no absolute good and bad people in this world. Not only this world, but other worlds are the same. It's just that this world is more distorted. It's better to get freshmen in destruction than to exist. Shiraha saw the tall man again. Han Captain, long time no see. Shiraha. Rocks leaned against the door and suddenly grinned. I've been waiting for you for a long time. End of this chapter. 270 A Koku is reborn. Join forces to enter Marine Headquarters. 4200. Chapter 270 A Koku is reborn. Join forces to enter Marine Headquarters. 4200. When Shiraha saw Rock's life and vigor, he understood that Captain Han had completely recovered from his injuries, and his strength had indeed surpassed his peak strength, but he didn't know if he had actually reached that state. Regardless, Shiraha is very happy to see Captain Han again. He had regretted and was annoyed when he boarded the Rocks pirate ship that year. It was only after experiencing a series of things that Shiraha realized that the experience during that period was really great, and it was worth remembering forever. Even in the distant future, he could recall and tell stories to others. He told Rocks the reason why he brought Narkin to heal a Koku, and they needed their joint help in this process. I knew it. Knowing that a Koku will get better one day, Rocks took the two into the cabin with excitement. There was only one bed and one chair in the room. His spine was shattered, and a Koku, who had a broken arm, was lying on the bed. Nakin hurriedly arranged all the things that the two big men should do. This operation was mainly performed by her doctor. Two men who were almost at the top of the pirate world were in a mess in the room. Shiraha took out the equipment and medicinal materials, and gathered the purest life force in his body. What are you looking at? Hurry up and do something for the old lady. Shiraha, show me the value of the instrument. Rocks, you prepare the black jade intermittent ointment for me, ready to use it anytime. Don't kill your spine now, are you an idiot? Rocks, do you want my old lady to smoke you? Hearing my orders to kill you, is everything I've said to you gone by the ear? Rocks said in his heart: Are all women so fierce? Nakin is a meticulous doctor, knowing that the rescuers are very important, and she took 200% seriousness in the operation. Not to mention Rocks, even Iam still scolded her. The doctor in the operating room is the biggest, who dares not accept it? The two of them became less nervous under the command of Narkin while cursing. They acted in an orderly manner, and soon the operation was officially carried out in a solemn atmosphere. All kinds of high-end equipment from the spirit cage can be played out in Nakin's hands. After years of research on the human body, Narkin can no longer be familiar with the structure of the human body. In addition to her not weak strength, she has achieved a perfect degree of fineness in the distribution of her own physical strength. This is the most important talent of a doctor. A surgeon can't even hold a knife. No matter how talented he is, he can't become a qualified doctor. Even an experienced doctor will experience fatigue during long-term high-intensity surgery, and trembling will cause catastrophe. None of these problems will happen to Narkin. The operation went smoother than expected. Akuka's back was perfectly cut with a scalpel, and the shattered spine was cleaned up a little bit. After cleaning up, Shiraha and Rox both exhaled nervously. Nakin hurriedly arranged all the things that the two big men should do. This operation was mainly performed by her doctor. Two men who were almost at the top of the pirate world were in a mess in the room. Shiraha took out the equipment and medicinal materials, and gathered the purest life force in his body. Through the solar energy condensed by Yangtze, even the life source from nature, Shiraha has the skills that are more suitable for nurses than Marco. This peculiar energy has an unimaginable healing effect, and it has certain certainty for the rebirth of a severed limb. At least it is very useful to heal himself, and the effect of healing other people is not bad. Shiraha has tried it with some pirates on the road. Rox is more at a loss than Shiraha. This man has guarded the unconscious Ikoku for a long time. He has been waiting for this day. His inner mood is more complicated than anyone else. He is expecting Ikoku to wake up intact, but he is also afraid of it. The failure of an operation. He is Rox, but the person lying on the bed is his partner. Even if he used to be the overlord of the sea, it is difficult not to be moved. Nakin looked at these two big men helplessly. As a doctor, she really couldn't tolerate the scene in front of her. She cursed directly, and the two men who were almost at the top of the ocean were scolded for a while. Shiraha stretched out his hands and said in a heartwarming voice, "Stop scolding, stop scolding. You will become a maggot if you scold again." Rox said in agreement, "I am also the boss of all of you anyway. Can you give me some face?" Nakin pointed at the two of them with one arm akimbo. "I care about your identity. I am the biggest in this room now. Am I a doctor or are you a doctor? I see you." Shiraha said in his heart, "Come on. Even maggots can't be done now." And Nakin kept her expression unchanged, looking at the two of them, and softly reminded, "The next thing is the point, Shiraha, Rox, you have prepared them for me. Those equipment is not suitable for me, so his life is left in your hands." Shiraha and Rox nodded firmly, and the operation continued. A lively spine was taken up, and the head was cut off in an instant, leaving the body. Rox used perfect power control to place the still alive body on Ikoku just right. The body of this spine was tailored for Ikoku, and it was just right for his spine. Shiraha, hurry up. Nakin sews on at a thunderous speed. Shiraha put his hand on Ikoku's back and instilled the power drawn from nature through Devilberry's ability. Soon this force was transmitted to Ikoku's newly replaced spine. Here, the spine, which is composed of a spine body, is desperately absorbing rich nutrients as if it is alive. Shiraha saw the situation and immediately increased the intensity of transmission. The huge vitality passed into the spine, concentrated in Ikoku's body, making his back glow with crystal light. At this time, Ikoku's body began to tremble constantly, and the severed hand seemed to grow out of freshman in the eyes of the three of them. "Rox, what the hell are you doing? Come on." Looking at Nakin, who was looking at her with an unhappy face, Rox touched the cold sweat that didn't exist on her head, and said to her heart, "I just hid for a while. Why is the woman outside like this?" The black jade intermittent ointment was used on Ikoku's broken arm. Supported by the huge life force in Shiraha's body, the broken hand weight freshman grew out. What surprised him was that the spine behind Ikoku was very unusual, as if after merging with human beings, it caused a completely reborn change. That arm can grow out so perfectly thanks to the back spine. Shiraha looked at Ikoku, who was completely lying on the bed for a while, and felt a strong sword force condense on him. To live toward death, and to get a lot of opportunities, Ikoku's strength will be much stronger when he wakes up this time, and the specific extent to which he can reach it needs to be known on after waking up. After Nakin finished the operation, she checked Ikoku, took a deep breath, and felt relieved. "Everything is in good physical condition, and it is estimated that I will wake up soon. I understand." Shiraha expressed understanding. Rox laughed and said, "Ahaha, thanks to you this time. I owe you a favor." Nakin apologized to the two with a shy face. Two talented and powerful swordsmen came to Marineford and walked into the Marine headquarters in a hurry. Facing the majestic Marine Plaza, Shiraha showed a weird smile on his face, saying, The place where Captain Hanhan changed is so far away from the Marine headquarters. No wonder CP0 can't find it. It seems to have failed once. It can increase IQ. Shiraha and Akoku bypassed the training Marine and walked in. The two absolute powerhouses who had hidden their breath and appearance were quickly stopped by Marine. This is the Marine headquarters. It's not a place where inferior people like you can stay. Don't get out of here. The Marine soldier lit up his lieutenant junior grade identity, with a very arrogant attitude, and he didn't see the difference between the two. It seems that the Marine headquarters is worse than I thought. Shiraha sneered. A small lieutenant junior grade gives me an uncomfortable feeling, just like the group of fun on the Red Earth continent. After listening to this lieutenant junior grade, I looked at them in horror at the people who knew they shouldn't provoke them. But he immediately thought, this is the Marine headquarters, who is he afraid of? The confidence came all of a sudden, and he shouted, I tell you that for insulting the adults on the Red Soil continent, you will be sent to a prison. If it is more serious, you will have to behead. This lieutenant junior grade wiped his neck. Go in. You come here too. With a dazzling moment, this lieutenant junior grade followed them into the marshal's office. The combination of Shiraha and Akoku is naturally impossible to be discovered by others. Garp and Zephyr are not there. There are only two important figures in Marine headquarters, Kong and Vice Admiral. When he came to Marshal Marine's desk, Shiraha directly sat on it, pointed to the trembling Marine Lieutenant Junior grade in front, and took out a phone bug. All the words you just said are recorded on this. I will let you. Marshal took a good look. It's really such a powerful official. It's over. It's all over. This Marine Lieutenant Junior grade thought of the upright Marshal empty, and looked at these two bold men. Isn't he dreaming? What is the origin of these two masters? Shiraha searched under the desk and found some tea. Some broken leaves are hidden so well. This Marshal Marine is inferior. I made a pot of tea casually with boiling water, poured 2 cups. Drink a little first. Gangasora should be back soon. Akoku unpretentiously picked up a cup and tasted it. His eyes became slightly surprised. This kind of tea seems a bit good. In the evening, Zephyr's wife greeted them to come over for dinner after preparing dinner. At this moment, Akoku's fingers moved first, and his eyes slowly opened to look at the unfamiliar surroundings around him, trying to defend his remaining swords, but found that only a few fragments were left. His sword was broken long ago, and even the sword that followed him the longest time was broken. Akoku. It's Lao Tzu. Brother Akoku, it's time to get up and move around after sleeping for so long, just to have a meal together. Master Akoku, it's great that you wake up so soon. Captain Rox and Master Shiraha are very worried about you. Ahahanakin, I didn't tell you to be so polite. After a few familiar sounds, Akoku immediately turned his head and looked at the 3 people at the door. His eyes widened a lot. After a while, he said, Shiraha, Captain ... I'm back. Brother Akoku, welcome back. Akoku, why are you so nauseous to tell me, if it wasn't for your appointment to ride in the Valley of Gods? Rock's red eyes inexplicably, and he hugged Akoku and patted. Today is a good day. We are going to have a good drink. Captain, welcome back. I know that a stiff man like you will not fall down easily, let alone lie on a broken bed forever. Rox suddenly laughed and said, Ahaha Akoku. Let's go. Go to eat. Zephyr's wife looked at this scene and was happy for them. At this moment, it has nothing to do with their position. Like Zephyr, they are all good men worthy of trust in the sea. This meal Rox was very delicious. After resting for 2 days, Shiraha and Akoku used Kenpaki for a discussion, and the two of them had no difference in swordsmanship. Neither of them showed their whole cards. It can be said that Akoku's swordsmanship is almost unmatched in sophistication. If it weren't for dying too early, the position of the world's #1 swordsman in the future might not be able to get Shike's turn. Akoku's current strength is steadily strong among the 4 emperors, and its attack power and lethality are close to the king. In these 2 days, Akoku also discovered the changes in his body. Not only did his physique rise to a higher level than before, but his back was also constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. making his body constantly tempered. Middle. After he gets used to it for a while and regains his sense of swordsmanship, he can really beat Shiraha in swordsmanship. Nakin, are you not going to leave? When Shiraha was about to leave, she learned that Nakin was going to stay here temporarily. I have a daughter-in-law, yet so lacking eyesight. Akoku shook his head and smiled gently. I'll walk with you. In the past 2 days, Akoku learned everything from Shiraha and decided to go to the marine headquarters to find a suitable sword to reorganize his broken sword, which would further enhance his strength. Oh, Shiraha looked at Rox and Nakin, her eyes rounded. Oh, it turned out to be like this. I will explain to him when I meet World. After all, Nakin is the earliest crew of World, and World who cares about his companions will go crazy if he learns that his companion has disappeared for no reason. Nakin smiled gratefully and stood beside Rox, bidding farewell to the two of them. Now the ocean is full of CP0s looking for Rox. Under Shira's arrangement, Rox will return to the ocean when the banquet is held. The specific time is about 13 days later. Rox decided to stay in this place for 10 days before leaving. At this parting, everyone did not feel the slightest sadness, but looked forward to the next reunion. Brother Akoku, let's go to the marine headquarters first, and then go to Yuzo to meet them. Shira's tone was relaxed, and a big rock in his heart finally fell. During this period of time, he has been very tense. In these 2 days, he has enjoyed the pleasure of ultimate. The former partner is intact, and even his strength has improved to the next level. Don't be too happy. Good. Akoku felt the oncoming sea breeze, took a deep breath, and smiled faintly. After sleeping for a long time, this sea is still so beautiful. At this time, Akoku's whole person feels back to basics. His eyes are introverted, just like ordinary people. Akoku, who enjoys the Kiankian Kunsun, warm and moist as jade among the pirates, is more calm than before, and has more faint free and easy and unruly on his body. It looks gentle, but has a hidden edge. 2 talented and powerful swordsmen came to Marineford and walked into the marine headquarters in a hurry. Facing the majestic marine plaza, Shiraha showed a weird smile on his face, saying, the place where Captain Hanhan changed is so far away from the marine headquarters. No wonder CP0 can't find it. It seems to have failed once. It can increase IQ. End of this chapter. 271 Shiraha, give me a chance. I want to be a good person. Chapter 271 Shiraha, give me a chance. I want to be a good person. Akoku has an extraordinary background, and he has seen countless good things. Compared with the average pirate, he has a lot more restraint, revealing a bookish spirit. As for the tea Shiraha gave him, he could drink it very unusually. 80% of it was secretly hidden by Marshal Marine. Brother, what are you doing? Shiraha asked. This tea is good. It's too wasteful to make it like this, Akoku explained. Huh? Shiraha didn't understand tea, looking at the bitter tea in the cup, and said, these leaves are yours. The Marine Marshal has been hiding and holding them. It is estimated that they will be given away. This, not so good, right? Let's come here today. Marshal Marine must take out this leaf, so you can take it in advance. But the villain is in the lead, and not everyone has this vision, and once again failed. After the great pirate developed in other places, the court had no choice but to find the door again. Akoku once again trusted the government. Under the helping hand of the pirate, the Japanese pirates sent all the boats and people back and compensated. In the end, the imperial court stubbornly refused to let go of the maritime prohibition policy, and once again deceived Akoku. The common people survived by smuggling, and Akoku protected the safety of the people on one side. No one in many countries dared to invade the seas he protected. 3 requests, 3 disappointments. Traitors are in power, the government is rotten, and the maritime ban policy has allowed many countries to catch up with their national strength in the near future. I am a thief, but I have never forgotten my roots. You can kill me. The coastal areas will be chaotic. When the meat-eaters are sluggish, who can stand for the people? Akoku looked at a group of meat-eaters above, with unwilling eyes. He was beheaded 3 times before laughing up to the sky, and the onlookers cried bitterly in unison. Sure enough, the coastal chaos and wars broke out. The people were miserable. The officials were not doing business, corrupting and squeezing the people, even worse than the invading dog thieves. A marine hero who stabilized the order along the coast for decades, but was misrepresented as a traitor for hundreds of years. This was all dirty water poured by the government at the time to cover up the facts. In such a corrupt government, the minister, one of the 6 treacherous ministers, is in charge. It would be great if he could meet Ming Kun at that time. If there were no treacherous people in charge, he realized the legalization of maritime trade, and the government agreed to his request to annihilate the coastal enemies in one fell swoop. Born at an untimely time, the ridiculous generation of penultimate heroes, but he is a loyal con to serve the country. No matter how far you look, penultimate can't change the corrupt environment at that time. He never betrayed the country, but was deceived again and again, and ended up tragically. Then, after hundreds of years of infamy, if the big pirate learns about the future, will he still choose Zong Kun to serve the country? The times make heroes. This sentence is really not wrong. The government at that time was really short-sighted, and the sea was the real mainstream. It's not a good thing to look too penultimate, especially if the government is corrupt and incompetent. It's even more ridiculous. If I cross back, I will definitely be the emperor by myself. Shiraha thought of how he led a powerful fleet to kill all quarters in the world. This martial marine is a very good marshal who loves the people like a child. Akoku put down the files in his hand. His eyes were gentle, and he wore a faint smile. Brother, you really don't look like a big pirate. Shiraha looked at Akoku next to him and smiled. Perhaps the great pirate who learned about the future might be even more crazy about exterminating Japanese pirates and advancing the legalization of maritime trade. There is a kind of person in this world who has no regrets in his death, but he knows that he is dead, but he still has to plunge in. Shiraha said in a sad tone, Brother, you must be very wronged. It was only in the last few years that the stains on your body were washed away, and you have been infamy for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years of infamy for treason. What a grievance this is. Akoku. Time seemed to pause. Akoku is very confused. He is only in his 30s. How come he has become hundreds of years? And what is going on with the infamy that has been carried for hundreds of years? Even if he had a good reputation, he was still forced to be a pirate. If it wasn't for the world government, he still had the idea of changing the world. What happened back then? He must go to an end. Akoku thought a lot, looking at this junior he admired, as if seeing the future of this world. Maybe this junior can do what he can't do. Shiraha smiled awkwardly. The big pirate has never betrayed the country. The Akoku who is in front of him is the character modeled after the big pirate. He believes that Akoku's eldest brother is a man, and the only thing that Newgate and Akoku can be black is that they are pirates. It's really ridiculous to simply hold on to it. If you hold on to it, then human beings are a sin at birth, and human beings are born evil in the eyes of other creatures. Just like what the Godime said, such dirty and stupid creatures as humans deserve to be ruled and squeezed. At least Shiraha occasionally thinks like this when he sees something. There is too much pollution in this world, and the world government that now rules the sea is not a thief who has stolen a huge kingdom. Shiraha drank a pot of tea in one breath and shouted, Brother, I want us to be heroes. Hero? The truth of all the world. The winner is king. Shiraha slapped his expression on the table frantically, staring at Akoku. Victory is the real justice. We have won, and we are the heroes of this world. Akoku looked Shiraha, gently smiled and said, We are the pirates, not a hero. Right, based on justice is to win over lies. This world is not the real truth. We are all struggling to find the truth, people. The concept of justice and evil has long been changed in the ocean. Right and evil are mutually transformed. The key lies in which side we choose. As men, we have to work hard in the direction we choose. So what if we are pirates? The pirate itself is our honor. Shiraha was shocked by these words inexplicably. Then, he grinned and said, hey, yes, darkness and light are always interchangeable, and we pirates should walk firmly in our direction. Born as human beings, they all have their own guidelines and bottom line as human bottom line. Using simple justice and evil to divide a person, one thing, but a very naive behavior. Only the flowers in the greenhouse can casually make an evaluation of what they think. For some people, being alive is a challenge. The values of the little ghosts who don't know how to be hungry and those who don't know how to eat and where are different. But the latter have more experience in all aspects of human nature. Under the bottom line of insisting on being a person, it is difficult for people to see themselves clearly, let alone see others. You want to overthrow the world government. I support you. This world needs to change. Akaku looked through the room, looking into the distance. I want civilians no longer to be kept in captivity. I want this planet to be with the distant Hoshizora connected. I think the civilians of this planet can touch things outside and let this planet rush into this beautiful piece of Hoshizora. Brother, there are outsiders here? He is shaking now. Shiraha pointed to the Marine Lieutenant Junior grade and said playfully. He was very curious about how Big Brother Akaku would know about the outer planets. He obviously only talked about captivity. After all, whether there really are planets outside of Pirate World, he is not very sure. But Akaku seems pretty sure that there are other planets outside. Brother, it's tragic to be a hero in troubled times. I want to be a demon king even if I have the strength. I don't want this world. Shiraha sat in a chair, clenched his fists, and said, what I want has become the true king in a world where the heroes are fighting for the top of the world. But you can't participate in this kind of thing. I want to try it myself. Akaku's eyes were puzzled, and he didn't understand what Shiraha was saying. Soon after, Marine Marshal Kong entered the office and saw the great pirate Shiraha swaggering in his seat. Who the hell are you? Kong hadn't seen these two people. Give me a chance. I want to be a good person. Among them, Sengoku is undergoing brainwashing by the world government, and there is only one Marine Admiral from Zephyr, and Marine Admiral has 3 positions since ancient times. The world government wanted to take action against Zephyr through reasons, and then Marine and Admiral were all members of the world government, and they directly took Kong off the ground. At that time, even if Kong wanted to help, he would be a polished commander. As for Garp, the world government probably wanted to kill him a long time ago. I have arranged for Zephyr to escape in advance. His family is by Rock's side. He said he believes in you. Kong clenched his fist. Zephyr's defection is an opportunity. It is an opportunity for us to generalize the world government in turn. Shiraha looked gloomy and sneered. Do you know what this means for Zephyr? If he can't be remembered by most people, then he will never be able to wash off the stains on his body. So what? For the sake of this world, I believe Zephyr will definitely make this choice. I'm the one who watched Zephyr grow up. Kong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The news of Zephyr's rebellion against Marine will soon be spread. Only the 4 of us know about Zephyr. There are too many inside lines in Marine to tell other people. You have to keep it secret. Also, Rockdal was caught by the world government, and they will soon take action against you. As for whether you will save it, I don't know what your pirate thinks. One more thing I want to tell you, whether you go to save it or not, we don't have much time. Shiraha lay on the desk and squeezed the teapot that Kong had been making for many years. The murderous retsu on his body made Akaku and Kong feel his rage at this time. How long is there? It's about a month or so. Kong's armament covered his whole body in an instant, and even penetrated completely into the bones. The armament of this hand was very incredible. The name Kong is worthy of the name. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. After saying that, Shiraha killed the Marine Lieutenant Junior grade in front of Kong. Akaku. Kong, where? You asked Zephyr to come and find me. Didn't you let me come and see you? Shiraha took the initiative to reveal his identity. When Akaku saw this, he was exposed. and Kong suppressed his anger abruptly. What a special thing. He couldn't beat these two together. Here is the Marine headquarters if it is killed by two pirates. Let's listen to this guy's next explanation. After explaining, Kong checked the dead Marine Lieutenant junior grade, and found no merit at all. It was an expensive family who came in through the back door and looked at the phone worm record. Even if it is not guilty of death, as long as you hear what they are going to talk about next, you must die. Not to mention that the dead Marine Lieutenant junior grade is not a good thing. The two sides talked about what they were going to do. Shiraha didn't tell Karen the news. He only said that the Sea King would come to help during the decisive battle. It was something he had agreed with the King of the Sea. You mean your helping hand Merlick Island came to land, so the King of the Sea King decided to help you once? Kong said excitedly. If there are Sea Kings fighting, our odds of winning would be great. But you have to find the truth as soon as possible. We are running out of time. The world government seems to have noticed something and is ready to take action against Marine headquarters. Shiraha said strangely, before there is definitive evidence, the world government will act on you Marine. That kind of behavior is a bit too stupid. Kong's eyes were solemn and his face was ugly. The world government has sent two people to become Marine Admiral. When Shiraha heard, his pupils shrank sharply. He furiously said, you killed Zephyr. Marine currently has two admirals, Zephyr and Sengoku. The Marine Lieutenant junior grade on the side became more frightened as I listened to it. I guessed that these masters are likely to come from the Red Earth continent, and I am afraid they are the adults in the legendary CP0. This time he is really going to die. This Marine Lieutenant junior grade was extremely scared and forgot that one of the two masters in front of him had scolded those people on the Red Earth continent. The three awaited Marshal Marine's arrival in a quiet environment. Shiraha sat in the Marshal's position, looked at Ikoku who was watching the Marine file, and thought of a big pirate in his world. But it was a pity. In the eyes of some people in later generations, the Great Pirate became an image of collaborating with Japanese pirates, murdering and setting fire, harassing the coastal people, and resisting the government. But in fact, this is a misunderstanding. The Big Pirate has never attacked the southeast coast, and even the country of the Helping Hand dynasty has eliminated the pirates. No other family is allowed to enter his country. At that time, the treacherous dynasty was in power, and the maritime ban was even more serious. The Great Pirate once had great expectations of the court. He calmed down many pirates who burned, killed and looted, and maintained the order of the coast. Pirates of any country did not dare to invade. As a result, the imperial court broke his promise and let the Big Pirate lose his way into an island country. Since then, coastal trade has suffered heavy losses. The purpose of the Big Pirate was to make the government at that time abandon the maritime prohibition policy and legalize maritime trade. Under the circumstances at the time, it was the most correct decision. This vision is not far-reaching. End of this chapter. 272 Conspiracy. Cut the Dragon. Yuzo. Chapter 272 Conspiracy. Cut the Dragon. Yuzo. Kong watched distressingly at his teapot being squeezed, and said seriously, there is a precedent for pirates and marine to cooperate, but I want to ask, how can you guarantee that rocks will not become the next teams after it is really successful? The Dragon Slayer eventually became the evil dragon. This kind of thing has happened many times in history. I don't know how many times the transformation between evil and justice has occurred. Perhaps there is a certain world and a certain period of time that the identities of the pirate and marine are reversed. There is no absolute justice, and it is the current justice in the interests of most people. Kong's bottom line as a human being is civilians. Even if certain marines have different ideas from him, he will never change his mind. Kong shattered the documents of the cooperation between the two sides. and his inner commitment to such a level and powerful person is much stronger than the so-called white fang and a pile of torn papers. Cultural and tourism integration adds color to people's lives. Economic Daily reporter Zhang. In the course of a century of struggle, our party has attached great importance to cultural construction. A large number of literary and artistic works have inspired people's fighting spirit, inspired the spirit of the family, and inspired us to move from victory to victory. Since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, my country's cultural undertakings, cultural industries, and tourism have become important supports for meeting people's needs for a better life and promoting high-quality development. In the future, culture and tourism will achieve integrated development in a wider, deeper and higher level, adding color to people's lives. Since the beginning of this year, from cities to rural areas, from enterprises to communities, a series of mass cultural activities are being held across the country. People sing and dance to celebrate the centenary of the party. A beautiful melody sang the voice of the people, and also showed the picture of the achievements of my country's cultural construction benefiting the people from one side. Nowadays, Red Shanxi Sacred Land Yan'an, Xiogang Spirit The Prologue to Reform. 100 red tourist routes for 100 years of the founding of the party have become popular tourist destinations. The shining red tourist routes have witnessed the major achievements made by the Chinese Communist Party and the people of the family in the country in the course of Chinese Revolution, construction and reform, and also reflected the achievements of the development of my country's tourism industry. Looking back at history, in the course of a century of struggle, our party has attached great importance to cultural construction. A large number of literary and artistic works have stimulated people's fighting spirit, inspired the spirit of the family, and inspired us to move from victory to victory. Since the reform and opening up, the cultural industry and tourism industry have experienced development and changes from small to large, from weak to strong, especially since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. My country's culture and tourism have developed steadily and prosperously. Cultural undertakings, cultural industries and tourism have become important supports for meeting people's needs for a better life and promoting high-quality development. The status and role in the overall work situation have become more prominent. There is poetry and distance in people's happy life. Cultural tourism supports a better life. Culture creates beauty, and beauty needs culture. The beautiful picture of cultural benefits is slowly unfolding in various places. Exhibitions, books, and programs have enriched the spiritual life of the people, sowed the seeds of culture, and became a powerful support for the people's better life. In Fengmenglong Village, Xiangqing District, Suzhou City, Jiangsu Province, villager Shenji Yiming had lunch and came to the village's grassroots comprehensive cultural service center. He was satisfied with a free Suzhou Pington. Suzhou, a city with profound cultural heritage. In the new era, by creating public cultural service facilities at your fingertips, launching various exhibitions and activities for benefiting the people, and increasing the provision of digital cultural services, Suzhou City has planted culture into the lives of the people and further improved the people of cultural acquisition and well-being. Since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, my country has made important achievements in the construction of the public cultural service system in accordance with the requirements of focusing on improving the level of public cultural services and allowing the people to enjoy a more substantial, richer, and higher quality spiritual and cultural life. The key reform tasks in the field of public culture have been accelerated. As of December 2020, my country has adhered to the basic Kabuta bottom line, established and improved a basic public cultural service standard system, and has generally formulated implementation standards or service catalogues at the provincial, municipal, and county levels, innovated the management system operating mechanism, and further promoted public cultural institutions. The corporate governance structure has been reformed. There are 406 public libraries, 394 cultural centers, 1,051 museums and 95 art galleries nationwide to conduct pilot explorations, at the same time, actively promote the government to purchase public cultural services from social forces, and coordinate the implementation of cultural benefits for the people. The task of reform has played an active role in breaking down system and mechanism barriers and innovating public cultural content and methods. This year's May 1st small holiday is full of tourists from all over the world. Ma Ningning, who works in a company in Beijing, and his family came to visit Nanjing Confucius Temple scenic spot. In her opinion, tourism has become a way of life. As long as she has time, she is willing to go out and take a look at the different scenery. Like culture, tourism is also an activity that can bring people a good experience. Since the mid-1980s, with the improvement of comprehensive national strength, residents' income has increased significantly, and the domestic tourism market has begun to take shape. With the implementation of the weekend system and the Golden Week, people not only have money but also freedom, and the domestic tourism market has gradually shown a strong momentum of development. According to statistics, in 2018, my country's per capita travels 4 times a year, entering a veritable era of mass tourism, and tourism has become a necessity for the people's happy life. Since the 13th Five-Year Plan, closely following the trend of consumption upgrading and aiming at changes in tourist demand, policy documents to promote the transformation and upgrading of the tourism industry and improve quality and efficiency have been intensively promulgated. Various localities have promoted structural reforms on the tourism supply side, bursting out the source of motivation for the development of global tourism. The construction of tourist attractions and resorts has achieved remarkable results. New forms of tourism and new products continue to emerge. The rapid development of research tourism, sports tourism, Chinese medicine health tourism, cruise tourism, and ice and snow tourism has become an important growth point for the development of tourism, and it is better it satisfies the travel needs of the people. New business formats continue to emerge. According to data from the National Bureau of Statistics, in 2019, the added value of cultural and related industries was 4.44 trillion yuan, accounting for 4.5% of GDP, and the added value of tourism and related industries was 4.5 trillion yuan, accounting for 4.56% of GDP. Statistics show that the culture and tourism industry has become an important engine for my country's economic growth. The film and publishing industry is an important part of the cultural industry. Last year, in the face of the severe impact of the epidemic, my country's film industry took the lead in the world to resume work and production, launching a number of excellent films that are well loved by the audience, such as My Hometown and Me, King Gangchuan and Win the Championship. The total box office nationwide reached 20.417 billion yuan. The publishing industry has launched a large number of excellent publications of Hiroshi's socialist core values to meet the growing multifaceted and multi-level spiritual and cultural needs of the people. According to statistics, in 2019, 45.070 billion copies box, sheet of books, periodicals, newspapers, audiovisual products and electronic publications were published nationwide. At the same time, new cultural formats continue to emerge. The production, dissemination, and consumption of cultural products and services have been digitized and networked express trains, and emerging cultural formats based on the internet and mobile internet such as live video broadcasting, audio-visual media, and mobile publishing have become new kinetic energy and new growth points for the development of cultural industries. Since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the strategic support of the tourism industry, Jinchurikis industrial position has been consolidated. According to statistics, the comprehensive contribution of tourism to GDP in 2019 was 10.94 trillion yuan, accounting for 11.05% of the total GDP. With the continuous increase in the construction of tourism infrastructure, the tourism industry system is becoming more and more complete. At present, my country has created 71 national tourism demonstration areas, 285 A-level tourist attractions, 30 national-level tourist resorts, 1,000 national key rural tourism villages, and 300 national red tourism classic scenic spots. The continuous supply of high-quality tourism products is stimulating the release of consumption potential. According to estimates, during the May 1st holiday this year, 230 million domestic tourists traveled, and domestic tourism revenue was 113.23 billion yuan. The contribution of tourism consumption to expanding domestic demand and stabilizing economic growth has become increasingly apparent. Heikou Town, Lanzhou, Gansu Province has a long history and the Yellow River flows through it. The humanistic fireworks there always make tourists interested. Gun Kobni started operating a farmhouse in the town in 2019. She said, "The business is good now, and the income is higher than that of working outside. I want to be a homestay in the future." Tourism has become an important force for rural revitalization and ecological civilization construction, and it has become the main channel for absorbing employment. In 2019, the tourism industry achieved direct and indirect employment of 79.87 million people, accounting for 10.31% of the total employed population in the country. Fusion projects are blooming. In recent years, more and more cultural and tourism integration projects have blossomed, bringing rich sensory experiences to audiences and tourists. On June 5, on the day of the Mangkin season, Only Henan Middle. Drama City held its kitchen premiere. It takes the Yellow River civilization as the foundation, immersive drama art as the technique, and the Illusion City architecture as the carrier, telling a story about land, food, inheritance. Li Mengzhu, General Manager of the Marketing Center of Jian Cultural Tourism Operation Company, said, "Only Henan Middle. Drama City explores a brand new model. Spectators can travel through the Illusion City and experience the charm of drama culture. The park has complete facilities. The catering and hotel accommodation system creates a three-dimensional and all-round drama watching experience for the audience. Promoting the integrated development of culture and tourism is an important decision made by the Party Central Committee. Culture is inseparable from the tourism industry. In the appreciation of the beauty of nature, we can realize the beauty of culture and cultivate the soul, and realize the mutual promotion of the two and complement each other, which meets the expectations of the people for a better life." Beijing announced that during the 14th five-year plan period, integrated development will be an important driving force to promote the high-quality development of the capital's cultural and tourism industries. Chongqing takes the development and upgrading of tourism as its overall focus, and strives to play the five cards of the three gorges, mountain city, humanities, hot springs, and villages, and integrates the five cards into characteristic regional tourist destinations. Integrating cultural and tourism further enhanced, the degree of tourism boutique is further improved. Under the vigorous promotion of the central and local governments, the cultural and tourism fields have achieved integrated development, focusing on resource integration, service integration, industry integration, and exchange and promotion integration, forming a good situation with overlapping advantages. In this context, businesses with distinctive features of cultural and tourism integration have become increasingly popular. During the May 1st holiday this year, cultural elements have become an important factor in enhancing the attractiveness of tourist destinations and enhancing the experience of tourists. High-quality cultural activities have effectively increased the participation and sense of acquisition of the majority of tourists. Jiangxi's Jixian Village, Henan Cherry Valley, and Johto thinks I rely on the traditional ancient town culture and use the experience scene of creativity plus technology plus cultural tourism to create new landmarks for online celebrity check-in and make rural tourism shine. Cultural entertainment, book leisure, cultural and cultural tourism have become holiday leisure hotspots, and visitors to libraries, museums, and cultural centers have increased significantly. In the future, culture and tourism will achieve integrated development in a wider, deeper and higher level, continuously improve the quality of development and comprehensive benefits, and add richer colors to people's lives. Source: China Economic Net Economic Daily. Before Shiraha could react, the girl had entered her arms, and immediately after Tanayu, waded by Robin, Izang, and Shiley all rushed forward. Ayu, uncle, Captain Shiraha, father, dad, big brother and me. Shiraha saw that Eden was about to pounce, and started an emergency dodge, avoiding Eden's pounce. And Tom, who was standing next to Shiki, shook his head and said in his heart, I'm still young. I really don't have any eyesight. I haven't seen other girls who want their own men anymore. I want to be intimate with each other. Izang and Shiley are young, so the child joins in the fun. You, a big man? Follow up, isn't it just a shit stick? Robin, Whitby, why are you also rushing over? Captain Shiraha, can't I? You saved me from the darkness, but you have to be responsible to the end. Uncle, isn't it normal for a loved one to charge and give a hug? Robin and Whitby glanced at each other and reached a unity. And Shiley is very good. The same is true for Izang. Shiraha smiled, picked up Izang and Shiley, and held them high. Akoku was stunned looking at this happy scene, and said, how long did I sleep? Shiraha has 4 daughters-in-law. Why is the child so old? At this time, a voice sounded. Akoku, it's been a long time since I saw you. You really survived. Gaben walked over. I heard about all the things. It was a pity that I couldn't tell you the victory or defeat at the time. Akoku will remember that day and can't forget it. The grievances between us, let's end it now. Just to my liking. Gaben drew 2 axes from his waist. Many people on the court were overwhelmed by such a scene. Shiki curled his lips so that he wouldn't stop Akoku from taking revenge. It's great that that guy can wake up. Robin said nervously, Captain, at this critical moment, we need the power of the Roger Pirates. Shiraha grinned and said, Brother Akoku is a very measured person. Robin watched the game quietly as soon as he heard it. The battle between 2 strong men is the best snack. Gaben's momentum was like a rainbow. His offensive was fierce, and he attacked constantly like a beast. On the other hand, Akoku was calm, and easily resolved all the attacks. End of this chapter. Chapter 273 of the text arrives at Noland Futrue. The Truth. Chapter 273 arriving at Noland Futrue. The Truth. Until one day, a towering tree appeared full of berry, and as the berry fell down, those who picked up berry had incomparable power. Those people referred to these berry as the gifts of God. As time goes by, I feel more and more wrong. Since the God guards the moonmen, why are those moonmen wandering in the sea of stars so embarrassed? Why are those lunar people unwilling to release their guardian gods until the final defeat? In order to find out the truth, I went deep into it step by step. In the end, I got a terrible fact in the ruins of the Moon Man, something that made me horrified and couldn't help but take a breath. The truth is, gods are a bunch of lunatics, and we must not believe anything from them. Man and God are different in nature. We just have to remember that we are human beings, not gods. That is not a gift from God at all. That is berry of devil. The newly established world government has long become slaves to the gods, but those so-called Tenryubitos are being raised as pigs. Gods are not social creatures. Gods think they are perfect creatures. But there are also contradictions between gods. That God is precisely the existence among gods that other gods cannot tolerate. A battle of the gods in the evening, the god fell into a deep sleep because of unimaginable injuries. If the essence of one of the highest gods could not be eliminated, the god would fall into a permanent imprison in the dusk of the gods. Lunar people were also involved in the war by their gods and lost their hometowns. But those kind-hearted people on the moon did not abandon the gods they believed in, even if they knew their gods were extremely sinful. They still pleaded with other gods to let them go. Under the helping hand of a good god, they fled that place and came to this remote planet to build a new home on the moon. That evening the gods made all their moonmen agreed that they would not release the gods they believed in, otherwise the gods would destroy the world, especially a wounded god. In the records of lunar people, gods love sentient beings most of the time, except when they are injured. They will be nourished by sentient beings. The closer the creatures are to the form of gods, the more they can be favored by powerful gods. Rocks, Marine Headquarters, Uzo. This trip took Shiraha 3.5 days, 2 of which were waiting for Ikoku to adapt to his body. He took the opportunity to rest in 2 days. After all, treatment consumes a lot of his Ikoku. And they set off from Uzo, and it took 3 days to get the text of 4 historical landmarks and figure out the direction of Lavdru. Before and after, Shiraha and the others took nearly a week to reach Lavdru and achieved an unprecedented achievement. They were probably the first pirates to board Lavdru in Yayoi Rosa's years. Husband, this is Ralph Drew Luochi. This is the last island in the legend, Lavdru. Shiraha's mood is very complicated. It took Wang Lufei in the original book for so long to be able to reach, and he actually arrived faster than Wang Lufei, which is considered to have fulfilled his dream. During that period of black boxing, what supported him to survive, apart from his family, was the pursuit of the manga that he had left behind. Even if the manga was pulled over in the later period, he also wanted to see an ending. To chase the comics for many years. Growth draws a successful end, and now he arrived, and set foot on the land of the last island. I almost forgot, brother, I still have something to give you. Shiraha took out a pure gold ring and handed it to Ikoku's strange eyes. Jai ha ha ha, that's a good thing about a pure gold ring, that can make people almost immortal. Even in the world of pirates, there are not many things that can extend life. One of them is pure gold, which was born under the research of Ajia's parents. It can be said that Ajia's parents are more than double punk in this respect. A terrible genius. Pure gold was born more than 100 years ago. Before Tenryubito wanted to snatch it, the island was swallowed by Lord Lantern. Therefore, there are records of pure gold in the world government, but there is no pure gold. However, based on the background of the world government, even if there is no pure gold, I believe there are other good things that can increase lifespan. Otherwise, how could Garasai 5 elders live so long? They are different in life from Yim. Without other means, people cannot live as long as God. There is still such a thing. Ikoku gave a shocked look. Wow, brother, this is the first time you have such a big fluctuation in your expression after waking up. Ikoku was a little confused, and coughed a few times. Shiraha, I found that you are really capable of cultivating people. I am a human, and I must have 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sword I cultivate is, I can't tell. Shiraha likes to often collapse other people's personal settings. Establish a heart for the heaven and the earth. Establish a destiny for the life and the people, for the sacred, and inherit the best knowledge, and for the peace of all ages. He said these words slowly in front of everyone, looking at the stunned expressions of Ikoku and Roger, and nodded in satisfaction. That's a good sentence. Maybe, brother, you can try in this regard. How about my proposal? Ikoku held the sword in his hand, his eyes serious. Shiki said uncomfortably, why do you treat me like that? No. Bastard Shiki. You have to know that our relationship is incomparable to others. Shiraha teased, the average person can't enjoy my treatment. Shiki flushed with anger, and shouted, do you know who this uncle is? You can't be polite to this uncle. When Shiraha heard this, she appeared in front of Shiki as soon as she moved her body. He took out a chair and put it aside, pointed to the chair and said, come on, uncle, you will do it, and the young one will give you a massage. How about? Shiki turned black and turned by Akagan up, You should treat it the same way. Puff ha ha ha. Whoa ha ha ha. All kinds of strange laughter sounded on the court, and the scene was lively and the atmosphere was very lively. Luochi, brother, bastard, come and see you soon. Who is your bastard? My uncle's name is Shiki. Brother, if you want to get to Yuzo, you can only rely on the life card. How did you reach Yuzo? Did you forget that you gave me a life card? Adon scratched his head naively, and said awkwardly, I really forgot. Don't talk about it, we have all reached the last island. Hurry up and see what's inside. Oh, Whitebeard twisted her waist. Her frosty eyes only softened when she looked at her family. Uncle, I didn't expect me to have such a big surprise with you. Eldest niece, maybe the truth behind it will be the terrifying astonish. Then I don't care. Unpredictable weather makes us underestimate people's hearts. Not everyone wants a world like this. Those who are interested and those in power collude with each other and dormant. These dirty guys don't want all kinds of families to unite and become one, and they don't want a world where everyone is equal. These people wooed the people in the huge kingdom for a walk. The news said that the group of people from outside Hoshizora possessed terrifying weapons comparable to Karen, and they had always wanted to seize the planet. These people spread the news in front of the Lunar Man again, and exhausted all means to win over some lunar scum who had been assimilated in the King High Sea, and the two sides were in the same situation. Under the control of those with a heart, frictions occurred between the two parties that were originally peaceful. The friction was getting bigger and bigger, the fuse was ignited by an incident, the matter was out of control, and the war broke out. The leaders of both sides wanted to solve it, but the people underneath went crazy. These restless humans ruined everything, and I finally missed the appointment. After the fight, I couldn't tell who was right or who was wrong, and I couldn't tell which was an enemy or a friend. Karen used it, and in order to survive, the lunar people were forced to use the weapon elite they had exchanged for their lives. Two weapons that could almost destroy the world destroyed the world. The moon created by the Lunar Man was destroyed. There were wars everywhere, and fights everywhere. The last 20 forces that survived are called the 20 Kings family, and humans made another big mistake. In order to covet the treasures left by the Moon Men, they awakened a great horror existence, which is called the 20 Kings family. God's creature. The 12 bright wings spread out behind the gods, facing the eyes of the barbarians and the family who believed in themselves and died once. God is angry. That was the scariest picture I have ever seen in my life. The huge kingdom was destroyed and destroyed by God. The forces known as the 20 Kings family knelt in front of God and begged for mercy. Those with conscience begged to let go of mankind and leave a trace of blood for mankind. Those who did not have conscience begged for mercy. I can survive. At that time, the God decided to exterminate mankind, but seeing the wings behind a newly born baby on Sky Island, the God hesitated. In the end, God let them go, but wanted mankind to atone for their sins in another way. In fact, some of the 20 King family back then did not know, thinking that they were for the planet, but they did not expect that they were the initiators of this disaster. Many people in the King's family felt repentant. At this time, the gods used terrifying power to create the Red Earth continent, and the 20 kings of the family became the world government. When they survived from the hands of the gods, they reached an unimaginable height, and even the unknowing king family also joined in and fell. No one except me noticed that God was actually sneering at the time. At that time, the 19 kings of the family were all cheering. Only one king of the family, after hearing the truth, without others knowing it, asked time on his own. After obtaining consent, he withdrew from the world government. Ingrain worked in Araba. Stan. That king family is called a traitor by the other 19 king families. In fact, only I know that the 20 king family are the biggest perpetrators of disasters. Their greed and ambition have ruined the world like this. I met the god and got a sentence: you are born stupid and ignorant, and you have shortcomings. It is you who will ruin you. Yes. We couldn't see through the hearts of the people and caused the disaster. I thought it would just pass. At least God gave us a chance to survive, and I thought God was magnanimous. Shirahan, they reached their final destination and saw a stone tablet, a red inscription made of a special material. There were words on the inscription, and Robin stepped forward to investigate with excitement. Soon the words on the stone tablet were translated. This is the last island, the end of everything, and all the truth is here. Fate is destined, and your attainment will make this world shine with hope. You are these heroes of the times. This world is up to you. After a paragraph was finished, the scene suddenly became quiet. Although these people are honored as pirates, in this world, pirates are defined by the world government as the most evil people. At this moment, the stone tablet vibrated immensely, bursting with ice blue light, and scanned the bodies of Roger, Akaku and Aden. Shiraha looked at the blue light scanning Akaku's body with thoughtful eyes, and said, "Big brother, Akaku's identity does not seem simple. Aden is the heir of the Kozuki family, and Roger has the blood and identity of one of D's family, and Akaku is." The password is correct. The huge treasure has officially appeared. D is one of the family, the descendants of the King family, and the Kozuki family. You did it. I, Joey Nami, will tell you all the truth over Yaoyorozu years. No matter who you see this truth, you will become a hero in this world. I used to make the whole world a family, but unfortunately I failed. So I hope you can change the destiny of this world together. Yaoyorozu years ago, the giant kingdom was the ruler of this world. The Kozuki family and one of D's family are both part of the giant kingdom. After thousands of years of development, the science and technology of the giant kingdom has reached its apex and it has been created. The weapon Karen that can destroy the world. But Karen is an ornament and symbol, which symbolizes eternal peace and prosperity. But the longer and longer peace has led to various problems, until there was a turning point. We found that some strange creatures with wings appeared on the planet not far away. We only learned through contact with those creatures that they were a group of poor beings who had lost their hometown and came from other distant galaxies. The purpose of coming here is not to have a war with us, they just want to survive. As long as there is a territory on the moon. We welcomed these humanoid creatures very much, and we invited them to live together on this planet. We didn't expect to harm those kind creatures because of this. We soon started working with them at that time, calling them lunar people, and the two sides worked together to make the world a beautiful world free from oppression and exploitation, and without family discrimination. For this plan, I found the mermaid princess to explain my intentions, and got the support of the cute fish people on the Fisherman Island. At that time, we were determined to create a perfect world, take this perfect world to the depths of Hoshizora, to explore and cooperate with more kinds of families. We want to let friends on the far side of Hoshizora also feel our kindness. End of this chapter. 274 Yang Liu Oki. I am covering this country. Chapter 274 Yang Liu Oki. I cover this country. Akaku was born in the Red Earth continent, and his goal since childhood is to become a field marshal, guard the Red Earth continent, and protect the safety of the world government. This goal continued until he was 18 years old. At the age of 18, he defeated the army superior cultivated by the world government by himself, and was appreciated by the field marshal, hoping that he could join the army. Unfortunately, he had already learned part of the truth at that time. Holding a sword, Akaku fell into the sea alone from the Red Earth continent high into the clouds. Never went back since. He gave up everything, lived on wine and wandered on the sea. Until one day, a madman broke in and beat him severely. He woke up Akaku all at once. He picked up the sword that had been discarded for many years, and cast 8 other swords, and followed that. The madmen entered the sea together. Shiraha understands why Akaku died in the Valley of Gods. Maybe Akaku had the idea of dying when he came to the Valley of Gods, and he won't come back this time. Brother, let's witness history together. Shiraha said his bet with Yim. I believe that man can triumph over God. The good side of human nature will overwhelm the evil side. Let us spread the truth to the world. Jihaha. As expected, you did not shame this uncle. Shiki held 2 famous knives and laughed. What about the gods? Just kill them. Morgans, I said I wanted to give you big news, and I'll leave the rest to you, Master Shiraha. Don't worry, Morgans, will spread the truth to the world. A bet on my dignity as a journalist. Finally, the island was named Lavdru. Shiraha, Yangliuoki, Shiki, Akoku, Roger and others who witnessed history. They were the first humans to come to Lavdru in Yaoyorozu years. A few days later, a heavy news resounded all over the world. The Roger pirate group achieved the goal of no one before and no one before, and reached the last island Lavidra. There are many people on the Great Sea who have gone to all places other than Lavidru in the past, but they have never reached the final island, which requires 4 pieces of historical landmark text to reach the final island. The veritable king of the sea was born. That day, Roger was called One Piece. Immediately afterwards, Morgan spread the truth to the entire world through the World Economic News Agency, which led to countries and civilians all over the world knowing the truth of the year. Some kings were even more surprised, panicked, and they knew the truth behind this for the first time. The real master of Saint Di Maria is not Tenryu Bito? Tenryu Bito is a pig kept in captivity by God? The 20 kings of the family had a chance to survive only by surrendering to the feet of gods. The world government has a real master. The hollow throne is not a symbol. The god is sitting on it. They are all pigs in captivity. It is a supplement for God's cultivation and vitality. So what was the truth back then? It is human beings who destroyed ourselves, and the 20 kings of the year. The family is the culprit. Many forces and countries on the sea are Arabastan. Those countries and forces have sent a large number of troops to plunder in the name of justice. Humans are all creatures that will never remember long. Greed, selfish, ignorance. As if all the dirty things in the world can be seen in humans. More than a dozen countries and dozens of major forces formed a coalition of millions and attacked Arabastan. Just when the people all over the world thought that Arabastan was about to be destroyed, one person stood up. Her name was Yangliuoki, a girl who was only 16 years old. She shot through a huge coalition army with a silver gun. When it comes to fighting alone, she used to be inferior to Xiang Conlun and Diao Linian. But when it comes to charging forward, she has been the strongest in the Hall of Heroes since she was 12 years old. On the battlefield, a female general who makes all forces in the spiritual realm and the undead fearful. In the desert of Arabastan piled up the corpse mountain that competed with the sky, and on the top of that mountain, there was a man with a gun looking down at the defeated remnant soldiers below. There are 3 days left before the banquet, and the invitation has been sent. The whole sea became restless, and almost all the kings and people with names in West Blue passed by, and the other 3 in the 4 seas also rushed to the meeting when they saw it. In the second half of the Great Sea route, the members of Merlik Island who have already survived in the Whitebeard realm sent representatives. There was no movement in the Red Earth continent, and no one knew what the people who lived on the Red Earth continent would think. But the only thing they knew was that Tenryu Bito was not a god, but a pig raised by a god. Some of those who bought Tenryu Bito's body at a high price regretted it. In Whitebeard's territory, Rox led Zephyr's family and injured Zephyr, and Nakin came over, and he himself was seriously injured. Kihahaha, Captain Rox, it's great that you can come. Whitebeard welcomed him happily. His beard was even more curled than usual, and his eyes stopped when he scanned Rox. Newgate, don't be so surprised. Lao Tzu is not invincible. The Valley of the Gods almost died in that place last time. Is it weird to get a small injury now? After that, Rox took out a newspaper and said, Lao Chi Da sister is really amazing. And one person killed the army. If you kid let Luo Chi Da sister go alone, don't you worry. I believe in Luo Chi, just as Luo Chi believes in me. Shiraha said that Yang Luoki's eyes seemed to be smiling, and he was a little relieved at the divination of that prediction. Arabastan has Karen, one of the 3 major weapons. I have my reason for arranging to go to Kikyu. At that time, when Yang Luoki didn't want to go, It was he who said that the kind of weapon that could turn the balance of victory was crucial, so she went. TSK Tusk, your young couple is really a natural match. I'm curious, how did your injury come from? Jai ha ha ha. Captain Rocks, I also want to know. Shiki set foot on that kind of strength in Ravdru. Yeah, the captain tells us about it. John said nonchalantly, tell them to everyone, so the big guys are happy. After seeing a Koku regain freshman, John, who was one of Rock's right and left hands, returned to the state he was in. The Rock's pirates. In the room, Shiraha, Shiki, Akoku, Newgate, John, and World all stared at Rocks, curious about the opponent they were facing. In the name of justice, do what you want to do. Huahaha. Yang Liu Oki laughed wildly, with a chilling smile. When the laughter stopped, she pointed her spear at the enemy, and Haki said, this country, him covering it. Roll. With contempt and indifferent eyes, all those who survived the attack on Arabastan would not forget the nightmare. With silver armor draped and spears dancing, that is Shinigami on the battlefield! Exclamation mark. Those who did not dare to attack their world government, but wanted to attack Arabastan completely extinguished the fire of greed in their hearts. This is the truth of the blank for 100 years. It is simply a big joke. Human nature and greed are the instigators of everything, and Im's own existence only magnifies the desires of some people. Gods are even more ridiculous. In the name of collecting believers and loving all beings, they actually raise people as pigs, just like people eat when they are hungry, and God eat people when they are injured. After working on Pandora's box for a long time, it turned out that humans made it themselves. I am a little bit convinced of what a celebrity said, that humans will be destroyed in their own hands sooner or later. Shiraha suppressed a smile. That Joey Nami, if it is, we can only use it as a reference. What can be confirmed now is that I must be planning something. Maybe some gods are really good to humans, just like some of us humans treat Kongo puppies. But gods are gods after all. Especially Im is not normal among gods. Shira's words made everyone present feel tight. Their opponent is a powerful god and human complex humanity. Akuka's eyes were solemn. Shiki heard the story and said, what a shit, my uncle will kill them sooner or later. Shiraha didn't know what he thought of, and said, it turns out that elite is really used for shelter, and Karen is used to destroy the world. The things recorded in the historical text are all true. That group of Lunar men brought out elite to protect themselves. The reason they lost to Karen was that the Lunar men's kindness ruined them. Elite is a more terrifying weapon than Karen, but the cunning of the human heart is more terrifying than elite. Lavivra recorded the whereabouts of Karen. Karen was under the ground of the entire kingdom of Arabastan. In the First World War, he was beaten to sleep by elite. It requires difficult conditions to activate. After all, elite and Karen are two. All kinds of comprehensive weapons of destruction have their own consciousness, similar to biotechnology. I really don't want to be an enemy of that god. It will cost a lot to overthrow the world government. Shiraha sighed. Garasai 5 elders will probably not let us jump. I originally wanted to stay away for a while. 10 years. Shiraha did have this idea before he came to Love Liu, but now he doesn't have it. His crew is still waiting for him to rescue. Im's idea should be to feed them well through Devilberry and this system, and look good, just like humans raise chickens and ducks, and raise chickens and ducks to eat a good meal. When Yim is harvesting, he swallows human bones and skins to heal his injuries. Yaoyorozuya should make this berry everyone on the sea look good. But Yim didn't get any results. Maybe he was thinking of raising them better before tasting it. The story left by Joe Inami is really funny and weirdly scary. Human beings really like to kill themselves. Now Shiraha knows why Im is slandering him, which means that he really slandered him literally. Im is the most godlike being among the gods, not gregarious, powerful and perfect. Under God's beautiful appearance is Devil's heart. Bai was so beautiful, it would be better to be cut off by him. There is actually another sentence above. Ahem. This is fate. My warriors go to cut through the darkness of this world to save this desperate world. You are the heroes of this era. You will bear the name of heroes, admired by all people, famous forever. After Robin finished saying this shameful remark, his face was red, his heart was very shy, and there was an uncontrollable emotion. The scene suddenly became quiet and quiet. Morgans, who recorded this historical moment from beginning to end, gradually became comical, and the muscles on his face began to lose control. Shiki and Roger laughed first. Jihahaha, this is the first time that this uncle has been praised with this kind of words. This uncle is going to live forever and be admired by thousands of people. Whoa, ha ha ha. The others also laughed, tears coming out of their smiles. Akoku, Robin, and Morgans could not help but laugh together. Shiraha must be among the people who laughed loudest on the court. Luochi, help me up quickly, I can still laugh. Shiraha clutched his stomach and rolled all over the floor. Amok, Hua, Yang Luoki, the only person on the court who didn't smile, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this look of Shiraha. The laughter was very similar to Shiraha. Yang Luoki, who was usually very cute, became even more cute when he was covering his small mouth. Jai ha ha, hey, two are really good match. Even the laughter is so similar. Yo, Shiki, are you talking about us? Yang Luoki asked with a dazed expression. Huahaha Luoki, I remember you didn't laugh like this. Hey, Shiki knows that Yang Luoki is usually not in a good state, and his personality is a little cute. He was so angry when he heard such funny words and saw the two of them match up like this. Joe Inami, it would be great if I were born in the same era as you. It's really an incredibly big joke to leave such an amazing treasure. Roger waved to everyone. Everyone, there hasn't been in Yaoyorozu people set foot on this ultimate island. We are the first people, so let's officially name it La Vidra. 100 years of blank history. One of D's family, ancient weapons. They all already know Akatsuki. One of the family of D killed the Moon Man back then, so it is called the enemy of God. Wonokini was originally connected to the world, at least when there was no world government before Yaoyorozu. The world was connected. Huge wealth is right in front of him, and the legendary sea that Sanji wants to find can be realized by reaching Lavdru. This kind of world is better to be destroyed because of its existence. Roger laughed and said, whoa ha ha ha, Shiraha, Shiki, Akoku, let's join hands to destroy this world. Let's calculate the account of the Valley of the Gods. I'm really happy you can accompany me to Rough Drew on the Golden Jackson. Jihahaha, my uncle is not to accompany you. My uncle will come and leave as long as he wants. What will happen if he gets on your boat? I happen to have an account with the world government. After all, my identity is one of the 20 family members who came from that year. Akaku's words surprised many people. Some smart people have seen it not long ago, but most people have not been able to guess that the IQ of Pirate World is generally low on the average world level. End of this chapter. 275 Shiraha, who agrees, who opposes. Chapter 275 Shiraha, who agrees, who opposes. Huahaha, yeah, naive captain, just say it and make everyone happy. Shiraha roared. Jai ha ha ha. Shiki kept smiling strangely, looking at Rocks expectantly. The Rocks pirates was his most rebellious, and he was often beaten by Rocks. Now that there is this kind of opportunity, of course, to laugh wildly, revenge comes back. Cool la la la, Captain Rocks, just talk about it. This kind of pleasant atmosphere made Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help joking. In the room, Shiraha, Shiki, Akoku, Newgate, John, and World all stared at Rocks, curious about the opponent they were facing. They were all old friends who had survived the Battle of the Valley of Gods. At that time, the main fighting force against the enemy together, except Red Earl Patrick and Yang Luoki, everyone else was here. Aden returned to Wonokini and cut the Kurazumi serpent. Wonokini founded the world. Shiraha held a newspaper and laughed. There are more and more countries supporting us. A large number of sea humans are participating in the war. Bounty hunters, pirates, marines of traitors, guardians of the country, etc. Now that there are capable people from all countries, we will have a meeting tomorrow. All for the survival of mankind. On the second day, Adon hurried here. Brother, fortunately, I killed Kurazumi Oki and let one Okyuni found the country. Adon exclaimed excitedly. I know, I have worked hard for you. Tomorrow you will be present on behalf of one Okyuni, so you can't lose face. Shiraha stepped forward to tidy up Adon's clothes, and joked, you are already the king of a country, but you must pay attention to your image, so that other countries will laugh at it. Big brother. Adon burst into tears. A grand banquet kicked off, and only Yang Liu Oki of the Embers Pirates was still obediently guarding Arabastan, and everyone else was present. Human representatives from all sides came, and they gathered together to discuss future issues. The king of the Flower Country, the king of Arabastan, the king of Merlik Island, Wanokyaniadan. These representative figures all supported Shiraha for the first time, resolutely resisting to the end for humanity. Shiraha came to the stage and looked at the countries below, and said, thank you for being here. On behalf of Sky Island and mankind, thank you all. I will not hide from you. Some countries have chosen the world government. They are now in the Holy Land joys. They have chosen to kneel at the feet of the world government and become running dogs. Those guys may still have the idea of being able to survive. I want to know what you think. A tall, evil-faced king sneered. What about your thoughts? Wouldn't it be that you want us all to die with you? I know the background of the world government. As a franchise country, this king is one of the former franchise countries. And a tall Titan old man said, I support mankind on behalf of the Titan country, and our Titan family mission is to cut the Red Earth continent. Adon shouted, I, Wanokyuni, absolutely support humans. Really? The king had a playful expression. Other countries are waiting, they are looking at the situation. Shiraha swept across the sea of people. I am a human, and my crew is in the hands of the world government. I will not retreat in this battle. I will participate in the war as the human side. I hope that even if you do not participate, you will not choose the helping hand world government. Otherwise, see you on the battlefield. M. Done. Who agrees? Who opposes? You can tell the truth. I appreciate it. The king raised his hand in the live broadcast, and pointed at Shiraha, but you really can't speak. He'll help you. I agree with you. Humans would rather die than kneel. Mankind would rather die than compromise with God. Shiraha showed a surprised expression. You seem surprised. The evil king smirked. I am a human. Is it weird to agree with you? If I choose the world government, I will not withdraw from the franchise and come here. There used to be no choice, but now there is one. I also want to do something for the country and mankind. Many kings wanted to be a good king at the beginning, but sometimes even kings can't help themselves. I think at least once in the last time. We are the nourishment of God. How could God let us go? It just so happens that I don't want to let go of the gods. Warriors of the megalithic kingdom, tell me aloud, your choice? The king faced the big screen and blew the horn. Kill, kill, kill. Hundreds of thousands of shouting and killing are deafening. Put me armor. The two soldiers beside him put on battle armor for the king. You are not alone in this world who will make such a choice. Human beings have never survived by one or two heroes. I am also a human being. Shiraha stood on the high platform and laughed wildly. I want to know your name. Is that important? This unexpected king set a precedent and ignited the fire in the hearts of everyone present. Most of them came here, instead of going to the world government. The choice in their hearts has been biased towards humans. Death to overthrow the world government. Fault them. Fight for humanity. Shiraha looked at this situation and understood that he was not the only person in this world. When humans are facing despair, they will explode with great power, especially when they know the truth. Most people will stand up. Shiraha gave all the food seeds and various resources to these countries, and they decided to fight for mankind. Various countries and forces have reached a unity. Many countries have accepted the existence of Murlocs in the parliament. Murlocs are recognized by them and have the right to live on land. The king of Murloc Island cried bitterly on the spot, and this scene spread all over the world. Countless people took up weapons. Countless people were moved to tears by the king's words. Countless people were excited by the consensus reached between Murlocs and humans. There will be no slaves in the future, and even civilians can live a life full of food and clothing. This will be a war destined to be recorded in history. The battle between a group of human hopers and human betrayers is also a human civil war. But this time they vowed to slaughter the gods in exchange for a truly new era. Various countries are preparing for war intensively. The Shiraha side of this battle has received the support of almost all civilians, and many countries that have decided on their positions have received unprecedented support from civilians. This makes the kings who made the choice and the forces who choose to join the war even less regretful. The civilians gave away people, money, food, and cheered for them. On December 19, 1480, Yuan calendar, the coalition forces went to war against the betrayers, and the sea was instantly spread by the flames of war. This battle lasted for 3 days. With the participation of the Elephant Master, the scale of victory leaned towards them. The alliance of the betrayers almost collapsed. The Lord's strength left them with no ability to resist. On the other hand, the world government they chose did not move at all, regardless of their life or death. Soon, most of the betrayers were killed and wounded. On December 23, 1480 in Yuanli, they ended with the victory of the human coalition. Under the mobilization of the atmosphere, even Ikoku and world clamored together. Ahaha, you guys asshole crew said so, then I will tell you. When Rox came over, he met some CP0s who were looking for death. He also met 2 guys with pretty good abilities, and one of them broke an arm. Rox didn't want to pester them, and met Zephyr, who was hunted down by 2 new Marine Admiral on the road. 2 people who were also hunted down smiled at each other. Rox smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this Marine Admiral Zephyr? It's become so pulling in such a short time." Zephyr's cheeks twitched. "Fucking, did you learn from that little bastard Shiraha, aren't you? How good is Gasai? I have Laotsu to take care of you." "It's great." They were all taken away by Shiraha's forces. Rox thought of the young man with a faint smile on his mouth and an easygoing look, and said in his heart, "That little bastard has a good partner who hides his murderous aura so much that I can't even perceive it, if it weren't for a group of hidden people nearby." "Killer, I'm afraid I will be fooled by that young man." Hearing this news, Zephyr smiled, and his fighting spirit burst out. "Rox, let's change our opponent." Under the chase of 2 Marine Admiral, Zephyr suffered serious injuries and his life was in danger, especially since Marine headquarters did not send anyone to help him. In the small county town of Tuja region, a fashion show is being staged. This is the clothing store owner Melangulai and customers trying on all kinds of beautiful clothes. Kazakh family woman Melangulai learned sewing skills when she was young, and opened this shop in 2008. Now the clothes sold in the store not only have the styles she designed, but also the hot styles purchased from other places. And the business is doing well. Husband likes to raise animals. The couple worked hard to give their 3 children a warm and loving home. Accompanied by a roar of retsu, the fists hit each other, making a dull sound, and then, it was exploded in an instant. Bang! The huge force ripped the air apart and disturbed the airflow in an area. An inexplicable blood surged in Zephyr's heart. Admiral, who used to not kill, disappeared when he was named a traitor. What Zephyr thought in his mind was, kill the group of dogs in front of you. Happy. Ahaha, you are pretty good, Zephyr. It's a pity that you don't come to be a pirate. Rox and Zephyr handed their backs to each other at the beginning of the battle. This didn't require any words or promises. It was just that they recognized each other. Isn't Laotsu here to be a pirate? Zephyr completely let go of everything. To become a hero does not necessarily mean to be a marine. He has already learned the truth about everything from the news, which is the truth that the world government cannot hide. Some people say that the Xishan cultural belt is the source of Beijing's civilization, the root of history, and the soul of culture. There is the royal culture of 3 mountains and 5 gardens, the religious culture of Dan's Temple, Longquan Temple, and Daju Temple, the traditional folk culture of Miaofeng Mountain, and the culture of universities such as Peking University and Tsinghua University. Looking back, what you see is brilliance, the history and culture of China. Looking at the present, it is a melody of the times of forging ahead. Looking forward to the future, it is a sea of stars full of hope. Let's talk about Xishan cultural belt. Some of these Marines admire Zephyr, and admire Zephyr's ability to climb from such a low position under the premise that everyone is not optimistic. After the Marine headquarters learned the truth, it did not cause a commotion. Those Marines who requested orders were almost beheaded on the spot by lackeys in the world government. Fortunately, a large number of Marines who had retired came forward. Among them were Marine Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral. Those running dogs dare not act rashly. Finally, under the comfort of Kong, the restless Marines calmed down. No one knows what is happening at the Marine headquarters. Kong united the older generation of Marines and the trusted Marines. Under Crane's helping hand, he decided to clean up Marine for an instant, so that all the insiders would be cleaned up. Overwhelming reaction. These things are done quietly, and their Marine wants to deceive the world government. The Marines present did not voluntarily follow the newly appointed Marine Admiral to siege the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. After all, that is Zephyr, the person in Marine who can truly represent justice. He did not kill all his life. He was famous for civilians, for justice. For Kong's next plan, Zephyr chose to bear all the infamy. Once they are defeated, it will be a crime that cannot be cleared through the ages. Zephyr-sensei, do you miss me? A silly voice sounded. In the shocked gaze of CP0 with the broken arm, a yellow shiny shot at him at an unimaginable speed. Bang! Asshole! The CP0 who had captured Rockdal almost crunched his teeth and roared angrily, Polo Salino, do you want to betray Marine? Oh. It's terrible, I won't be able to raise my salary. The Marine headquarters don't need to wait, Kizaru said with a sullen mouth. Ahaha, Zephyr, who is this kid? It's interesting. Zephyr said with pride in his eyes and silently explained, this is my student. Really? Your students are pretty good. Oh Lord Rox, you will not forget, right? I also participated in the Battle of the Valley of God. Rox was taken aback and blurted out, are you the guy who was beaten up by the seventh big sister? In Kizaru's heart, can you still speak well? What is squirming? My strategy is a strategic retreat. Rox fought too and it was no problem. Zephyr fought too and was embarrassed. Kizaru was flying a kite while the three of them fought and retreated, and rushed out of the encirclement. After a few bitter battles, they entered Whitebeard's territory. Rox was injured, Zephyr was still lying down, and Kizaru was lying down with him. Under the leadership of Rox, everyone went to watch Zephyr and Kizaru, who were wearing bandages. Shiraha teased as soon as he came, no, Zephyr brother, you don't seem to be good at it. When Ikoku saw Kizaru, he patted Kizaru's constrained expression, and said gently, compared to that time, your current physical skills are much better. It seems that you have also changed a lot. You can find it when you are free. I practice. After Ikoku turned around, Kizaru shouted, at the time, I was really sorry. The position is different. I can understand. I used to think about becoming a field marshal. Ikoku recalled that time and said in a daze, I can understand what you Marine did. If I join the army, I will be the same as you. I hate pirates deeply, but it is a pity that the pirates themselves exist because of this sick world. Actually, I came here because of my brain fever. I knew I would be beaten so badly, so I won't come. The scene fell silent. Immediately, there was a burst of laughter. Shiraha and Ikoku, the heavyweights of the Rocks pirates, gave Kizaru's honesty one after another thumbs up. Palusalino, this brat, Zephyr growled. You return my touch. Zephyr, who was covered in bandages, flew up and kicked Kizaru's ass. Zephyr was in a good mood when he heard a scream of ah. Well, ha ha ha, it's so lively here, I don't know if Juan welcomes me. A foolish laugh came in, and Roger came here alone, facing the opponent of the Rocks pirates. He walked firmly. Roger? Shira's eyes were strange. Didn't the Roger pirates disband after reaching Lovedra? After learning that the captain would not die, Xiao Shanks asked Koku about swordsmanship. Then he took Bucky to form a pirate group. Gaban and Rayleigh also retired. As for Roger, the other members of the pirate group bid farewell to each other. Far away. Isn't your pirate group gone? Roger laughed and said, Shiraha, have you forgotten what we talked about at Sky Island? The sea belongs to everyone, and I will never allow anyone to take freedom as a joke. It will take a long time for my illness to strike. This is the best time to destroy this world. Ahaha. Rocks punched Roger directly, although I really couldn't succeed at the beginning, and even gained a lot from failure. I can't forgive you on their behalf. Roger was knocked to the ground with a punch, and he was still smiling. Roger, what are you here for? Rox asked. I'm here to join you as a member of the Embers Pirates. Shiraha. In Rox's heart, degrees. At this time, Roger pointed to Zephyr and Kizaru. Marine can join. I want to join. The three parties gathered together. The monsters on the Rox side, Zephyr and Kizaru representing Marine, and Roger representing the King of the Sea. They laughed loudly after looking at each other. Ahaha. For the sake of humanity, let's destroy the world. Well, haha, I really look forward to fighting with you. Let's destroy the world government and destroy the Red Earth continent together. I knew I had gone too. It turned out that it would be called One Piece when it reached Lovedra. It's a shame. Jai haha. I am the man who defeated One Piece. Oh. It's terrible. Am I dragging this group of monsters back? End of this chapter. 276. The Self-Destruction of Mankind. Chapter 276. The Self-Destruction of Mankind. During the war, the members of the Embers Pirates performed their duties, and the countries reached allies. Under Helping Hand, the economic news agency of Morgans, they have always had an advantage in information warfare. West Blue is the first place where the sea wins, followed by the other three seas in the four seas, the Great Sea Route and the New World. Shiraha stayed on the Dawn, looking through the table full of documents, knowing that the situation on the sea had temporarily stabilized. It seems that things are going well. Thank you very much. Don't be careless. Why don't you have a drink with me in the video? Hurry up and tell me your name. Ha ha ha. Hi you on calendar December 24th, 1480. With the help, they have always had an advantage in information warfare. West Blue is the first place to win the sea, followed by the other three seas in the four seas, the Great Sea Route and the New World. Shiraha stayed on the Dawn, looking at the table full of. Marine contracted his strength. Kong did not attack Marine's insiders. When he heard the news of the world government, he led many Marine soldiers into the Red Earth continent. The strong men in Marine headquarters are stationed near Tenryubito. Kong bet that the world government will not dare to attack Garp, and Marine's power is needed. Sengoku returned to Marine with the mission of Garasai 5 Elders. Kong participated in the meeting with the Field Marshal as Marine's representative, and the world government was preparing for a big move. The young and powerful Kong wrote in his diary after attending the parliament, "The current situation on the sea is very clear, and it is almost a decisive battle, but after attending this meeting, I always feel very uneasy." The truth of 100 years of blankness is really ridiculous. Can the new era really be achieved? Kong tore off the paper from the diary and placed it on his chest. There are a large number of beasts living in the giant stone country. The geographical environment is harsh. All people in that country are brave and good at fighting. The king of the country will use the title of warrior as a proxy. In fact, not many of their own people know the name of their king. The video ends. It's too easy to win. The world government and those who choose to kneel at God's feet are not so easily defeated. Shiraha leaned back in a chair tiredly. At this time, what he thought of was not how to conduct the final battle, but the boat and the days of the three people. If you fall in the 7th place, it should help me squeeze my back. The world government announced that it would execute the order and take action against them a month later. As a result, they were hit hard within 20 days, and there are still 10 days left before they execute the plan. The atmosphere in the Garasai 5 elders meeting room was extremely gloomy. The faces of the 5 old men were uglier than the other. They never thought that Shiraha and Roger would come to Noland Fudru at such an early time, let alone that the group of lunatics would directly spread the truth all over the world. They were slapped in the face before they even started to act, but they were really not sure to kill the group of people. If the 5 of them did go, they would not be able to return. Everything is too late, everything is messed up. Golden Retriever Garasai 5 elders asked, "What should we do now?" Rox has already appeared. "Shall we go to kill?" The bold Garasai 5 elders said angrily. "Go and kill? Are you crazy? Anyway, I won't go to this kind of thing." The long-haired Garasai 5 elders had complicated eyes and said nervously, "Our current cards are left with Army, Marine and CP0. Do you think she will make a move?" Knife Garasai 5 elders shook his head and said, "It would be troublesome if an adult makes a move, but now the tools in the ocean that are willing to help are dead. Can't let the army be dispatched. The army is used to guard the last line of defense on the Red Soil continent. If it is sent out, will it first fight the 4 seas, or the Great Root and the New World?" Marine is a bit too wasteful. A group of waste who eats rice. It's okay if all of them are dead. The 4 Garasai 5 elders all showed approving eyes. They didn't know what to do. Only the holy place Marie Joyce was indestructible, and they had nothing to do with the rest of the sea. Curly Garasai 5 elders knocked on the ground with a cane and smiled. "Look at you one by one. As long as you are in this sea, Lord Yim is invincible. In this world, the fate of everyone lies in Lord Yim. Under the control Imsama Yaoyarosa's layout can be shaken by some mortals." 10 days later, the layout will continue as usual. Tell them to keep an eye on Kong. If it doesn't work, the position of the marshal should also be changed. I think Sengoku is good. This curly-haired Garasai 5 elders showed a weird and treacherous smile. "Yaoyarosa, how the huge kingdom perished before. You should all know, human beings, as long as you make good use of it, you will never be short of opportunists before and after." The 5 Garasai 5 elders all gave out judgy smiles. Hi Yuan calendar December 24th, 1480. Marine contracted his strength. Kong did not attack Marine's insiders. When he heard the news of the world government, he led many Marine soldiers into the Red Earth continent. The strong men in Marine headquarters are stationed near Tenryubito. Kong bet that the world government will not dare to attack Garp, and Marine's power is needed. Sengoku returned to Marine with the mission of Garasai 5 elders. Kong participated in the meeting with the field marshal as Marine's representative, and the world government was preparing for a big move. The young and powerful Kong wrote in his diary after attending the parliament, "The current situation on the sea is very clear, and it is almost a decisive battle, but after attending this meeting, I always feel very uneasy." The truth of 100 years of blankness is really ridiculous. Can the new era really be achieved? Kong tore off the paper from the diary and placed it on his chest. Hi Yuan calendar December 25th, 1480. Just as the human coalition believes that there is no resistance in the sea, it is ready to attack the Red Earth continent at the right time, and the major powers will end the army, Marine and the world government that guard the Red Earth continent. Shiraha will kill him with the help of everyone, so that the world will be godless, and the future world will belong to mankind. Just as everyone dreamed of welcoming the arrival of a new era, a silent assassination was launched. West Blue, the night is like ink. There were 3 corpses lying in an ordinary person's house. The black-clothed man looked at his wife and a pair of children who had lived for many years, with a flash of complexity in his eyes. But then he became indifferent. This kind of thing happened not only in West Blue, but also in various places on the sea. They were all cultivated by the world government. It can be said that Yaoyarozu's layout in the year was terrible. Even in the current situation, these people I chose to stand on the side of the world government. This sudden assassination made the coalition unresponsive, and some kings and important figures all died in this assassination. Not only that, at the same time as the assassination, multiple factions rebelled. First, North Blue was torn open. The war instantly swept across the entire North Blue. In almost one night, North Blue in the four seas changed. Only the rebellion of the New World was suppressed in a short time. This incident immediately attracted Shira's attention. After multiple investigations, it was found that these people who made the decision to rebel received a secret letter from the world government. Shira asked Rovko's men to spit out all the information these people had concealed from the dog's mouth. The reason was that they could survive as long as they stood on the side of the world government, and Yim would bring them supreme honor. They can all become gods and follow I'm immortal. And Yim would not take action against his followers. In order to fear that these people would not believe it, Gurusai 5 elders also used himself, the army, CP0 and marine to prove it, which made many forces move their minds. Yuan calendar December 30th. 1480. Severe natural disasters have occurred all over the world, and scenes of destruction of the world have appeared in everyone's eyes. Humanity is fully displayed at this moment. Some people sing the arrival of the end, some desperately resisting chaos and war, as if the story of Yaoyorozu years ago is repeating at this moment. And a towering tree came out of growth on the red soil continent, with a piece of land almost touching the sky. The most terrifying thing was that a devil island from hell appeared out of thin air. When the islands concealed by the world government appeared out of thin air, Karen launched. Boom! The island was destroyed by a single shot. How could they have been staring at the 7th floor of Impel Down a long time ago and wouldn't be able to prepare? A whole card of the world government is under the Gurusai 5 elders angrily. It's gone. The existences of the 7th layer of Impel Down are all beings enslaved by him, from a distant galaxy, and each one released is comparable to the pirates of the 6th layer of Impel Down. And some existences have even reached the terrifying king level. But under the fire of Karen, everything was equal except time and Shiraha. Under the premise of being unable to determine elite, they would not bomb the Red Earth continent. Yim is not the existence that Elite and Karen can kill. This matter needs to be left to Shiraha, and no one can predict the victory of the war. Arabastan. Tanai fell when he lost too much blood. Yang Liu Oki hugged her in time when he saw this. Will Karen be so weak after starting Karen? Liu Ochi, I'm fine. It's okay. It's not that you have the final say. You have to listen to the doctor. I can launch it again at least. Then wait for Elite to come out. But I believe my husband and they will win. Don't force yourself. After the end, we will go to Wanokuni to see the cherry blossoms. Good. The Holy Land Marie Joys. How did they find Karen? Even if there are blueprints for that kind of thing, they can't make it. One of the conditions for activating Karen should be gone. Didn't the Tanai family perish before Yaoyorozu? Gurusai 5 elders shivered, afraid to leave the Red Earth continent, afraid to leave Yim. In addition to them, the other people sent out couldn't threaten those monsters at all. The war lasted until this moment, and the sea was already riddled with holes. It could have been easily won, and decisive battles and pushbacks would begin. It can be said that no one had expected that until now. The scale of a war would be so large, and the betrayal of all parties and mankind was also unexpected. It was only for a letter, and a promise to draw a big cake would make so many people, and the forces believe. Shiraha has personally talked about the existence of I'm. If that kind of creature is a god, then the god must be a guy who is malicious and has a bad taste towards humans. The injury of that god was very serious. Although I'm tried his best to stay strong during the battle, Shiraha still noticed it through the chat group. This kind of news, coupled with the truth about Lavdru, even if the god recovers with more than half of the human beings, the remaining human beings, Yim will never keep. These human beings who know the truth, even if they keep it, they will be brainwashed. Loss of humanity. Yuan calendar December 26th, 1480. Shiraha, are you going to inform them? Rovko, it's too late. Shira's eyes were gloomy, and he grinned and said, This trick is really wonderful. The weakness of human beings is too obvious. I thought I found the truth of the year and deployed so many more, but I didn't expect ... I should have thought that humans would not be creatures that would not learn anything from any lesson. You are too tired. I will lead people to quell the rebellion in the world, and we will win. Help so. Episodia will bloom soon. Let's go see it together then. Together. Rovko disappeared into the shadows, leading the remaining assassins of the organization and the newly trained batch of potential assassins to dispatch. There was silence on the Aurora, and Shiraha returned to the room alone. The surroundings were empty. He seemed to be surrounded by loneliness, lying on the bed alone, recalling the bet with him that day. Humanity itself is a sad and dirty existence. This world is like a tree. Trees yearn for the light on the heights, and they continue to grow up, but their roots are deeply ingrained in the dirty soil, the abyss of darkness. This sentence is like a curse that can't dissipate in his mind for a long time. If the root is rotten, it can be replaced by a tree. But will people change? There is a saying called the country is easy to change and the nature is hard to change. What you and I bet on may have been an unresolved bet from the beginning. Winners can only talk about winning or losing. As long as I kill you, I can prove that I won. The corners of Shira's mouth curled up on the bed, as if mocking sentient beings and gods. Yuan calendar December 27th. 1480. Robin was assassinated in the command room and was seriously injured. The angry members of the Dawn Pirates, led by Adan, frantically besieged and killed the traitors of the day. Rovko led the killer force to compete with the CP0 organization, which had been hidden for many years, and the two sides won each other. Finally, various killers who voluntarily revealed their identities requested to join the Rovko forces. These assassins took orders to kill for a lifetime, and wanted to take on a death mission without any reward at the last minute. The scale of victory leaned towards them. With the support of numerous civilians and various places, most of the hidden CP0s in the Four Seas have been besieged and killed. However, wars broke out in various places, and the king of the giant stone kingdom broke out a way to destroy the countries that had participated in the conference, but fell to the world government. Gecko Moria became the vanguard of the coalition forces and has been commanding the battlefield of East Blue. After calming down East Blue, I went to South Blue. End of this chapter. 277 Long Spear rides the horse to level the world. Chapter 277 The Long Spear rides the horse to level the world. Human beings are creatures that like to kill themselves. The North Blue and South Blue in the Four Seas are in chaos. The current situation in East Blue and West Blue is relatively stable, except for South Blue, which is the most chaotic. Most of the remaining CP0 members gathered are in South Blue. These members have been hidden in thousands of households. When the world government needed them, they did not hesitate to abandon the identity of role-play for several years or even decades. South Blue is now the most important place in the Four Seas. As long as South Blue is solved, there will be no such problems in the Four Seas. Human beings will not learn anything from any lesson. But human beings who are not stupid will not make two mistakes in a short period of time, and the hope of victory in the world is in sight. Moria joined the South Blue battle, and Rovko was also in South Blue. North Blue is solved by a coalition led by Babausu Ikun. The grasshopper after autumn is doomed to a dead end, but it is a lingering resistance. In this war, soldiers from all countries were killed and wounded countless. But everyone can see the dawn of victory just before him. Yuan calendar December 31st, 1480. Sky Island supports most of the countries on the sea, and a large number of aircraft and spacecraft, as well as those food that mature quickly through technology, are shipped to all parts of the world. Member, who is well trained through education, also went to the sea to help people how to settle down, how to build a new home, and how to survive without panic. Natural disasters everywhere have also been brought under control. Meteorologists on Sky Island are not covered, so the losses can be minimized. Viewing the development of human history can be described as tragic and vigorous. Diseases, beasts, natural disasters, etc. have claimed the lives of countless people, and human beings are born weak, ignorant and ignorant. But mankind is growing step by step and has overcome all crises little by little, from ignorance to knowledge, from weak to flying to the moon. Man will conquer the sky, and only the trivial natural disasters will be overcome. In the depths of Pangu City, the adult woke up. The line of fate is chaotic. What happened during this time? Called Garasai 5 elders. What happened outside? Garasai 5 elders looked at each other, not daring to answer. It seems that something interesting has happened. Tell me to listen to it. Lazily leaning on the hollow throne. She has been lonely for so long and really hopes that something different will happen. Bold Garasai 5 elders. Master Yim, you have to call the shots for us. Now, except for North Blue and South Blue on the ocean, we are still in our hands, and everything else is rebelling. I'm Golden Retriever Garasai 5 elders, and Karen was found by them. It was in our Rabastam, and the prison you made, Lord Yim, was smashed in one shot. I'm Curly Garasai 5 elders said tremblingly. Now the whole world knows the truth of the year. They all know that the hollow throne as a symbol has a master, and they also know the identity of your god. I'm looked at the chirping ants kneeling down, feeling a little funny in his heart. The gap between man and God is unimaginable, especially when she knew an interesting thing and waved her hand. I know about it. Just follow that plan and implement it. After passing away Garasai 5 elders, I'm turned over some of the extra memories in his mind and saw the young man who had made a bet with her. I can travel through the timeline and make a bet with the future me. Want to overthrow the present me? Yim's eyes became weird. This is the power of the master that is not in my line of fate. I don't know if this power is possible against other gods. I have always maintained the lowest order of chaos in this sea, just to collect the source of life at the moment of human death to recover from the injury. When the harvest is time, the world will return to its original appearance. Now it seems that someone will replace me. Done. Even if I recover from my injury, it will take a long time for me to recover my strength. Yim's layout in this world during the Yaoyorozu year is to restore her injuries and strength. As for revenge for the moon people who believe in her, it is just that she needs a lot of life to maintain her body from imprison. It was for her own revenge, and the reason for not exterminating these people is, at that time, she saw Sky Island people born and humans resembling gods, and she thought of raising her to recover from her injuries, and brought these humans in captivity. This is the real truth back then. The god tree is Yaima's body, and the fruit she bears was called a gift of God at first, and later became Devilberry. I learned of the name change and commented, humans are really a bunch of funny little guys. The stronger the Devilberry capable person, the more power Yim can recover. King level. It's really an interesting division of strength. It seems impossible that there will be any existence beyond this level in this sea. I'm Curly Garasai 5 elders said tremblingly. Now the whole world knows the truth of the year. They all know that the hollow throne as a symbol has a master, and they also know the identity of your god. I'm looked at the chirping ants kneeling down, feeling a little funny in his heart. The gap between man and God is unimaginable, especially when she knew an interesting thing and waved her hand. I know about it. Just follow that plan and implement it. After passing away Garasai 5 elders, I'm turned over some of the extra memories in his mind and saw the young man who had made a bet with her. I can travel through the timeline and make a bet with the future me. Want to overthrow the present me? Yim's eyes became weird. This is the power of the master that is not in my line of fate. I don't know if this power is possible against other gods. I have always maintained the lowest order of chaos in this sea, just to collect the source of life at the moment of human death to recover from the injury. When the harvest is time, the world will return to its original appearance. Now it seems that someone will replace me. Done. Garasai 5 elders informed the division of power circulating on the sea, dividing the top-level power into several stages. In fact, Yim's strength is not as good as a Kinga level, only relying on the power of Elite to be invincible in this world. Elite is also to one day start from the beginning. leaving a whole card to protect her safety. It was really the right decision to make elite when it was boring. Who was awakened at the beginning, was used by the victors to do various research, cutting branches, testing, thundershock. Every day is better than death, even if no one can kill her, but that kind of hellish life makes her the scanner Dharma endured. And the divine nature was degenerate. Captivated some human men who were willing to die for her back then. Under their helping hand, she approached elite and regained elite's control. This is the real history. Yim used to be the most godlike existence among the gods, not living in groups, not in alliance, strong and perfect alone, but once the gods beat her miserably. After waking up, he encountered that kind of thing again, which caused Im's perfect divinity to be flawed, and it was contaminated with some human xinxing. Those human men of those days received her gift, and now there are 5 people alive, called Garasai 5 elders. Over the years, she has been able to maintain her human form. The most powerful berry born of the sacred tree as her ontology is not berry who is related to time and space, but berry who is related to life. That berry was eaten by Shiraha, and Shiraha was the master developed by that berry, and he also possessed the ability to be immortal. Having seen that man's good abilities, this made Yim think she was waiting for someone who wanted to wait. Yim suppressing Shira's desire to devour Shiraha, wanting to turn him into her own thing, so that when she seeks revenge from the gods, she can have a powerful helper, a male god who can always accompany her. She never cared about this world. Garasai 5 elders are just dogs who think they are loyal to Lord Yim. In fact, Yim doesn't put them in his eyes at all. Using them just doesn't want to find other more disgusting human beings. You will become a god like me, and it's time to end it. Let the destruction of this world to you. Yim is going to take this opportunity to reclaim Devilberry so that he can regain a little strength, otherwise it will not be safe to rely on elite. The elite of the year damaged some cores in the battle with Karen. Yim can only be invincible in Pangu City, and Vegapunk is only to fill the core vacancy, and only a genius scientist like Vegapunk is qualified to become the core of elite and exert the true power of elite. Vegapunk is a good puppet. When this incident is over, we will leave this ruined planet and go drifting in his world. You are such a lunatic. Let's talk about terms. Shiraha heard these voices on the dawn, which belonged to Yim. Don't you want me? Let go of the people I want to let go. I can go with you and leave this planet. I'm afraid this won't work. As a god, I won't lie to you. You will become a god like me. Those people are a burden. They can't stay in this world. After all, you were also a defeated, otherwise you wouldn't end up like this. It is true, so I need you. Our combination is the most perfect existence. I believe that one day we will be able to go back. Insane. It seems I still have nothing to talk with you. Wash your neck and wait. You will forget all of them. As a god, you don't need cumbersome feelings. I will wait for you. Roll. Shiraha and Yim are separated from Mari. The talk collapsed. It's tired. Shiraha tossed over in bed. He didn't expect that the real war would be so cruel. Under this kind of war, the king-level powerhouse could not do anything. Instead it turned into a number. He who has not experienced a real war can be regarded as experiencing the cruelty of World War I and World War II. The battlefield is a meat grinder, which is true. Mountain piles of documents and wars in various places, as well as the group of humans who fish in troubled waters and want to make a fortune and remain neutral, who want two-headed humans and humans on the side of the world government. Destroy this world. Shiraha patted his face after complaining, and shouted, be refreshed, for the sake of his wife and children in the future. Come on. Yuan calendar 14th January 2nd of Yiki year. The world government regards the 4 seas as the key point of the war. A large number of armies have been invested in North Blue and South Blue. There are 5 admiral ranks alone, one of which is the current Army Admiral, and the other 4 are retired. Army Admiral. The difference between the Army and the Marine is that the Army seldom died in battle, so there are not a few Army Admirals who have retired in more than 100 years, especially some army admiral who are almost 100 years old and still have their bodies. Nearly 100 army generals joined the battle with a large number of army troops, hoping to reverse the situation. The forces continue to invest in combat power, and the two sides are almost fighting to the death. The civilians in the forces have basically been moved, and now the forces are meat grinders on the battlefield, and they have no tendency to lose. Ocean. The Chinese vaccine became the focus of attention at this time. With extremely high security and excellent protection capabilities, it has been more and more sought after in the international market. At this time, some Western countries began to be unable to sit still. This is the most critical turning point and the last fight made by the world government. Garasai 5 elders sent a field marshal to issue a notice to the world. They will be in front of, why is Tenryu Bito a god? Sky Island spread the idea of freedom and equality, and even the children talked about how the princes and the generals will be Xiangning. Countries all over the world have different ideas. Shiraha agrees very much. The parliamentary system, Kunmane constitutional system, republican system and other systems can let them choose and let these countries practice. And he is responsible for preventing countries from taking some detours. Their common enemy is God. Shiraha does not want to be a god. Nor does he want to live alone. He wants to make the final resistance. Kill God. In disasters and wars, human beings grow the fastest, and a single spark has started a prairie fire. During this period of war, mankind helped each other, mankind learned unity and friendship, and mankind understood the idea of equality. People may be born with a different starting point, but each person is unique. They want to kill the world government and slaughter the god. Now the eyes of the whole world are focused on Curdle's execution. All the forces and the king of the human coalition have sent people to inform Shiraha that it is a trap, focusing on the overall human situation. These people are not ready for the final battle. In fact, these people are afraid that the Dragon Slayer will become a dragon, and they are afraid that the victorious berry will be taken away by others. This is the root of inferiority that humans cannot change. Shiraha looked at the pile of letters, and a sneered smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I haven't yet won. Thinking about dividing up the results after victory. I'm a little bit convinced now. He picked up the letter from the king of the megalithic kingdom. You can do whatever you want. Don't be disturbed by those messy guys. I helped you at the time. It was your selfishness that touched me. So for selfishness, after the victory of the war, I want the fertile land of the Red Earth continent. End of this chapter. Chapter 278 of the main text starts the final decisive battle. Airborne to the Red Earth continent. Chapter 278 start the final decisive battle. Airborne to the Red Earth continent. While the Red Earth continent was waiting for Shiraha to arrive, other places started operations. The king of the Stone Kingdom was sure that the man would pass by, and relying on the prestige he fought during this period of time, let the coalition forces attack the Holy Land Mari Joys for a final battle. Before Shiraha set off for the Red Earth continent, a meeting was held, and Rovko, Akoku and others agreed. Who can be responsible for losing the world? The four seas are important, or is the Red Earth continent more important? As long as we win. What if the four seas are occupied? You make sense. But who will be the vanguard? I come. The evil-faced king put on his battle armor and led a large army to the Red Earth continent. The coalition forces were divided into three groups, going all the way to Huanglong, launching an offensive, and all the way to flanking, behind the Sucker Punch. The last way is also the most elite, climbing up from the cliffs, directly cutting off the road and rushing into the holy place Mari Joys. The Dawn sailed slowly over the sea. Captain, let me drive. Tom stopped him as he was driving. I am a useless Murloc. The most proud thing in my life is to build two boats and let me drive. Let's go with you on a Dawn. This will be the glory of my life. Well, and me, I will go with you too. Roger smirked while carrying a knife on the ocean. You are crazy and will die. Shiraha looked helplessly at the two who refused to give up. Tom, Roger, you should know that I am immortal. You don't. A few days ago, the vaccination of the new crown virus is being carried out in various countries around the world. As the human society has a deeper and deeper understanding of the new crown virus, the importance of the new crown vaccine has gradually become prominent. Therefore, it can also be found that the demand for the new crown vaccine is increasing. The major vaccine-producing countries even have a hard-to-find shot. At the same time, the possible side effects of the new crown vaccine have also become a topic of concern to many people. In recent days, there have been many negative news about AstraZeneca vaccines and even caused many deaths. Although the above vaccine production companies continue to respond positively and say that the overall safety of their own vaccines is still trustworthy, it is clear to the people of all countries: do not buy it. The Chinese vaccine became the focus of attention at this time. With extremely high security and excellent protection capabilities, it has been more and more sought after in the international market. At this time, some Western countries began to be unable to sit still. Tom nodded and smiled. "Captain, I know, you went for the crew. But I can save my life for my partner. My pirate group is disbanded. Now my partners should be fighting all over the world." Roger jumped on the Dawn and sat next to Shiraha. "Go together, the freedom of the sea belongs to everyone. I don't want to let it the so-called God defiles this sea." Huahaha. Shiraha laughed, stood up, and pointed to the destination to give orders. "Little ones, come with me to get the crew back." Oh! Tom drove the Dawn with pride, and the three rushed to the Red Earth continent. "Master Shiraha, Master Shiraha, wait for me." A big bird fell from the sky, flapping its flightless wings while shouting, "Morgans! What are you doing?" Lord Shiraha, how could Morgans miss such a big news? As a journalist, even if I die, I have to record this historical moment. Happiness. Morgans was very handsome when he said this, but he was really embarrassed when he fell on the board. Army, Marine, CP0, plus the guarding forces, the number exceeds 1 million, and you can't see it at a glance. At this scale, so many powerful people gather to wait for one person. Garasai 5 Elders attaches great importance to this execution. Except for the 4 overseas countries, they have lost all power in the sea. The only chance that they can come back is to bet Shiraha will come to rescue his crew. Once he comes, don't even think about leaving from the holy place. Mary Joys. Garasai 5 Elders understood that the biggest trouble is not Rox and Patrick, nor these rebels, but Shiraha, who holds the supreme unique position in the human coalition, is their biggest trouble. The man with advanced insight and penultimate thought, the man who twists the world into a rope and makes the truth public, is the greatest enemy of God. This time the curly Garasai 5 Elders are ready. If Shiraha dares to come, it will be difficult to get the support of other human coalition forces. After all, this is a private matter. Not to mention Shiraha's status is a bit too high. If all the forces in the human coalition are not stupid, they will worry that Shiraha will become the next god. Will the former Rox crew become the next Garasai 5 Elders and the world government? This was the case with humans before Yaoyorozu, and Yaoyorozu will still not change anything after Yaoyorozu. So Garasai 5 Elders confidently broadcasted the execution scenes to the whole world. If Shiraha comes, they will be planted here, and the dragons will perish without a leader. If they don't come, Shiraha's prestige in the human coalition will be greatly reduced. Everything will be better now than it is now. We must know that there is a very evil side of human nature. They will not let anyone go. As long as there is a problem with the god, they will cling to the problem. The evil of human beings can even be swallowed by gods. You said that big pirate still dare to come over? Of course I didn't dare to come over. The big pirate appointed to abandon his crew. The current sacred place Mary Joys is so solid that no one dares to come here to die. These armies do not regard Shiraha as a big thief at all. They were thinking about becoming gods in the future and gaining eternal life to follow that Lord Yim forever. Garp curiously asked, "Are you ready to counterattack?" Sengoku pointed to the sea of people in front of him and explained, "The number of marines shrinking alone exceeds 1 million, not to mention the huge army. the forces that live on the Red Earth continent all the year round, and the all-pervasive CP organization. How can it be just there are less than 2 million people on the court? Garp was taken aback, and said, where did those people go? Don't you join the war? Is there any task? Sengoku, where did they go? Garp, how come you bastard are still so mindless? Garp didn't get Sengoku's answer, so he didn't care about these things. He even wanted to know if Shiraha would come over. Would he dare to come over in this situation? Oh hello, I'm really looking forward to it. Shiraha, I hope you come here soon. I will tear you apart myself in front of the others. Guy carried more maces and went crazy with anger. Is he easy? After staying in the Rocks Pirates for so long, I saw the opportunity to leave. Rocks could have been killed, but Shiraha forced him in and Rocks survived. Guy, who was already good at calculating, had calculated his chances of surviving in Rock's hands. He persuaded, all the grievances can only be vented on Shiraha. Guy appreciates the strong and cherishes talents, but he is afraid of killing his own existence, and he is alert to threaten his existence. On that day, Guy felt a little anger on the Kadas, so he went to take the unarmed civilians to vent, and took those who were weaker than himself to vent the anger in his heart. Then, Shiraha saw this scene. You are obviously afraid of those who are stronger than yourself, and you have to show an indifferent appearance. It's really funny. What is it to deal with some people who dare not resist? It's really rubbish. Those words still hurt Guy Duo's heart until now. If Shiraha is not killed, he will live in the shadows forever. Mate. Guy looked up to the sky and roared, Shiraha, I really hate you. What is this Shikibukai crazy? He is sick. The two army generals dismissed Guy, who was a pirate, and laughed wantonly, but they didn't know that he was hated by the big pirate. Guy was mostly the only one who survived in Shikibukai. The other Shikibukai either died or defected. The remaining 3 Shikibukai also survived him. This is because he is a very important experimental mouse. Being able to live shows his ability, and a person who can climb to the throne of the 4 emperors in later generations has an extraordinary character even if he is a villain. With the arrival of Field Marshal Madman Endra and Marine Marshal Kong, the atmosphere on the court reached a peak, and even the audience watching the live broadcast became nervous. This scale is unprecedented. The military commander Yamada-shi and Garasai 5 elders appeared at the same time and sat on the highest stage. They knew that the ants were watching them, chatting and laughing on the high stage, showing an indifferent appearance. In the world government, apart from CP0 who can't see the light and some hidden powerhouses, or powerhouses with other tasks are not present, it can be said that most of the powerhouses are present. The world government will win. Justice will prevail. At Marine around the execution platform, the army drew out the sword and let out a sky-shaking roar. The momentum was like a rainbow, unstoppable. Such a momentum, such a sonorous and powerful speech. If it had been before, the unsuspecting civilians might be so excited that they would give out support and solidarity. At this time, the eyes of the civilians watching were complicated, and many civilians spit at the big screen. Pooh, what bullshit. Justice. I think it's just a bunch of shit. Fortunately, I used to think that Marine is very good, but now it seems to be a facade to hide the ugliness. A bunch of shit. Go and die. 2 army generals, 3 Marine admiral, and a large number of Marines and army forces gathered on the execution ground, almost surrounded the execution platform. There are still a large number of CP0 hidden among these people. No one knows how many CP0s are hidden in Marine and Army. I am afraid that even Garasai 5 elders don't know how many strong people are in CP0. Army, Marine, CP0, plus the guarding forces, the number exceeds 1 million, and you can't see it at a glance. At this scale, so many powerful people gather to wait for one person. Garasai 5 elders attaches great importance to this execution. Except for the 4 overseas countries, they have lost all power in the sea. The only chance that they can come back is to bet Shiraha will come to rescue his crew. Once he comes, Don't even think about leaving from the holy place. Mary Joyce. Garasai 5 elders understood that the biggest trouble is not Rox and Patrick, nor these rebels, but Shiraha, who holds the supreme unique position in the human coalition, is their biggest trouble. The man with advanced insight and penultimate thought, the man who twists the world into a rope and makes the truth public, is the greatest enemy of God. This time the curly Garasai 5 elders are ready. If Shiraha dares to come, it will be difficult to get the support of other human coalition forces. After all, this is a private matter, not to mention Shiraha's status is a bit too high. If all the forces in the human coalition are not stupid, they will worry that Shiraha will become the next god. Will the former Rox crew become the next Garasai 5 elders and the world government? This was the case with humans before Yaoyorozu, and Yaoyorozu will still not change anything after Yaoyorozu. So Garasai 5 elders confidently broadcasted the execution scenes to the whole world. If Shiraha comes, they will be planted here, and the dragons will perish without a leader. If they don't come, Shiraha's prestige in the human coalition will be greatly reduced. Everything will be better now than it is now. We must know that there is a very evil side of human nature. They will not let anyone go. As long as there is a problem with the god, they will cling to the problem. The evil of human beings can even be swallowed by gods. You said that big pirate still dare to come over? Of course I didn't dare to come over. The big pirate appointed to abandon his crew. The current sacred place Mary Joyce is so solid that no one dares to come here to die. These armies do not regard Shiraha as a big thief at all. They were thinking about becoming gods in the future and gaining eternal life to follow that Lord Yim forever. Sengoku, it's a big move this time. Garp smiled while eating senpai. Puffahaha, just for that kid alone, there are at least dozens of monsters on the court. With his arms intact, Sengoku frowned. If he comes, it will be impossible to leave. We will counterattack whether he comes or not in this operation. Garp curiously asked, are you ready to counterattack? Sengoku pointed to the sea of people in front of him and explained, the number of marines shrinking alone exceeds 1 million, not to mention the huge army, the forces that live on the Red Earth continent all the year round, and the all-pervasive CP organization. How can it be just there are less than 2 million people on the court? Garp was taken aback, and said, where did those people go? Don't you join the war? Immediately, Garp used his brain to think about it. This kind of formation on the field is already overkill to deal with the Shiraha, so the other forces must have been sent to other places by Garasai 5 elders. Is there any task? Sengoku, where did they go? Garp, how come you bastard are still so mindless? Garp didn't get Sengoku's answer, so he didn't care about these things. He even wanted to know if Shiraha would come over. Would he dare to come over in this situation? End of this chapter. Chapter 279 of the main text. I'm here to pick up my crew. Does this need a reason? Chapter 279. I'm here to pick up my crew. Does this need a reason? The economic news agency was connected to the world's live broadcast in an instant, and now except for the 4 seas, other places on the sea are not under the control of the world government. At this time, the eyes of the audience all over the world moved with the new sight. They saw a big ship falling from the sky, and saw the smoke and dust dissipate. The 3 people faced the army of nearly 2 million. The hearts of the civilians are squeezed, and it is impossible to win no matter how you look at it. The war on the 4 seas is not over yet. Is this going to be a direct decisive battle? Then why didn't the others in the human coalition come over? Isn't that Lord Bloodsword? Why didn't he go alone without Lord Silverspear? There is more than one person, and no one else is there. The one who is laughing wildly with the knife seems to be One Piece Roger. Isn't that Big Bird the president of the news agency? Who is that Murloc? Communication is a very important part of maintaining a relationship. It can promote mutual understanding and understand each other's ideas. Although communication is of great importance to a relationship, it does not mean that a relationship cannot be without contact. On the contrary, occasional disconnection can better reflect the depth of the relationship between 2 people. Many people are worried that once they are not in touch, the relationship will gradually become farther away. However, I don't know that for a person who truly loves each other, the only thing that can be farther is the distance of the body. The spiritual distance will not become far away due to occasional disconnection. There is a saying that goes like this: if you have each other in your heart, even the occasional disconnection will not adversely affect the relationship between the two. On the contrary, the more you don't love, the less the relationship can withstand the test of disconnection. There is a very strange and common phenomenon in life. Once a good friend, even if you don't contact for a long time, you won't get any points if you meet again. On the contrary, the relationship is not very close friends. Even if you deliberately maintain this relationship, it will not be easy to get along with each other normally. The occurrence of this phenomenon has a lot to do with people's psychology. Just like the lyrics in Zen-chan's Red Rose, the one who is favored is always confident. When one person feels the love of another person, she will not act cautiously in front of the other person, knowing that even if you don't take the initiative to contact, the relationship between two people will not weaken. And this instinctive psychological reaction can actually show the relationship between two people from the side. The Holy Land Mary Joys. The world government issued a notice at 3 in the morning, and it is now 11:30 in the morning, and there is still half an hour left before Curdle's execution. On the execution ground gathered 2 generals, 3 Marine admiral, and a large number of Marines, and the army almost surrounded the execution platform. There are still a large number of CP0 hidden among these people. No one knows how many CP0s are hidden in Marine and Army. I am afraid that even Gurusai 5 elders don't know how many strong people are in CP0. Army, Marine, CP0, plus the guarding forces, the number exceeds 1 million, and you can't see it at a glance. At this scale, so many powerful people gather to wait for one person. Gurusai 5 elders attaches great importance to this execution. Except for the 4 overseas countries, they have lost all power in the sea. The only chance that they can come back is to bet Shiraha will come to rescue his crew. Once he comes, don't even think about leaving from the holy place. Mary Joys. Gurusai 5 elders understood that the biggest trouble is not Rox and Patrick, nor these rebels, but Shiraha, who holds the supreme unique position in the human coalition, is their biggest trouble. The man with advanced insight and penultimate thought, the man who twists the world into a rope and makes the truth public, is the greatest enemy of God. This time the curly Gurusai 5 elders are ready. If Shiraha dares to come, it will be difficult to get the support of other human coalition forces. After all, this is a private matter, not to mention Shiraha's status is a bit too high. If all the forces in the human coalition are not stupid, they will worry that Shiraha will become the next god. Will the former Rox crew become the next Gurusai 5 elders and the world government? This was the case with humans before Yaoyorozu, and Yaoyorozu will still not change anything after Yaoyorozu. So Gurusai 5 elders confidently broadcasted the execution scenes to the whole world. If Shiraha comes, they will be planted here, and the dragons will perish without a leader. If they don't come, Shiraha's prestige in the human coalition will be greatly reduced. Everything will be better now than it is now. We must know that there is a very evil side of human nature. They will not let anyone go. As long as there is a problem with the god, they will cling to the problem. In the room, Shiraha, Shiki, Akoku, Newgate, John, and World all stared at Rox, curious about the opponent they were facing. They were all old friends who had survived the Battle of the Valley of Gods. At that time, the main fighting force against the enemy together, except Red Earl Patrick and Yang Liu Oki, everyone else was here. Under the mobilization of the atmosphere, even Akoku and World clamored together. Ahaha, you guys asshole crew said so, then I will tell you. When Rox came over, he met some CP0s who were looking for death. He also met 2 guys with pretty good abilities, and one of them broke an arm. Rox didn't want to pester them, and met Zephyr, who was hunted down by 2 new Marine Admiral on the road. 2 people who were also hunted down smiled at each other. Rox smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this Marine Admiral Zephyr? It's become so pulling in such a short time." Zephyr's cheeks twitched. Fucking Did you learn from that little bastard Shiraha, aren't you? How good is Gasai? I have Lao Tzu to take care of you. It's great. They were all taken away by Shira's forces. Rox thought of the young man with a faint smile on his mouth and an easygoing look, and said in his heart, that little bastard has a good partner who hides his murderous aura so much that I can't even perceive it. If it weren't for a group of hidden people nearby. Killer, I'm afraid I will be fooled by that young man. Hearing this news, Zephyr smiled, and his fighting spirit burst out. Rox, let's change our opponent. Under the chase of two Marine Admiral, Zephyr suffered serious injuries and his life was in danger, especially since Marine headquarters did not send anyone to help him. On the contrary, many Marines followed the two newly appointed Marine Admiral to chase him. Without killing Admiral Zephyr, how could he attack his former colleagues, which caused Zephyr to be restrained everywhere. Yo, you can't hold it without killing Admiral? So what? Then substitute. Zephyr's arm was dyed black by armament, and the turbulent fighting spirit rose in his heart. One person stopped these CP0s and gave the first two CP0s a punch-bag-sized fist, accompanied by a roar of retsu. The fists hit each other, making a dull sound, and then, it was exploded in an instant. Bang! The huge force ripped the air apart and disturbed the airflow in an area. An inexplicable blood surged in Zephyr's heart. Admiral, who used to not kill, disappeared when he was named a traitor. What Zephyr thought in his mind was, kill the group of dogs in front of you. Happy. Ahaha, you are pretty good, Zephyr. It's a pity that you don't come to be a pirate. Rox and Zephyr handed their backs to each other at the beginning of the battle. This didn't require any words or promises. It was just that they recognized each other. Isn't Lao Tzu here to be a pirate? Zephyr completely let go of everything. To become a hero does not necessarily mean to be a marine. He has already learned the truth about everything from the news, which is the truth that the world government cannot hide. The shit king family, the shit Tenri Ubito, the shit world government, and the marines who maintain the world government. Shit. Zephyr's roar resounded through the sky. He'll go to his uncle. Today, I will kill you all. The Marines who heard Zephyr's words trembled. Many Marines started to be actors and learned from Pulusalino. Some of these Marines admire Zephyr, and admire Zephyr's ability to climb from such a low position under the premise that everyone is not optimistic. After the Marine headquarters learned the truth, it did not cause a commotion. Those Marines who requested orders were almost beheaded on the spot by lackeys in the world government. Fortunately, a large number of Marines who had retired came forward. Among them were Marine Admiral and Marine Vice Admiral. Those running dogs dare not act rashly. Finally, under the comfort of Kong, the restless Marines calmed down. No one knows what is happening at the Marine headquarters. Kong united the older generation of Marines and the trusted Marines. Under Crane's helping hand, he decided to clean up Marine for an instant, so that all the insiders would be cleaned up. Overwhelming reaction. These things are done quietly, and their Marine wants to deceive the world government. The Marines present did not voluntarily follow the newly appointed Marine Admiral to siege the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. After all, that is Zephyr, the person in Marine who can truly represent justice. He did not kill all his life. He was famous for civilians, for justice. For Kong's next plan, Zephyr chose to bear all the infamy. Once they are defeated, it will be a crime that cannot be cleared through the ages. Zephyr-sensei, do you miss me? A silly voice sounded. In the shocked gaze of CP0 with the broken arm, a yellow shiny shot at him at an unimaginable speed. Bang! Asshole! The CP0 who had captured Rockdal almost crunched his teeth and roared angrily, Polo Salino, do you want to betray Marine? Oh. It's terrible, I won't be able to raise my salary. The Marine headquarters don't need to wait, Kizaru said with a sullen mouth. Ahaha, Zephyr, who is this kid? It's interesting. Zephyr said with pride in his eyes and silently explained, this is my student. Really? Your students are pretty good. Oh Lord Rox, you will not forget, right? I also participated in the Battle of the Valley of God. Rox was taken aback and blurted out, are you the guy who was beaten up by the seventh big sister? In Kizaru's heart, Can you still speak well? What is squirming? My strategy is a strategic retreat. Rocks fought too and it was no problem. Zephyr fought too and was embarrassed. Kizaru was flying a kite while the three of them fought and retreated, and rushed out of the encirclement. After a few bitter battles, they entered Whitebeard's territory. Rocks was injured, Zephyr was still lying down, and Kizaru was lying down with him. Under the leadership of Rocks, everyone went to watch Zephyr and Kizaru, who were wearing bandages. Shiraha teased as soon as he came, "No, Zephyr brother, you don't seem to be good at it." Children are the hope of the family, and every parent is full of expectations for their children. Perhaps in the past, parents were hoping their sons and daughters to become dragons and their daughters into phoenix. But now parents have already had a lot of thoughts. Change, as long as the child is happy and healthy, is more important than anything else. Even many parents buy a lot of nutrition and health products for their children in order to let their children grow healthy. Introduction. In recent years, the issue of whether the elderly have fallen, whether they need to be supported or not, and the issue of giving up seats to the elderly have often been hotly discussed. Mainly because nowadays, it is not easy to be a good person. It was broadcast more than once in the news report, and the people who helped the old man were corrupted by the old man. Doing good deeds and being slandered instead makes many people feel chilled. I believe that everyone rarely thinks of getting rewards when helping others, but what everyone did not expect is that not only did they not have the grace of dripping water as the ancients said, but when the springs reported to each other, they became the perpetrators of the incident. So the more and more people no longer take pleasure in helping others, and dare not help others to do a good thing within their power. There are a large number of beasts living in the giant stone country. The geographical environment is harsh. All people in that country are brave and good at fighting. The king of the country will use the title of warrior as a proxy. In fact, not many of their own people know the name of their king. The video ends. It's too easy to win. The world government and those who choose to kneel at God's feet are not so easily defeated. Shiraha leaned back in a chair tiredly. At this time, what he thought of was not how to conduct the final battle, but the boat and the days of the three people. If you fall in the 7th place, it should help me squeeze my back. The world government announced that it would execute the order and take action against them a month later. As a result, they were hit hard within 20 days, and there are still 10 days left before they execute the plan. The atmosphere in the Garasai 5 elders meeting room was extremely gloomy. The faces of the 5 old men were uglier than the other. They never thought that Shiraha and Roger would come to Noland Fudru at such an early time, let alone that the group of lunatics would directly spread the truth all over the world. They were slapped in the face before they even started to act, but they were really not sure to kill the group of people. If the 5 of them did go, they would not be able to return. Everything is too late, everything is messed up. Golden Retriever Garasai 5 elders asked, "What should we do now?" Rox has already appeared. "Shall we go to kill?" The bold Garasai 5 elders said angrily. "Go and kill? Are you crazy? Anyway, I won't go to this kind of thing." The long-haired Garasai 5 elders had complicated eyes and said nervously, "Our current cards are left with Army, Marine and CP0. Do you think she will make a move?" Knife Garasai 5 elders shook his head and said, "It would be troublesome if an adult makes a move, but now the tools in the ocean that are willing to help are dead. Can't let the army be dispatched. The army is used to guard the last line of defense on the Red Soil continent. If it is sent out, will it first fight the 4 seas, or the Great Root and the New World?" Marine is a bit too wasteful. A group of waste who eats rice. It's okay if all of them are dead. Red is the color of passion. In the 14-year war of resistance and a historic decisive battle, countless revolutionary ancestors have irrigated the land of China with passion and loyalty, and established the Great People's Republic of China. The Republic is red, and this color cannot be downplayed. Countless Retsu blood has stained our flag. We cannot build the Republic that they are looking forward to, fighting for, and sacrificing. The parties since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, The Communist Party has repeatedly emphasized on different occasions to strengthen ideals and convictions and inherit the red gene. Oh hello, it's the first time I heard you, Rage's voice. So happy. Guy smashed the ground with his mace. Bang. A big pit is formed. It's really an accident to see you. But I still don't understand why you came to this place to die. If you see this kind of lineup more often than the guy who wants to commit suicide in later generations, it must be as far as he can go. How could it be possible to come down for a rescue? It's not that his brain is broken. It's great that you are still alive, so that I can tear you apart with my own hands. Shirua's eyes became extremely scarlet, and everything around him was stained with his Bone King intent. He pointed his sword at all the damn people on the scene, and said angrily, "I'm here to pick up my crew. Do you need a reason?" End of this chapter. Chapter 280. Guy is dead. Reinforcements are coming. Chapter 280. Guy is dead. Reinforcements are coming. Such a stupid speech is really like you. Oh hello. Guy stopped laughing wildly, and roared, "If it weren't for you, he would die in the Valley of Gods. I wouldn't be reduced to this point." NS. Guy tends to be a dog for the world government because he is worried that Rox did not die. He learned the story from Charlotte Linlin and came to him for revenge. With his current strength, the chance of living in Rock's hands is 0. Even if Guy developed Berry's ability to the greatest extent and greatly increased his strength under Vegapunk's helping hand, there was no certainty that he could beat Rox. Shiraha said nothing, with a frivolous and cruel smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she was looking at a jumping clown. How angry Guy is. Don't look at me with that look, you bastard. During that period of black boxing, what supported him to survive, apart from his family, was the pursuit of the manga that he had left behind. Even if the manga was pulled over in the later period, he also wanted to see an ending. To chase the comics for many years. Growth draws a successful end, and now he arrived, and set foot on the land of the last island. I almost forgot, brother, I still have something to give you. Shiraha took out a pure gold ring and handed it to Akuka's strange eyes. Jai ha, that's a good thing about a pure gold ring that can make people almost immortal. Even in the world of pirates, there are not many things that can extend life. One of them is pure gold, which was born under the research of Aka's parents. It can be said that Aka's parents are even better than Vegapunk in this respect. Terrible genius. Pure gold was born more than 100 years ago. Before Tenryubito wanted to snatch it, the island was swallowed by Lord Lantern. Therefore, there are records of pure gold in the world government, but there is no pure gold. However, based on the background of the world government, even if there is no pure gold, I believe there are other good things that can increase lifespan. Otherwise, how could Garasai 5 elders live so long? They are different in life from Yim. Without other means, people cannot live as long as God. There is still such a thing. Akaku gave a shocked look. Wow brother, this is the first time you have such a big fluctuation in your expression after waking up. Akaku was a little confused, and coughed a few times. Shiraha, I found that you are really capable of cultivating people. I am a human, and I must have 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sword I cultivate is, I can't tell. Shiraha likes to often collapse other people's personal settings. Establish a heart for the heaven and the earth. Establish a destiny for the life and the people, for the sacred and inherit the best knowledge, and for the peace of all ages. He said these words slowly in front of everyone, looking at the stunned expressions of Ikoku and Roger, and nodded in satisfaction. That's a good sentence. Maybe brother, you can try in this regard. How about my proposal? Ikoku held the sword in his hand, his eyes serious. Shiki said uncomfortably, why do you treat me like that? No. Bastard Shiki. You have to know that our relationship is incomparable to others. Shiraha teased, the average person can't enjoy my treatment. Shiki flushed with anger, and shouted, do you know who this uncle is? You can't be polite to this uncle. When Shiraha heard this, she appeared in front of Shiki as she moved, took out a chair and set it aside. pointed to the chair and said, "Come on, Grandpa, sit down, and the younger one will give you a massage. How about dot?" Shiki turned black and turned by Akagan up. "You should treat it the same way." Puff ha ha ha. Whoa ha ha ha. All kinds of strange laughter sounded on the court, and the scene was lively and the atmosphere was very lively. "Luochi, brother, bastard, come and see you soon." "Who is your bastard?" "My uncle's name is Shiki." "Brother, if you want to get to Yuzo, you can only rely on the life card." "How did you reach Yuzo? Did you forget that you gave me a life card?" Adon scratched his head naively, and said awkwardly, "I really forgot." "Don't talk about it, we have all reached the last island. Hurry up and see what's inside." "Oh." Wadeby twisted her waist. Her frosty eyes only softened when she looked at her family. Today's K-Rock-Dalberry's ability development is at its peak, and Haki is even stronger than the peak. In addition to physical skills, he is no less inferior to the top powers on the sea, and Admiral and the four emperors cannot easily defeat him. It's almost the strength that can beat the ceiling level. In addition to the Conqueror constrict bonus points for the ceiling powerhouses, those who can reach the ceiling are naturally extraordinary people. No matter how hard other people work hard, the final achievement can only reach the achievement of Admiral, at most 4 emperors. The level difference between the top powerhouses in the pirate world is not big, and it takes time to tell the winner, unless it is the gap between Shikibukai's inferiority and the apex of the 4 emperors, that is indeed a shot, and the dead can't die again. Charlotte Linlin is a special existence, obviously possessing such a high qualification. Even if it is a little normal, he can become a king through hard work. In the end, he barely became a 4 emperor, and was still the bottom. "Hello, my name is Robin." "Nice to meet you, Robin." Rofko nodded in response to Robin's greeting, and said, "I didn't teach him anything, but he was my benefactor." "Jihahaha, how will you mess with me in the future?" Shiki came over with the rum, trying to dig the foot of the wall. He has a dispensable mentality towards most of the pirates in the Flying Pirates group. He is willing to accept the waste. Most of those pirates will be able to offer a reward of tens of millions in later generations. At least the leader of the team is offering a reward of over 100 million. But for Shiki, it's also dispensable. Apart from Rox, Shiraha, Roger, Whitebeard and a few others, there are not many people who can be recognized by him. What he can see is also the existence of resounding in the ocean. As a former member of Shikibukai, a genius killer like Rovko, a person with outstanding ability, will naturally be appreciated by Shiki. "Shiki, you bastard, don't even think about it, just stay there." Shiraha waved. "Boy, he hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious to rush me?" Shiki took a sip of cigar and sip of rum. During this time, his days on Sky Island were very happy. The pirate admiral, the winner of the walled battle, the third overlord of the sea. Shiki felt more comfortable as he listened. "I'm sorry, I want to reject you. I am not interested in fighting for the hegemony of the sea and conquering the world." Rovgo tactfully refused. "Jihaha, I don't want to come if I don't want to come, not to mention so much, and drink at the bar together." Shiki was not upset about the refusal, but said cheerfully, "Well, ha, take me for a drink." Roger leaned over. Facing the unwelcome of the two, Roger found a place to sit down with a cheeky face, and said, "The Battle of the Valley of Gods, maybe I really shouldn't stop Rox, but the sea does not belong to him alone. I am not sure if Rox was trying to rule the world and dominate the sea, so Shiraha will accompany me to Lovedrew. I want to find out the truth. What exactly does Ravdrew have? Maybe that place has everything I want." Shiraha hugged Yang Liuoki and listened to Roger's words, and knew that Roger in the future would behave crazier than Rox, opening the era of great voyages. "You are not wrong. Everyone is fighting for their own beliefs. Rox never resents you, but appreciates your opponent." Shiraha thought that Shiki could give up all grievances with Roger when he was young for his own pursuit, and that he could singly enter the Marine headquarters after Roger was arrested. The men in the sea are pure. Rox is a true king of the sea, with absolute kingliness. He should have discovered some secret at the time and let us attack the Valley of Gods. Before going to the Valley of Gods, my captain hugged me. The will to die. Shiraha suddenly laughed. Unfortunately, I'm here, so Shinigami don't even think about accepting him. Rox is very lucky. If only I met you first. Roger generalized. You line up for me. I know Shiraha before you. Shiki patted Roger on the shoulder and laughed. Jai ha ha hey, the defeated man, don't want to recruit this kid, or you later just mess with me. Roger, I can get on your ship. I will be your crew member until Ravdru, Shiraha said in Shiki's shocked eyes. What are you talking about, little bastard? Shiki quit, shouting, I don't allow it. Shiraha said faintly, Shiki, this is the promise of a man on the sea. I can't say it without believing it. Shiki drank a sulky drink, feeling unhappy at once, but helpless. Well Shiki, why don't you come to my pirate group? When I reach Ravdru, I probably won't pursue it anymore. No matter how the timeline and plotline changes, Roger plans to after Lavidra disbanded the pirates. You dream. I won't be in your pirate group. Shiki snorted and ignored Roger. Regardless of the degree of development of the times, force is indispensable, and the strong will always have the right to speak. It takes a long time to develop and form a system, but the last thing we lack is time. Yang Liu Oki showed Shiraha the pure gold on his finger. This kind of idea is very good. It is a good idea to cultivate and build relationships from an early age. You can be a pet, and you can protect yourself and fight with yourself. Even if the world government is overthrown, it is important to have power that can protect and guard. Kung Fu Manatee will become an indispensable battle pet on Sky Island in the future. Shira's goal is also to establish a Sky Island guarding force that can be passed down from generation to generation. Sky Island Golden Town, in front of a black stone monument. A sexy, mature, tall elder sister was looking at the historical records in a daze, her eyes thoughtful. Robin already knows the difference in this world-walled naval battle. The winner of this world-walled naval battle is Golden Lion Shiki, and the loser is Roger. Similar worlds will also take different paths. Robin considered that this is the timeline of the past. She was brought over by Shiraha through some special way, but the record on the stone tablet made her understand that this is a pirate world that has undergone a turning point. It was not this that shocked her. What Robin was shocked was, in this world, her mother should not have died yet. Robin's mind kept showing images of getting along with her mother. She wanted to forget, and she wanted to remove the images from her mind, but the more she thought about it, the clearer the images in her mind. Before she knew it, she shed tears, covering her face with her hands, silently leaning on the stone tablet and crying. Just as Robin looked up with tearful eyes, he saw Shiraha, who was inexplicably embarrassed. Her small captain was very pale with his hands in the air. I saw Robin's face getting redder and red, and the scene of her crying just now shouldn't have been seen by them much. Robin, who was socially dead on the spot, had plumes of white smoke visible to the naked eye. Liuochi and I came here to see you. Shiraha touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, the way you cried just now was beautiful. Gagaga. A crow flew across the sky. The scene was quiet for a while. Yang Liuoki, Robin. Puff Captain Shiraha, you really can talk. He can't speak. His mouth is sometimes dumb. You just cried because you thought of someone important to you. Yang Liuoki stepped forward and hugged Robin. It's okay. We are all here. I will accompany you whatever you want to do. Yeah. Robin hugged Yang Liuoki and blinked playfully at Shiraha in front. The deputy captain is so good. If I were not a woman, I might fall in love with her. Shiraha stepped forward with a black line and said, there will be a bonfire party tonight, and we will naturally go as the master of this island. Sky Island belongs to Yang Liuoki's territory. In the eyes of Sky Island people, Yang Liuoki is their god, and she reached that position with the support of everyone on Sky Island. Unlike Enlil, who relied solely on deterrence and fear, Yang Liuoki became the leader of Sky Island, and now the former god of Sky Island has become the captain of the guard. Hearing that there was a party, Robin wiped away his tears and quickly calmed down. He smiled and asked, "Captain Shiraha, where shall we sit by then?" Red is the color of passion. In the 14-year war of resistance and a historic decisive battle, countless revolutionary ancestors have irrigated the land of China with passion and loyalty, and established the great People's Republic of China. The Republic is red, and this color cannot be downplayed. Countless Retsu blood has stained our flag. We cannot build the Republic that they are looking forward to, fighting for, and sacrificing. The parties since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. The Communist Party has repeatedly emphasized on different occasions to strengthen ideals and convictions and inherit the red gene. End of this chapter. Text leave message. Written request for leave. I'm not in good health. I have to stay in the hospital for these 2 days. Tomorrow's update is probably gone, and today's update will be changed as soon as possible. Mainly after 3 months of full attendance, I was finally able to relax a little bit and stay in the hospital for 2 days. I admire myself very much. I only took 3 months of full attendance, and the word count was almost 800,000. This book has been revised several times, and several times have been pitted by a group of prostitutes with rhythm. The first time I was brought to the rhythm, after the change, the chat group content was gone, and I wanted to subscribe to Avalanche at that time. It's disgusting that a group of prostitutes take the rhythm. The second time with rhythm, a group of prostitutes, yes, Yang Liu Oki said that it was a shit female protagonist. Any one of the pirates found out and beat them, and then a group of people scolded and wanted to change into a new female host. At that time, no bookmates came forward to help speak, and the mentality collapsed again. That time I really didn't want to write. In the end, the heroine disappeared for a period of time, and when there was an extra day and month, the subscription collapsed again. That's how many times. I don't know how many times I want to cut. I understand now that the people who can comment in the comment area are basically the rhythmic prostitutes. Anyway, I won't go to the comment section anymore. I think Yang Liu Oki is very good. Just spray if you like. I understand now that those who are prostitutes are regarded as readers, so they can't treat those with rhythm as human beings at all. I've been most impressed by the reviews before. Saitama, the protagonist of One Punch Man. I haven't watched this anime, but it's definitely black for life. Saitama is the most powerful. Erlang God is just a dog in the heavens. Can it be compared with Saitama? He is not worthy at all. It's this comment that irritates me the most. A bunch of people applauded this comment. At that time, there was not a sane fan who stood up, and now I hate this anime to the extreme. It's normal to watch Japanese comics and American TV series, because American TV series are very good looking, and Japanese TV series are also very good looking. But seeing this level, you can go to the place where you have a good life and call dad. I hope you will skip the story of a punch-in Superman behind. I will make up the punch-in Superman, and then let the ultimate evil in the protagonist's heart destroy everything in that world, and let Saitama die in despair, madness, and collapse. Ultimate darkness flow. Both men and women will not let it go. The age span of the readers of my book is a bit large. There are some readers as young as 11 or 12 years old and as large as 30 years old or older. Therefore, the plot of One Punch Superman, if you can accept it, watch it, and skip it if you can't accept it. End of this chapter. 281 The Climax of the War. Sengoku's Justice. Chapter 281 The Climax of the War. Sengoku's Justice. That's right, Sengoku, I admit that you have the potential to become Marshal Marine. Let us fight for the world government. Kill this heinous pirate. Justice will win. The two newly appointed Marine Admiral blocked Shirua's retreat and surrounded Garp and Sengoku in 4 directions. Seeing such a scene, Garp was a little at a loss, but he knew Marshal Kong's cooperation with Shiraha. What should he do? Even if he lets Shiraha pass, Will the other three release water? Garp doesn't know how to face Sengoku. Infusion in the hospital. You can change it when you come back the day after tomorrow. The 3-month full attendance has already arrived. In fact, I can change it once a week, but if I think so, I don't want to write this novel. Try to survive this month. There are not many pirate articles. Red is the color of passion. In the 14-year war of resistance and a historic decisive battle, countless revolutionary ancestors have irrigated the land of China with passion and loyalty, and established the great People's Republic of China. The Republic is red, and this color cannot be downplayed. Countless Retsu blood has stained our flag. We cannot build the Republic that they are looking forward to, fighting for, and sacrificing. The parties since the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. The Communist Party has repeatedly emphasized on different occasions to strengthen ideals and convictions and inherit the red gene. As the centenary of the Communist Party of China is approaching, let us relive the prosperous years. Keep in mind the original mission along with the Communist Party, stick to the revolutionary belief in the new journey, and work tirelessly for the comprehensive construction of a modern socialist country in the new era. Wang Huiwu, played by Dan Song-yeon, is on hot search. I believe many friends know that the recent TV series Ideal Illuminates China is still quite popular, and many friends also like it very much. This TV series has also caused a lot of enthusiasm in the near future. However, in this TV series, there are still many small chapters. Many stars have appeared in the revolutionary first Retsu, which still makes people feel very passionate. In the recent broadcast, Wang Huiwu, played by Dan Song-yeon, has attracted a lot of attention. This role is also very classic. Wang Huiwu has also made a lot of contributions in history. In the old feudal society, although she was a woman, she was a pioneer in school and was a pioneer of independent thinking in the 20th century and a defender of the red boat. Brave and fearless on the road of revolution, a Davidian who is walking on the waves. Fans have paid tribute to this character in many things, and Dan Song-yeon's acting skills have always been quite superb, and playing such role is also very shocking. What's more, in this TV series, Dan Song-yeon is also quite contagious. Not only plays the role, but also reads the lines in the original sound, which is really admirable. In this way, Dan Song-yeon's plasticity is still quite high. This casting is also very satisfying to the audience, and this time, the performance of Wang Huiwu has been hotly searched. It can also be found in the broadcast clip that Dan Song-yeon is wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a cheongsam. The whole person is very dignified. Wear a cheongsam, gentle and generous. Before Dan Song-yeon starred in the TV series Brilliant Heart Like Jade, many fans are also quite satisfied. In the play, Dan Song-yeon played the clever and capable Luo Xinyang, which also made people feel full of temperament. The actor who collaborated with her, Zong Han-liang, said, Luo Xinyang, played by Dan Song-yeon, is her ideal type. It can be seen that she is really charming and very exciting. However, this time she plays Wang Huiwu and her style is also gentle and generous, and she looks full of temperament. And Dan Song-yeon is now 30 years old, but with a baby face, it's still hard to tell his age, so this state is also quite good. Many fans think Dan Song-yeon is very immature, and the students who starred in it have no sense of disobedience. It seems that the audience is also very satisfied. This female star is really quite good. Fans also like Dan Song-yeon very much. Besides, playing the role character this time, many fans still feel a little bit dreamy, because this time Dan Song-yeon still has shoulder-length short hair, which looks quite cute, but this student head also makes people feel a lot quieter, and wearing glasses. It is really a bit of the brooding in The Best of Us look like, and this role was partnered with Liu Haran at the time, and it really made fans like it very much. Therefore, the female star is really highly plastic. Although she is now 30 years old, She really has nothing to do with acting as a student. Harmony. Netizens' comments are undecided. However, this time the comments of netizens were overwhelming. Some netizens felt that the party's founding day was ushered in the near future, and many netizens were very concerned about current political hotspots. But the hot search on celebrities still made people feel very embarrassed. So although Tan Song-yeon's Wang Huiwu is quite classic, some netizens don't buy it. I have to say that this year's netizens are really strict. Tan Song-yeon's role is also a historical figure. Even if it is a hot search, it is also a propaganda historical figure. However, Tan Song-yeon's acting skills are very outstanding, and he is able to highlight the image of the characters. So this is not in conflict. It has to be said that it is difficult for stars. No matter whether it is wrong or not, the requirements of netizens are still very strict. The truth of 100 years of blankness is really ridiculous. Can the new era really be achieved? Kong tore off the paper from the diary and placed it on his chest. Yuan calendar December 25th. 1480. Just as the human coalition believes that there is no resistance in the sea, it is ready to attack the Red Earth continent at the right time, and the major powers will end the army, marine and the world government that guard the Red Earth continent. Shiraha will kill him with the help of everyone, so that the world will be godless, and the future world will belong to mankind. Just as everyone dreamed of welcoming the arrival of a new era, a silent assassination was launched. West Blue, the night is like ink. There were 3 corpses lying in an ordinary person's house. The black-clothed man looked at his wife and a pair of children who had lived for many years, with a flash of complexity in his eyes. But then he became indifferent. This kind of thing happened not only in West Blue, but also in various places on the sea. They were all cultivated by the world government. It can be said that Yaoyorozu's layout in the year was terrible. Even in the current situation, these people I chose to stand on the side of the world government. This sudden assassination made the coalition unresponsive, and some kings and important figures all died in this assassination. Not only that, at the same time as the assassination, multiple factions rebelled. First, North Blue was torn open. The war instantly swept across the entire North Blue. In almost one night, North Blue in the 4 seas changed. Only the rebellion of the New World was suppressed in a short time. This incident immediately attracted Shira's attention. After multiple investigations, it was found that these people who made the decision to rebel received a secret letter from the world government. Shiraha asked Rovko's men to spit out all the information these people had concealed from the dog's mouth. The reason was that they could survive as long as they stood on the side of the world government, and Yim would bring them supreme honor. They can all become gods and follow Im, immortal. And Yim would not take action against his followers. In order to fear that these people would not believe it, Garasai 5 elders also used himself, the army, CP0 and marine to prove it, which made many forces move their minds. Yuan calendar December 26th. 1480. Shiraha, are you going to inform them? Rovko, it's too late. Shira's eyes were gloomy, and he grinned and said, this trick is really wonderful. The weakness of human beings is too obvious. I thought I found the truth of the year and deployed so many more, but I didn't expect ... I should have thought that human beings are creatures that don't learn anything from any lessons. You are too tired. I will lead people to quell the rebellion in the world, and we will win. Help so. Episodia will bloom soon, let's go see it together then. Together. Rovko disappeared into the shadows, leading the remaining assassins of the organization and the newly trained batch of potential assassins to dispatch. There was silence on the Aurora, and Shiraha returned to the room alone. The surroundings were empty. He seemed to be surrounded by loneliness, lying on the bed alone, recalling the bet with Yim that day. Humanity itself is a sad and dirty existence. This world is like a tree. Trees yearn for the light on the heights, and they continue to grow up, but their roots are deeply ingrained in the dirty soil, the abyss of darkness. This sentence is like a curse that can't dissipate in his mind for a long time. If the root is rotten, it can be replaced by a tree, But will people change? There is a saying called the country is easy to change and the nature is hard to change. What you and I bet on may have been an unresolved bet from the beginning. Winners can only talk about winning or losing. As long as I kill you, I can prove that I won. The corners of Shira's mouth curled up on the bed, as if mocking sentient beings and gods. Yuan calendar December 27th, 1480. Robin was assassinated in the command room and was seriously injured. The angry members of the Dawn Pirates, led by Adan, frantically besieged and killed the traitors of the day. Rovko led the killer force to compete with the CP0 organization, which had been hidden for many years, and the two sides won each other. Finally, various killers who voluntarily revealed their identities requested to join the Rovko forces. These assassins took orders to kill for a lifetime, and wanted to take on a death mission without any reward at the last minute. The scale of victory leaned towards them. With the support of numerous civilians and various places, most of the hidden CP0s in the Four Seas have been besieged and killed. However, wars broke out in various places, and the king of the giant stone kingdom broke out a way to destroy the countries that had participated in the conference, but fell to the world government. Gecko Moria became the vanguard of the coalition forces and has been commanding the battlefield of East Blue. If you don't send the island back, just take an island and walk with me. That's not wrong. Shiraha couldn't understand Shike's brain circuit, and found that he couldn't get rid of it. I just went to find a few people. Jihahaha, where are you going? Gaia Island. Do you know the way? It's over, he knows nothing about sailing, and Liuochi is not by his side. Who will show him the way? Shiraha looked towards the sky subconsciously. He and Golden Lion Shiki looked at each other, and they both pointed at each other at the same time. Both of them were shocked. You don't know the way? The cigar in Shike's mouth was about to fall. Yes, Shiraha answered honestly. You don't know the way. What do you mean to me? I want to ask if you know the way. Shike's cigar fell into the sea, and said in a panic, who are you when you are Lozi? Lozi is Shiki. I am the boss in the sea. Follow me. After a few Tokyomi, Shiraha looked at Gaia Island in front of him, and looked up at Shiki with suspicion. Jihahaha, don't you think this is Gaia Island? Listen to me, that's right. Shiki laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. Shiraha went directly to the island. After Locon had the target, he found the descendants of Rolando, Thebiglaya. Who are you? A man with a strong build and dark wounds found someone coming to him. This man and Luffy's group were not the same one. The hidden injuries in his body were also caused by long-term diving in the sea. This is the damage to the body caused by long-term high-intensity diving. In addition to this man on the island, there is also a very dark child. This is the Uncle Wang Luffy will meet in the future. I'm here to tell you about your ancestors. Rolando, he is not a liar. Fart. The child on the side shouted excitedly, he is a big liar. It is because of him that I will be laughed at by other children. I can only come here. 1010 watched the fool father doing useless things. The child is ignorant. Please don't mind the two adults. I am willing to use my life to atone for the crime. Please let this child go. The man recognized the identity of the two great pirates and stepped forward to touch the child's head. There is guilt in his eyes, but more insistence. The child who succeeded his father in the future finally embarked on the same path, a promise that lasted hundreds of years and dozens of generations, for the sake of unrealistic proof. For a big liar that others were laughing at, the descendants of Rolando worked hard for hundreds of years. Jihahaha, even a child knows that Rolando is the big talker. Then you can go with me and see with your own eyes. Shiraha glared at Shiki. Ignorance is terrible, everyone agrees. The world government has discredited him again. Anyway, he is not a human being. He suspects that people who don't know really think he drank human blood and eat human flesh. Sky Island. Look at it, is an entire island. Oh my god, is this the soil that the leader's friend brought from King Hai? I hope the leader can give me a piece of land so that I can cultivate my own land well. The two of Gaia Island followed Shiraha to Sky Island. Sky Island, This island that has only been heard in the legend shocked them. They watched the laughter from the buildings on Sky Island, the crowds with bright smiles and weird faces coming and going, and they moved. Box. Such a scene is not clear to the United States. Is this heaven? Jihahaha, my uncle is back again. Come and welcome my uncle. Shiki laughed arrogantly. Sky Island people had already been surprised, and they knew the blatant character of this strong man in King High. This is a flower for you. I hope you can protect Sky Island with the leader and them. I want to join the flying pirates. Uncle Shiki, I think too. A group of Sky Island kids brought flowers and handed them to the lion. Facing these little things in front of him, Shiki looked strange, hesitated for a few seconds, took the flowers, and the children disappeared. Rovko was observing everything in the dark, holding a bag of candies in his hand, cut one in his mouth, and smiled. It's so sweet. The locals of Sky Island warmly came to entertain two King High people from Gaia Island. Luochi, I have a way to resolve the grievances between the two families. Shiraha pointed to the two strangers who had been brought back. I have always believed in you. Yang Luoki opened his arms. The two hug each other, and after sprinkling a little dog food, they are ready to make Sky Island as a whole. After learning that the misunderstanding was about to be resolved and witnessing the 400 years of history, most people followed in excitement. On the way, Shiki took the initiative to speak. My uncle is about to lay off staff, and certain wastes in the pirates are indeed to be removed. Just let John and Bajak help organize the pirates. Your pirate group should have been sorted out. Shiraha shook his head. There are too many crooked melons and dates. Everyone came to the golden clock. Shiraha stood in front of the golden clock and gave a speech. These two are descendants of Rolando. They have always wanted to prove the innocence of their ancestors. His moving speech told what happened 400 years ago, and also made these Sandia people tremble and excited. The descendants of their benefactors came to Sky Island. After speaking, Yang Luoki applauded first, leading everyone to applaud. End of this chapter. 282 The Cruelty of War. Last Stand. Expendables. Chapter 282, The Cruelty of War. Last Stand. Expendables. Kong on the northern battlefield was completely crazy. Facing the two Marine Admiral in front of him, he did not release a little bit of water, but sacrificed his life and went all out to hold the determination to kill them. The two sides are in a deadly battle. Sengoku's death has brought all the conscientious Marines no longer confused. At this moment, the world government with Yayoi Rosasier and assets is suppressed, even if there is a large number of CP organizations on the field to help. The two sides have reached a state of relative balance, and the existence of this state can be broken, and Yim definitely counts. But the real master of the world government did not take action. Im was just sitting on the hollow empty throne and quietly listening to the humans fighting in all directions, as if the world government and the dog under her had nothing to do with her. How could God care about some vassals? It's getting perfect. This world will make you, and we will be the most perfect combination. Im's lips slightly opened, keeping his eyes on Shiraha. The two generals were dragged by Kong. Now there was no one blocking Shiraha's path. He stepped onto the execution stage, the scarlet faded, and his eyes gradually became clear. Facing Rockdal, who was kneeling on the execution platform, Shiraha carefully unlocked the sea tower shackles on Rockdal. While explaining, he said, "You said that you obviously had so many spooky ideas on the boat. Why did you get caught? I always thought that the trash could not catch you, and thought you were still hiding somewhere. Do you know, your captain? I have a boat. We have a very big new boat. That ship's name is Dawn. Isn't it Mega? That's the name I took. There is still Yuochi. She Mega wants to come and pick you up, but she has a mission. So I let the flame come with me." Is the flame of the deputy captain warm? Shiraha became mega talkative at this moment. While talking, he asked with a trembling voice, "Captain, am I late?" Without echo, Rockdal has lost the ability to hear, see and speak. "I am really an unqualified captain." A powerful source of life is input into Rockdal's body, and it can't change the body that is gradually cooling down and the vitality that is passing faster. At the very beginning, Garasai 5 elders manipulated Rockdal's body. Even if the execution was unsuccessful, the final outcome was bound to be a dead end. Shiraha was aware of this and rushed to the execution stand so desperately. With the passing of his vitality, Rockdal's slightly opened mouth closed, and there was no breath in his body. Seeing this doomed moment, Shiraha silently picked up Curdle's body. The moment he left the execution platform, a pool of blood caught his attention. His eyes zoomed in an instant. It was a sentence. The writing is ugly and ugly. Captain, I'm so happy that you can come. I can't accompany you. Captain, I hope you can never take off our pirate flag. The familiar font blurs Shira's eyes. This is the text he taught Rockdal when he was bored. He wanted that rebellious kid to feel the fear of being dominated by Chinese characters. Unexpectedly, at a moment, in another world, he could see it again. Shiraha took Rockdal across the battlefield, ignoring anyone, and came to the dawn. I took you home. Look, our pirate flag is still flying in Aria sky, and your companions are welcoming your return. Tom and Morgans burst into tears. Seeing the pirate flag flying on the boat, they felt sadness. I watched this scene and raised a smile. This is the only way for some mortals to become gods. The battle on the field is not over yet. In addition to Kong in the northern battlefield, there are Kuzan and Akainu. If their fate remains unchanged, they will become Marine Admiral in the future. But they are now participating in this battle of slaying the gods as pirates, and they vowed to win this battle with their own convictions. Now the two of them are in very bad condition. ICP-0 strongest shield hidden nearby, seized the opportunity to severely damage Akainu. And Kuzan was also at risk under the siege of the army generals. It has to be said that these CP-0 strongest shield sneak attacks have the ability to attack, and even the strength of melee combat is not inferior to the existence of admiral level. Akainu, can you survive? Kuzan, let's go first. Akainu persuaded, with a pale face. You are not Marine anymore. It's my wish to come here. Leave now. I can't just leave like this. I want to take you with me. The purpose of Akainu's coming was to guess that Shiraha might not come. If it were him, he would definitely give up the life of a crew member and choose to win the wars of the four seas. The purpose of his coming here is to make the world government find no excuses after execution. Before coming, Akainu had the idea of dying here, but he didn't expect that this man would still come. Kuzan, you have taught me a lot. I am very satisfied with who I am now. If I can survive, I still want to be a Marine. I'm with you. Akainu kind of understood why Shiraha came. Darkhound. Zephyr-sensei, I didn't expect the battlefield here to be so dangerous. Polo Salino, don't give me a daze. How I taught you is used in this battlefield without reservation. Zephyr-sensei, there is a letter sent here. Shall we go there? Take me a look. After watching Zephyr, he opened his mouth and said, it's time to decide the victory or defeat. Go back. At present, the situation in the Four Seas is tense to death, and a large number of people are dying every moment, and South Blue has fallen even more. The top combat power of the world government in the Four Seas is far more than 4 people. Suddenly the reinforcements coming to join the world government have caught the human coalition off guard. The idea that Garasai 5 Elders has is, to elicit Shiraha through Rockdal, and successfully elicit it. In the Holy Land Marie joys, it is impossible for the Lord Yin to lose, and the main combat power of CP0 and part of the army combat power will be thrown into the Four Seas. This will successfully lay the foundation for victory. Without success, he decapitated Rockdal in front of the whole world, knocked down the morale of the enemy soldiers before the battle, and engaged in a decisive battle. In the current situation, except that Yim's ideas may be different from Manon's, other aspects are developed in accordance with the best results for the world government. In the battlefield of the Four Seas, even with the help of members of the Whitebeard pirates and Gabon, Rayleigh, Bullet and others, The defeat cannot be changed. The powerful assassination ability of CP organization is much stronger than that of temporary assassins who become coalition forces. Most important figures in the human coalition were assassinated, and the army and top combat forces were strengthened outside. 2 consecutive fierce battles of Tokyomi. Gecko Moria died in battle. Until the last moment, the big pirate didn't take a step back, and was still laughing before he died. He long live Lord Shiki. The situation is ugly, and South Blue's defeat is set. The situation in the other 3 seas is also not optimistic. At the moment when everyone was pessimistic, a key piece of information was sent over. The real base location of the CP0 organization has been found. The assassination organization that caused headaches for everyone on the battlefield exposed its position, and the opportunity for their human coalition forces came. For this information, Rovko temporarily summoned the strong from all over the world as Shira's best friend and assassination leader. Inside the room, Rovko, Charlotte Linlin, Gabon, Rayleigh, Anan, Zephyr, Dragon, Kalu Salino. There are 8 people in total. Zephyr frowned and asked, "Why are we just a few of us? Where's the green pepper bullet?" In this sentence, Zephyr didn't mention Moria, because the situation in South Blue had already been heard, and Gecko Moria would not retreat until the last minute. Bullet is dead. He was assassinated by the CP0 organization. He took an army general before he died. Rayleigh sighed. His sword was still dripping blood. The blood stains on his body were dry or wet. Obviously, before I came here, I had experienced a battle. It hasn't been a long time since the green pepper has heard of news. It should have died in North Blue. Dragon's words silenced the 8 people present. Green pepper can be regarded as the second-class top pirate powerhouse in the sea, and the strongest group of pirates under the 7 pirates. Unexpectedly, he would die on the battlefield of West Blue in such obscurity. If it were not for this council, it is estimated that the news of King Gio's death would not have been spread. When the war is over, they will all die in this war. Maybe no one will remember the green pepper. Remember them. The war is so cruel. Among the 7 strongest pirates on the sea, 1 is guarding our Barstan, and the other 6 are in the Holy Land Marie Joys. The 8 people on the field can be regarded as the second-tier strongest among the pirates. Can the source of the news be trusted? It was Robin's life in exchange for it. After Rovko answered, his fingers fell into the flesh of his palm. He is the last person to see Robin. I've done something for Shira, right, Mr. Rovko? Don't worry about me. I am someone who shouldn't live in this world. It was Shiraha who saved me from the darkness and helped people in my hometown to speak. It was me who had escaped ... cough cough years. When it comes to the most peace of mind. Please bring me a sentence. Rovko, this sentence will be known to him. Captain, you were really handsome at the time. Mega. I was moved. As soon as he finished speaking, Robin fell asleep with a satisfied smile. She didn't regret at all that she had accompanied the captain to this world. It seemed that her years of escape and intelligence capabilities were still useful. I believe her. Rovko believed in the woman who had similar experiences with him. Rayleigh's words not only failed to dissolve the dull atmosphere, but made the atmosphere even heavier. Let's do the last fight together. The 8 people are ready to join forces to destroy the CP0 organization, and the sooner they do it, the better. While the 7 were discussing, Charlotte Linlin's eyes on the side were very complicated. But she still passed by with everyone. Rovko personally selected a group of assassins' death squads, and then he hid in this group of death squads. With the arrival of the destination, the attack on the CP0 organization succeeded. When organizations walking in the dark are exposed to sunlight, what awaits the fate of these CP0s will be a massacre. Most of the strongest shields in CP0 remained in the Holy Land Marie Joys, and the only strongest shield that came to the battlefield of the 4 seas was taken away by the cadres of Green Pepper and Babausu Ikun. The world government has invested enough top-level combat power in the 4 seas, so there are very few CP0 top-level combat powers coming to assist. In the shadows, these CP0 combined surprise attacks can burst out terrible power. making the human coalitions of the world undefeated, and even the top powers will fall into a big somersault if they are not careful. But at the moment these CP0 assassins were killed and the people who had been killed were like cutting straw, with countless casualties. The CP0 organization, which the world government has cultivated for many years, was completely destroyed. However, when these CP0 reacted, they launched an attack and a siege on the incoming enemy. Some stronger CP0s are even more straightforward, fighting, and crazy. The two sides need not say much, and go directly to a white-hot state. Rayleigh, Zephyr and others stopped a large number of CP0 Helping Hand. Gabon, Anan, Charlotte Linlin led a group of assassins into the CP0 headquarters, all the way to clear the way for Rovka, who was hidden in the dark. The deeper, the stronger the strength of CP0. With a dark passage as a cover, as puppets walking in the dark, these CP0s can perform their real skills. Death and injury are inevitable, and member continues to reduce its staff. During the process of covering one, after stopping, everyone did not wait for him, but moved on. Everyone can guess the fate of this big pirate Onan. It is almost impossible to survive without the support of anyone in CP0's headquarters. Destroying the CP0 organization is one of the goals, and the more important goal is to destroy all important documents and information. Only by destroying all of these, the armies in the four seas and the troops from the world government will become headless flies. And information warfare has always occupied an important position in the war. Everyone shoulders an important mission, and this time it succeeded. The situation in the four seas will be completely reversed. The casualties were getting worse, leaving only Rovko, Charlotte Linlin and Gabon. Are you sure you can solve the innermost CP0 chief? 1 for 1. Gabon understood, and cut off in front of Charlotte Linlin. You will let him in the back road. Charlotte Linlin nodded and opened the way with Napoleon in his hand. The two went on. A piece of darkness lies ahead, where there is an abyss that can swallow everything, and a strange aura permeates nearby. Coming from the deepest door came a voice that did not contain the slightest emotion, and it was difficult to distinguish between genders. It's a shameful guy. Charlotte Linlin smiled. Mama are here. I will send you in. A group of people suddenly appeared in the darkness. This group of people was obviously very different from the outside, like devil walking in hell, exuding an aura that disturbed the two of them. They blocked Charlotte Linlin's progress, and it seemed that this door could only be entered by one person. End of this chapter. Chapter 283 of the text is over. Chapter 283 is over. Shiraha is telling the truth. Since he wants to turn it into a paradise, he must have the power to protect it. People without power cannot protect what Protect wants to protect. Sky Island needs its own combat troops and cannot rely on a few high-level combat power alone as support. The Kung Fu manatee brought back from Arabastan has officially started training, and the vitality of Sky Island has already started large-scale training under the prestige of Yang Liu Oki. It has certain combat effectiveness and will continue to grow stronger in the future. Assassin troops. Shiraha wanted one very much. It would be better if Rovko was willing to become the leader of the troops. Unfortunately, what happened back then? I guess Rovko is disgusted with the assassin organization. As a member of the Great Heavenly Dynasty, infrastructure must definitely be built, and people's livelihoods must not be left behind. If the planting industry is started, this kind of thing will be able to win over the various countries in the Qinghai Sea in the future. Roger looked at Chicky and smiled and said seriously, Chicky, I admit your ability and strength. In Shira's prediction, I also believe that you will be stronger than me, but at least now you are not as good as me. You temporarily pull it up. The pirate fleet is nothing but loose sand. Give up, Chicky. You should have discovered the gap between us. Roger, who has not been affected by the disease and has not reached the desperate situation, his strength is more than that of the current Chicky. Shiraha has also discovered that Roger's strength is higher than that of him and Golden Lion. After the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Roger's strength has gone further. This is the future One Piece in the strongest state in the original pirate book. If it weren't for the disease, Roger's strength should be stronger in the future. Listening to the sound of everything is simply the nemesis of most hidden devilberry. I'm afraid that CP0 can't figure out why he was spotted by Roger, or why Roger attacked him. Jai haha, I don't think I will lose. I have said this is my best condition. Shiki laughed strangely. Shiki had a hunch that he could win, and after seeing Shiraha, he became more convinced. He will definitely win Roger. Well haha Shiraha, I will die sooner or later. You accompany me to find the last island, my partner. Roger laughed and said, after I die, you can take Bullet away. I believe you. He must be controlled. The descendants of the Devil Bullet is a great combat force. Shiraha admitted that something has moved. Roger, even if you are sick, there are still many years before you become ill. Can no one cure you? This is a kind of curse. It can't be cured, but it's still far from the real death date. I am going to take a world adventure with my partner to find the last island. Roger invited. Shiraha, go on the adventure with me. Then there will be no regrets in my life. Similar to curses, incurable disease. I see. Shiki wants to decide the outcome with you. I won't intervene. The man on the sea will decide in the same way as the man on the sea. Little bastard, what are you talking about? This guy is sick. This uncle has been beating a patient. The conversation between the two made Shiki a little uncomfortable, and then Shiraha immediately explained. Roger's illness does not affect his strength. Roger at this time is the most terrifying. He'll deal with other people, stop for you, and leave the rest to you. Don't interfere with my battlefield, Shiraha said with a smile. Shiki understood what the little bastard was saying, took a deep breath, and fought Roger again. This battle of fate and destiny will ultimately have a victory or defeat. Both sides do not interfere with each other's battlefield out of tacit understanding. There is a gap between Shiki and Roger's strength. Without interference, it takes days and nights to truly tell the winner an unknown. After returning to its heyday, Shiraha quickly came to the direction of CP0 and laughed wildly. How did you get beaten so far? You ended up so badly? Your berry is useless. The smell of blood can't be hidden. For sneak attack dogs like you, I like doing things that fall into the pit. This CP0 smelled of blood, but there was no one in the air, but blood was constantly shed. And that place was where he was. Is your injury okay? A man came to Shiraha from somewhere and asked caringly. Sure enough, it's you. My injury is fine, but why did you become Shikibukai? Shiraha asked puzzled. Rofko was a killer that Shiraha encountered more than 2 years ago. When he followed the family's order and decided to destroy himself, it was he who gave the killer the will to live. Shiraha can't understand the killer organization and the family until now, because they are too powerful. They feel it is difficult to control. They are afraid that Rovko will produce his own will, so they will be destroyed. What is this fallacy? After meeting Rovko, Shiraha knew that this was a somewhat literate killer, and he was quite powerful following the orders of the family and the organization. At that time, he had just developed and many skills were taught by Rove, including the skills of killing people. This is also the reason why he can adapt so quickly in the pirate world. After studying for a few months, Rovko left to find the meaning of his existence, and he became a bounty hunter, until he was targeted by rocks and abducted to the pirate group. Haven't met. Shiraha didn't want to keep Rovko, but the difference between the two of them was too great. It was you who told me to find my own value. I became Shikibukai to pass the boring time. I was very happy to meet my acquaintance Rovko. I can't find my direction after leaving the family. I don't know what I should do. And the epiphany you said, I haven't found it yet. There should be no such thing as epiphany in this world, right? You haven't talked so much before. Since you don't know what to do, just follow me. Shira's eyes flashed and gestured to Rovko, being Shikibukai, come with me to find the meaning of life. First of all, follow me. Let me kill this running dog together. He can single against others again. This time we must leave this CP0. You used to be completely different from now, so impulsive is not like you. People will change in some ways, not so with you. Rovko froze for a moment. You have become a lot stronger. At first he guessed that it was Invisible Berry, but Invisible Berry only hides himself. The changes in the clearance environment and the observation of details can still be found, unless Berry's awakening stage is really reached, and special abilities are generated. Just follow the fire. Whitebeard can also change the shape of the surrounding environment through Berry's awakening ability, turning the surrounding into a suitable battlefield for itself. The CP0 and Berry from these world governments can hide each other. This is different from the CP9 on Judicial Island. Shouldn't it be based on Zone Devil Berry? CP9 is really useless. Shiraha really suspects that CP9 is a cannon fodder organization that the world government puts on the surface. The strongest Roblus eye in it. He can quickly drop without a sword. Is the iron used for defense in the 6 types useful? Do you want to run to the center of the battlefield between the flying pirates and Roger pirates? The CP0's voice rang from all directions, with a playful smile shouting, "Do you have a good relationship with Golden Lion Shiki? I thought you guys from the Rocks Pirates were all self-care scumbags. Are you really going there? It's not your way of life, but a dead end, the battlefield of the 2 large pirate groups. In your current state, you will be killed in the past. Even if you can be resurrected, it will be very difficult. It's hard to escape the battlefield. You will die many times, until you can never resurrect. What else can you do?" I'm not worried. No one can detect my position. So I once again give you 2 options. The first option is to go back with me obediently, and the second option is to be beaten as a dead dog in the middle of the 2 large pirates in front of the whole world. I will do it. Take you back. Make your choice. Shiraha chuckled. Choose fuck. Enter the battlefield with me if you have a seed. If you don't have a seed, quickly roll back to the world government. The strongest shield's expression fell cold, and he didn't speak anymore, but chased up faster. He possesses special Devil Berry abilities, and follows Shiraha with the courage of a master of art. Coming to the edge of the battlefield of the 2 large pirate groups, the strongest shield looked at Shiraha, who entered the battlefield without hesitation. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still rushed in. Even if the Fakong pirates still have contact with Shiraha, he also has Roger pirates who can woo him. Last time in the Valley of Gods Marine, the world government and the pirates already had a prerequisite for cooperation. The establishment of the Shikibukai system also allowed civilians to accept the cooperation between the world government and the pirates. He is sure to win. This time I can take the blood sword Shiraha home. It seems that the tactics against Shiraha are also useless. He will succeed in overwhelming several others through this action. Flying into the battlefield, Shiraha kept thinking about gains and losses in his heart. I did these things for the main task and to build a perfect home. 1010 can't be hunted down by a group of people in the future. At least I have to organize the world. Before I came, the preparations were still not enough. The most important thing was that the battle was too sudden, and there were too many strong people. I've always singled against others. When will it be someone else's turn to single against me? But I did what I should do. I have attracted a group of fans around the world through the World Live broadcast and Newsbird. Even if there is a remedy by the world government later, it will not change the effect of what I have done. I should become the belief of a group of people. As a belief, I can't commit suicide in the eyes of fans, let alone be forced to commit suicide by the running dogs of the world government, or even be tortured to death. That would disintegrate the newly formed belief. Next, I want to let that dog suffer a big loss. It is best to let that dog die here. Roger, this is hell. What shit fate. I must beat you. Golden Lion Shiki's roar came from afar. Really? Shiki, I really admire you, but unfortunately you are really not my opponent now. God avoid? The use of Roger Conqueror and Armament Constrict is perfect under this trick. Raise your hand and strike. Although Golden Lion Shiki blocked Roger's attack, he was hit by this move and flew far away. When he was about to kill him, he heard a familiar voice. You look good, bastard Shiki. My uncle is in the best condition right now. The knocked out Shiki turned to look at Shiraha, and slightly tsundere yelled, "I was accidentally beaten into the air just now." Shiki suddenly found that Shiraha was full of blood, and the sense of breath was very hollow, and he asked nervously, "No, why is your kid so miserable? The breath is so sluggish, you are not going to die?" "I'm almost really dying, and there is a powerful guy behind me chasing me," Shiraha quickly replied. "I came here to help you this time. I didn't expect that there would be so many people and forces outside. I watched you and Roger." The guys who came this time included Garp, Zephyr, Shikibukai and CP0 of the world government. "I killed 2 Shikibukai and killed 1 CP0. Now the one who is chasing me is the strongest CP0. Puff. Shiraha received a heavy blow right in front of Shiki's eyes, rolling out blood in the air. "Which bastard did it? Come out for me." Shiki slashed 2 slashes at the place where he had just launched the attack, and roared. Voices came from all corners. "Golden Lion Shiki, I didn't expect that the rest of the Rocks pirates would really be in contact. But it's a pity, this time you challenged the Roger Pirates group is originally a very stupid behavior. No one in the sea is optimistic about you. Your flying pirates group is hard to protect itself. Do you want to intervene in my affairs?" Shiraha stabilized her figure and said, "Shiki, I am optimistic about you. To be honest, I just came here to see how you are. Now that I see you as a bastard with a good look, I can rest assured and go ahead with your unfinished battle." This CP0 is called Franco. He was ordered by the world government to arrest Crocodile. It is only now that he has caught the little pirate. "You are really a very interesting pirate. You will definitely speak out your abilities." Crocodile, the owner of Logia Sasha Berry, also has a golden light ability, even if he is tempted by Devil Berry and strange abilities. This kind of golden light can change freely and can be attacked or defended. It is not particularly useful for his strength, but if he is forced to ask, it will be a great achievement to hand it over to the world government. Yang Liu Oki looked at this ring, smiled brightly, took it and put it on. Seeing her put on the pure gold ring, Shiraha felt relieved, and the things he got could finally be delivered to her. "We will never be separated. I will never let go. I will never lose you again. Fortunately, I found you." Shiraha led her, while walking, telling all the things that happened during this period, and also explained that the reason for the late arrival was that the Fekong pirates were fighting with Roger pirates, so he participated in this battle. End of this chapter. The text is updated at any time and will be cut at any time. Update as you go, and cut at any time. I know why so many books are cut by those authors. There are so many trolls, and all reading platforms. Here are the websites second only to Fellow in quality. But Fellow has no piracy. At least the fans can't see the back. While watching the piracy, I ran over to curse people, and then said that the author's 3 views were not correct, and that he could teach someone like me, parents. I also took me to the rhythm a few times. At that time, I was about to be scolded and jumped off the building. Later, I tried my best to modify the outline several times, and the subscription collapsed. Especially when a group of sprayers, the hostess Yang Liu Oki who sprayed. In the end, because of the change of the plot, all orders were at least Yaoyorozu or above. Only then did I know that the heroine Yang Liu Oki is so popular among paying readers. It's so high that almost one person pulls up a novel. Had it not been for 3 months of full attendance, I should have cut it at that time. Writing a book on this website can really mess up your mentality. The poor ghost author has sealed his book for 2000 years, but his mentality is gone. There is also the Code of Pirates, which was always being rolled back to other countries by foreign devils, using that kind of protagonist. Now that the author of the book no longer writes, there are still a bunch of people who go to incense. It really laughs at me. I don't know how many rhythmic dogs there are those who go to incense. I really think it's funny. I am too lazy to bear it now. Both men and women will die in One Punch Man! Exclamation mark. There are also rhythmic sprayers who come to engage in author mentality while prostituting. I wish your parents a good time. I now understand that not everyone has parents, and not everyone is human. When I asked for a leave, there would be a group of people who saw the last spray on the trainee and came and cursed. Didn't he go to the hospital, or his parents died? Are these comments made by people? Are you really human? It really pulled down the offline, scolding me that the 3 views are not correct. I think there are not many sprays with rhythm and random sprays that have the 3 views. I didn't ask for leave for 3 full months before, and I updated 150,000 characters in a month. In fact, after the book collapsed, I only need to update 120,000 characters, and it will be fine after 3 months of full attendance. It's really funny thinking about it now. Those who can make that kind of comment have brought me so many rhythms. I hope your parents will suffer below. Mentality completely collapsed. Take a step back. Arya Sky, this is a fart. It's not that there are few good people and good tempers, but when you are the only one who suffers, who will sympathize with yourself? Only parents, lover and yourself. This book, apart from not updating it yesterday, has not been updated, and it can be regarded as giving myself an explanation. But I really can't fight it anymore. Trouble with those sprays. Please go to see! End of this chapter. 284,000 Mari distance, no one dares to stop. Chapter 284,000 of Mari distances, no one dares to stop. The assassination of Mad Kurumi and Tokiomi is over. Mission completed. This action is called the 3 Tokiomi who cut through the darkness before dawn. CP0's vitality was severely injured. The CP organization chief died. A large amount of information disappeared, and the CP organization was paralyzed. This series of news spread all over the world. The morale of the coalition of humanity is great, and the whole world has launched a counterattack. The hope of victory is right in front of us, and Retsu is becoming more and more in the battle of the 4 seas, and the morale of the world government is low. When the 2 sides fought, the morale of one side was high, taking the right time and place, and the other side did not have much fighting spirit and courage to fight to the death. Even so, he must also be determined to die and use countless blood and corpses to pave the way to victory. Will justice be won in this war? Certainly. Justice will win, because only the winner is qualified to talk about justice. Gust. Shiraha looked far away calmly. Captain, haven't you been at Gust all the time? Morgans asked puzzledly. The wind direction has changed. Shiraha faced the battlefield full of barbarians, and felt a pain in her heart, and she felt like a knife. This emotion did not come from the cruel battlefield, but from another place. An indescribable sadness appeared in his heart. Gust was gone, and the wind sounded like weeping, as if seeing off some dead souls. At this moment, Shira's world stood still, and the sound of the wind resounded in his world like a funeral song. Gradually, a strange picture appeared in his eyes. A long train was driving in the wind and turned into the distance. I got in the car first. The train was full of people, and he seemed to have seen a black-haired and black-clothed man beckoning to him as a final farewell. Rovko, different trains are going to better places. Goodbye. Shiraha said strange words in front of everyone, holding the sword and raising his hands. This war has come to an end. Everyone is doing the last fight. On the eastern battlefield, Garp was facing 2 Garasai 5 elders with scars, and looked dying. Goal selected. He raised his hand with the sword and swung his fateful enemy with the sword. Garasai 5 elders. The battle between the demon sword and the demon sword should come to an end. This is indeed the sword of blood and fierceness. I didn't expect it to fall into your hand. Facing Shiraha with a knife, Garasai 5 elders showed a grinning smile. It seems that I can kill you again. This time it will be. Let me bury this sword. It's time to end. Yang Xiao, let's win this competition together. Shiraha has never had such a high desire to fight, and the killing intent in her heart has been accumulated to the peak. Blood sword, take your life. Old stuff. The 2 sides roared, their expressions grim, and their faces rushed towards each other frantically. Yang Xiao and Ghost Toru. The 2 weapons collided, and the grievances accumulated over hundreds of years of fighting should be understood. The earth-shaking momentum sounded. The life-saving fight was on the verge, the dust was flying, and the big earthquake moved, all of which proved the terrible battle. Fighting for half a day, the two sides are evenly matched. One day later, the Nifegurusai 5 elders gradually fell into a disadvantage. One has wounds on one's body, and one ignores life. This is an unequal battle, but there is so much fairness in the war. Shira's spirit was also near the tipping point, and he dared not continue to die. At least until this war is won, he can't die. There is almost no difference in strength between the two. This is a competition of perseverance and endurance. Today, you can think of today and watch your crew die in front of you. It's so sad. Gurusai 5 elders armed with a knife, while resisting strongly, laughed loudly, despite falling into a disadvantage. He was covered in blood, but he didn't change his arrogant nature. These words completely stung a certain lunatic. It's sad and ridiculous. You dogs don't really think that your so-called gods care about you? Look at this battlefield. It will be when your 5 old things perish. Shiraha roared. A blood-red the rays of light turned into after-images. Young Xiao was used as a big knife, opened and closed, with a strong blow, and slammed hard at the knife-wielding Gurusai 5 elders. Bang! Crazy man, use a sword like this. Gurusai 5 elders swore with a knife, and couldn't change it. The knife fell in front of his eyes with shocking momentum. Seeing that it can't be avoided, I can only resist. Holding a knife, Gurusai 5 elders was cruel, his face was crazy, his body was filled with blood, his murderous aura broke out. His power was exerted from his waist, and Ido's posture was strong and straight, and intercepted the attack in the air. One attacked, the other counter-attacked, and both of them gave their full strength and did not dare to have the slightest reservation in the face of a strong enemy. The powerful and fierce force exploded centered on the two of them. The shockwave of the drama Retsu rippled away in an instant, not only affecting the two of them, but swept the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye, and the aftermath of the shock rushed to the center. Location. I'm smiled at Shiraha and waved away the aftermath. Other people without strength would not have such good luck, and suddenly that room was torn to pieces. The pressure of the two people in the middle of the battle is even more unimaginable for ordinary people. It stands to reason that the two sides are fighting. Even if it is a deadly battle, they will keep their hands due to the protection mechanism of the body. This is not the case with Shiraha. The tactics used to open and close are more powerful than his physical body can bear. He is indeed a madman who wants to kill the old things in front of him. You puff. With a knife bearing Gurusai 5 elders, the tiger's mouth was bloody, his body trembled, and he continued to retreat. Every step back, there was a slight vibration in the eastern continent, trying to release his strength, but he was retreating. After a few hundred meters, he stopped suddenly, spraying bleeding fog on his back, and dyed the sky red. Nifegurusai 5 elders held a demon knife, thrust it into the ground, and knelt down, feeling that the internal organs of his body were broken and his injuries were terrifying. What? A more miserable growl sounded on the other side, which can be resurrected, but it does not mean that the pain caused by the injury will be reduced by the slightest. At the moment of the collision, the clouds flew, Shira's body was thrown away heavily, scarlet blood gushing out from the mouth, one arm burst into blood mist, and it was gone on the spot. He is really a lunatic who has no reservations about himself. There is nothing wrong with what Gurusai 5 elders said with a knife. It seems that I won't live long. With a knife, Gurusai 5 elders wiped off the blood on his face and showed a crazy smile. You shouldn't be resurrected a few times. If you lose you this time, I will win. While roaring with exhaustion, he rushed over at a lightning speed, and slashed at Shiraha, who was unable to use his sword in the air. At the critical juncture, Shiraha was full of scars and mental exhaustion. Mitsurugi young Xiao, holding a sword in his left hand, resisted the fatal blow across his chest. Afterwards, it smashed into the ground several hundred meters, forming a meteorite-like crater. The powerful countershock force made Shiraha in the big pit unbearable to vomit blood. The pain of Retsu swept through the whole body, and his body trembled in the unbearable pain, and his eyes gradually blurred. Garasai 5 elders with a knife that succeeded in one blow was not without paying the price. Not being able to pursue it at the moment was the price he paid. He pulled out the vine pierced into the flesh, holding the knife. Garasai 5 elders' painful expression deformed, and spit out a mouthful of blood with broken internal organs. Taking this opportunity, Shiraha crawled out of the pit, and the knife holder Garasai 5 elders on the other side also took a breath. Two scarred and desperate two people stared at each other. Shiraha was not sure if he died this time, he would be able to resurrect, maybe he would fall asleep. He didn't dare to bet on this war. But the person in front of him, he must kill. There was no words, no roars. The two made a common move and rushed towards the opponent. Use the most traditional crazy pair to cut this victory or defeat. For a whole day and night, this duel of willpower and endurance ended. Both sides slashed each other hundreds of knives, and finally inserted them into each other's body at the same time. At this moment, Shiraha truly stepped into the realm of the king that he had divided. The two stared at each other, their scarlet eyes filled with madness. These two crazy people are thinking, whoever closes their eyes first will lose, and they are all working hard for a while. Time passed by every minute. From night to morning, most of the day passed, and the breath of Garasai 5 elders with the knife gradually disappeared. Shiraha pulled out young Xiao upon seeing this, then kicked the old thing down. Lie on the ground, waiting for the last moment to come. Gradually, his eyes went dark and he still refused to close his eyes. This battle is not over yet. If he closes his eyes like this, not only will he be unwilling, but everyone will be unwilling. Darkness struck, and a familiar feeling came. Shiraha understands that this is the body's sleeping mechanism protecting himself, and he is going to fall into a deep sleep like the last time. Do not. Yuochi, still waiting for him to go back. Many people are waiting for him to go back. He hasn't brought Crocodile home. Wake me up. Just one time. Audiences all over the world saw those eyes that refused to close, silently praying for the hero in their hearts. They look forward to the arrival of peace. They look forward to the victory of the war. The arrival of their new hero in Covet. Yang Luoki, who was far away in the Holy Land Marie Joys, also saw this scene, and the evil spirit in his eyes flashed. She wiped the spear silently, jumped down from the tall building, and came to Danayushi and a group of kung fu manatees. Take care of yourself, and let these little guys protect you if you have something to do. When Danayu was a little nervous, she was also worried about Shiraha, and said honestly, I can't hold Karen. Someone will help you guard. Yang Luoki is still so heroic, with a faint smile on his face. Uncle Xing, Uncle Yanzhao, everything is up to you. Yang Zixing would like to listen to the Lord's orders. Yang Yanzhao would like to listen to the Lord's orders. Tanayushi looked at this scene in shock, and said, Sister Luochi, you leave them here? What do you do? There are a large group of people waiting for you outside. Saying that he hadn't spoken yet, Tanayu seemed to have thought of something, and he covered his mouth, revealing an even more incredible expression. As everyone knows, Yang Luoki had two generals around him in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, but the two generals never appeared in the battle since then. But no one in the world would think that Yang Luoki's strength is worse than Shiraha. Tanayushi thinks so too. Now it seems. Facing the surprised Tanayu, Yang Luoki smiled lightly. I am actually in this world, and my strength is no longer inferior to the so-called four emperors. Even in the entire spiritual realm, I can be considered to be in the ranks. The powerhouse of the number 10, she said worriedly. There are a group of four emperors on the battlefield. I am different from them. Even without the guardian spirit, I am still better than them. Yang Luoki raised the spear and strode forward. I have the power that the strong in this world do not have. I with the power possessed by the strong in this world. I am invincible now. I'm going to help him. help him cut out a sword that can kill the gods. Tanayushi stared blankly when she got the heroic figure and left, and suddenly remembered that Ayu had said that he was very strong with a sword. After a few leaps, Yang Luoki came to the coast. The army stationed near Arabastan and some hidden powerhouses of the world government have all shown their figures, and they will be the biggest obstacle to the Holy Land Joys. They noticed the moment the silver spear left. Facing the black and oppressive group of people, Yang Luoki recalled that he first saw Shiraha on a terrible battlefield. At that time, Shiraha was only defensive in the face of thunder cannon attacks, plus the soles of the feet were oiled. The serious injury to Huang Fulongdu was also thanks to Xiang Kunlan's containment. It can be said that Shiraha's strength is not too strong, but it is the key to breaking the game. At that time, apart from him, no one could seriously hurt Xingqian's Ruskind ancient god of war, and no one could sustain it for that long. If Diao Linian continued to fight, he would die very quickly, and Xiang Kunlan alone would not be able to beat Huang Fulongdu, the strongest person in the spiritual realm. That sword astounded the quartet, and many people thought Shiraha was very powerful, including Yang Luoki. In fact, Shiraha at that time, except for the immortality and the sword, could not beat Yang Luoki, who had only one guardian spirit. It might be better to change to the leader of Lu Xiangong's trapped camp. After all, Yang Luoki almost killed the young man with the second highest spiritual power under Cao Yanbing, or met Sun Zanshan, one of the protagonists with the martial arts body defeated Liu Yukan, was suppressed by people relying on artifacts and special physique. That battle was originally an unfair battle. But Yang Luoki didn't have any special physique before. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. At that time, in her eyes, Shiraha, who had slashed out the sword, was radiating light, and an inexplicable mood of worship also appeared in her heart. My eyes at the time weren't the beauty effect that my husband said. Yang Luoki shook his head when facing Wan Jun and an army general, and said to himself, I want to come to him now. Obviously it won't shine. My eyes must have been problematic at the time. Yang Luoki, Shiraha is bound to die. It is perfectly fine for you to abandon the dark and cast the light. As an army general, I guarantee that you will be fine. The army admiral persuaded him endlessly. Yang Luoki didn't seem to see these people, staring into the distance. I seem to be following in your footsteps, and then I realized that the light in you gradually disappeared. Only to realize that men are so cute. Do you know, my husband is not by my side. This is very strange. The general in front of him looked strange. Of course he knew that the blood sword Shiraha was in the Holy Land Joys and was stabbed to death by Garesi 5 elders on the big screen. I know that he died in the Holy Land Joys without even touching Master Yim. He can't even be resurrected. And I will be favored by Master Yim and follow Master Yim to gain eternal life and become a god. This army general was full of enthusiasm, facing Yang Luoki's invitation. As long as you are willing to vote over and turn in Karen, you can also get immortality. Even me. Yang Luoki. This is for you. Yang Luoki entered the battle mode and raised his middle finger towards him. She is going to help Shiraha slaughter the gods. That sword could almost slay the ancient god of war Xingtan in the period when her husband was so weak. Now it can be said that slaying a god in a different world in a small area is a breeze. Before the general had not reacted, the ground under his feet shook for a while, and he saw a silver light piercing the black-pressed army. Wherever he passed, Mukuro was everywhere. And the silver light came straight at him. Unable to stop, unable to resist. This was far more terrifying than Yang Luoki he had heard. Not long after, a big head was thrown on Arya sky. Yang family nuclear warhead, Yang Luoki, the first rank of general in the Wanjun. Afterwards, he walked away. Under the edge of the silver spear, the sea took the initiative to retreat, but it was too late to be divided. Thousands of Mari distance, no one dared to stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 285, It turns out that God will bleed too. Chapter 285. It turns out that God will bleed too. The Holy Land Marie Joys. The quartet battlefield continued. On the eastern battlefield, Shiraha and the sword-wielding Garasai 5 elders fought their best, and both died. Boatman Crocodile died. He was killed several times, high above him. The outcome of this war sweeping across the sea is unknown. The Four Seas battlefield suffered heavy casualties, and my best friend and the only master in the world, Rovko, went to Yomi Road. Shira's spirit was facing its limits and fell into a deep sleep for the time being. Deadly battles on other battlefields continue. The silver gun Yang Liu Oki was on his way. The others on the eastern battlefield were still desperate, and Yim on the hollow throne placed his eyes on Shiraha, who was lying on the ground, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. God is laughing, people are crying. On the eastern battlefield, the battle between Garp and the Boldgarasai 5 elders also came to an end. It was an equally frenzied battle, and Garp once again proved his mad dog's name, and blasted the Boldgarasai 5 elders to the ground. Garp, if it wasn't for me to be attacked by the traitor Sengoku, you wouldn't be able to beat me. Bang! One blow hard. Garp smashed the face of the Boldgarasai 5 elders into a hollow, splashing blood and screaming again and again. You are not qualified to say Sengoku. Garp punched directly through the head of the Boldgarasai 5 elders with a punch again, and blossomed on the bar. Another Garasai 5 elders died. Until the end, Yim didn't even glance at the slave. The god they want to follow may be different from the existence of any human being, and human beings and gods are essentially different. People should not try to figure out God, but God also cannot master human nature. The civilians who watched the live broadcast were extremely excited. As long as they win the war, they will be able to live as human beings. Morgans even shouted excitedly on the dawn, Master Shiraha will not die. When the adults wake up, it will be the time to slaughter the gods. At this time, Im was also attracted by Morgan's words and turned his attention to the dawn. Just looking at it brings tremendous pressure to everyone. But Morgans made an unexpected move. Facing Im, Morgans raised his middle finger and shouted, "What do you look at?" When Lord Shiraha wakes up, he will chop you off. World Economic News is #1 in the sea. Tom's eyes widened. He didn't expect this big bird to be so spine. Facing the pressure of the abyss, he could straighten his back and yell at him. Im didn't care about the ants, but looked forward to Shira's waking even more in his heart. To make a person in one world and let people embark on the path of becoming a god, Shiraha has that qualification in Im's eyes. As one of the supreme gods, Im could easily destroy countless galaxies with a wave of his hand during his heyday. If it weren't for the dusk of the gods, alone and helpless, she would not have fallen to this fate. I'm a little bit believer in that little girl of destiny now. The destiny said, we really are destined. In watching Shiraha, human emotions appeared in his eyes. Tom, help me see. Does that god look at me? Morgans asked strangely, leaning on the rail. That god doesn't seem to care about humans like us at all, and his gaze has turned to our captain again. Tom puzzled. Why does this god care about our captain so much? I don't know. Tom, come and help me, my legs are numb. Morgan's bird head slowly turned around, and looked at Tom with help-seeking eyes. At this time, on the southern battlefield of the quartet, the victory or defeat was about to be determined. A man wearing an army uniform with a rugged face and a strong physique had dozens of sword marks all over his body. His body was full of blood, and a big hole was broken in his chest. After shaking his body a few times, he stood firmly on the spot again. This man Field Marshal was also a soldier guarding the Red Earth continent. This time, he lost. The Field Marshal faced forward, looked at the person he was most satisfied with, and asked, Akoku, why are you fighting this way? Facing the pursuit of the past, Akoku sighed slightly, and asked, Marshal, why must you stand on the side of the world government? The Field Marshal grinned and said, I have lived on the Red Earth continent for a lifetime. I can't betray my position. How about you? Even if the order guarded by a soldier is bad, He will guard the order for a lifetime. Both sides have an answer in their hearts, but they still want to hear what the other side is saying. Okoku got a satisfactory answer. His eyes respected the former idol, a military salute, and made the last respect for his opponent. Your answer? A person has done something and not done something in his entire life. Okoku slowly spoke his answer and turned away in the other direction. Well said. The field marshal's consciousness gradually blurred, his body fell backward, and his breath disappeared. This one of the highest ranking figures in the world government eventually died in this war, under Okuka's dragon-slashing sword. The southern battlefield ended the battle first. The surrender will not kill. CP0 organization members will not be amnesty for killing. The battle situation fell to one side, the remaining army began to lay down their weapons, and the remaining CP0 members were wiped out in the siege. The human coalition won the battle. Okoku took Dragon Slash and came to John, looking at his long-dead brother. His heart was distraught. In the Battle of the Valley of Gods, John could have left according to his original fate, but chose to live and die with them. In the fight with all his strength, they all survived. But war is cruel and ruthless, especially in an extraordinary large-scale war, where anyone can die, and John happens to be the one who died in the war. On the ground, John still had a bad smile on his sloppy face, holding two guns with his hands to death. Okoku walked to the corpse not far away, pulled the western sword out of the body of an army admiral, put it next to John, and slammed a man wearing a strange costume on his head. There is a hole in CP0. He is not incapable of being angry, he is not as gentle as Kunzi. He is a pirate. How could he not be angry when his brother died in front of him? Exclamation mark. Brother, you tried your best, but I can't take you to live together. Under the helping hand used by the king of the Stone Kingdom to use his life, John changed his limit to 2, and lost the lives of 2 top powerhouses. The unexpected marksmanship penetrated the head of the strongest shield in the blink of an eye, and did not make the mistake of the Valley of the Gods again, so that this CP0 never had the opportunity to attack Okoku from start to finish, let alone tremble in the wrong position, and it was killed by one blow. This also created a favorable opportunity for Okoku to kill the field marshal solo. World, you take the opportunity to go to the world. That place needs you. Okoku, what about you? World was seriously injured, but survived the battle and killed a marine admiral. Hearing such words, the great pirate who has not suffered the true betrayal in the original book and still has a strong sense of righteousness is obviously unwilling to abandon Okoku and leave the Holy Land Marie Joyce alone. In the Valley of Gods, World feels true companionship. In the days of the flying pirates, World seemed to be involved. Although Shiki was really owed sometimes, he really felt that those days were very good. If there is no reasonable reason, then I will help others. World was dragging his wounded body and preparing to go to the other 3 battlefields. Your brother is still waiting for you. The whole world needs you. Okoku pointed to the battlefield. We have already gained the upper hand on this battlefield. You leave here to recover and go to the whole world. I know the strength of the army very well. A large part of their power is not present. They must have gone to the 4 seas. You should understand how tense the situation in the 4 seas is. World, if you don't want to go, I won't persecute you. I'll go. World nodded sadly. We are brothers. My life can be given to the brothers, so Okoku, the 4 seas have been handed over to me. The 2 main combat forces on the western battlefield will soon be able to get away. The whole army commander, Endra, known as the Madman, is about to die under the joint hands of Shiki and Newgate. World knows that it doesn't make much sense for him to stay on the battlefield, so he might as well promise his brothers to withdraw from the battlefield and go to the world. A viable help to stay in the future, Okoku let go of his worries about the battlefield of the 4 seas. He stared at Yim, who was sitting on the hollow throne above, and clenched the Campion sword tightly. Campion, do you say this is destiny? I will take you to the blood of the gods again. He looked at John, who was already dead next to him, and stretched out his hand. Go to sleep, brother, have a good dream. John's eyes were closed forever. His dream had already been found, and there were no regrets in his life. John has always possessed the greatest wealth and treasure in the world. The damn person, let everything be cut off now. Okoku is beheading the field marshal and comprehending the sword domain where 10,000 swords are unified, breaking through the king level. He lost his sword, but he possessed the unique swordsmanship in the world, and the 7 strongest pirates in the sea needed one more. Patrick, Newgate, Shiki, Shiraha, Yangliu Oki, Rox, Roger, Okoku. A total of 8 people. They represent the strongest combat power among the pirates. Do you want to kill me, God too? Are you sure you can do it as a human? I'm sat on the hollow throne, condescendingly looking at a sharp-edged sword that was getting closer and closer, and became interested. This war has reached this point before it starts to be a bit interesting. It's boring just watching the fight of human beings. During Yayoi Rosa's years, she watched it countless times. Finally someone came to taunt her authority. Show your trump card, elite. Okoku came under the hollow empty throne and looked up. If you are truly detached from everything, you won't hide your head and show your tail. As a god, you have not recovered yet. Now you are the best time to kill you. Im indifferently said, under the premise of not using elite, some of you were able to take me down before. But unfortunately it is too late. I have recovered a bit of strength. Even if you do not use elite, I can still dominate your destiny. Yim has 3 bug abilities, enough to make her have no natural enemies in this sea. The first type of bug is destiny. As one of the highest gods who almost fell, she possesses part of the powers of the goddess of destiny. Everyone who has been in this sea through Yayoi Rozu years cannot escape the fate she set at birth. Even if she has not recovered her vitality, she can still easily control their fate in the face of all human beings. The second kind of bug is elite, the strongest among the 3 weapons. Before Yayoi Rozu, the lunar man could not fully exert the power of elite, but Yim could easily exert the power of elite. The third kind of bug is that she, as the supreme god, is supreme in nature. There is no human in this sea that can obliterate her origin. Above this sea, she is invincible. A dazzling sword light lit up in Yim's eyes. Just as she was about to wipe out the sword light, she found that this sword light was not in her destiny. When she reacted, this sword light had already cut off the mask of the god on the throne, and passed across the beautiful face, leaving a bloody sword mark. From his appearance in front of audiences all over the world, Yim showed a surprised and unbelievable look for the first time. She bleeds. It turns out that God can bleed too. Okoku's faint words made Yim feel a great shame, and she seemed to be back in the days when she was imprisoned by humans. At this moment, audiences all over the world are boiling. Most people cheer for Okoku's sword, and a small number of people have Stockholm Syndrome or get excited about the beautiful I'm. Why isn't your destiny in my master? You are a goddamn talent, why can you live now? Yam's eyes were filled with anger and confusion. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked at Shiraha who was lying on the ground, unable to move, her eyes thoughtful. All these changes come from him. My choice is really not wrong. People who are not affected by fate have unlimited possibilities. This also means that they can surpass everything. If I can get him, can I go further? I'm a little excited in his heart. You have good swordsmanship. Kneel down. I will forgive you everything and give you eternal life. Only the straight-waist and the sword responded to I'm. Yayoi Rozu. What the ancestors did not accomplish before Yayoi Rozu, we will accomplish. This planet is not your farm, but your grave. The freedom and equality of various families is a joke. You human beings are born sins and reptiles. We are not yet in the turn of God to determine the value. Okoku swung another sword under the pressure. This sword returned to the basics. The avenue to the simplicity, as if it were an ordinary sword, directed at Yim. Not bad. But you can't hurt me. Yim activated the ability of elite. So far this piece of heaven and earth has been mastered by him. I saw that the god on the throne stretched out his slender fingers and easily crushed the sword light in front of him, which was so powerful that humans had a fear from the heart. Bang, bang, bang. Okoku stepped back hundreds of steps before barely strengthening the counter shock. If it hadn't been for that Okoku had escaped from the fate of her master, it would have been impossible for him to be injured. End of this chapter. 286 Yang Liu Kiki Shiraha. The world is invincible. Chapter 286 Yang Liu Kiki Shiraha. The world is invincible. My lord, I still want to know how you found here. Our newspaper is not said to be the largest in the world, but it is also one of the best. It is quite concealed. Information about specific locations cannot be leaked. Moreover, our newspapers will move at any time for safety reasons. Morgans is really curious about this. This is related to the future of the newspaper. As the president, it must be responsible for the newspaper. Otherwise, if a powerful force targets them, the newspaper will suffer a devastating blow. The people in the CP agencies of the world government have mixed into your newspaper as employees. It's normal for me to find your newspaper. Shiraha looked at Morgans, who was anxious and didn't dare to ask, smiled and explained, I just gave it a try. I didn't expect to be taken to your newspaper. I was brought here by a news bird, probably the same kind as you, but I can't speak, and am not as big as you. Morgans widened his small eyes to the greatest extent, and he did not expect that the traitor appeared from the inside. Impossible. Newsbird will never betray the newspaper. Something must be wrong. I was indeed brought here by a news bird, but I said that I wanted to discuss business with your newspaper and do a big business, and it brought me back. I didn't expect the newspaper president to be a human being. In the Garasai 5 Elders meeting room, Vegapunk asked us to catch a little pirate named Crocodile, and said he was going to draw the bleeding sword. Shiraha, what do you think? Garasai with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard and a scar on his left face, one of the 5 elders, asked. The failure of Marine in the Valley of the Gods last time, we have already spent a lot of money to cover it up. This time we must succeed. Garasai 5 elders, wearing a red suit, a golden beard and a scar on his chest, agreed. Recently, various large pirate groups have emerged in the sea. The Whitebeard pirates, the Flying pirates, the Roger pirates, and the recently popular South Blue pirates, World, and the Red Earl Patrick. Everything is coming out. We always have to deal with it, said Garasai 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard. It's not the last time in the Valley of the Gods. The trash in the Marine headquarters didn't even play a role. Not only did the people in the Rocks Pirates group not kill, even Rocks himself did not kill. This name kept. The grumpy old man snarled. Now the situation in the sea is even more chaotic. Master Yim is already very dissatisfied, and it is time to rectify it. Those pirate groups are not small in power, and we have to pay a lot of price if we want to win any of them. The last time the Valley of Gods battle, we have paid a lot of price. None of Tenri Ubito who lived in the Valley of the Gods survived, and we are under great pressure. Vegapunk's opinion can still be considered. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, the Blood Sword Shiraha is very important. We can use him for the operation. The long-bearded Garasai 5 elders said. He has a silver gun by his side. There are only 3 of them. Taking down these 2 big pirates will be even more powerful for us to maintain the prestige of the world government. How can you be sure that Shiraha, the Blood Sword, will break into the trap we designed for the little pirate? The last Garasai 5 elders, wearing a white uniform and wearing eyes, asked a key question. We can send a notice to the whole world after catching Rockdal, and execute the pirate in public. Even if he doesn't come, it will still work. Then do it this way. It depends on when you can catch the little pirate named Rockdal. At the end of the Garasai 5 elders meeting, it was decided to dispatch CP0 to capture Crocodile, who was making a little storm outside, and formulated a policy against Shiraha. Vegapunk's opinion was adopted, and Garasai 5 elders sent more forces to capture Shira's crew member Crocodile. And in Vegapunk's laboratory, there is a big tattoo guy named Cutie, waiting for Shiraha, full of resentment, just waiting for when the world government can get rid of that one and let that bastard feel the same pain as him. Father, The kid named Rock Dahl has caused a lot of trouble recently and killed a marine branch. It seems to have attracted the attention of the world government recently. Nothing will happen to him, right? Beaster, with two swords, looked at his father and asked, "Father, doesn't Uncle you care about the people he takes? He doesn't look like that kind of person." Ohara said with a wink and looked at Whitebeard beside him. Kihahaha, don't worry, that kid Shiraha is smarter than anyone else, and the crew he selected must also suit his appetite. The brash kid named Rock Dahl is indeed very courageous. Whitebeard drank, and flipped through the newspaper several times without seeing news about Shiraha, and even the bastard Shiki had very little news. What happened to that bastard Shiki and Shiraha lately? All of them shrank. Whitebeard said suspiciously, now the Roger pirates are more active in the sea. They have become the most active in the sea. A strong pirate group. Father, there is a problem with what you said. The strongest pirate group in the sea may not be the Roger pirate group. Our pirate group is no worse than Roger pirate group. The Ice Witch stood by. He twisted his waist and said with a smile, "Cool-la-la-la, your father. I am Whitebeard. When we meet Roger pirates, we will fight him." Oh, as expected of my father. We are the strongest pirate group in the sea. Let's take a look at that kid's place first. It's Shira's crew after all. Whitebeard frowned. Forget it. Go to Wonokuni first. I believe that the person Shiraha fancy is not that bad. What happened to Shiraha recently? Even the crew is ignored. And it has been a long time since he and Silver Gun have appeared in the sea. Father, the pirate chief admiral you mentioned is recruiting troops and has formed a large fleet. I am afraid that even our pirate group and Roger pirate group are not his opponents. What? That bastard Shiki is going to take the path of the Rocks pirates. That way is not going. The pirates without trust can't go far in this sea. Whitebeard is a little worried about the way Shiki will go. The relationship between the former Rocks pirates is pretty good, and they plan to have contact in the future. Although Whitebeard is not interested in overthrowing the world government, if Shiraha wants to do it, he will also support it. Shiki that bastard and Shiraha are noisy as soon as they meet, but the relationship is actually very good. Shiraha said to overthrow the world government. Shiki was the first to agree. In the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki, as a pirate, at least he has to do that. The bastard Shiki said he wanted to surprise the boy Shiraha. I don't know how many people he has recruited. This bastard won't really start a war, right? Whitebeard said with a headache. It was not long before the Valley of the Gods war ended. If that bastard Shika's brain breaks down and gets involved with the world government during this time period, wouldn't he bring his pirate group? Or should you bring your own pirate group? Father, Uncle, she is not like such a brainless person. Marco thought for a while and said, Shiki that bastard has a lot of time when he has no brains. Kihahaha, leave him alone. He'll talk about future things later, and decide after hearing the news. Little ones, let's have a banquet. The Whitebeard Pirates group started the Shinichi round banquet again. Sister, can you ignore the wanted notice? Father said that the party is going to be held. Marco called out without waking up. You stinky boy, do you owe you a beating? Do you still need to report to you this boy for what you see? The Ice Witch put away Shira's wanted order, snorted coldly, ignored Marco and joined the banquet. Ha ha ha, Marco is flat again. Marco looked at these guys who were laughing forward and backward, and the impulse to hit someone in his heart became stronger and stronger. Retsu. Obviously he was the first to join. Why is he so lacking in status? Shiraha is right. Women are really unreasonable existence. He hates women. Float Sky Island. Dozens of islands are suspended in the air, and the main island is hosting a grand banquet, where demons dance around. The closer to the center, the more famous it is on the sea. The three people sitting in Monaco Yang. The man in the middle exudes a lion-like aura, swallowing mountains and rivers, holding rum and two swords hanging from his waist. Jai ha 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 world. John, where did you say that Shiraha kid hides? I can't find him no matter how I look for him. I'm going to defeat Roger first, and then declare war on the world government. Leave him. Golden Lion Chicky summoned the large fleet faster than the original, and has reached the peak of power. I haven't heard about him recently. The last time he had a fight with Marine Admiral Zephyr. John said about Shiraha, then looked at Golden Lion and asked, Chicky, a cuckus injury? Your man, does anyone have a way? A cuckus injury is a bit too serious. I think he is great if I can live. If I want to heal it. The only way I can think of is to look at the boy Shiraha. Golden Lion Chicky paused when he heard a cuckus affairs for a few seconds. Then he said, Narkin can't heal a cuckus injury either. World said muffledly while drinking. He agreed to become a member of the Rocks Pirates. But when the Rocks Pirates temporarily disintegrated, he joined the wrong pirates. Compared to the atmosphere of the Golden Lion Chicky flying pirates, he liked the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates more. But what Golden Lion Chicky wanted to do was more in line with his appetite, which led him to choose the flying pirates in the end. Tweet. What's your name? Can't I stop making noise before I wake up? Shiraha was awakened by the pterodactyl and said with a belly full of fire. He got up very angry. Puffed and Ayushi looked at Shiraha with this look and laughed. Are you still laughing? Shiraha looked at the woman leaning on him and said, I think you have forgotten the fear of being dominated by me. If you can laugh, it means your body is healed, right? It's not okay. Let me relax for 2 more days. Tenshi subconsciously tightened his legs and said in fear, I will let you go this time. Shiraha turned his head and looked around and realized that it was not too far from the sea. This pterodactyl flew very low. It seemed that the long-distance flight made it feel tired. It's a bit bad this time. The small plane seems a bit tired. If it can't reach Wonokuni, it may not be able to hold it. What should we do then? Or let's not go to Wonokuni, just find an island nearby to rest for a while. Tanayushi said nervously. I am not very proficient in sailing. I don't know where this is the specific place on the sea. Shiraha said embarrassedly. Maybe the two of us are a little overweight. Why? I'm not heavy. I'm not very heavy either. Tenshi thought of his weight exceeding 3 digits. And said without confidence. The pterosaur flew very low with 2 people, and they encountered a big problem on the way to Wonokuni. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates, which were sailing towards Wonokuni, were not far away. Father, when do you think we can meet him? The Ice Witch asked, pointing to the wanted order. Kihahaha, you want to meet Shiraha, but that boy already has Yang Liu Oki's sister. Whitebeard shook his head and said, I don't know when I can meet that boy again. The sea is very beautiful. The big one. Maybe it will be possible for a long time. The boat railing. Vista, I will definitely beat you this time. Marco pulled the fishing rod and shouted, I can feel this is a very big fish. When I pull it up, you will know who will win. Don't brag, Marco. Who doesn't know that you are the luckiest boat on this boat? You have never beaten Beast2 and the others than fishing. The Ice Witch came over and said with a mockery, don't underestimate me. I will definitely win this time. Marco roared and pulled the fishing rod up. Kong on the northern battlefield was completely crazy. Facing the 2 Marine Admiral in front of him, he did not release a little bit of water, but sacrificed his life and went all out to hold the determination to kill them. The 2 sides are in a deadly battle. Sengoku's death has brought all the conscientious Marines no longer confused. At this moment, the world government with Yayoi Rosasier and assets is suppressed. Even if there is a large number of CP organizations on the field to help, the 2 sides have reached a state of relative balance, and the existence of this state can be broken, and Yim definitely counts. But the real master of the world government did not take action. Im was just sitting on the hollow empty throne and quietly listening to the humans fighting in all directions, as if the world government and the dog under her had nothing to do with her. End of this chapter. Chapter 287 of the main body of the body to fight in groups. Let's go together. Chapter 287 Fighting in a group requires a group fight. Let's go together. There was a bit of surprise in Im's words. Even if the 4 seraphs are of low purity, they are creatures with divine nature, and they should be natural to suppress mortals. The world's top combat power should all be in the Holy Land Marie Joys, not to mention that it was not an angel, but a total of 4. Yim became curious about the humans who killed them. As for the 4 serifs, they died as soon as they died, which just saved her from having to deal with them. Elite was dragged. Can you still use the power just now? 1, 2, 3. A cuckoo cut out countless sword lights almost instantly, and the sky full of sword light turned into a sword light before it fell on Yim. Facing this sword, Yim finally moved. She hasn't regained her vitality yet. Even if she barely improves her strength, she only has the top king level combat power. After all, the injury that year dragged her down. After Elite was dragged down, she could use very little power. It seemed that Elite's position was still discovered. Saw the soaring water Jinchuriki and also saw the appearance of Elite. She didn't stop it because she was worried that the Elephant Master and the Sea King would disrupt the battlefield when they came here, and even she would be involved. If something goes wrong, all humans present except Shiraha will die, and she will fall into a coma. By then, Shiraha must wake up before her, and Yim doesn't want to feel the feeling of being unable to control her own destiny again. Bang! The hollow empty throne was cut off. And the god who was aloof, who didn't catch a glance of humanity from beginning to end, back down. The army who saw this scene were a little lost. Many of them recognized Koku as the best army rookie of the year. People who saw this scene thought of one thing in their hearts. It turns out that not only will the gods bleed, but they will also give way because of the swords of mortals. The commander-in-chief Ian Defense Yamada in the western battlefield was killed by Shiki and Newgate at a small price. The two quickly rushed to the eastern battlefield, wanting to help Handroxan they solve the remaining 3 Gurusai 5 elders, then go to siege Im together. Kong, who was at the peak of the battlefield in the north, first hammered the badly wounded general and then joined with Kizan with serious injuries, killing another general on the spot. But Akainu is dying. All of this was caused by CP0, and the unnamed strongest shield met Garp. The two are fighting fiercely, and the Mad Dog has the upper hand. Kuzan, justice will prevail. I really like who I am now. Akainu died in this war. He is not the late Marine Admiral who regards the lives of civilians and colleagues like ants. He is the Akainu of this world. Kong patted Kuzan on the shoulder and said, there will always be casualties in war, and the road has to go on. Marshal, I understand. I still want to be Marine again with Akainu. You have always been Marine. Kong breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged. You are the seed of Marine in the new era. You can't die here. Go. The sea is your destination. Marshal, what about you? Kuzan asked nervously. Mother-in-law, so much nonsense. Have you forgotten your identity? Marine. Then don't hurry up and get out of here. Kuzan endured the sadness of Retsu's strong heart and took away Akainus' body and left the holy place Marie Joys. He is going to Helping Hand Crane Chief of Staff, to Helping Hand humans to win this battle. Kong watched Kuzan go away, and then thought that Zephyr and Poru Salina might have survived in the 4 seas. The current Marine Marshal smiled with satisfaction. Marine will not die, he left the seeds. This ending battle is destined to be the last battle of the world government. Unknowingly I am so old. Let me go to Helping Hand Koku and the pirate. To delay time, Kong grinned. He is very satisfied with the performance of Marines, especially Sengoku. No matter today, I will use my life to defend true justice. Marine justice is for civilians. Let me correct everything. The young and powerful Kong joined Garp's battle, and the two joined forces to quickly kill the broken-armed CP0. It's this CP0 who caught Crocodile. I'm also paying back the favor of the pirates. Zephyr really thanks to their care. Kong made another kick to the dead broken-arm CP0. It's a pity that the pirate still couldn't be rescued. The world government still manipulated them after all. Garp's face was heavy. His eyes returned to clarity, and he seemed to have recovered from a mad dog state. Sengoku's death hit him hard. This mad dog of D's family has thoroughly understood the dark side of the world government. Facing the situation where God wants to destroy the world and restore vitality, there are still human beings on the side of God. Do they really think God cares about them? Garp sees it thoroughly. God may care about humans with real potential, such as a Koku among the pirates, Rocks and others, and him and Marshal Sora in Marine. Garp, are you afraid of death? Kong asked with a laugh. Marshal Kong, do you look down on me? Garp wiped a handful of blood from his face, entered the Mad Dog combat mode, rushed to the red soil continent in the middle, and slew him like a cannonball. Ha ha ha. Kong laughed as his armament opened his arms, and his powerful muscles were about to explode. 6 types of ultimate meaning and life are released. The bones on Kong's body clicked in pain. This trick is extremely burdensome, and it is at the cost of life in exchange for a short period of powerful combat effectiveness. Garp and Kong fought side by side, buying time for Shiraha to wake up, and also for everyone on the other battlefields to solve their opponents and besiege him together. After the victory on the northern battlefield, Kuzan retreated with Akaina's corpse, retaining the last seed of Marine. Victory on the western battlefield, Shiki and Newgate are helping out on the eastern battlefield. Victory on the southern battlefield, World withdraws from the battlefield. Akoku is slaughtering the gods. The situation on the eastern battlefield is very good, and the remaining 3 old dogs are not far away from their death. It is believed that in the near future, the humans on the 4 sides of the battlefield will be victorious, and they will besiege him together to complete the feat of slaughtering the gods. Audiences all over the world are looking forward to the victory of the war. The hollow empty throne was gone, and Elite's power was greatly weakened. At this time, M was better than just coming out of imprison, facing the threat of a Koku Campion sword, embarrassed. Obviously possessing the highest level of strength in the sea, the fighting consciousness is so unbearable. Is this also a god? Rocks fisted the curly Garasai 5 elders and laughed. Ahaha, it seems like a god. It's rare for mortals like us to fight with the flesh. Under Shike's helping hand, Patrick took away an arm of the golden retriever Garasai 5 elders with a powerful slash, and another jump kick kicked the Garasai 5 elders to Shike's side. The 2 mixed doubles. These are the 2 top swordsmen in the sea. What is King Berry's peak ability? Haki Peak, Conqueror Constrict, Top Swordsmanship, and 1 or 2 unique abilities born with others. The Red Earl Patrick is born with knowledge. Shiki is the unyielding who succeeded in breaking fate. Ha ha ha, it seems Tuji God did not imagine that difficulty, such as the uncle to solve this old dog that went to kill God. Shiki mad laughs, that bastard halfway to die, and so this after the uncle cut off Im's head, he will tell you a big secret about that little bastard. Big secret? It seems that I have been away for too long. Patrick has always maintained nobility and elegance in the battle. Compared with Yim, who is not good at fighting and hand-to-hand combat, Earl Red is much stronger at this point. Patrick, is really a pity, if you had told me to go together, but also to experience Sky Island. Shiki, who intended to kill the very rich, grinning. Let's get rid of the immediate lackeys. Go kill so-called God. John can't die here in vain. A hint of warmth flashed in Patrick's eyes when he heard Shika's words. There is nothing wrong with his choice. It really feels good to have a group of trusted partners. On the other side, Roger and Newgate were about to kill the last Garasai 5 elders. The battle for the Holy Land Marie Joys should also come to an end. The arrogant god and the Garasai 5 elders who didn't expect everything. The situation in the sacred place Marie Joys completely exceeded the curly Garasai 5 elders' expectations. Cough cough cough, I shouldn't spread my combat power into the world. Curly Garasai 5 elders coughed while being pinched by Rock's neck. Your biggest mistake is to believe in what you call God. Rocks broke the neck of the curly-haired Garasai 5 elders without hesitation. I have been looking at that god until I die. I really don't understand it. Your god seems to have never even been seen by you. The other 2 Garasai 5 elders all died. Rocks, Roger, Patrick, Newgate, Shiki, 5 strong pirates successfully ended the battle. The final battle is coming. Yim was very embarrassed under the siege of Ikoku, Kong and Garp. But Ikoku, who has always been IQ online, has noticed that something is wrong, as if something bad is about to happen. Quick battle, quickly take her down. Ikoku's eyes were solemn, and he reminded loudly, this is a god, it's hard to kill, take her down first. You have great potential, but unfortunately you chose the wrong one. Yim said lightly. Not only Ikoku, Kong and Garp, who are in a mad dog state, also have a bad feeling in their hearts. Boom boom boom. There was a huge roar from heaven and earth. A huge shadow appeared in the sea, as if something was about to rush out of the sea. The sea surface was broken open, and a tree that covered the sky and exuded its vigorous vitality grew out, supporting the land under Im's feet. Another hole card. This is the legendary devilberry tree? Kong asked in surprise. This is not a devilberry tree. This is the name you gave to me. My body is the world tree. The master is creating and destroying. Im's words shocked Kong. The name devilberry tree is more suitable for you. Ikoku kept swinging his sword, turning thousands of swords into a single sword, and slammed Yim mercilessly. This time, countless branches stopped the sword light. Not only that, these branches surrounded Ikoku's sharp barbs and pierced hard, and the scene of flying flesh and blood was about to appear. Seeing this scene, Patrick was a little worried, and turned into a bat shape and flew past. It's a pity that you died, Ikoku. I really want to accept you as a subordinate. Behind Yim appeared 6 pairs of wings exuding holy rays. Noble, facing the many strong, calmly said, you go together. At this time, a bright light shot out from the dense branches, and then more and more light appeared. Flying swordsmanship middle. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The endless sword light swallowed everything. The powerful sword intent cut the branches directly, and Ikoku, covered in blood, rushed out holding the campion sword. He is still alive. Rox and others showed surprised glances. This sword is a bit familiar. Yima's eyes gradually became crazy and extreme, and that sword was the one that was artificially made to cut her body back then. Asshole. The sword is still there. Exclamation mark. She must kill all the humans who know. Exclamation mark. Human beings are low, sordid, dirty creatures! Exclamation mark. When Yim recognized the sword, it was already difficult to control the emotions in her heart. Ohara has been tainted with too much humanity over the years. Since the dusk of the gods, she has ceased to be one of the supreme gods. It was the fallen god who fell into the dust, devil who was distorted at the center of human eyes. In fact, in Im's eyes, the same is true for humans. She saw creatures with more sinful hearts than the supreme demon god, and she was born with sin. You all have to die. Yim's body exerted its earth-shaking power, and the 4-sided battlefield composed of the red earth continent was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Countless branches attacked Ikoku again. What are you waiting for? Fuck her together. Shiki let out a roar. Let everyone in the audience understand. Everyone sent their most powerful blow. Smash it. God. Newgate held the Naginata tightly, activated his ability to shake berry, and covered it with a layer of powerful conqueror's haki. Die. Rox was shrouded in darkness, armament and conqueror blended together perfectly, punched out, and the overwhelming darkness swallowed everything. Lion White Shikiya, with powerful sword energy across the world, Shiki burst out to be stronger than ever. Strike the blood. God is angry. Iron Fist. A bunch of gorgeous and dazzling big moves bombed, and the world-destroying scene was born. Iam's body disappeared for more than half, and he let out a painful wailing. Ohara years, she once again felt the pain that year. As one of the supreme gods, the body is even the world tree, born above all living beings. Im has been injured very few times. This also made her more unable to bide pain than a mortal. Don't take it lightly, her body is still under constant restoration. End of this chapter. 288 A Sword Beyond Time. Tushan. Chapter 288, A Sword Beyond Time. Tushan. Patrick reminded everyone. his natural experience and color felt that Yim's body was not truly destroyed. In the battlefield, Patrick propped up the elegant sword umbrella and continuously attacked the devilberry tree. The others gritted their teeth, and it was the last step. 1. Everything will change, and the pattern on the sea will undergo a tremendous change. By then no one can stop the arrival of the new era. Shiki, Newgate, you two are the least injured. Go and rescue Akoku. We will cover you. Rox yelled frantically. Rox, Patrick, Roger, Garp, and Kong were constantly attacking, destroying Yim's body, and opening up a path to Akoku for the two. Shiki and Newgate roared and rushed in without hesitation, and they both held their weapons and hacked all the way in. The seven rushed across the huge body of the World Tree, with the purpose of finding the specific location where Akoku and Yim met. I give you one last chance. The 8 of you surrender to me, and I will take you and Shiraha to become true gods. Roll. God your sister. Fuck your uncle. Newgate, Rox, and Shiki scolded on the spot, and you could confirm that they were with Shiraha. You pirates do have backbone, but our marine is not bad either. Kong laughed. In this case, the identities of the pirate and marine are no longer important. The two sides have reached a united front, and the only purpose is to kill the god. Akoku, they all rejected me. Are you going to reject me again? Under the protection of 6 pairs of wings, Yim's defense is unparalleled, and he can easily withstand attacks in the face of powerful flying swordsmanship. Soon she got out of the fight, and said, I am still not suitable for this kind of vulgar fight. This is the last chance I gave you, Akoku. Shiraha, he accepted my advice. In the blink of an eye, the light was brilliant, and the terrifying suffocating killing intent erupted from Akoku's body. The Campion sword even cut everything, and the gods blocked the gods. The powerful sword energy directly swept away the surrounding branches and trunks. I'm let out a few wailing noises. Roll. That sentence angered Akoku. He knew what Shiraha was like. I gave you a chance. I'm said indifferently. For so many years, it's almost time to harvest. The sword realm is the realm of demigods, and it is also the limit at which the pirate world can grow. There are not a few who kill gods with demigods. There are a few people present who are qualified to kill gods as demigods. But it is a pity that she is one of the highest gods. The bodies of the countless devilberry abilities on the sea have undergone inexplicable changes, as if something is about to rush out of their bodies. Is my strength weakened to this degree? I'm recalled the reasons for her end, and felt even more resentful at the dusk of the gods. If she had a chance, she would definitely kill her back. Bloodbath countless galaxies, Encore's greater death of the gods. It is not possible to extract all devilberries Yim at once, and to take the second place. First take back all the abilities of the devilberry capable people present. Anyway, she still has a lot of back players. The berry ability that had not dissipated in the body of the capable person who died in the war turned into a pure source and returned to Yim's body, repairing the vitality in the body. Really damn it, if it wasn't for my body injury, how could it be parasitic on this slut? Let me grant you death now. Who had returned to part of the original law, barely recovered a bit of energy. But the injury back then could not have been so easy. Shiraha will be her only hope. The devilberry tree itself has taken off, and constrict on the branch has a variety of laws and original powers, and every attack has great power. At the 15th minute, Akoku broke an arm. At the 20th minute, the Campion sword became dim. At the 27th minute, Akoku was bruised all over his body, almost dying. Your arm is broken again. Don't you think about it for yourself? I'm looked at this human male who couldn't get close to him with a playful smile. You should understand the gap between man and God now. Being loyal to me will be your only chance to survive. A man is born to stand upright. Akoku will never live on my knees. Was silent for a few seconds before taunting. Humans sometimes pretend to be righteous and awe-inspiring. It's really funny enough. No one will hear what you say and show your inner truth. You don't need to continue to pretend. Im's voice is full of captivate power. God's guess is really ridiculous. At this moment, Akoku Kendo pointed directly at the original mind, and remembered the words Shiraha said: establish the heart for the heaven and the earth, establish the life for the living and the people, for the sacred learning, and the peace for all generations. The original mysterious words suddenly became clear at this moment. Surrounded by sword aura, his sword intent is vertical and horizontal. In this world, his sword aura is everywhere. Once you have an epiphany, you can skyrocket. Many things flashed through Akuka's mind, but in the end it turned into a sigh. The pinnacle blow of Kendo in this life, the last blow of his life, with the blessing of the Campion sword. The power of this sword is unmatched and unimaginable. I'm showed a surprised look. Can a mortal step into the realm of gods by himself? This human being has the qualifications to aspire to the throne of the sword god, but unfortunately since her birth, she has never seen the sword god aspiring to the supreme god. Even so, the sword god is also the most terrifying god under the highest god, and ordinary gods dare not provoke him at all. Akoku can use Campion's sword to destroy all obstacles in front of him. Only for the god of slaughter, the Yima who has not recovered his vitality, let alone exerts a high level of supernatural power, even his divine body is greatly compromised. Can't be easily obliterated by people, but can be hurt again and again. Before Yayoi Orozu, Yim experienced the feeling that she couldn't survive and couldn't ask for death. The key point was that she really wanted to die, but she just couldn't die. Do not. Yim once again tried to avoid the sword in embarrassment. The body of the world tree was also madly blocking this sword, and for some reason, the supreme god Yima just refused to give up this clone and return to his own body. Damn it. Give me defense. Puff. An arm was thrown high, and the blood of the gods was spilled on the spot. Akoku trembled with his hands and looked regretful. Is it so difficult to kill even a clone? At least before I die, I still want to do something. Desperate god, it's ridiculous. It's just a sword. When Yim's arm was cut off, he took the opportunity to snatch the Campion sword from Akuka's hand and threw it into the core of the world tree, taunting, without this sword, what else can you do? Let God be in awe. You deserve it too. Akoku walked towards him firmly step by step, using bone as a sword, surpassing the peak of the moment. Face this sword. I'm is going crazy. Isn't he afraid of pain at all for the human in front of him? At the cost of his life, he did not hesitate to use this sword. This is a sword that can only be used once in a lifetime. This is a sword that burns lives, and everything in the world can be cut. This is a sword that can kill the gods. The king was angry. His swords were won, and he killed Yim at the cost of his life. Brother Shiraha, Brother Shiki, Brother John, how about my sword? This is Akuka's sincere words when his will is blurred and his life is about to die. Damn it, Elite, bring me the power. When I was in danger, he forcibly extracted the power of Elite in battle. The ontology restrained the other 7 human powers. Im was annoyed in his heart. If you can give her a little time, Devilberry can be completely taken back. The sacred place Marie Joyce no longer exists from today, and the Red Earth continent is almost destroyed without Titan family. The dawn fell towards the sea. Morgans desperately activated the latest models of machinery and equipment. This live broadcast cannot be stopped. He wants everyone to see how the heroes win. He wants the future of mankind to remember this war forever and pass their stories down from generation to generation. These people are human heroes. Morgans, don't worry about the machinery, and hurry up with me. The sea is the world of Murlocs. Tom, take Rockdal away. Tom was stunned, and then yelled at him, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. As a journalist, I can't stop my work before I die. Morgan's eyes were gleaming, full of dreams. Their stories will be recorded in history, and their legends will be eulogized by future generations. They will become role models for mankind and remind future mankind not to go astray. I want to record Lord Shirahan their heroism at the end, so that history will remember them. Whether they win or lose, they are the great heroes of mankind. Tom gave up. He will not stop a man who pursues his dreams from pursuing his own dream. I will take Rockdal back to Sky Island. I will definitely do it. Morgans, you are an amazing guy. Thump. Tom hugged Rockdal and jumped into the sea neatly. Seeing the friends falling into the sea, Morgans lying on the bow of the Dawn showed a smile. Master Shiraha, thank you for seeing me at the first glance. My life has really changed. At this last moment, let me accompany the Dawn. The world's best big news was happening not far away, and Shiraha promised that several of Morgan's big news came true. In the depths of the sea, it was blood red. The Sea King was completely downwind, facing the strongest elite among the three major weapons. Even in the sea, he was not an opponent. When the Sea King was fighting to the death and preparing to save his life, Elite's performance was a bit wrong. Great Mother of the Supreme God World, please don't draw my strength, the battle is not over yet. In the painful wailing, Elite's breath suddenly weakened. The Sea King saw the opportunity, and summoned a large group of Sea Kings and several huge giant Sea Kings to besiege Elite together. The sea is the cradle of Sea Kings. It couldn't do Elite in Elite's heyday, it couldn't do it, and it can't do it now. The Sea King knew very well that an incredible battle must have taken place in the Holy Land Mari Joys. Perhaps it was the battle of the slaughter of the gods. Otherwise the god would not forcibly extract the power of Elite. Suffering endless siege of Sea Kings, countless Sea Kings collided with flesh and blood, and Elite's devices were finally destroyed. More importantly, Elite is out of control. You are not worthy to be a god. Do you really think you can control human consciousness? You will be destroyed. Seeing that the Elite was not moving, the Sea King frantically attacked this famous weapon. After the Elite, one of the three major weapons, has changed its core. It is not only not weaker than Yaoyorozu years ago, but much stronger. If it hadn't been for Yimu to extract a lot of power, after a long time, the Aquaman would definitely lose to Elite. In the face of such a weak situation, Elite took the initiative to fall into a terrifying state of no distinction between ourselves and the enemy, suppressing the core consciousness. The fight continues. The two weapons kept facing the waves in the sea, and the powerful light waves stirred the entire sea, and the depths of the sea exuded dazzling light. The Sea King relies on controlling the sea to fight and defend, and relies on a strong bite force to fight with Elite. These two behemoths are simply monsters among monsters. This battle is not much different from the battle between Elite and Karen before Yaoyorozu. The Holy Land Mari Joys. Yimu, who has extracted the power of Elite, has the power of God to control the world. The end of the world is within easy reach. The most ruthless and most powerful thing in this world is time. The I'm, who can change the time of minimize, is the realm of the Supreme God. If it were in its heyday, this battle between man and God would not exist. Humans are always small in the face of time. Don't do useless things and turn them into dust. After getting the power of Elite to temporarily use the higher level law, Yim got up again, as if the wind had stopped and the rain had cleared a second Jinchurikiko. Under the power of time, Akoku seemed to stand still for a while. When Yim was relaxing, the madman who burned his sword with his life and used himself as his sword moved again. The speed of the sword was too fast and too fast, so fast that it surpassed time. It also seemed too slow and too slow, so slow that it became a static picture between one person and one mind. A moment is also eternal. Between this momentary and eternal interweaving, time has no meaning. At the last moment, Akoku recalled the past. Your name is Akoku, right? If you beat you, you will get on my boat. How about it? Crazy man, get away from me. Ahaha. My name is Shiraha. I dream of making a lot of money and retire. If I can live my life and marry a beautiful wife, no. It would be better to marry several beautiful wives. Shiraha, funny young man. I am Yang Liu Oki. He. Brother Akoku, welcome back. The countless shining stars in the sky represent planets. The real world is huge. Really? I really want to fight the kendo powerhouses on other planets. Our future is the sea of stars, and I want to go to the farthest star in the sky to witness our legend. I'll go with you. End of this chapter. 289 The Last Backbone of Mankind. Chapter 289 Mankind's Last Spine. The sword light flickered. The world changed, and the god was in fear. Why hasn't time killed this human? Clearly thousands of years have passed. The sword that bloomed with life was dazzling to the extreme and slashed towards Yim. Somewhere on Ikuka's finger shone in the sword light. He smiled and said, "Shiraha, it looks like I missed my appointment." A flaw appeared in Yim's world, and the only power left in the time domain displayed by the Supreme God who had not regained his vitality was running out. At this moment God is no longer a god, and man is no longer a man. This sword destroyed most of Im's body. 3 pairs of wings landed, and Tania's hair was flying in full swing. The holy light was still stained with blood-red filth. If the sword is gone, it can become a sword by itself. When people are gone, there is really nothing left. If I were in his heyday, ants like you are not worthy of being an enemy of me, let alone being close to me. Unfortunately, I still failed to kill you. Ikuka's sword finally surpassed time, surpassed himself. It was the last obsession that belonged to a swordsman. The obsession with kendo, and the peak of a sword exploded. A moment is eternity. His sword surpassed time, but failed to surpass time with a mortal body. At the first thought, Ikuka's eyes were full of vicissitudes, and he was old, with silver hair draped over his shoulders, like an old man whose life had come to an end. The bones all over his body were broken, and the only arm left was turned into ashes. "It's a pity," Ikoku said. "It's almost, your weakness is the left side." Im subconsciously touched to the left and replied, "Unfortunately you guessed wrong. This is not my weakness." "You are dying. I don't have to lie to you." Ikoku nodded, believing it. His eyes revealed a trace of regret. "This man named Jian was born. In the end, I was still a bit unwilling." "Before you die, you have regrets." The expression on Yim's face turned into Gjing again, calmly. She was asking the last words of a human being who had failed and dying. "I have too many regrets in my life. So many that I almost can't count them. I didn't have a real showdown with the thousands of swordsmen in the world, and failed to fight. My biggest regret is that I couldn't keep the appointment." After Ikoku finished speaking, he looked away. He heard the shouts of everyone behind him, and also heard the sound of Brother Ikoku. "Help is still there, and the rest is left to the living. You don't have to die. You can survive by surrendering to me." Living like that is not my Ikoku style. What do you think? Shiraha. "Brothers," Yomi walked slowly on the road. "I will come right away." Ikoku was broken into pieces and died. The Campion sword let out a mournful sound, but he obeyed the master's final thoughts and flew towards a figure that had awakened. Ikoku died in battle, and never retreated. With the passage of time, the body dissipated, revealing a skeleton, still standing. This human man made Yim look slightly, regretting the pirate in front of him. "If you promised me, you are a person who is qualified to live. But it is a pity that a human with the qualifications of a sword god just died like this. But you still have to kneel down for me after all." Yim once again activated Elite's ability, wanting to press the skeleton in front of him to kneel. What surprised him had happened again. Ikuka's skeleton broke loose and turned into dust. Im wanted to make the dead Ikoku kneel down, but did not expect the bones to turn into ashes and die with the wind. This human man would rather be broken to pieces than kneel to God. "You, how dare you?" Yim's beautiful face became extremely hideous. His eyes were full of anger, and his reason was almost burned out. A mere human dared to mock her God in the end! Imbued with human nature, Yim naturally understands how badly what he did just now. But even so, she still wanted to see the man kneeling in front of her, even if it was a corpse with only a skeleton. But he didn't expect that Ikoku would not even let her die. As a god rage, Yim couldn't suppress his emotions. "Ikoku. You are such a good human being, but it's a pity that the bones are not hard enough. I can only comfort himself with such words. God's self-esteem and pride would never allow her to admit her failure just now. Ohara's shame a year ago has inspired the self-esteem of this fallen god to the extreme. At this moment, a bone radiating golden light attracted her attention. There are bones in the ashes that haven't turned into dust. Slap again. Was completely angry, trying to destroy the only bones in front of him. To move the crew of Lao Tzu, first ask if Lao Tzu's fist is allowed. Rox was furious when Ikoku died, and the angry conqueror emerged with a powerful armament. Darkness enveloped everything and blocked time's path forward. You developed this very well, and it should be taken back. The big tree covering the sky and the sun trembled, countless branches and leaves were dancing, and a powerful attraction pulled Berry's power in Rock's body. Hey ha ha ha, it turns out that this berry fell from you. I don't want this kind of thing. But using your own berry to beat you down, it must be very cool. Rock's eyes crazily rushed past Shiki and Newgate, and punched the god. Ha ha ha. Gah, we Marine can't let the pirates steal the limelight. Kong, who burned his life, realized that he could not live long, and his only idea was to do as much harm as possible to Yim before he died. Mad Dog Garp and Marine Marshal Kong charged up. This is the final battle. Garp and Kong, the betrayers in Im's eyes, were quickly killed by using Elite's power to take time. Although Rox, who took the initiative to attack, maimed Yim's clone again, he also suffered extremely painful torture and barely survived under the helping hand of other people. Shiraha, who was not far away, woke up from his deep sleep and took the Campion sword. He knew that the arrogant man who taught himself flying sword skills was gone. Mongrel god. I will cut off your head as a chamber pot. Campion and Young Xiao, two of the best weapons in the pirate world, orbit around Shiraha, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Flying swordsmanship. Shiraha inherited another person's will and learned a combination of offense and defense. Kill. Accompanied by the endless sword aura and thousands of killing powers, Yim's body felt threatened, and there was a shaking sound. The mighty blood-red sword energy stream fell down. This world tree was half destroyed. The body was injured, and Yim gritted his teeth and said, "You humble humans can't kill me. As long as you can't kill me, you will never win hope. I only know that you will definitely die today." Shiraha came to the side of the crowd and saw the golden spine that Ikoku last left, which represented the unyielding sword bone and the pride of a man. Regrets are often greater than good in everything in the world, and men should move forward unswervingly toward their dreams. Ikoku's words echoed in Shiraha's mind. Shiraha thought in her heart, "Sorry, Brother Ikoku, I actually lied to all of you." Facing the few people who were still alive, Shiraha opened his mouth and said, "I can kill Yim, but the capable ones had better leave here first." Shiki asked, "What do you mean, kid?" "Captain Hanhan, tell him what happened just now." Shiraha knew how to kill Yim when he was asleep, and also knew some key plots. Now is the best opportunity. Watch the progress of the main storyline and that option on the screen. Shiraha knows that he must successfully complete the main mission to find that thing, something that he can't even say is in his mind, as if it has been sealed. "My ability is gone." Rox pointed to Yam's body and said, "That tree can capture Devil Berry in our ability person." Anyway, after knowing it clearly, Lao Tzu doesn't care about that ability anymore. "Captain Hanhan, it's not that you don't care about it, but this tree has become much stronger after recovering the Devil Berry from you." Shiraha commanded, "All the capable people will leave the battlefield and go to the Four Seas to end the war. He'll end it all." At this time, Patrick stopped everyone. "A huge creature named Elephant Lord is coming soon. It says that Shiraha needs some help to really kill the gods." Shiki resisted Im's attack and shouted, "Many brothers are dead, and neither of us is in a bad mood. Now is the critical moment of life and death. Since you need someone's help, let's go and save it. My life is with you." Rox knew that it was time to make a choice, and shouted, "I am your captain. Listen to me. I have no berry ability in my body. I am the best person to stay. You all get out of here. Roger turned his head and shouted, I am not a capable person either. You don't need to intervene in this matter, Roger. Go back to the world and find your companion. Shiraha looked at Roger, who was reluctant to leave, and said lightly, you don't want to abandon your crew, don't you go back and fight with them. Roger squeezed Ace, one of the 12 supreme sharp knives in his hand, and thought of what Shiraha looked like when Rockdal died. His crew are still fighting in all seas, and this is the only chance he can go back. If the battle started, Roger would not be able to see his crew alive. Perhaps he was also an incompetent captain. Well, ha ha ha, Shiraha, rocks, don't die. Roger broke through to the perimeter. Newgate, Shiki, Patrick, what are the three of you still doing here in a daze? Get out. You are capable people. Once you have abilities, you will make the god stronger. You didn't hear Shiraha. What do you say? Rox patted himself, believing, I will stay here, helping hand Shiraha, and then leave it to me and Shiraha. Lord Red Earl Patrick did not hesitate to activate Berry's ability to leave here out of reason and consideration of the current situation. Newgate saw this and left with him. Before leaving, Shiki glanced at Shiraha with complicated eyes, and his expression kept changing. At this time, Shiraha and Rox were left in this battlefield, as well as Yim, who was in rage. It was probably this supreme god who had come to menopause. Shiraha saw the dead bodies of Garp and Kong who had been taken away from him and guessed that this was Elite's ability. If Roger, Patrick, Newgate, and Shiki are going to the world, they will definitely notice the battle, and hope that if these 4 people join Elite, they can stay there. Elephant Lord, you said that Vegapunk still has self-consciousness, right? I only know that Elite has sent a message that only creatures like us can understand consciousness. The human being said that this is our last chance. He will forcibly block Elite's power at a critical moment. You have to grasp that opportunity. Any other things? There is none left. Like the main heart to answer hollow. The last trace of worry is gone. Shiraha decided to give it a go. Han Captain, you will die here. Ahaha, if you can kill the gods, it would be nice to die. Rox laughed. Then kill it together. Shiraha, you are obviously like me, you are qualified and ambitious to become a god. Why are you blocking my way? I'm asked furiously. Similar. God, I'm not interested. If I am really ambitious, I would kill everything with the sword in my hand. Shiraha got out of the sword. He inherited a Kukus will and had the experience of a Koku fighting against God. His swordsmanship surpassed the peak. The majestic sword force pushes everything horizontally, no matter what it is. In this kind of sword force, it is a man's arm as a vehicle, and it is not at its own discretion. This is the general trend of the times and the torrent of history. This sword reflects the history of mankind for countless years, with the new generation. The decadent, dirty, backward, and degenerate will be completely destroyed with the advent of the new era. Facing a sword that was even more terrifying than not long ago, Iam shouted in shock and anger, you don't really think that you can kill me like this? My essence is born at the highest point. Yim drew Elite's power and wanted to control the world and stop this sword. The Lord sees you. A deafening sound spread across the sea. The power of Elite disappeared like a low tide, and even Elite himself was temporarily paralyzed. Iam felt even more annoyed. Immediately, the sword light penetrated her, illuminating the darkness inside the world tree. This sword is called the Dawn of the New Era, and it is designed to kill a fallen god like you. Rox, who stood not far away, witnessed this scene and said in his heart, what am I staying here for? At this moment, the world shakes. The red earth continent on the sea dissipated completely, and a huge tree that connected the heavens and the earth, exuding the ancient and stalwart atmosphere, appeared. This tree was full of the breath of life and creation, as if it were the source of the world. Yim was finally forced out of the clone and was forced to truly use his body. My forbearance for countless years is to be able to go further. Shiraha, you ruined everything about me. End of this chapter. 290. Shiraha, after fighting for a long time, I am the biggest villain? Chapter 290. Shiraha, After fighting for a long time, I am the biggest villain? Im was completely crazy. Countless years of hard work made others' wedding dresses. You bitch would choose a lowly human being. Don't you think that human beings are the dirtiest existence? That is the one I chose. The roar of God resounded throughout this world. Rage in the voice made all living creatures feel fear. This is a natural sense of suppression. At this time, Shiraha is in a special space, which is warm and bright. This is a clean and holy world. In this world, there is an angel with 6 pairs of wings and a perfect face, as if all the good things in the world are gathered on her body. What makes people most concerned is that the angel's figure is a bit hollow, and it feels like it will disappear at any time. Shiraha watching this name similar to the days of the same creature with supreme flavor, but God brought him out of that with very different feeling. At this time, I finally guessed another truth in my heart. Im's real body is the world tree, not the God with 6 pairs of wings behind him. It seems that the answers I want are all on you, but the sky has fallen out, and I don't have time to listen to the answers. The time flow rate in this place is different from the outside. The Kana method outside entered the same time flow rate as ours, and the twilight of the gods that year caused too much damage to it. The angel's holy face smiled slightly, and patiently explained to him, "Then why can you enter?" Shiraha found himself in this space. The Campion sword and the young Xiao sword had lost contact, and doubts arose in his heart. God and men are not the same thing at all, and they are fundamentally different. He still had a certain degree of recognition for Yim at the beginning, and felt that God's words made sense. Now it seems that God is God, and the truth behind it is no more filthy and darker than people. Because I was dead in the twilight of the gods, so I can enter, the angel said mischievously. Shiraha Cage hesitated. If you are really dead, how come you appear in front of me? In this space, one of the fallen supreme gods, an angel-like creature, told Shiraha's story, a story that happened countless years ago. In the distant time, a dusk of the gods broke everything. Countless gods fell on the spot, and even the highest gods fell in that catastrophe. The beautiful creature in front of him is the fallen supreme god, one of those unlucky ghosts. The main body of Im is the world tree. It is recorded as the devilberry tree in the historical text of the sea. It is only an accident to come to Pirate Planet. The main purpose is to escape hunting, recuperate and devour, and refine another supreme god. The origin. The fall of the supreme god will retain the purest power of the supreme origin, which is a good thing. That the supreme god will also be moved. In that evening of the gods, Yim had good luck to get the power of a fallen supreme god's origin. In addition to cultivating his breath in imprisoned during so many years, he was devouring and refining the highest origin. In this way, not only the vitality can be restored, but also further in the distant future. This story made Shiraha clear the cause and effect. The helping hand mentioned by the chat group turned out to be the original power of this fallen supreme god. This is not just a routine in fantasy novels. An old monster who has lived for countless years waits for and refines a treasure, and finally makes a wedding dress for the protagonist. I ask a question. Is the supreme god outside a woman? What you have seen is that I did not look like when I fell, and the world tree is genderless according to your human point of view. Shiraha actually wanted to ask the god in front of him what he thought in his heart when he spoke in Im's way of combining with humans. When thinking of such strange ideas, the surrounding environment seems to change. The temperature dropped suddenly. The environment that originally gave Shiraha a motherly warm embrace became gloomy and cold, and the darkness gradually filled. Even the perfect and holy angel in front of him gradually became ugly. I have fallen, and the power of the Supreme Source has been tortured a lot over the years. You are the only human being I have chosen. Accept everything from me. This angel showed a standardized and perfect smile. The holy light can bring warmth and light to anyone, but Shiraha's heart felt a feeling of getting colder and colder. As the angel opened his hands towards him, his body exuded the pure beauty of the baby's first birth. The supreme divine power filled Shiraha's body, He seemed to have really returned to the time he was just born, and his mind seemed to really recall the warmth in his mother's stomach. It was a worry-free time. It was a day full of warmth. Don't worry, I will dissipate soon. It's up to you how much you can bear. The angel's voice was warm and soft, and a strange expression gradually appeared on his face. With that, 100% of the power of the Supreme Source was perfectly absorbed, and the fallen Supreme God was surprised. Your body is like the most perfect piece of white paper, with endless potential. You may be able to inherit my position. As soon as the voice fell, the final will of the Supreme God seemed to dissipate before Shirua's eyes snapped. Neither man nor woman. Did Lao Tzu give you a face? Shirua's eyes returned to Qingming in an instant, and before that will dissipated, he slapped the Supreme God with a slap. The body of the angel who was about to dissipate solidified again, and the figure was not in hollow. You, what are you? Am the one who beat you. What bullshit, Supreme God. Shiraha chuckled. I think you deliberately acted so beautiful and pure in front of other creatures, as if a blooming white lotus is for captivate. Gods like you are not gods at all. If you say that creatures like you are gods, I hope that gods will never appear in front of mankind. Otherwise, one will kill one, and two will kill one bear. Before Shiraha was about to fall into the gentle land, the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. If the god is based on the imitation, then he can imagine his attitude towards other lower-level creatures. The most important reason is Ralph True. Yaoyorosa is the most important message in the words left by the man Joe Inami years ago. Gods are a bunch of lunatics, and we must not believe anything from them. Man and God are essentially different. We just have to remember that we are humans, not gods. These two words awakened Shiraha, who was seeking the helping hand of the chat group, and he quickly left. Anyway, the points owed to the chat group are not a little bit, so I don't care if I owe more points. Smart creatures tend to be even more miserable. I don't know, the truth is the greatest kindness to you. I want your body. Seeing that the angel was exposed, he simply rushed into Shirua's body with his hands, trying to snatch control of the body and wipe out the final consciousness of the original owner. When this supreme being enters Shirua's body, prepare to accept the control of this body. Know the sea. In the endless darkness, a long river with no end in sight, she sat in a small boat facing Shiraha. A small boat in this endless river, like a Kazuha flatboat, can only drift with the flow. Here, time and space seem to be meaningless. The sense of fear and horror is lingering. A sudden big wave hit the boat and almost overturned the boat. Scared that the god who was called the Supreme Being by thousands of living beings immediately grabbed the oar next to him. However, she accidentally saw a terrifying shadow passing downstream from the ship, and just a glance made her creepy. What is this place? Question mark. What the hell is the thing that swam past just now? Question mark. This was the first time that she had such a feeling, as if she was being stared at by some natural enemy. If she accidentally fell from the boat, something terrible would happen. She is the Supreme Being, even if she almost fell in the dusk of the gods, she is also a Supreme God! Exclamation mark. This angelic Supreme God did not dare to resist, or even dared to emit too dazzling light, because she felt that something in the darkness around her was staring at her, more than the unknown shadow under the ship just now. Be horrible. Where is this? I beg you to let me go out of here, okay? The god said in an almost pleading tone. She couldn't stay in this weird place for a second, especially when she felt that time in this place was meaningless, and the space had no end, as if all the laws had failed in this place. Don't make a noise, I don't know this place. It feels a bit familiar. Shiraha has an inexplicable feeling of going home, just like the emotion when she reunited with Yang Liu Oki on Sky Island. I have emotion. Being a human must be emotional. Shirua's self-questioning and self-response words caused the god opposite to tremble, and his beautiful face was full of panic. All the laws are invalid in this place. Do you know how terrible this is? The god said tremblingly. Shiraha replied, known and unknown, There are always more unknown things than what is known. All laws are artificially stipulated, including time and space. In fact, there may be no time and space at all in some existences. This concept, I am actually quite strange. How did your gods know the concept of time and space? It was clearly proposed by humans in our world. And where is the source of these laws? Shiraha talked about the concept of time and space in the world he knew. The god whispered in such a strange place. Time and space are proposed by two different gods. Almost powerful gods have been there for a long time. The concept of space and time quickly spread. The eyes of this god became horrified, as if these gods could not understand time and space, or the two concepts of time and space did not exist at all, but because of their weakness, they proposed two wrong concepts. I seem to have forgotten something. And I seem to remember something. Shiraha stretched out his hand and paddled the surrounding water boredly, only to realize that the intangible and intangible water was not water at all. Just when he thought so, the water around the boat became real water again. Can be touched. The moment he put his hand in, all the looming shadows all around disappeared, and even the prying eyes disappeared. Shiraha was a little confused. Since he accidentally entered this place, even the chat group could not be reached. When he explored himself again, he learned a piece of news. Shiraha, the state of immortality. The physical body is composed of the two most basic forces of the original core and the erosion core. It is both the only and eternal, and there is no way to kill it. This time the word flesh is added to the message. Check your current situation. ? Totally undetectable. What the hell am I? Is the memory of my journey rid? Shiraha wondered a little that he would not be a terrible existence of Mega. He accidentally encountered something and the memory was deleted and rebuilt. After some analysis and experiments, Shiraha concluded that even the chat group could not detect what this place was. It is estimated that the chat group has no ability to detect it at all, or the permission he gave can enable the chat group to detect the physical state. He remembered the result of Shiley's divination. The road of the devil is accompanied by endless blood, and this journey is destined to be lonely. The future world will be turned upside down. The more you do, the more you lose. Will the lost person who is willing to become a god, degenerate into a devil, and lose everything? Can he find the way he once was? You are the real monster. Shiley is fortunately telling Shira's future, but he himself may be the most terrifying monster. Shiraha is a little tired. He once thought that one day he suddenly knew that he had an incredible identity, and even the biggest villain, the kind that could squeeze countless protagonists. The result now seems to be true. After knowing this, Shiraha, even the sorrow that Ikoku brother, John brother, when he died, became very weak. Is he a human or a monster? Where is this place again? What is this long river and those shadows just now? Why does this weird place give him a feeling of going home? And there is something in his memory that he wants to find back. It is something very important to him, which seems to be close in front of him, and it seems to be far away. Looking at the surroundings, Shiraha thought he should not be a good thing. But this strange feeling made him feel kind inexplicably. I'm not really a monster, am I? If I suddenly recover someday, I still don't exist. Is my memory still my memory? Can I speak? I might be able to give you some suggestions, the god said counselingly. She couldn't imagine what this place was, and couldn't believe how many levels the monsters here surpassed her. She was so scared that she had no idea of becoming stronger now, and no idea of running away. Just thinking about being able to lick the boss and survive. Let's talk about it. End of this chapter. 291 I'm Destroy the World. Chapter 291 I'm Destroy the World. Shiraha originally planned to use the chat group to suppress the god in front of him, merge the source of this god into his own strength, and then go out to solve him. It seems that this god still has that little use. At least in such a period, if you can make an opinion, then you won't kill this god for the time being. In fact, without the help of the chat group, Shiraha didn't know how to solve the god in front of him. Obviously these gods are the biggest conspirators and the existences that only proceed from their own interests. He is going to rely on the chat group to fight back, and finally has a final battle with Yim. My mind is very messy and I need you to explain. I need a reason, even if the reason is false. The beautiful god explained nervously, you are definitely an existence that I cannot understand. And you don't have to worry about it. The wood existence is also a concept set, and memory is also a concept. Perhaps in your world at all without the two concepts of existence and memory, perhaps you yourself have fallen into the lower world unconsciously, and produced the same concepts and thinking as me. You mean that I have produced the concepts and thinking that intelligent creatures should have, but I have not changed? Shiraha said in inferiority. Do I just need to follow my normal thinking, not think about it, and ignore everything here? In fact, I just a normal human, right? That's what I mean. The beautiful god nodded and said in his heart, isn't this just psychological hints and self-deception? It seems that this terrifying existence is deeply involved in the drama, and he really regards himself as a human being. In her eyes, this person is absolutely impossible to be a human being. How could human beings be so terrible, weird, and possess incomprehensible power and might? You are very good. That idiot world tree still wanted to take the boss. It was an idiotic dream. Or she was the smartest and became a pendant on the boss thigh. I'm out. The matter has not been resolved. Shiraha disappeared on the boat, leaving the beautiful god alone here. The once supreme god lay pitifully in the boat, for fear that something terrible came out from below and overturned the boat. Everything was swallowed. This place is forgotten by space and time. It is a place where all laws do not exist. In the blink of an eye, or eternity, time returned to normal, and Shiraha heard Iam's vicious curses as soon as he returned. Suddenly, everything is separated. Is everything he has experienced just now real? Those memories were put aside by Shiraha, and he said in his heart, I should settle all this quickly. No matter whether the memory just now is true or not, he will slaughter Yim. These gods are too disgusting for him. Regardless of the cause of this war, no matter what the original purpose is, he must slaughter the god in front of him and win the war. In this war, the human side paid too much. Ding. Notification of chat group. At this time there is a notice. Shiraha ignored the notification from the chat group. The content of the chat group notification is, the place Shiraha was in just now is unpredictable, unobservable, unintelligible. The best metaphor is similar to a human prison, and similar to a cemetery. The weakest existence in it is even greater than the previous chat group. The creator must be strong. Shiraha, a member of the chat group, is indeed a human being. This is what the chat group found under the authority granted by Shiraha. If the core of the chat group is still scared, it will be frightened. You bitch, dare to come back? He is the human I chose. I'm yelled like a human shrew. The purpose of forbearance and hiding for countless years was to refine the original power of another supreme god. The result fell short. This is not the Yaoyorozu year of Pirate Planet. It can be said that she is playing house in Yaoyorozu year of Pirate World. It just happened to find a suitable male god, hoping to have a partner and a powerful helper in the future. Then all was gone. If I'm had a heart attack, he would definitely die on the spot. You look very angry. Didn't you say you want to be with me? I have inherited the power of the Supreme God. We are all the same in nature. Isn't that good? Shiraha said ridicule. Im screaming at him for a moment, hesitatingly asked, are you Shiraha? Im not Shiraha, are you? You chose that slut? You would rather choose that slut than me? Iam yelled at himself as if ignoring some of Shiraha's words. Shiraha said with an unhappy face, you don't understand human words, do you? Countless dazzling sword lights converged into a vast sword power, slashing out a half of the world tree of Yaima's body. Accompanied by the pain in the dramaretsu, I'm reacted in growl. That bitch really died? ? This person in front of me is the real Shiraha! Wait a minute. You wait a minute. We can discuss it. I have a way to share the power of the highest source. Yelled frantically. Shiraha ignored it, as if he hadn't heard this. Another sword slashed on Yim's body fiercely. His eyes became crazy and extreme, and he launched a continuous attack on Yim like a beast that eats people and eats. Akoku, John, Rothko, King of the Stone Kingdom, Morgans. A group of figures flashed in his mind. These people have a common identity, that is, human beings. More importantly, these people were all approved by Shiraha, and they were all taken away by God. You miscellaneous God, I once lowered my head to you. As long as you are willing to let go of the people I want them to live, other human beings have nothing to do with me, I will promise you. Shiraha's scarlet eyes showed two lines, blood and tears. Shiraha, it's not too late. I have a way to revive them. Trust me. Yelled anxiously. The human man in front of him now possesses a supreme source of power that is no worse than her. It can be said that they are indelible and difficult to eliminate at the same level. But she is afraid of pain and has a shadow of fear. As the once supreme god, when did she suffer such a grievance? The most correct decision I have made in my life is that I haven't compromised with God in the end. If I don't even have the courage to fight to the death, then I really don't deserve to live in this world. Shiraha shouted with a grim expression. Do you think I will still believe in you as a god? I hope I can kill you on the spot, so that all the people who sacrificed on the court will not be in vain. Shiraha said it well, he'll help you with the most crucial one. To hack into the darkest place. Hearing Rock's words, Shiraha saw a darkness that Gecko couldn't shine through. Even the world tree body was filled with darkness that the light of life and creation couldn't shine through. That is the purest destruction and devouring. Since the world tree has life and creation, it will naturally be destroyed and swallowed, and all things will grow and restrain each other. At least the so-called supreme god, Yimu, cannot escape the law. For the fallen god, that place is a weakness, and it is the most worrying weakness. Captain Hanhan, how did you find out? Where are you now? I promised them to help you slaughter the gods. During your battle, I found something wrong with this, and only I can find out. Don't forget, you kid, I used to be very secretly the capable person. No one has more say in the dark than me. Now is the best opportunity. Quickly kill her. Don't let Akoku, John and their efforts were in vain. Rox screamed anxiously in the darkness. Don't worry about me. I've already run away after helping you find your weakness. Im nervously shifted that weakness hurriedly, which actually proved that it was her weakness. Shiraha confirmed. You kid must give Lao Tzu back alive. Until the last minute, you can always trust your captain and partner. As the overlord of the sea, Rox ran away for the first time so as not to drag his partners down. Captain, it's a good memory that I used to spend some time with you on your boat. Shiraha holds Young Xiao in one hand and Campion in the other. At this moment, I am fighting as a human being. The dazzling sword light connected the sky and the earth, and slashed towards Yim's body. In an instant Huen was hundreds of miles away. Even Norman was flooded with strong light. The substantive sword light illuminated the night, and this pirate world shrouded in night turned into daylight at this moment. Everyone couldn't open their eyes with the light blooming, and the light covered everything except the figure in the center of the light. People far beyond the former Mari saw a figure in the light. People prayed silently for the future. Boom! A earth-shattering explosion sounded, blasting in people's ears, accompanied by a terrible growl. The light dissipated, and the night shrouded everything again. One did not win. Yim's breath has not disappeared, but the nearby sea boiled. A large number of fish and sea kings died, and a large area of the sea was stained with blood red. Shiraha became the only light in the dark night. You forced me. You forced me. In the dark, Yim fell into madness, and her body was severely damaged. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the days when Yaoyorozu was released by humans for research. That was her most humiliating period, and also her most hollow and weak period. If it wasn't for surpassing the former self and swallowing the power of another supreme god, How could Yim survive? When people are desperate, they need motivation to survive. At this point, God and man are the same. God is born seldom to face despair. When facing despair, God does not perform much better than man. Now Yim was completely desperate. Countless years of hard work made a dowry for a human man, but this human man is not willing to choose her at all, even if she wants to share the highest source of power with this human man. This human man is not willing. Why is that? She is the supreme God, the supreme existence, and those dead human beings are not worth mentioning compared to her. If it is for appearance, she can become what she wants to become, even the most perfect look in the world. But why does a mere human want to reject her? What did she do wrong to give her such a serious injury? Why treat her like this? All is gone. She has nothing. I want you to lose everything. I want you to see everyone dying in front of you. In the depths of the sea, a creature between living and non-living bodies finally killed the Sea King, rushed out of the sea and flew towards Area Sky. The battle deep in the sea was finally won by Elite. Without the help of the Mermaid Princess, the Sea King couldn't mobilize all the Sea Kings in the sea after all, otherwise he could hold on for a while. M was completely mad. She mobilized Elite's ultimate power, even if this power was insignificant in her heyday. It could not be stopped by a human who has just stepped into the realm of God. When the time comes, there will be only two of them left in the pirate world. She wanted to see if this human man would refuse him. Maybe he would take the initiative to choose himself. Looking at the crazy Ayam, Shiraha didn't have a trace of pity in his eyes, and said coldly, "You will die in front of me." Yim didn't care about these words and the terrifying killing intent of the people in front of him, but was laughing wildly, as if God had become a mad woman. At this time, Shiraha felt that the surrounding temperature had risen a lot. The night was illuminated once again. The temperature in Pirate World is getting higher and higher. All the living people looked up, and the sun was getting bigger and bigger in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Elite pulls the sun down and destroys everything in this world. Yim took control of Elite firmly and decided to make everything disappear. The core of Elite was infused with Yim's supernatural power to activate the final ability, pulling down the sun from the sky with an incredible operation. Under the mighty power of the sun, the three weapons that destroy the world will also disintegrate in an instant. Madman. Shiraha didn't expect Elite to have such an ability, so he directly pulled the sun down and killed them all together. Of course, he and Yim would not die, but how could other people on the sea survive in the sun? The collision force between the two alone is beyond the resistance of ordinary gods. Shiraha, where do you want to go? This is in my body, and you are within this range. If I stop you, how long do you think it will take you to rush over? Ha ha ha. It's too late for all this. It's not necessarily. The huge elephant master rushed in, and his huge nose curled up the blocking branches of the world and entered the interior. Human, you go and destroy Elite. Here I will stop. None of you want to leave. Let everything be wiped out. End of this chapter. Chapter 292 of the body work together. One last fight. Chapter 292. Working together. One last fight. Him in madness, regardless of the strength of his own injury. In the lights of fate, the lights that belonged to the Lord were extinguished. This is the power to eliminate the law, and it is also a branch of the law of destiny. The Lord of the Elephant who has redeemed the sin of the year of Yaoyorozu and has not defeated the fate is in the destiny of the Master of Imsuo. The huge elephant master aimed at Yim's body while wailing, and launched the final charge. As the last miserable growl disappeared, the Elephant Lord was pierced by the World Tree and pulled out all the vitality in his body. Berry, born from the I'm World Tree, didn't have much abilities at the beginning, but only after some people's development and utilization did he have strong abilities. Burning Berry, the strong can destroy an island. The weak can only be used as a lighter. Shocking Berry, the strong can cause a tsunami and have the ability to destroy the world, while the weak can only give people a more comfortable massage. The truth about Devil Berry is the seeds, and those are the seeds with the breath of the World Tree. Even the Supreme Being cannot have all the laws. Yim wanted to use this method to cultivate the laws, let those creatures work hard to develop them, and then let her harvest them. Before meeting humans, she had never seen such a good creature that could develop the law to a degree. In addition to being the food for her to regain her vitality, human beings are also her hope for a higher road. This is the hidden truth in the devilberry that the world tree bears. So when devilberry seeps into all aspects of the sea, the fate of everyone in the sea is in her master, and no one can disobey her. Unless that person breaks his own destiny, that kind of person Yim generally won't let him live. One of the family of D is a family that likes to break fate, so this family is on Im's blacklist and is called the enemy of God by the world government. In order to restore his vitality and reach a higher level, Yim made a lot of preparations, but the result was still a mess, and even the toy world could not be controlled. I don't know if it was Shira's illusion. He seemed to hear the screams from the world tree itself. Im is the consciousness born in the world tree. The world tree itself is not willing to destroy each world. Shiraha, you are too late. This world is doomed to destruction. Im was the first to meet Elite in Arya Sky, and the two became one. The world tree was transformed into a human form and covered with a layer of armor, forming a tall titan. This is my final form, and the burden on me is also great. But being able to destroy this world at least makes me very happy. I knew that his current state was extremely bad. When everything is over, she may fall into a deep sleep and won't wake up until countless years later. All plans failed. She regarded the world as a toy, but she didn't expect that the toy would bite herself badly. Haha. Just let all this be destroyed? The only way to stop the sun from setting now is to kill me before the sun sets. Im's cold words spread all over the world, and all the living people heard them. Despair filled the world in an instant. God smiled again. Only at this time is Im's most proud time, controlling the fate of these weak, lowly creatures. Watching them struggling in their fate. It's really funny. Can you stop laughing? It's really ugly to laugh. It makes the so-called low-level creatures in your eyes very nauseous. Shiraha gritted his teeth and laughed wantonly. You will regret it soon. Shiraha activates the berry ability and uses the received supernatural power to incarnate a titan that is thousands of kilometers high. The two weapons use the Yunxiao sword and the Campion sword as the core, and the Gundam is combined with Im and Elite. A big battle broke out. An unbearable crash sounded. The two behemoths fought in the atmosphere, and the resulting ember dyed Arya Sky red. It was as if the sight of the gods descending again in the dusk appeared in the eyes of the living humans on the sea. Mankind is very close to extinction. Shiraha was crushed in all directions, and soon was stepped under the foot by the behemoth of Yim and Elite. It attacked his defense and cut off his arm again. Your abilities are all derived from me. You don't think you can defeat me by relying on Berry's abilities? Shira's berry ability was gradually recovered by Yim. Berry broke away and returned to the world tree. You developed this very well, but you are too young. I will give you another chance to share the power of the highest source with me. We can become mutual companions. Im looked at him with last expectation, hoping to hear the affirmative answer. The vitality of Shira's body is constantly fading. The supreme god he inherited was on the verge of falling, and his state was much worse than that of Yim. Even if the supreme god really succeeded in seizing the house, he would immediately run away, far away. Instead of staying to fight with one of the supreme gods who is in a better condition than himself. To fight is to fight again after recovery. That supreme god didn't tell me that the original power inherited is different from the divine power that can be exerted. You are too young to use that power naturally. Do you want to consider my opinion? Roll. Looking for death. Im stomped Shira's foot fiercely, and said angrily, do you know? I've always wanted to see how you look when I stepped on you. Only then did she finally have the appearance of a supreme god. Looking down at Shiraha from above, it seems that my expression makes you very dissatisfied. Shiraha replied with a pained expression on his face. It's true. Im didn't see a trace of fear or confusion. Then I will be happy. Shiraha let out a shrill laugh. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. Yim's air pressure rose a lot in a sudden, and the twisted anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished. Everyone will die. Don't you feel a trace of regret and unwillingness? They die because of you. Yelled. Shiraha chuckled. Don't use your distorted psychology and distorted words to sway me. It smells worse than fart. What did you say? Isn't what I said is the truth? Even if I don't stand up, even if Akoku, Rofko and others don't stand up, will you really let the humans go? At least this generation can survive, and I will wait a few decades before I do it. Shiraha, lying under him, tried his best to breathe and gasp, and said with a smile, there are many destinies, but there is one kind of destiny that is inevitable and destined. Don't you understand? Was silent. This human man is so irritating. Humans are indeed a lowly species. Yaoyorozu should have been extinct a year ago. Your consciousness can't last long. Human consciousness has its limits. Didn't give up verbal attacks. Maybe I am really not a human being, but an existence that is too much higher than you. You a lowly god. Shira's face was pale, and with frivolous words, Yim's rationality as a god was lost all at once, completely ending him. I don't know how many times he was killed. He already reached the limit, desperately fighting against the sleeping consciousness, trying to create a miracle and wake up again. Your savior has completely fallen asleep. He can't wake up, and the final result waiting for you will be death. Humble humans, prepare to face the wrath of God. Spread this picture throughout the world by some means, and Yang Liu Oki, Roger, Newgate, Rox, Patrick and World who were rushing to the battlefield of the Four Seas were all stunned. Yang Liu Oki who rushed to the front took a deep breath. World, have you heard those words? If the sun goes down, each of us will die, but I believe Shiraha will perform miracles. World, who has not had much communication with Shiraha and has not known each other for a long time, said affirmatively. Yang Liu Oki turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going? I'm going to pick up my husband back. A bright silver light was fleeting, and the powerful spiritual power broke through the sea, almost flying to the Holy Land. Mary Joys. On the way, I met Patrick, One Piece Roger, and Newgate. The silver light did not stop and rushed towards the holy place. Mary Joys. With her, it seems I don't need to go back. Patrick took a deep breath, turned into a sky full of bats and traveled to the world at a faster speed. Roger didn't turn around. He was going to find friends from all over the world. Newgate didn't turn around. He was going to find his children. In the Battle of Mary Joys, the Holy Land, waded by disappeared, and the most likely possibility was to die on the battlefield. Newgate didn't want to think about such a sad thing. He believed that Shiraha and Yang Liu Oki would be able to solve everything. This is the last fight. World looked at his brother Byajack not far away, activated Momo Berry's ability, and shouted sadly, "Brother, what should I do now? My friends died one by one, and I can't do anything." Im's words are like despair from the abyss descending all over the world. Do what you can do. Byajack opened his arms and hugged his tall brother's neck, and patted gently. Brother, Karen is in Arabastam now. Can you use your berry abilities to help increase Charon's power? Byajack is a very competent brother and staff officer, acting as a guiding light for world. How powerful berry is depends on the development ability of the capable person. At this point, even Yim couldn't predict how powerful the berry capable person could burst out. She was unable to reclaim these living abilities and gave world a chance. I see, brother, I will go to Arabastam now. World activated the Momo berry ability, used one of the 6 moon steps, and traveled to Arabastan at a super high speed. At the moment when the world is about to be destroyed, everyone is racing against time. Everyone can see the situation of Shiraha and Yim. The savior in their eyes is being stepped under the feet of God and loses consciousness. Arabastan. World displayed his abilities, shouting his name, and no one stopped the two of them under the helping hand of his brother Byajack. Soon the two arrived at Charon's location. I am coming. The former tall man jumped on Karen and found Anayushi with his sight and hearing. The comer stops. Intruders, kill without mercy. Yang Yanzhao and Yang Zexing jumped out, and 2 famous generals from the Yang family stopped in front of world. The guardian spirit in the spiritual realm is as strong and powerful as the Lord. An excellent spirit sender can exert the greater power of the guardian spirit as much as possible. World felt the threat of strong retsu from Yang Yanzhao and Yang Zexing. These two are blocking the way. Very strong. Byajack on World's shoulder recognized the two generals and explained, "I'm Byajack. This is my younger brother World." He also fought with the Rocks pirates in the Valley of Gods. "We saw Yang Liuoqi on the way here. We knew that humans were about to die, so we wanted to come over and help." Yang Yanzhao had heard of the name of World and nodded, preparing to let him go. "Where did the Lord go now?" Yang Zexing asked anxiously. "Holy place Mary Joys," Byajack replied. Yang Zexing breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yanzhao smiled, with the expression of someone coming over. The two famous Yang family generals took World and Byajack into care and found Tanayushi in the command room. "These two are?" Tanayushi looked at the former tall strong man and the short old man on the strong man, and couldn't understand the situation for a while. "These two people can come here to show that there is no problem. Otherwise the two generals will not be let in." "World," the former tall man replied. "World is Shirahan their partner." Byajack added, "I know, you are all Shira's partners. You must be Byajack. I have heard of you from Au." Tanayu showed a happy expression. World touched the unbroken horn of his head, squinted and laughed. "My brother's berry is very capable and may be able to help you." Byajack shouted, "Brother, tell me about your berry ability." World's berry ability was very weak at the beginning, and its ability to improve is very limited. In the subsequent development, the size and speed of the contacted objects can be increased by hundreds of times, and berry can also be used to improve your own mobility. Speed. This berry has been developed by World to a very strong level. If it is replaced by someone else, this berry will be scrapped directly. Even if it can be developed, it will not have such a strong physique to support it. Berry is supported by those who are capable of berry. A strong capable person of berry can achieve a reputation of berry. But Momo Berry's ability developed by World is still not the limit. After listening to World's introduction to Momo Berry at Tanayushe, I was shocked by Berry's ability. Is this the ability possessed by the strong? Au and Liuoqi are stronger than the great pirate in front of them. So how strong are their opponents? End of this chapter. Chapter 293 of the main text. Tanayushi, Au, please always remember me. Chapter 293 Tanayu time. Au, please always remember me. I need your strength. I want to fully activate Karen and use Momoberry's ability to maximize Charon's power. I will also help you. Tanayushi was very happy that the two could come to help. But there was a touch of tragic and vigorous in the words. "I'll help you." World nodded fiercely, thinking, "Brother John, I will avenge you." Byajack looked at his younger brother, who was called the World Destroyer, with great satisfaction. In terms of strength, looking at the sea, World possesses the strength of the four emperors and is the top group of powerhouses on the light and dark side. But what makes Byajack most proud is that World has not forgotten their dreams. They traveled around most parts of the world, and they had also arrived at Lavdru before the war began. Byajack once feared that World would forget their dreams and lose their original intentions amidst the mighty strength and malicious compliments of those crew members. He was really happy that his brother hadn't forgotten his original intentions, and he had added a group of powerful and reliable partners who could give his life. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods changed the fate of all of them. Byajack was very fortunate that day he met Rock's pirates in that tavern, especially Shiraha from Rock's pirates. The god named Yim has merged with Elite. We can't get a fatal blow. If Charon's shells are wasted, the world will still be destroyed. No one on the ocean can resist the power of the sun. Our only way is to block the connection between Elite and the sun. Byajack guessed that Elite relied on a special ability to pull the sun down, which is equivalent to establishing a bond between the sun and pirate planet, and it would be fine to interrupt this bond. Others agree with Byajack's conjecture. Tanayu asked, "Then how do we find that bond?" "I learned from that Shiraha law called the principle of equivalence. Objects must follow the law of conservation of mass. which means that Elite can pull a larger sun than the pirate planet, and the energy required may be too large to hide. As long as the energy concentration point is disrupted, time can be delayed. Byajack made another guess. Yang Zixing and Yang Yanzhou, two famous generals in the Yang family who knew modern society, were a little surprised. Even in this world where IQs are far below average, there are smart people. After negotiation, the Bindy Middle. World brothers entered the firing room of the Karen fort. However, Tanayushi quickly found the focus of energy through the connection with Karen, and sent the message to the launching chamber to prepare. World Karen is about to fire. When the Bindy Middle. World brothers heard the good news, the two of them laughed heartily. This is the first time so relaxed in so long. Brother, our dream lies in the ocean. The thin Byajack sat on World's shoulders, his eyes full of longing, and said, dream is a partner, freedom, and the vast sea. Brother, I know I confessed the wrong person at first, but I will never admit the wrong person now. Except for the four first people in the World Pirate group, the other pirates all rushed to him with various purposes. World has grown a lot, learned to think, and has fundamentally changed from the beginning. He laughed and said, the dream of my partners is also my dream. We are brothers. Bindy Middle. World. Brother, let me accompany you to the end. Far away in the sky and moon of Arabastan, I heard the voice of him, and also saw the sleeping Shirahan, the behemoth in the sky that could destroy the world. She is not sure what the future of this world will be. Everyone is working hard. Helping Hand with world berry capabilities is more likely to succeed. She can't give up. Maybe our meeting was destined. Time berry can cross time to the future, but cannot go back to the past. It seems that the future can be changed, but in fact destiny is all destined, and Tanayushi has not tried it. When using this special berry ability, she knew Akatsuki's destiny. Au is a variable in fate, and she chose Au. When Tanayu watched the sun on Aria sky getting closer and closer to the planet, I silently made up my mind. Yaoyorosa's mission a year ago will eventually be completed. Everything is ready. This time it's my turn to help you. Karen starts. The strong light enveloped everything, and an unprecedented shockwave swept the atmosphere. It caught Shirua's attention while he was sleeping. Karen started again. This fool. The limit of your body is at most twice. Shiraha, who was constantly struggling in consciousness, felt very uncomfortable. His scene of ruining the world reappeared again, and all human beings could not open their eyes. When the white light dissipated, the sun ceased activity. Mankind got a chance to breathe. Seeing that Yim really succeeded, he wanted to rebuild the bond and once again squeezed the remaining supernatural power in his body. In any case, she will exterminate mankind. Only in this way will it be possible for her to recover a little bit of energy and make Shiraha a god for a long time. Yim didn't care about anyone or anything, she only cared about Shiraha, so Shiraha led the humans to kill her men and overthrew her rule. But she didn't care. This world is a toy, throw it away if it's not fun. She has found a way to a higher level, Shiraha has a way to a higher level, because he has refined the supreme source power that he has been unable to refine for countless years. As long as they unite together and share the power of the supreme source with each other, they can have the two supreme powers together. Im wanted revenge, wanted a real fellow, she wanted Shiraha to accept herself, she didn't want to face the gods alone. She needs the company of her companions, has an immortal body, and fits with the origin of the world tree. And even Shiraha, another supreme origin power of the master, is the most suitable choice for Yimu. She chose Shiraha, but the human did not choose her. The only way now is to take away everything that this human cherishes, and then allow a long time to forget the sadness. 100 years is not enough, then 10,000 years. 10,000 years is not enough, then 1,000,000 years. One day he will understand the difference between himself as a god and mortals. Yim returned to his calmness and decided to do what God should do next. At this time, Arabastan, At the core of Karen, illusion seemed to appear when the body's hollow was weak enough to ultimate Tanayu. Just now, she seemed to hear Ayu's voice. When Tanayu hollow spoke weakly, Ayu, it's okay for me, I'm fine. Don't be brave, take a good rest. Shira's voice cleared into Tanayushi's ears. Ayu, is that you? Tanayushi yelled anxiously from Charon's core. Ayu, how are you? He is very bad. A cold voice sounded. Who are you? Tanayushi quickly heard who this voice belongs to, and suddenly became nervous, shouting, why can I hear your voice? This is the sound of everything listening. Two people can share everything. Yam, who recovered his calm, explained the reason. I forcibly intervened between you by taking him down. My purpose is to tell you a truth that he has kept from you for a long time. Don't you want to listen? Im's joking voice sounded on the shared channel. Your body is about to die. It was the last time just now, but I can pull down the sun again. At least before the extinction of mankind. Don't you want to hear what the truth is? Tanayushi refused without hesitation. I'm not as good as Sister Yuochi, but I also believe in him. He has been deceiving you, he has been using you, but you don't hesitate to believe him. What a sad and pathetic woman. I'm said eagerly. You walked out by her, and she discarded it, and you used her from beginning to end, didn't you? Dare you say the truth in your heart? Yes, Shiraha admitted, I lied to a girl. From the beginning, I was using her to keep Karen Master in my own hands. Naturally, I heard this sentence when I was sharing Tanayu. After a few seconds of silence, Yam laughed wildly. This is the first time that she has taken such a big advantage in front of Shiraha. The complex human emotions are indeed the biggest weakness of hollow pseudo humans. It's okay, I'm fine, nothing at all. For some reason, moist tears rolled down from Tanayushi's face, and the tears broke like threads and could not be stopped. Why should I cry? Don't you already know that it's all acting? Didn't you and I both approached each other with our own ideas in the beginning? Why am I so sad? Why am I so sad? Is it because I'm scared? Tanayushi's self-talking voice and Yim's wild laughter have been ringing in the shared channel. Shiraha, who was sleeping, felt painful torment. At the beginning, Shira's feelings towards Tanayu were just a playful attitude, mainly because of the obsession of killing Momonosuke in the previous life and the news he got in the Valley of Gods. The blood of the sky and moon, Karen annihilated the world. A sound of self-comfort when sharing Zongshinayu may be a punishment for him. This is definitely one of the most painful punishments for Shiraha in the world. The pain caused by his injuries is not comparable to the pain caused by this sound. At this time, a voice that made him more painful in the future sounded. I am Vegapunk, the greatest genius scientist in the world. All the experiments I have done are to solve the gods, but they failed. It turns out that gods are not women. The mad scientist who experimented with women appeared. I became a part of Elite, so I heard your conversation just now. As humans, I will give you 3 minutes to destroy Elite within 3 minutes. Now the destiny of mankind is master in your hands. The choice is yours. My mission is completed. I finally got a good night's sleep. It doesn't matter whether human beings are saved or destroyed. Vegapunk stopped all operations of Elite and ended his life. Within 3 minutes, Elite will be completely paralyzed, and even I will not be able to control Elite. 3 minutes to determine the fate of mankind. That lunatic scientist simply handed it over to the hands of 2 people and 1 god. After listening to Vegapunk's words, Yam seemed to have a thunderstorm in his mind, and the whole god was numb. Ayu, do you remember the first time we met? That was the first time I saw you. I wanted to help save you, but instead of trying to help, I was saved by you. I must be funny in that scene, but everything we experienced is really a memorable memory. At this last moment, let me really helping hand you once. When Tanayu took the dagger and inserted it into her heart, the blood flow continued. Perhaps I am just a tool man in your eyes, but I, a tool man, did a good job at the last minute. Tenshi said with a poignant smile. Facing Charon's core, Tenshi opened her hands and prepared to enter the core. I don't know if Wanokine's cherry blossoms are in full bloom, I really want to accompany you to see it once. Goodbye, Au. Please remember me forever. At the last moment of life, what Tanayushi thought was, is this tool person leaving a little mark in your heart? Just a little bit is enough. Don't forget me as a tool person. Of course I remember. You get me away from Karen first. Don't get close to it. Shiraha yelled frantically, damn Vegapunk. I want to whip you. Before Vegapunk's consciousness dissipated, he made a little trick and shielded Shiraha for a minute and a half. All destinies are destined, and the final result, even the Supreme God, cannot be changed even by Lord Kakazu, because they are all pawns in fate. This moment became eternal. Do not. A heart-piercing roar came from the shared channel. It was a sound that would only be made when a person collapsed until ultimate. Enough. Really enough. I was wrong. I was wrong. Why? Tell me why. I have begun to accept her, and I have begun to adapt to her existence. Is it too late? Ah ha 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 ha. Ashi, are you lying to me? Right? I order you not to do it. I beg you not to do it. Don't be so stupid. I don't allow you to do that. Looking at Shiraha, who was breaking down beside him, the corners of Iam's mouth curled up strangely. Au, it hurts so much. It hurts really. But I'm so happy. I am so happy that I am not your tool. I can't compare to Sister Yuochi. Every time I'm very slow. I'm so stupid. So stupid. Sister Yuochi will walk down with you. I feel relieved. Au, forgive me once and let me be willful once. Okay. Tanayushi's voice sounded in the shared channel again, but the voice became smaller and smaller, so small that he couldn't hear it. Do not go. Don't do stupid things. I haven't lost yet. End of this chapter. 294 Elite Destroy. Chapter 294 Elite Destroys. My lord, I still want to know how you found here. Our newspaper is not said to be the largest in the world, but it is also one of the best. It is quite concealed. Information about specific locations cannot be leaked. Moreover, our newspapers will move at any time for safety reasons. Morgans is really curious about this. This is related to the future of the newspaper. As the president, it must be responsible for the newspaper. Otherwise, if a powerful force targets them, the newspaper will suffer a devastating blow. The people in the CP agencies of the world government have mixed into your newspaper as employees. It's normal for me to find your newspaper. Shiraha looked at Morgans, who was anxious and didn't dare to ask, smiled and explained. I just gave it a try. I didn't expect to be taken to your newspaper. I was brought here by a news bird, probably the same kind as you, but I can't speak, and I'm not as big as you. Morgans widened his small eyes to the greatest extent, and he did not expect that the traitor appeared from the inside. Impossible. Newsbird will never betray the newspaper. Something must be wrong. I was indeed brought here by a news bird, but I said that I wanted to discuss business with your newspaper and do a big business, and it brought me back. I didn't expect the newspaper president to be a human being. In the Garasai 5 Elders meeting room, Vegapunk asked us to catch a little pirate named Crocodile, and said he was going to draw the bleeding sword. Shiraha, what do you think? Garasai with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard and a scar on his left face, one of the 5 elders, asked. The failure of Marine in the Valley of the Gods last time. We have already spent a lot of money to cover it up. This time we must succeed. Garasai 5 elders, wearing a red suit, a golden beard and a scar on his chest, agreed. Recently, various large pirate groups have emerged in the sea. The Whitebeard pirates, the Flying Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and the recently popular South Blue Pirates, World, and the Red Earl Patrick. Everything is coming out. We always have to deal with it, said Garasai 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard. It's not the last time in the Valley of the Gods. The trash in the Marine headquarters didn't even play a role. Not only did the people in the Rocks Pirates group not kill, even Rocks himself did not kill. This name kept, the grumpy old man snarled. Now the situation in the sea is even more chaotic. Master Yim is already very dissatisfied, and it is time to rectify it. Those pirate groups are not small in power, and we have to pay a lot of price if we want to win any of them. The last time the Valley of Gods battle, we have paid a lot of price. None of Tenri Ubito who lived in the Valley of the Gods survived, and we are under great pressure. Vegapunk's opinion can still be considered. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, the Blood Sword Shiraha is very important. We can use him for the operation. The long-bearded Garasai 5 elders said. He has a silver gun by his side. There are only 3 of them. Taking down these 2 big pirates will be even more powerful for us to maintain the prestige of the world government. How can you be sure that Shiraha, the Blood Sword, will break into the trap we designed for the little pirate? The last Garasai 5 elders, wearing a white uniform and wearing eyes, asked a key question. We can send a notice to the whole world after catching Rockdal, and execute the pirate in public. Even if he doesn't come, it will still work. Then do it this way. It depends on when you can catch the little pirate named Rockdal. At the end of the Garasai 5 elders meeting, it was decided to dispatch CP0 to capture Crocodile, who was making a little storm outside, and formulated a policy against Shiraha. Vegapunk's opinion was adopted, and Garasai 5 elders sent more forces to capture Shira's crew member Crocodile. And in Vegapunk's laboratory, there is a big tattoo guy named Cutie, waiting for Shiraha full of resentment, just waiting for when the world government can get rid of that one and let that bastard feel the same pain as him. Father, the kid named Rockdal has caused a lot of trouble recently and killed a marine branch. It seems to have attracted the attention of the world government recently. Nothing will happen to him, right? Beaster, with 2 swords, looked at his father and asked, Father, doesn't Uncle you care about the people he takes? He doesn't look like that kind of person. Makora said with a wink and looked at Whitebeard beside him. Kihahaha, don't worry, that kid Shiraha is smarter than anyone else, and the crew he selected must also suit his appetite. The brash kid named Rockdal is indeed very courageous. Whitebeard drank, and flipped through the newspaper several times without seeing news about Shiraha, and even the bastard Shiki had very little news. What happened to that bastard Shiki and Shiraha lately? All of them shrank. Whitebeard said suspiciously, now the Roger pirates are more active in the sea. They have become the most active in the sea. A strong pirate group. Father, there is a problem with what you said. The strongest pirate group in the sea may not be the Roger pirate group. Our pirate group is no worse than Roger pirate group. The Ice Witch stood by. He twisted his waist and said with a smile, Cool-la-la-la your father, I am Whitebeard. When we meet Roger pirates, we will fight him. Oh, as expected of my father. We are the strongest pirate group in the sea. Let's take a look at that kid's place first. It's Shira's crew after all. Whitebeard frowned. Forget it. Go to Wonokini first. I believe that the person Shiraha fancy is not that bad. What happened to Shiraha recently? Even the crew is ignored. And it has been a long time since he and Silver Gun have appeared in the sea. Father, the pirate chief admiral you mentioned is recruiting troops and has formed a large fleet. I am afraid that even our pirate group and Roger pirate group are not his opponents. What? That bastard Shiki is going to take the path of the Rocks pirates. That way is not going. The pirates without trust can't go far in this sea. Whitebeard is a little worried about the way Shiki will go. The relationship between the former Rocks pirates is pretty good, and they plan to have contact in the future. Although Whitebeard is not interested in overthrowing the world government, if Shiraha wants to do it, he will also support it. Shiki that bastard and Shiraha are noisy as soon as they meet, but the relationship is actually very good. Shiraha said to overthrow the world government. Shiki was the first to agree. In the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki, as a pirate, at least he has to do that. The bastard Shiki said he wanted to surprise the boy Shiraha. I don't know how many people he has recruited. This bastard won't really start a war, right? Whitebeard said with a headache. It was not long before the Valley of the Gods war ended. If that bastard Shika's brain breaks down and gets involved with the world government during this time period, wouldn't he bring his pirate group, or should you bring your own pirate group? Father, Uncle, she is not like such a brainless person. Marco thought for a while and said, Shiki, that bastard has a lot of time when he has no brains. Kihahaha, leave him alone. He'll talk about future things later, and decide after hearing the news. Little ones, let's have a banquet. The Whitebeard pirates group started the Shinichi round banquet again. Sister, can you ignore the wanted notice? Father said that the party is going to be held. Marco called out without waking up. You stinky boy, do you owe you a beating? Do you still need to report to you this boy for what you see? The ice witch put away Shira's wanted order, snorted coldly, ignored Marco and joined the banquet. Ha ha ha, Marco is flat again. Marco looked at these guys who were laughing forward and backward, and the impulse to hit someone in his heart became stronger and stronger. Retsu. Obviously he was the first to join. Why is he so lacking in status? Shiraha is right, women are really unreasonable existence. He hates women. Float Sky Island. Dozens of islands are suspended in the air, and the main island is hosting a grand banquet, where demons dance around. The closer to the center, the more famous it is on the sea. The three people sitting in Monaco Yang. The man in the middle exudes a lion-like aura, swallowing mountains and rivers, holding rum and two swords hanging from his waist. Jai ha 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 world. John, where did you say that Shiraha kid hides? I can't find him no matter how I look for him. I'm going to defeat Roger first, and then declare war on the world government. Leave him. Golden Lion Shiki summoned the large fleet faster than the original, and has reached the peak of power. I haven't heard about him recently. The last time he had a fight with Marine Admiral Zephyr. John said about Shiraha, then looked at Golden Lion and asked, Shiki, a cuckus injury, your man, does anyone have a way? A cuckus injury is a bit too serious. I think he is great if I can live. If I want to heal it, the only way I can think of is to look at the boy Shiraha. Golden Lion Shiki paused when he heard a cuckus affairs for a few seconds. Then he said, Narkin can't heal a cuckus injury either. World said muffledly while drinking. He agreed to become a member of the Rocks Pirates, but when the Rocks Pirates temporarily disintegrated, he joined the wrong pirates. Compared to the atmosphere of the Golden Lion Shiki flying pirates, he liked the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates more. But what Golden Lion Shiki wanted to do was more in line with his appetite, which led him to choose the flying pirates in the end. Tweet. What's your name? Can't I stop making noise before I wake up? Shiraha was awakened by the pterodactyl and said with a belly full of fire. He got up very angry. Puffed and Ayushi looked at Shiraha with this look and laughed. Are you still laughing? Shiraha looked at the woman leaning on him and said, I think you have forgotten the fear of being dominated by me. If you can laugh, it means your body is healed, right? It's not okay. Let me relax for 2 more days. Tenshi subconsciously tightened his legs and said in fear, I will let you go this time. Shiraha turned his head and looked around and realized that it was not too far from the sea. This pterodactyl flew very low. It seemed that the long-distance flight made it feel tired. It's a bit bad this time. The small plane seems a bit tired. If it can't reach Wonokuni, it may not be able to hold it. What should we do then? Or let's not go to Wonokuni, just find an island nearby to rest for a while. Tanayushi said nervously. I am not very proficient in sailing. I don't know where this is the specific place on the sea. Shiraha said embarrassedly. Maybe the two of us are a little overweight. Why? I'm not heavy. I'm not very heavy either. Tenshi thought of his weight exceeding 3 digits, and said without confidence. The pterosaur flew very low with 2 people, and they encountered a big problem on the way to Wonokuni. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates, which were sailing towards Wonokuni, were not far away. Father, when do you think we can meet him? The Ice Witch asked, pointing to the wanted order. Kihahaha, you want to meet Shiraha, but that boy already has Yang Liu Oki's sister. Whitebeard shook his head and said, I don't know when I can meet that boy again. The sea is very beautiful. The big one. Maybe it will be possible for a long, long time. The boat railing, Vista, I will definitely beat you this time. Marco pulled the fishing rod and shouted, I can feel this is a very big fish. When I pull it up, you will know who will win. Don't brag, Marco. Who doesn't know that you are the luckiest boat on this boat? You have never beaten Beast2 and the others than fishing. The ice witch came over and said with a mockery, don't underestimate me. I will definitely win this time. Marco roared and pulled the fishing rod up. Kong on the northern battlefield was completely crazy. Facing the two Marine Admiral in front of him, he did not release a little bit of water, but sacrificed his life and went all out to hold the determination to kill them. The two sides are in a deadly battle. Sengoku's death has brought all the conscientious Marines no longer confused. At this moment, the world government with Yayoi Erosius and assets is suppressed. Even if there is a large number of CP organizations on the field to help, the two sides have reached a state of relative balance, and the existence of this state can be broken, and Yim definitely counts. But the real master of the world government did not take action. Im was just sitting on the hollow empty throne and quietly listening to the humans fighting in all directions, as if the world government and the dog under her had nothing to do with her. End of this chapter. Chapter 295 Shiki attacks. Shira's madness. Chapter 295 Shiki attacks. Shira's madness. Jai ha ha ha. Shiki smiled awkwardly as he watched the final battle below. Patrick, World, Newgate, Roger, Rocks have all gone to the world. Only he has stayed nearby. Unexpectedly, watching the game almost killed my uncle. I had known it a bit farther away. Now it depends on the situation that the bastard boy Shiraha has the advantage. Shiki used his ability to flatten his expansive head, and picked up the two swords that had been with him for many years. This is the best time to slaughter the gods. TSK Tusk. In the end, I still have to rely on my uncle for help. Fortunately, I didn't leave. Shiki activated the fluttering berry ability to sit on Im's hollow throne, and flew fast at high altitude, chasing one person and one god in battle. Im, do you think you can escape? There was only one thought left in Shira's mind, and that was to kill the clutter god in front of him. Out of the sword. Swing the sword. The dazzling sword light continued to flicker, and the continuous sword gas turned into a long river, surrounded by layers of gods who wanted to escape from various places. There were more and more scars on Yim's body, and his consciousness became more and more blurred. This sword hurt her origin. If she continues to fight like this, Yuan will lose too much, and she will fall into a deep sleep for countless years, and the next time she wakes up, it may not be when. As one of the highest gods, Yimu was pushed to the limit by a human. Both of them are racing against time. But it must be her who won in the end. Elite is about to restart. In a short time, Shiraha can't cause enough damage to her. Shiraha knew this too, and was secretly anxious. When the fight goes on, when Im can master the broken Elite, he will have nothing to do. Even if Elite only has a little ability left, he can still exert a huge power in Yim's hands. Im, who possesses the remnants of Elite, cannot pull the sun down again, which means that there is no way to exterminate mankind all at once. From the initial rage and losing his reason, to the current calmness, the thinking in Shira's mind is running at a high speed. There is no need to worry about the destruction of this world in a short time. The future may be uncertain, but in advance it was Im who must die here today. In this battle, Shiraha lost too much. The past is irreversible, and the future can be changed. In fact, this sentence itself is set by people, and right and wrong are between certain existential thoughts. Shiraha is not sure if he exists like that. He only knows that his only chance to change everything is to kill Yim and complete the main task of the chat group. Only in this way will there be a chance for change, and the strong over the weak is the final theorem. Yim thinks he is the master of thousands of living beings in captivity, but he does not know that these supreme gods are also the existence of others in captivity. Only those beings that can transcend each world can be called transcendence. and only such beings have the ability to escape the control of fate. This is what Yim wants to achieve. But Shiraha knew that Im would never succeed. The system and chat group were created by the detached. Those who have the system will use Tailwind to dominate a certain continent, a certain planet, or even a certain world. Even so, the host of the system will sooner or later become the food of the detached person, depending on the mood of the detached person. The creatures born from the world of the system owner and the detached can never surpass the detached itself. This world was created by a detached person, and the power possessed by all creatures in this world, and the power cultivated by them all follow the steps of that detached person. In other words, the source of power in this world is the rules laid down by the detached. Shiraha had the memory of many novels in his mind, and he easily understood the answers from the chat group. This answer was originally the deepest secret of the chat group, but since the core of the chat group and the system died together, he knew the secret by Akatsuki. He thought Yim was ridiculous, and he wanted to swallow the transcendence of another supreme god. But he didn't know that the power of their supreme god was under the framework of that transcendence. Even if she successfully swallowed another supreme god origin, at best, her strength would be a bit stronger than before. These supreme gods are divided into these dimensions, restricted by the laws of this world, and the power gained from the cultivation methods left by the unknown detachment is never possible. Even if you become the strongest in this world, life and death are just between the thoughts of the detached. The detached beings born in this world are relatively weak in immeasurable numbers, and they have only created a derivative world. It is like a tree with branches and trunks, and the derived world is probably the texture on the leaves. This terrible news was learned by Shiraha not long ago. All derivative worlds are comfortable nests. No matter how strong you are in the derivative worlds, they are just pawns arranged by others. If you can't get out of it, your power is someone else's after all. Therefore, Yimu, the supreme god, has been doing useless things. How could she abandon the power of the supreme god to create her own power, not to mention how far that power can go even if it is created? After all, it is chess pieces and other people's observation toys. Perhaps the detachers who created this world have already lost this toy and went to a higher dimensional real world. Shiraha, do you know? Yim connected the remaining elite again and resisted Shiraha's attack. Our world was created by a god of creation. As long as you promise me to unite with me, we can also become gods of creation and detach from this world. Your power is born under the rules set by others, so why do you go beyond yourself? Or just die here? Shiraha slashed out countless blood-red sword beams, which seemed to be sturdily cut on Yim. Head and limbs are all separated. Another sword. The blood became more and more red, and the terrifying indestructible force distorted the space and cut open the sea. One sword smashed Yim into blood fog. Shiraha, I know you have a strange power in your body. That power can communicate with other worlds. Can we cooperate? Yim appeared in another direction intact, and said again, this is the best opportunity. Our union is qualified to be the strongest among the supreme gods. By then, we can completely use other world forces to surpass ourselves. I am your most correct choice. As one of the supreme gods of this world, the Im, whose body is the world tree, knows more about this world than other supreme gods. And of course he can detect that these supreme gods are trapped in a prison. This world is a prison to the supreme god, and Im wants to go to a bigger place to see after completing his revenge. I have told you everything, and I also admit that I wanted to treat you as an object at the beginning, and devour you when needed, but now it is completely unnecessary. We can achieve each other together. The power that Yim said comes from the chat group. The chat group can be said to be a relatively advanced product. The transcenders who create the chat group, even the transcenders who establish the communication bridge of the derivative world, are very powerful transcenders. This involves many worlds, will change the cause and effect of many worlds, and will lead to a different future. But it is impossible to really want to change the future. There are countless timelines in one world alone, and countless parallel time and space will be born, let alone many worlds. So the detached person who created the chat group was created through a method. He himself created countless derivative worlds. In this way, the derivative world he created, no matter how many incredible things happen, it will not affect the detached person himself. As for the reason why the detached person creates a chat group, the detached person himself also wants to know whether the past and the future can really change. The detached person is the only one, so they are even more curious to consolidate countless timelines and countless oneself. Can they also return to the original point of the past? Can it also change some future? It is more or less regrettable for those who have just become detached. These derivative worlds, systems, chat groups, and cheats are created in this way. But when these detached ones cannot succeed, the past regrets are obliterated in the endless years, and they will not care about whether the past can be changed, but will go to a higher dimension and a broader boundless world. 10,000 worlds is a noun, representing the countless world, that is more world than Henshaw. This secret Shiraha was after going to that space. The chat group suddenly popped up a residual consciousness to tell him that these derivative worlds had long been abandoned by the first and most powerful transcendence. Many detached persons have been born in this countless derivative world, and they have followed the steps of the first detached person to a higher dimensional world. Shiraha was judged to have the potential to become a detached person, so the chat group that had lost its core revealed the highest level of secrets. I don't want to be a detached person. NS. Shiraha don't want to be eroded by endless years like the first detached person, and abandon all past regrets. Even if he is really eroded, he must change everything before eroding. Space sword skill middle dot space ren yi middle dot hollow. The space around Yim turbulent, producing ripples of Ren ripples, squeezing towards her. Everywhere Ren yi went, everything was swallowed. This trick is terrible, and it pays more attention to destructive power than the dawn of the new era. But before this move is on the opponent, the opponent disappears. She used the law of space to find the footing of the space, and jumped out like a fish in Renyi. This trick is really good. It's a pure space law. If you insist on it, I might not be able to do it. I'm appeared not far behind Shirahan and said, but don't forget that I am the supreme god. I will also do the law of space. Shiraha has no choice. The ultimate move he had always hidden, even the sword move that he didn't use when he first saw Yim, was exposed and failed. If someone assisted and restrained him, he might be able to succeed. But the person who is holding back will also die. This is why Shiraha is unwilling to let Yang Liu Oki participate in the last battle. His youngest daughter Shiley's prediction made him worry about losing. He is not interested in becoming a god at all, nor is he interested in becoming a detached one. For Shiraha, he couldn't understand Im's thinking, and he couldn't understand the thoughts of great beings who have lived for a long time. His dream is simple. After retiring, live the life of his wife and children, and give Yang Liu Oki and Tanayu a formal wedding to save the world by the way. After completing the main task, be a boss in the chat group, bragging, and listen to the compliments of the group members. Occasionally take 2 daughters-in-law to spend vacations in other worlds, doing tasks. His idea is as simple as that, without much desire or pursuit. This is the life Shiraha wants to pursue. He wants to make it happen. The only chance is to kill the god in front of him and complete the main task of the chat group. Not long after, one person and one god fight each other. He was defeated. Im has lived for a long time as one of the highest gods, and if he can be defeated as simple as that, it would be a joke. Jihahaha, how did you little bastard become so drawn? Shiki sat on the patchwork hollow empty throne and laughed. This seat is not comfortable at all. My uncle doesn't like it. Shiki learned of the hollow throne from Shiraha, and he paid special attention to the battlefield and retrieved the broken throne. Shiraha, I don't need to answer your answer, right? Shiraha remembered the question he had asked Shiki on Sky Island. You are crazy, Shiki. Have you forgotten that you are a very capable person? Jihahaha, her current state is not worthy to take my berry, asshole Shiki. You still like to show off so much. My uncle came here to help you, also to help them get revenge. Lion Chikia. Dozens of powerful sword auras bloomed from the tip of Shika's sword, exuding the spirit of a lion. Bang! Im shot. The seemingly powerful Jian Chi collapsed in a blink of an eye. And Shiki, who was fully open at Conqueror's Haki, rushed towards Yim with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. Sulfuric acid. Ember's splashing voice sounded. Im holding a lightsaber and holding Shika's two famous swords. An ant-like existence dare to challenge me? Jai ha ha ha, the god who has been seriously injured by two humans one after another. Why not let this uncle come to end you? Shiki is one of the well-deserved big pirates in this pirate world. In this world, Shiki has never lost to anyone, and is a big thief who broke his own destiny. Roger, who has reached Lavidra, Newgate, who ruled the second half of the sea, Rox, who destroyed the Valley of the Gods, Shiraha, who declared war on the world government, and Akokwe, who was the god of war as a mortal. These people will leave a strong mark in the history of the future world. Die. Furious. The law of destiny was activated, and Shika's lights were forcibly extinguished. Failed. Question mark. Puff. A crossed sword mark remained on her body. End of this chapter. Chapter 296 of the main body of the Mad Lion ended. Step on the head of Im's dog. Chapter 296 Mad Lion ends. Step on the head of Im's dog. Shiki surpassed time, the supreme god who has lived for countless years, in the single understanding of the law of water. Humans have always been creatures that are good at creating miracles. At the moment Shiki broke his fate, he could see himself clearly from the reflection of the sea. Compared to high above, Yim was born with a high starting point. At least in the law of water, he is stronger than God. Facing the lion head that covered the sky and the sun, Yim knew that she couldn't avoid it. In her current state, the law of space had its limits. At most, it could maintain a small range of movement. But the scope of this lion head was too big, and the huge lion head swallowed her who had nowhere to hide. The opportunity is here. Shiki was full of hideous killing intent, and his two swords broke through the air. Shiraha seized the opportunity, and also made a murderous sword. In the sword light, the two figures seemed to merge into one. Kill. A long river of gold and red sword aura evaporated countless sea water, and fell on Yim with the power of cutting everything. Boom. Yim was wounded again. This time she finally corrected her position, putting the humans she thought of as ants in the same position. Hey ha ha ha. Im wiped the blood on his face indiscriminately, the madness and fighting spirit in his eyes surged up, and his face gradually became ugly. She must kill all humans except Shiraha. Come on, you damn reptiles. Shiraha and Shiki looked at each other with serious eyes. This god is much more dangerous than before. There is no need to say anything at this moment in a tragic battle and a fight. After only a few minutes of fighting, Retsu reached the extreme. The blood on Shika's head splashed out. The broken bones were exposed, and the pain of Retsu swept through his body. Shiraha was covered with scars, his breath was wilted to the limit, and his consciousness entered a state where he could sleep at any time, and even the pain in his body gradually became numb. Yim's condition is not much better than that of the two. The loss suffered by the supreme god who has been supporting her is so great that she regrets leaving Shiraha a little bit too big. Unknowingly, they came to South Blue in the world. This is the only place in the Four Seas that has not been liberated, and it is also the place where Gecko Moria died in battle. Until now, this land has not been recovered by the human coalition. Sharp-eyed humans noticed Time who arrived first. It's Lord Yim. Did Master Yi come to help us personally? These humans all heard Im's strong words and felt that they had won the battle in the Holy Land. Mary joys. Although I don't know why the sun in the sky hasn't set, these people think that it is Yimdas men who are merciful and want to bring their loyal followers to become gods together. These crazy humans fell completely into madness after Im arrived. Im looked at the humans who were kneeling on the ground and praying to her, with excited and crazy eyes. The remaining power easily enveloped everyone below, and the fate of these kneeling beggars for mercy was easily recovered and used by her, accompanied by the emergence of a new body. These human beings who believed in the gods panicked and screamed one by one, and felt an incomparable sense of despair in their hearts. But their struggle was in vain. "Why, Master Yim wants to shoot us. I am your most loyal believer. Master Yim, spare your life." These people would rather betray the entire human race to follow Yim, for the purpose of immortality and becoming a god. Before Yim came, the nerves of these people were the same tense, and they paid the same heavy price. But in the end the whole army was annihilated. It was the god they believed in that destroyed them. Those who break fate will eventually be abandoned by fate. Yim, who had absorbed all the vitality present, regained a little energy, opened his hands, and embraced the world. The cold eyes looked directly at the two human beings who came. "My uncle is so angry," Shiki yelled. "This group of human beings who have not succeeded in doing well enough to fail are the best to die." Shiraha watched this scene silently. These people deserved to die, but they are further away from victory. The endless sinking of Sanliu Wangxiang ... This is your destiny after all. Desperately, Yim's heart was cruel. Abandoning all the vitality that Yaoya Rosa had accumulated over the years and just now, and decided to give the two humans in front of him a one-time solution. Yaoya Rosa's years of experience have made him understand that the greatest weakness of mankind comes from the most vulnerable place in his heart. She roared with a sullen face, "In the endless darkness, sleep forever." Shiki stopped on the spot, his eyes gradually becoming confused, and his consciousness seemed to have entered another time and space and another world. In that world, he lost a pair of legs and had an extra rudder on his head. Where is this? When the dust settled, Yim's broken body appeared in Shira's eyes. "The law of space continues to consume Yim's body," she hollow asked weakly. "Shiraha, at the last minute, who do you think has won?" Shiraha replied coldly, "No one has won. We are all losers." "Ha ha 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 ha. You can't kill me. I fuck you to death." In the state of human nature, the beautifully looking Yim was beaten by Shiraha in an inhuman form. "I like beautiful women, but you are so ugly." Shiraha kicked Yim's horrified eyes and stomped her head, splashing red and white liquid. Ghost finger. In a short period of time, Shiraha has experienced countless life and death, joys and sorrows, and his understanding of life and death has reached an extremely high level. Ghosts and gods refer to decking. At this moment, Shiraha was determined to kill her and resorted to this trick. A big scary hollow shadow is about to be summoned. Yim's only remaining supreme source of power seemed to feel the threat of death, and as the supreme god, she might really be dying here. The endless thunder flickering in front of me. A towering thunder Jinchuriki took the thunder from the sky and was about to fall down. There is also a silly boy in the thunder roaring, third gear. Just when Shiki wanted to take a shot, there were many non-existent memories in his mind, including the scene of Wald's defeat in the naval battle and his arrest alone in the Marine headquarters. The straw hat ... Roger. Shiki's eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, "I was stopped by the East Blue Man again." Roger. The endless thunder smashed on Shiki's body, and even an entire island was destroyed. The big pirate of this old age seems to be losing to a newcomer who has just gone to sea. The guy in the straw hat on Aria's sky was about to breathe a sigh of relief. An unparalleled husky voice spread across the clouds and shocked him. Lao Tzu is the flying great pirate Shiki. A shit fate. Also worthy of blocking Lao Tzu's pace. Puff whistle. Shiki abruptly pulled out the rudder above his head without changing his face. "Nani?" The kid in the straw hat challenged. His eyes widened, and he could feel that the big pirate had become terrible even with his nerves. Body, age, injury can't stop a pirate from pursuing a dream. "Even if I die, I will blast Retsuretsu's death." Shiki became insane and fierce, with a fierce and distorted expression on his face, but his eyes were as unruly as ever. The Mad Lion is old and the remaining prestige is still there. How can it be trampled by the ant taunt? Throwing away the rudder in his hand, Shiki's eyes were crazy, and he drew out the two famous swords that used to be his legs. the big pirate who fought Whitebeard and Roger back then. When he was about to fall into the ocean, Shiki once again activated Berry's ability to flutter, and two famous knives touched the surface of the ocean lightly. The sea rose and followed his figure towards the highest area sky. A large tsunami was formed. Lion swords dance middle. Crazy lion falling. When he reached the highest point of the current limit, Shiki released Berry's ability, and the whole person turned into a meteor and killed the figure wearing a straw hat. Ember fell and burned at a super high speed, gradually igniting Shiki's entire body. At the last moment of life, the big pirate laughed wildly. Jai ha ha ha. The huge lion hollow shadow swallowed everything, including the kid in the straw hat. The world split and shattered like a mirror. Two people broke the illusion at the same time and woke up. Issued his most powerful trick. Lion swords dance middle. Crazy lion falling. The dawn of a new era. Go to hell. Three swords, two people, one left and the other penetrated Yim's body. Under the powerful swordsmanship of the two, the blood could not stop spilling. Two sword marks clearly appeared on Yima's body, and the blood spurted out for a while, and her body was divided into 4 parts and fell down. A course similar to a human heart is beating in one section of the body. That's the one. Shiraha and Shiki rushed up frantically. 3 swords were inserted into the soft core at the same time. There were bursts of miserable growl from the mouth of Im's head, and the two had no mercy. Crazy plug and plug! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the first hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed Shiki. The tremendous force prevented Shiki from pulling out the 2 famous knives that had been inserted. Im yelling ferociously, "Do you think this will kill me? Wait until I kill this stupid lion first, and then I'll take care of your business." There was a hint of success on Im's hideous and twisted face. "My dear child, come back." Piao Piao Berry pulled out of Shiki's body, and Yim got this well-developed berry and laughed wildly. "The shot of Karen almost destroyed my foundation. Now I will use your berry to make up for it." My little loss. Yim's body regrouped, holding Shiki in one hand, and inserting the lightsaber into Shiki's heart with the other. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Shiki backhanded Im's shocked eyes, pinched her neck tightly, locked her body with her body, and roared, "Little bastard, don't waste me fighting for you with a koku." At the right time, if you act like a maiden for my old man, my grandfather will never let you go even if he is dead. Shiki was injured too badly. His heart was pierced, and he is still alive and supported by Will. In his confusion, he remembered Shira's shouting, "Destiny will not help you win, but I will help you win." The corner of Mad Lion's mouth evoked a jealous smile. "Shiraha, do it. My uncle really can't drink with you anymore." Shiraha resisted the grief in his heart and issued the most brilliant sword move at the moment to see Shiki off. "This trick is really good. It turns out that death is like this, but it's a pity that you can't be like the last time with this little bastard before you die. This uncle's death is brilliant enough. Arsehole boy. If you have Kisugi, you must accompany this uncle to a happily drink." In the face of the most ferocious and terrifying swordsmanship, Golden Lion Shiki sacrificed himself to death. Before dying, he let out the last mad laughter. Jai ha ha ha. The whine of Binks that night was recalled in his mind. That was the best night. As Binks finished singing his whine, the legendary big pirate Shiki calmly faced the coming of death. His figure gradually dissipated in the space. The fall of a generation of Lion Kings. It is also the end of an old era. The era belonging to Shiki became a thing of the past at this moment. Jihahaha, that's how it feels to cut the gods. It's so cool. The wild lion's unruly laughter resounded throughout the world. Yimu, who was cut by a human again, went mad. The law of water in the law of the 5 elements was activated, and a large amount of seawater turned into a beast that devoured people and pounced on the damned berry capable person high in the sky. Seawater is the nemesis of the capable. Shiki, who broke his fate and entered the king's rank, initially stepped into the realm of gods, could not avoid this weakness, unless he abandons the fluttering berry on his body, so that he will not be threatened by the sea. It is another human being who is not in destiny. I don't believe that you have also relieved the side effects of my planting. From the very beginning, Yim let the world tree body form berry with a little bit of law, and then sent these berry to everyone in the sea. The ultimate goal is to achieve himself. All berry have defects, and have the defects of fear of sea, rocks and sea water. This is the restriction she does. It's not a coincidence Shiki laughed playfully when facing the huge 10,000 meter high waves formed by the sea. Jihahaha, the law of water. The same will happen to my uncle. No one would have thought that Shiki first understood the law of water when he stepped into the realm of gods. Water is the source of life, and water is closest to Tao. The self seen through the water is the truest self, representing the two sides of a yin and a yang between heaven and earth. Go back to this uncle. The sea areas surrounding Hoenn for hundreds of miles shook, and countless ocean currents connected the sky and the earth, eventually forming a giant lion head that swallowed the little earthworm in one bite. The lion head roared, opened his mouth, and bit at Yim in a dazed state. Such a law of water? How could it be possible? End of this chapter. 297. The old age is over. Shiraha is missing. Chapter 297. The old age is over. Shiraha is missing. My lord, I still want to know how you found here. Our newspaper is not said to be the largest in the world, but it is also one of the best. It is quite concealed. Information about specific locations cannot be leaked. Moreover, our newspapers will move at any time for safety reasons. Morgans is really curious about this. This is related to the future of the newspaper. As the president, it must be responsible for the newspaper. Otherwise, if a powerful force targets them, the newspaper will suffer a devastating blow. The people in the CP agencies of the world government have mixed into your newspaper as employees. It's normal for me to find your newspaper. Shiraha looked at Morgans, who was anxious and didn't dare to ask, smiled and explained, I just gave it a try. I didn't expect to be taken to your newspaper. I was brought here by a news bird, probably the same kind as you, but I can't speak, and am not as big as you. Morgans widened his small eyes to the greatest extent, and he did not expect that the traitor appeared from the inside. Impossible. Newsbird will never betray the newspaper. Something must be wrong. I was indeed brought here by a news bird, but I said that I wanted to discuss business with your newspaper and do a big business, and it brought me back. I didn't expect the newspaper president to be a human being. In the Garasai 5 Elders meeting room, Vegapunk asked us to catch a little pirate named Crocodile, and said he was going to draw the bleeding sword. Shiraha, what do you think? Garasai with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard and a scar on his left face, one of the 5 elders, asked. The failure of Marine in the Valley of the Gods last time. We have already spent a lot of money to cover it up. This time we must succeed. Garasai 5 elders, wearing a red suit, a golden beard and a scar on his chest, agreed. Recently, various large pirate groups have emerged in the sea. The Whitebeard pirates, the Flying Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and the recently popular South Blue Pirates, World, and the Red Earl Patrick. Everything is coming out. We always have to deal with it, said Garasai 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard. It's not the last time in the Valley of the Gods. The trash in the Marine headquarters didn't even play a role. Not only did the people in the Rocks Pirates group not kill, even Rocks himself did not kill. This name kept, the grumpy old man snarled. Now the situation in the sea is even more chaotic. Master Yim is already very dissatisfied, and it is time to rectify it. Those pirate groups are not small in power, and we have to pay a lot of price if we want to win any of them. The last time the Valley of Gods battle, we have paid a lot of price. None of Tenri Ubito who lived in the Valley of the Gods survived, and we are under great pressure. Vegapunk's opinion can still be considered. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, the Blood Sword Shiraha is very important. We can use him for the operation. The long-bearded Garasai 5 elders said. He has a silver gun by his side. There are only 3 of them. Taking down these 2 big pirates will be even more powerful for us to maintain the prestige of the world government. How can you be sure that Shiraha, the Blood Sword, will break into the trap we designed for the little pirate? The last Garasai 5 elders, wearing a white uniform and wearing eyes, asked a key question. We can send a notice to the whole world after catching Rockdal, and execute the pirate in public. Even if he doesn't come, it will still work. Then do it this way. It depends on when you can catch the little pirate named Rockdal. At the end of the Garasai 5 elders meeting, it was decided to dispatch CP0 to capture Crocodile, who was making a little storm outside, and formulated a policy against Shiraha. Vegapunk's opinion was adopted, and Garasai 5 elders sent more forces to capture Shira's crew member Crocodile. And in Vegapunk's laboratory, there is a big tattoo guy named Cutie, waiting for Shiraha full of resentment, just waiting for when the world government can get rid of that one and let that bastard feel the same pain as him. Father, the kid named Rockdal has caused a lot of trouble recently and killed a marine branch. It seems to have attracted the attention of the world government recently. Nothing will happen to him, right? Beaster, with 2 swords, looked at his father and asked, Father, doesn't Uncle you care about the people he takes? He doesn't look like that kind of person. Makora said with a wink and looked at Whitebeard beside him. Kihahaha, don't worry, that kid Shiraha is smarter than anyone else, and the crew he selected must also suit his appetite. The brash kid named Rockdal is indeed very courageous. Whitebeard drank, and flipped through the newspaper several times without seeing news about Shiraha, and even the bastard Shiki had very little news. What happened to that bastard Shiki and Shiraha lately? All of them shrank. Whitebeard said suspiciously, now the Roger pirates are more active in the sea. They have become the most active in the sea. A strong pirate group. Father, there is a problem with what you said. The strongest pirate group in the sea may not be the Roger pirate group. Our pirate group is no worse than Roger pirate group. The Ice Witch stood by. He twisted his waist and said with a smile, Cool your father, I am Whitebeard. When we meet Roger pirates, we will fight him. Oh, as expected of my father. We are the strongest pirate group in the sea. Let's take a look at that kid's place first. It's Shira's crew after all. Whitebeard frowned. Forget it. Go to Wanokini first. I believe that the person Shiraha fancy is not that bad. What happened to Shiraha recently? Even the crew is ignored, and it has been a long time since he and Silvergun have appeared in the sea. Father, the pirate chief admiral you mentioned is recruiting troops and has formed a large fleet. I am afraid that even our pirate group and Roger pirate group are not his opponents. What? That bastard Shiki is going to take the path of the Rocks pirates. That way is not going. The pirates without trust can't go far in this sea. Whitebeard is a little worried about the way Shiki will go. The relationship between the former Rocks pirates is pretty good, and they plan to have contact in the future. Although Whitebeard is not interested in overthrowing the world government, if Shiraha wants to do it, he will also support it. Shiki that bastard and Shiraha are noisy as soon as they meet, but the relationship is actually very good. Shiraha said to overthrow the world government. Shiki was the first to agree. In the eyes of Golden Lion Shiki, as a pirate, at least he has to do that. The bastard Shiki said he wanted to surprise the boy Shiraha. I don't know how many people he has recruited. This bastard won't really start a war, right? Whitebeard said with a headache. It was not long before the Valley of the Gods war ended. If that bastard Shika's brain breaks down and gets involved with the world government during this time period, wouldn't he bring his pirate group? Or should you bring your own pirate group? Father, Uncle, she is not like such a brainless person. Marco thought for a while and said, Shiki that bastard has a lot of time when he has no brains. Kihahaha, leave him alone. He'll talk about future things later, and decide after hearing the news. Little ones, let's have a banquet. The Whitebeard Pirates group started the Shinichi round banquet again. Sister, can you ignore the wanted notice? Father said that the party is going to be held. Marco called out without waking up. You stinky boy, do you owe you a beating? Do you still need to report to you this boy for what you see? The Ice Witch put away Shira's wanted order, snorted coldly, ignored Marco and joined the banquet. Ha ha ha, Marco is flat again. Marco looked at these guys who were laughing forward and backward. and the impulse to hit someone in his heart became stronger and stronger. Retsu. Obviously he was the first to join. Why is he so lacking in status? Shiraha is right. Women are really unreasonable existence. He hates women. Float Sky Island. Dozens of islands are suspended in the air, and the main island is hosting a grand banquet, where demons dance around. The closer to the center, the more famous it is on the sea. The three people sitting in Monaco Yang. The man in the middle exudes a lion-like aura, swallowing mountains and rivers, holding rum and two swords hanging from his waist. Jai ha 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 world. John, where did you say that Shiraha kid hides? I can't find him no matter how I look for him. I'm going to defeat Roger first, and then declare war on the world government. Leave him. Golden Lion Chicky summoned the large fleet faster than the original, and has reached the peak of power. I haven't heard about him recently. The last time he had a fight with Marine Admiral Zephyr. John said about Shiraha, then looked at Golden Lion and asked, Chicky, a cuckus injury? Your man, does anyone have a way? A cuckus injury is a bit too serious. I think he is great if I can live. If I want to heal it, the only way I can think of is to look at the boy Shiraha. Golden Lion Chicky paused when he heard a cuckus affairs for a few seconds. Then he said, Narkin can't heal a cuckus injury either. World said muffledly while drinking. He agreed to become a member of the Rocks Pirates, but when the Rocks Pirates temporarily disintegrated, he joined the wrong pirates. Compared to the atmosphere of the Golden Lion Chicky flying pirates, he liked the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates more. But what Golden Lion Chicky wanted to do was more in line with his appetite, which led him to choose the flying pirates in the end. Tweet. What's your name? Can't I stop making noise before I wake up? Shiraha was awakened by the pterodactyl and said with a belly full of fire. He got up very angry. Puffed Ayushi looked at Shiraha with this look and laughed. Are you still laughing? Shiraha looked at the woman leaning on him and said, I think you have forgotten the fear of being dominated by me. If you can laugh, it means your body is healed, right? It's not okay. Let me relax for 2 more days. Tenshi subconsciously tightened his legs and said in fear, I will let you go this time. Shiraha turned his head and looked around and realized that it was not too far from the sea. This pterodactyl flew very low. It seemed that the long-distance flight made it feel tired. It's a bit bad this time. The small plane seems a bit tired. If it can't reach Wonokuni, it may not be able to hold it. What should we do then? Or let's not go to Wonokuni, just find an island nearby to rest for a while. Tanayushi said nervously. I am not very proficient in sailing. I don't know where this is the specific place on the sea. Shiraha said embarrassedly. Maybe the two of us are a little overweight. Why? I'm not heavy. I'm not very heavy either. Tenshi thought of his weight exceeding 3 digits, and said without confidence. The pterosaur flew very low with 2 people, and they encountered a big problem on the way to Wonokuni. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates, which were sailing towards Wonokuni, were not far away. Father, when do you think we can meet him? The Ice Witch asked, pointing to the wanted order. Kihahaha, you want to meet Shiraha, but that boy already has Yang Liu Oki's sister. Whitebeard shook his head and said, I don't know when I can meet that boy again. The sea is very beautiful. The big one. Maybe it will be possible for a long time. The boat railing. Vista, I will definitely beat you this time. Marco pulled the fishing rod and shouted, I can feel this is a very big fish. When I pull it up, you will know who will win. Don't brag, Marco. Who doesn't know that you are the luckiest boat on this boat? You have never beaten Beast2 and the others than fishing. The Ice Witch came over and said with a mockery, don't underestimate me. I will definitely win this time. Marco roared and pulled the fishing rod up. Kong on the northern battlefield was completely crazy. Facing the 2 Marine Admiral in front of him, he did not release a little bit of water, but sacrificed his life and went all out to hold the determination to kill them. The 2 sides are in a deadly battle. Sengoku's death has brought all the conscientious Marines no longer confused. At this moment, the world government with Yayoi Aroz's year and assets is suppressed, Even if there is a large number of CP organizations on the field to help, the two sides have reached a state of relative balance, and the existence of this state can be broken, and Yim definitely counts. But the real master of the world government did not take action. Im was just sitting on the hollow empty throne and quietly listening to the humans fighting in all directions, as if the world government and the dog under her had nothing to do with her. End of this chapter. The 7 letters from chapter 298 of the main text to Shiraha will accompany you to the end of the world. Chapter 298. The 7 letters left to Shiraha accompany you to the end of the world. When I was tired of crying, I fell asleep, just like a child. Yang Luoki looked at Shiraha, who had fallen asleep on the bed, and smiled contentedly. Finished the rest of the noodles. She let him continue to rest well until it gets dark. In the dead of night, Shiraha woke up again, and the dark surroundings brought a special feeling of loneliness. Luochi, are you there? Exist. Am here. There was footsteps outside the door, and Yang Luoki ran over quickly. At the moment when he rushed in, the whole person was a little hurried. I was packing up just now, I didn't leave. At this time, Shiraha's pale face improved a lot, and he was obviously regaining some vitality. I will feel a little uneasy if you are not by my side. Hey. In his usual state, Yang Luoki touched the back of his head dumbly, slumped on the side of the bed, and explained dumbly, I was really packing up things just now, and I sent a lot to them in Qinghai. Letter. There is Captain Rocks, there is a big beard, there is world, there is. Shiraha said helplessly, just send a letter. It's a big deal when you wake up. Of course, I have to notify them one by one. Not everyone will send a letter, so how can it be more cherished? Shiki hasn't found it yet, so I didn't send it. There was always a smile on Yang Luoki's rare face. Shiki. He is dead. Yang Luoki's smile gradually disappeared, his body and expression became stiff, and he didn't know what to say next. Luochi, people always have to look forward. If you don't laugh, then I won't be able to laugh either. Oh, I was just... Slender fingers placed on her mouth, preventing her from continuing. The two looked at each other, and time stood still at this moment, as if a long time had passed. When the voice sounded again, Shiraha spoke first. Luochi, take me out for a walk. Looking up at the window, Shiraha struggled to get up. My body is about to rust, and it will age if I don't move. I will help you out. Shiraha got up to find that his patient gown had not been changed yet, so he changed it with difficulty. Yang Luoki helped. Although they are both very young, they get along in the same way as old couples and old wives. Their relationship is deeper than that of newlyweds. With the help of Yang Luoki, Shiraha quickly changed his clothes, and the two of them walked towards the door with their arms. This is already wee hours. The moon in the sky hung high, large and round, illuminating the path the two traveled on. The moonlight tonight is pretty good. Shiraha breathed the fresh and free air outside, forgetting even his worries for a while. His thoughts were sublimated and merged with Gecko as he gradually lost his mind. He clearly perceives the rhythm of all things, the breath of all things, and the rules and laws of the world. It's a pity that these are all wrong. If he follows the rules and strengths prescribed by others, he will never have a chance to get out of the way. But Shiraha is really not interested in detachment. He would rather live in an endless derivative world, and accompany Luochi to step into the endless derivative world, leaving their footsteps in every world. Without the forest berry in his body, Shiraha would still feel a little uncomfortable for a while, feeling that his physical strength and energy were much less. You just woke up, you will definitely feel a little uncomfortable. I will help you. Simply carry me on your back. Yang Luoki was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded and said, okay. Shiraha used the life return to reduce the consumption of his own physical strength and made himself very small, about 1 meter 2. Luochi, let's go to Hanazano and have a look. Okay, little husband. Come on middle dot. Oh. The two walked towards Hanazono on the edge of Sky Island. Yang Luoki slowed down deliberately, wanting to make time go by a little bit slower, wanting the beauty to stay at this moment. He leaned behind Yang Luoki and said, Luoki, I want to know if anything about me has been left behind. Did Drofko leave a letter for me? There is more than one letter left for you. Would you like to open it and have a look? Yang Luoki fumbled around the bulging place with his hands, and soon showed a surprised look, and took out the stack of letters. These letters are for you. I haven't read them. Yang Luoki gave these letters to Shiraha behind him, and again hugged a pair of short legs with his arms, and walked slowly towards the destination with the person behind him. Since you haven't read it, then I will read it to you. Shiraha counted a total of 7 letters, starting with the first letter. Decisively opened the first letter. Shiraha, you bastard. Puff. Shiraha's mouth twitched as soon as she read the first sentence. Yang Luoki couldn't help but smile. This is a letter from that old bastard. Oh, it turns out that the signature is Shiki. Then it's okay. Shiraha went on to read. Shiraha, you bastard. You even adulterate with milk when you drink. I said how you drink so well that you never dare to drink with you. If you lose to your kid, it would be too embarrassing. Got it. After the war is over, if we are victorious, if the uncle is still alive, we must let your kid go in vertically and go out horizontally. And you guys can't give birth quickly, so that the uncle wants to tease the little guys and there is nowhere to go. The little guys on Sky Island are not dear after all. My uncle just wants to tease your kid. Did you look the same as you when you were a kid? Jai ha ha ha. Of course, if your kid sees this letter, my uncle may not be there. Even if my uncle is gone, don't be too sad, because my uncle must have died without regrets. Also, if you have a baby with Luoki's sister in the future, the girl ... be sure to take a nickname Little Lion Girl, and the boy will get the nicknamed Mad Lion. They can't be like you who like to use milk. The wine father learns. Jai ha ha ha. This letter was written by Shiki. It was not long and short, and had the style of an old bastard. The words are really ugly. Luochi. These 2 nicknames are pretty good. Boys must be haki, and girls must be stronger. I mean, when will we be born? You are this ... I. Yang Luoki's cheeks were stained with a layer of red clouds, like shy flowers. Unknowingly, they have also reached this stage. 2 people who have experienced too many things have not been able to separate after all, and their feelings will naturally go to another level. I won't mention this. I haven't read my letter yet. Next is the second letter. Let me see who left it for me. Shiraha carefully opened the second letter and glanced at it. Sweep over and look at the signature first. The moment Shiraha saw the signature, his eyes were surprised. She left. Shiraha, I'm Vice Admiral Nana from the Marine Division. I was also a member of the Rocks Pirates. Before I joined the Rocks Pirates, I was already Marine. Marine is my belief for more than 20 years, so in the Valley of God's battle, as an undercover agent, it is impossible for me to stand on the side of the Rocks Pirates. When you read this letter, I must have died in battle, otherwise I will personally come over and apologize to you. On the Rocks Pirates, I admire Ikoku the most. I have recommended Ikoku to the Marine headquarters many times, hoping to recruit him and make him a Marine general. With Ikoku's potential, he may become Marine Marshal. It's really unexpected. It turns out that Ikoku was once a member of the army. It was the first time I heard about this from Marshal Sora. It is said that the army regards Ikoku as a shame. But Ikoku's real hometown seems to be the country of flowers. It took me a long time to find out. My favorite on the Rocks Pirates is you, Shiraha. You are a very different little man. Shiraha leaned forward and stretched her neck to see Luoki's reaction. How do I feel that every time he reads a letter, he will die socially? Yang Luoki's small face flushed red, and he kept holding back his laugh. It was a sad thing to read these letters. But because the letters were all about his husband, he became extremely funny. Luochi, husband? I didn't laugh. Poof. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, and Shiraha laughed loudly, Hoo-ah-ha-ha, laugh as much as you want. I can't help it anymore. It's not good for your body. Let's laugh together. Hoo-ah-ha-ha, hoo-ah-ha-ha. One laughed boldly and unruly, and the other laughed crisply and thoroughly. Undergecko, the two laughed presumptuously with similar voices, venting all their emotions, until the laughter faded away. Shiraha went on to read the second letter. Shiraha, you never rob civilians and stick to the bottom line. Although you are lustful and lip-synced, you are measured and seldom make any outrageous actions. Except for that time when you kissed Charlotte Linlin, I really hope that the one you kissed strongly was ill be fine. Shiraha was thrown from behind by Yang Liu Oki without hesitation. Go by yourself. Then, an angrily person walked to the front, leaving him alone to blow the cold wind behind. Before going far, he immediately turned around and recome to Shiraha at a speed much faster than before. Come on, I'm out of anger. Liu Qi, after I go up, you won't throw me off Sky Island, will you? Are you coming up? Maybe I will really throw you down. Yang Liuoki looked at Shiraha with evil eyes and threatened nakedly. The innocent and cute Yang Liuoki had also deteriorated. Go up, go up, go up. I'm here. The two are back on the road. The most important thing is that you look very handsome, and you have a strong body at a young age. Not to mention that you have a unique charm. I think the silver gun really matches you. I really knock you too. I hate all unrelated people, including Charlotte Linlin and Dan Ayushi. Don't be upset, I'm dead anyway. I can't see you being upset. Captain Rox is also trying his best to restrain his subordinates. He only plunders expensive family and wealthy businessmen, and does not allow mass killings of civilians. Newgate is even more interested in pursuing his family. He is not interested in treasures, adventures, and plunder, and he is greedy for money but not at all. Lecherous John. I really miss the days when I was in the Rocks Pirates. I really want to go back in time. Shiraha, will you forgive me? This is an apology letter. An apology letter from Marine Female Titan Vice Admiral Nana. Nana, you don't need to ask for my forgiveness. Our position at the time was different. I have no right to forgive you. I hope you will have a drink with Brother John and Brother Ikoku on Yomi Road. Shiraha lit Nana's apology letter, which quickly burned to ashes. The third letter was opened. This letter is the most dishonest John of the Rocks Pirates. This dishonest guy has left a letter for everyone. Yang Liu Oki's letter has been opened, and he said, hurry up and give birth to a baby. If, Shiraha, I am John, the most handsome and attractive man in the Rocks Pirates. My ambition was to collect the treasures of the world, to collect all the good things and all the treasures in the world. Until the Valley of the Gods, I realized that my most precious treasure was by my side, so I would find a fart, and wait until everything settles down and find a beautiful daughter-in-law. By the time our children are born, it would be nice to have a family. The offspring born from our two genes are by no means ordinary people. If they are married, it is a strong alliance. If I am by your side when you read this letter, it means that I am still alive. If not, then inherit my will and live. At least I haven't had too many regrets in my life. The only regret is that I didn't get drunk with you for a few games. I'm so mad. You have a wife at such a young age, and a wife who is so beautiful and powerful, so I always want to find one. But fortunately, I am not alone with one hand. Ikoku is also single, ha ha ha. Ikoku doesn't look for it anyway. I don't look for it, I'm not in a hurry. John's letter is very free and easy, and it does not bring a trace of sorrow to others, just like the chic of his wandering life. Shiraha finished reading this letter with a smile, and Yang Liuoki finished listening to this letter with a smile. One day, these will become old people in the past, and they will never meet again in the world. But at least for the moment. In addition to the pain, Shira's heart is more of nostalgia for the deceased. I really want to have a banquet and have a happily drink with them. Then, I got drunk and woke up with the girl I liked in my arms. There were a lot of friends. But no matter what Shiraha thinks, the old era is over, and a brand new era has begun. The world seems to have not changed, and it seems that everything has changed. The two people on the road tacitly did not mention the sorrow of that battle, and were not immersed in sorrow and unable to extricate themselves. Their figures are stretched longer and longer by Gecko, relying on each other and never separating. May time be silent and talk about sauna with you. May the years never go away and wander the world with you. May the years be gone, and always be with you. May the whitehead never give up and go to the evening with you. End of this chapter. Chapter 299 Shika's Tomb. Chapter 299 Shika's Tomb. My lord, I still want to know how you found here. Our newspaper is not said to be the largest in the world, but it is also one of the best. It is quite concealed. Information about specific locations cannot be leaked. Moreover, our newspapers will move at any time for safety reasons. Morgans is really curious about this. This is related to the future of the newspaper. As the president, it must be responsible for the newspaper. Otherwise, if a powerful force targets them, the newspaper will suffer a devastating blow. The people in the CP agencies of the world government have mixed into your newspaper as employees. It's normal for me to find your newspaper. Shiraha looked at Morgans, who was anxious and didn't dare to ask, smiled and explained, I just gave it a try. I didn't expect to be taken to your newspaper. I was brought here by a news bird, probably the same kind as you, but I can't speak, and am not as big as you. Morgans widened his small eyes to the greatest extent, and he did not expect that the traitor appeared from the inside. Impossible. Newsbird will never betray the newspaper. Something must be wrong. I was indeed brought here by a news bird, but I said that I wanted to discuss business with your newspaper and do a big business, and it brought me back. I didn't expect the newspaper president to be a human being. In the Garasai 5 Elders meeting room, Vegapunk asked us to catch a little pirate named Crocodile, and said he was going to draw the bleeding sword. Shiraha, what do you think? Garasai with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard and a scar on his left face, one of the 5 elders, asked. The failure of Marine in the Valley of the Gods last time, we have already spent a lot of money to cover it up. This time we must succeed. Garasai 5 elders, wearing a red suit, a golden beard and a scar on his chest, agreed. Recently, various large pirate groups have emerged in the sea. The Whitebeard pirates, the Flying Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and the recently popular South Blue Pirates, World, and the Red Earl Patrick. Everything is coming out. We always have to deal with it, said Garasai 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard. It's not the last time in the Valley of the Gods. The trash in the Marine headquarters didn't even play a role. Not only did the people in the Rocks Pirates group not kill, even Rocks himself did not kill. This name kept. The grumpy old man snarled. Now the situation in the sea is even more chaotic. Master Yim is already very dissatisfied, and it is time to rectify it. Those pirate groups are not small in power, and we have to pay a lot of price if we want to win any of them. The last time the Valley of Gods battle, we have paid a lot of price. None of Tenri Ubito who lived in the Valley of the Gods survived, and we are under great pressure. Vegapunk's opinion can still be considered. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, the Blood Sword Shiraha is very important. We can use him for the operation. The long-bearded Garasai 5 elders said. He has a silver gun by his side. There are only 3 of them. Taking down these 2 big pirates will be even more powerful for us to maintain the prestige of the world government. How can you be sure that Shiraha, the Blood Sword, will break into the trap we designed for the little pirate? The last Garasai 5 elders, wearing a white uniform and wearing eyes, asked a key question. We can send a notice to the whole world after catching Rockdal, and execute the pirate in public. Even if he doesn't come, it will still work. Then do it this way. It depends on when you can catch the little pirate named Rockdal. At the end of the Garasai 5 elders meeting, it was decided to dispatch CP0 to capture Crocodile, who was making a little storm outside, and formulated a policy against Shiraha. Vegapunk's opinion was adopted. and Garesi 5 elders sent more forces to capture Shira's crew member Crocodile. And in Vegapunk's laboratory, there is a big tattoo guy named Cutie, waiting for Shira, full of resentment, just waiting for when the world government can get rid of that one and let that bastard feel the same pain as him. Father, the kid named Crocodile has caused a lot of trouble recently and killed a marine branch. It seems to have attracted the attention of the world government recently. Nothing will happen to him, right? Beaster, with 2 swords, looked at his father and asked, Father, doesn't Uncle you care about the people he takes? He doesn't look like that kind of person. Ohara said with a wink and looked at Whitebeard beside him. Kihahaha, don't worry, that kid Shira is smarter than anyone else, and the crew he selected must also suit his appetite. The brash kid named Crocodile is indeed very courageous. Whitebeard drank, and flipped through the newspaper several times without seeing news about Shira, and even the bastard Shiki had very little news. What happened to that bastard Shiki and Shira lately? All of them shrank. Whitebeard said suspiciously, now the Roger pirates are more active in the sea. They have become the most active in the sea. A strong pirate group. Father, there is a problem with what you said. The strongest pirate group in the sea may not be the Roger pirate group. Our pirate group is no worse than Roger pirate group. The Ice Witch stood by. He twisted his waist and said with a smile, Cool-la-la-la, your father, I am Whitebeard. When we meet Roger pirates, we will fight him. Oh, as expected of my father. We are the strongest pirate